An unknown signal has been captured. The summoning order is being issued. Mortal, your moment of glory has arrived. From this moment onward, you shall join the great Silverheart Empire. In the early morning light, Li Xian awoke and climbed out of his single bed. He glanced towards the rather small window on one side of the room, where the sky remained shrouded in darkness. The light of the stars had yet to grace the planet known as Guanxua 4. Though the hour was still early, sleep had altogether evaded Li Xian, likely due to the influence of his internal clock. Recently graduated from military training, Li Xian had endured 8 long years of rigorous training and study, acquiring foundational military knowledge and the rudiments of command skills. Now a graduate, the habits forged over the years were not so easily cast aside. His room was decidedly cramped aside from his bed. It was cluttered with mechanical detritus, various tools, greasy bearings, and simple mechanical repair equipment were strewn about. Even under the steel-framed bed lay a jumble of mechanical components. Stepping into the workshop, Li Xian found himself surrounded by shelves piled high with assorted disordered parts. In the center was a workbench. His gaze fell upon an enormous mechanical arm perched on the table, and he frowned slightly. The mechanical arm was significantly aged, with rough components coated in a thick layer of dust and grease. Li Xian could not recall the model. It was at least 3 to 5 decades old. During his return last year, he hadn't encountered this apparatus, suggesting it had only recently arrived. Despite its dilapidation, for large corporations, it may have seemed obsolete. Yet for a small civilian repair shop like this, it represented merely a piece that had just entered its break-in period. 90% new, a rarity. Li Xian patted the mechanical arm, conducting a cursory inspection to ascertain any issues. Fortunately, though it appeared somewhat grimy and outdated, it was still relatively well-maintained. His attention shifted to the workbench, where a rifle lay before him. As a military trainee, Li Xian was exceedingly familiar with this weapon. The X-49 was a firearm with a caliber of 7.8 millimeters, utilizing a magazine with a standard capacity of 30 rounds, and it could be equipped with an extended magazine under special operation conditions. Notably durable, this weapon still enjoyed significant popularity on Guanxua 4. In an era characterized by interstellar advancements, high-tech weaponry abounded, with developments in individual armaments proliferating. Laser rifles, electromagnetic guns, Gauss rifles, and plasma guns had all been developed and even extensively deployed. However, the X-49's deployment numbers remained considerable. This stemmed from its simplicity despite the myriad issues that plague conventional firearms in this age. Their cost-effectiveness, ease of maintenance, and satisfactory lethality made them appealing. For an unarmored target, the distinction between a laser bullet, an electromagnetic round, or a conventional bullet became irrelevant upon impact. It was akin to the ancient days on Earth, where even as superpowers deployed aircraft carriers, primitive tribes still engaged in hunting with spears. In most cases, a weapon needed simply to be lethal enough to eliminate a foe, whether through heavy bombing or a javelin's thrust mattered little to the deceased. The rifle on the workbench required repairs, but Li Xian discerned that it wasn't the only one in need of service. Beneath the table lay an entire box filled with weapons awaiting maintenance. Li Xian lifted the rifle and performed a practice bolt check. The issue was straightforward. A feed system was damaged, seemingly having been subjected to impact. For minor problems like this, replacement parts could easily rectify the situation. The X-49 was prevalent enough that sourcing components was no great challenge. He disassembled the rifle entirely, examining the damaged parts, and noted that the extent of the damage was more severe than anticipated. Turning away, he walked toward a nearby shelf crowded with assorted components, the sound of clattering metal filling the air as he sifted through the disarray until he finally identified the parts he sought. After reassembling the rifle with the near-pristine components, Li Xian checked the action again, pleased to hear the familiar sound of the rifle's bolt. Click. Satisfied, he placed the repaired weapon in a clean box before retrieving another firearm from the pile of awaiting repairs. Observing the dried black stains on this weapon, Li Xin's expression remained undeterred. He recognized the substance for what it was: dried blood. It was obvious that the previous owner had suffered alongside the weapon's damage. However, he remained unfazed. Guanxua 4 was, by nature, a perilous planet where bloodshed and death were commonplace. Hey, what's all this racket early in the morning? Do you want me to kick the bucket sooner? A grating voice called out from behind Li Xian, followed by the sound of heavy footsteps approaching. Before the figure fully drew near, Li Xian already caught the pungent mix of sweat and oil that clung to him. Ignoring the intrusion, Li Xian continued his weapon repairs. A large, coarse hand, covered in dark hair, reached out to grab one of the freshly repaired rifles. Idiot! Do new parts come free? Why waste them like this? He boomed, gesturing at the table where the replaced components lay. Can't you fix this instead of just toss it out? Li Xin turned to face the intruder, a middle-aged man whose declining physical condition had led to a noticeable accumulation of fat around his abdomen. His legs had succumbed to illness, replaced by older mechanical prosthetics. This man was Li Xin's uncle, Li Zhuang, his guardian, and the first person Li Xin encountered upon arriving in this world as a baby. At that moment, Li Zhuang wore a frown of disdain, as though Li Xin had committed some grave offense. Li Xin held up the discarded parts and replied, "It's nothing. You'll just restore these to like-new condition anyway. You moron. With your skills, I can't fathom how you even graduated. Best you avoid applying to a company, they'll surely scold you. I have to clean up your mess. You better spend a few more years under my wing." Li Zhuang's countenance darkened as he shoved Li Xin aside and busied himself at the workbench. Li Xin remained silent, accustomed to this dismissive attitude. He cleaned the grease from his hands and took a tube of energy paste from his pocket, opening it with trained ease before squeezing the thick substance into his mouth. Energy paste, a staple foodstuff for the inhabitants of Guangzhou 4, typically devoid of flavor and characterized by a strong industrial tang. Yet, this was the only option available, providing all the necessary nutrients for survival despite the lack of taste. For those, like Li Zhuang, whose bodies had suffered decline, excessive consumption might even result in an undesirable accumulation of fat. One tube contained enough energy to sustain an adult for an entire day, a testament to its potency. After consuming the energy paste to the last drop, Li Xin felt satisfied and ready for the day ahead. Suddenly, a loud banging resonated from the shop's roll-up door. "Is anyone home? Open up! Coming! What's with the early morning racket?" Li Zhuang shouted grumpily. Nevertheless, he obediently opened the door, squinting against the dim light as he gazed at the two figures outside. On the other side stood a middle-aged man in uniform, his eyes also narrowed against the light. He wore glasses and inquired, "I'm looking for Li Xin. He resides here, correct?" Chapter 2. Contracts and Potions. Li Xin, who are you? What do you want? Li Zhuang inquired, his brow furrowed as he scrutinized the visitor. The roller shutter door remained partially raised, casting an air of tension. His gaze was laden with suspicion. In the realm of Guangzhou 4, a clean and tidy uniform signified that the individual was associated with a company and, more importantly, held a significant rank. Such a person should clearly not be present in this establishment. Before the middle-aged man outside could utter a word, Li Xion's voice resonated from within. "You are looking for me." He placed a hand against the shutter and, with a firm push, elevated it completely. "Please, come in," he invited, gesturing towards the doorway. Li Zhuang regarded Li Xian and the two visitors with a look of skepticism. The duo outside appeared to be a father and son, sharing a striking resemblance. The younger man nodded first and followed Li Xian into the relatively cramped repair shop. The middle-aged man furrowed his brow, clearly unimpressed by the disarray of the workshop. Nevertheless, contemplating his son's inquiry, he stifled his discomfort and stepped inside. Leading the way, Li Xian kicked aside a mechanical part that obstructed the path, guiding the two into his chamber. Li Zhuang, wishing to follow, was halted by Li Xian. Standing half a head shorter, he looked up, brows knitted in confusion. Li Xian met his gaze, stating, "It's too small in there. You shouldn't come in." "Humph, if you say so, but I'm curious to see what tricks you're up to," Li Zhuang retorted with a cold snort, turning on his heel to leave. The door slammed shut as Li Xian regarded the two individuals in the room. The pair was seated on Li Xian's bed. The younger man appeared somewhat uneasy, not solely due to the confined space, while the middle-aged man maintained a more composed demeanor. Li Xian, the young man, evidently familiar with Li Xian, spoke hesitantly. "White Mu, it's been a long time." Li Xian greeted with a smile. "Why yes, it has been a while," White Mu stammered in response. After the initial pleasantries, White Mu seemed to relax somewhat. "Hello, Uncle Bai." Li Xian acknowledged the middle-aged man beside him. He was Bai Chuan, White Mu's father. Bai Chuan nodded, displaying no inclination for further small talk. "We have come to find you for a specific reason, which I believe you are already aware of." Seeing the seriousness of the situation, Li Xian casually perched himself on a nearby heap of spare parts, his demeanor calm as he nodded. "I understand. I have brought the contract and the item you desire. If there are no objections, we can proceed with the signing, and then it shall be yours." Bai Chuan retrieved a contract and a boxed item from his briefcase. Li Xian's gaze initially fell upon the box before shifting to the contract. "May I see it first?" he inquired. Without further ado, Bai Bai Chuan handed both items over to Li Xian, exhibiting no signs of concern despite the considerable value of one of them. His status is significantly higher than that of someone like Li Xian. As long as Li Xian is a normal individual, he would not dare to engage in any tricks. Holding two items in his hands, Li Xian's heart, however, was not as tranquil as his expression suggested. One of these items was an employment contract, while the other was a vial of medication. Both would bring about a monumental shift in Li Xian's forthcoming fate. He first placed the boxed medication on his lap and began to examine the contract beside him. The first thing that caught his eye was the title of the contract, Blueprint Biotechnology Group Employment Contract. Li Xian's gaze continued downward, where the first line detailed his personal information, which had already been filled out on the form. He did not linger too long on this section, as the confidentiality level of his information was not particularly high. Should it fall into someone else's hands, filling out the form would not pose a significant issue. As he continued to flip through the contract, he encountered a series of clauses detailing the salary and benefits the company would provide, as well as the obligations Li Xian was expected to fulfill. Finally, he came upon a line that read, "This employee has voluntarily signed the dispatch agreement and will be dispatched to Hungan Defense Company within 7 working days of employment." Here, only the name was left blank, awaiting Li Xian's signature. After reviewing the contract, Li Xian let out a faint sigh. Although he had long since prepared himself mentally and had even sought this opportunity with great effort, the reality of the contract before him made him feel he had previously overestimated his own worth. Blueprint Biotechnology Group is the ruler of many cities in this land, and becoming an employee of this conglomerate is the aspiration of all who inhabit this territory, including Li Xian. Without the attached clauses, this would be a contract that Li Xian could never acquire, even if he were to sell himself multiple times over. Yet, the issue lay within the supplementary clauses. Hungan Defense Company is a subsidiary under the security department of Blueprint Biotechnology Group. It is not wholly owned but does hold shares. Currently, Hungan Defense Company is situated in a war zone. The enemy is the Mildenites, another faction of human colonizers. Both factions occupy significant territories and settlements on this planet. Signing this contract would mean that Li Xian, upon employment, would be dispatched to the war zone by Blueprint Biotechnology, specifically to a relatively unsafe company, which was certainly not good news. However, Li Xian was aware that it was precisely because of this circumstance that the contract had come into his possession. Originally, this contract should have been signed by Bai Mu, facilitated by Bai Chuan, who had expended a considerable sum to secure a backdoor entry for Bai Mu, enabling him to bypass numerous clauses and join Blueprint Biotechnology Group directly. Yet, who could have foreseen that this seemingly advantageous position would ultimately turn out to be a poisoned chalice wrapped in honey? Thus, Bai Chuan needed to find a scapegoat for his son. He required someone to take the fall, while Li Xian sought a promising future, leading to a perfect alignment of interests. At this moment, Li Xian turned his attention to the other item in his hand and slowly opened the box. Before his eyes lay a slender vial of pale blue liquid. He carefully extracted this vial, within which glimmered countless tiny points of light, reminiscent of twinkling stars. Li Xian's gaze was somewhat entranced as he beheld this potion. A substance potent enough to alter his destiny, and the very condition under which he was willing to sign that contract. Within the box, there also resided a manual detailing the usage of this vial, a silver syringe and its designation. Compound number 7 of Spiritual Energy Stimulation, Chapter 3. The signing spiritual energy represents the key to humanity's might, the very foundation upon which they traverse the starry seas. Yet, mastering this energy is no simple feat unless one is born into a lineage endowed with inherent spiritual energy. Others must resort to stimulants to awaken it within their bodies. Compound number 7 of Spiritual Energy Stimulation is precisely such a stimulant. As Li Xian gazed at the vial in his hand, his eyes fixated on the shimmering syringe within the box. All that was required was to assemble the syringe, aim it at his neck, and administer a decisive injection. Then, the question would be whether his body could endure and successfully activate the spiritual energy. Bai Chuan seemed to discern Li Xian's thoughts and calmly remarked, "I believe you would not want to inject it here. Even if successful, you would be deemed an illegal wielder of spiritual energy, and if apprehended, the consequences would be dire." Li Xian reined in the desire reflected in his eyes and reluctantly returned the syringe to its place. He then replied, "Of course not. I understand the rules." However, despite his words, his gaze remained unwaveringly locked on compound number 7 of Spiritual Energy Stimulation. It took considerable resolve for him to finally stow it away and close the box. Next, Li Exine picked up the contract and cast a glance at Bai Mu. Bai Mu, perceptive as ever, promptly handed him a pen and a seal. It was surprising that, even in this interstellar age, the act of signing documents remained so straightforward. Naturally, Li Exine was aware that this simplicity stemmed from his low status. Had he held a higher rank or if the contract had been of greater significance, the signing process would have entailed additional requirements, such as blood extraction, pupil scanning, or even chip authorization, among various verification procedures. But for now, merely signing his name and affixing his thumbprint sufficed. Having finalized the contract, Li Exine exhaled a long, heavy breath and passed it to Bai Chuan. Observing Li Exine's demeanor, Bai Chuan subtly shook his head and said, "Do not present yourself as reluctant. The opportunity one am offering you is extended out of consideration for your friendship with Bai Mu. To join Blueprint as a formal employee is a privilege that many would vie for, even if it means residing in a war zone for a lifetime." Li Exine composed himself and nodded in agreement. "Uncle Bai is right. This truly is my fortune." Bai Chuan's words held merit. Finding a substitute for Bai Mu was not a daunting task, even if the contract's employment criteria required one who had undergone 8 years of foundational military training and had earned multiple accolades as an outstanding student. In the realm of Guansua, the 4 stars planet, there is an abundance of people, though not much else to speak of. When such an opportunity is bestowed upon Li Exine, it truly reflects that Bai Chuan and Bai Mu are looking after him. For Bai Mu, the allure of this position in the war zone is minimal, as he could easily opt for a more favorable and stable job before joining the Blueprint. However, for others, including Li Exine, this represents a perilous and costly contract for survival. Bai Chuan meticulously placed the contract into his briefcase. After a moment's contemplation, he spoke. "Given your current state, I believe you ought to deliberate thoroughly before proceeding with the injection. After all, administering the serum may not necessarily yield positive outcomes. Once the psychic stimulant is injected, it may spiral beyond your control. My personal recommendation would be to sell it. At the very least, it could enhance your living conditions. As Bai Chuan surveyed the room, he continued, "It could significantly improve your family's dwelling environment." Li Exine nodded appreciatively, replying, "Thank you, Uncle Bai, I will give it careful thought." Bai Chuan immediately discerned the insincerity in Li Exine's response, but chose not to pursue the matter further. He then rose with his son. Observing this, Li Exine promptly opened the door. Outside stood a burly man, Li Zhuang, who appeared to have been eavesdropping. No wonder there had been no sound of maintenance during their conversation. Upon seeing the door ajar, Li Zhuang quickly feigned busyness. After casting a brief glance at him, Li Exine said nothing more and escorted Bai Chuan and Bai Mu to the entrance. "Very well. This is where I shall take my leave," Bai Chuan stated. "All right, Uncle Bai," Li Exine replied with a nod. Bai Mu added, "Goodbye, Li Exine, I hope to hear good news from you." With a slight smile, Li Exine responded, "You shall only receive good news from me." Bai Mu's face brightened with a smile as they both entered their vehicle, which soon departed with a faint hum of the engine. Li Exine stood watching until the car was but a memory. Turning only when the taillights faded from view. As he turned, he noticed Li Zhuang standing a short distance behind him. Observing quietly, Li Exine chose not to comment further and returned to his room. Retrieving the neatly packaged serum, which he placed into a black backpack. Seeing Li Exine preparing to leave, Li Zhuang could no longer contain himself and spoke up. "Do you truly intend to go to Hung in defense? I've heard that's a war zone, and with that serum of yours, why not forego the injection?" The success rate of psychic serum injections is reportedly quite low, with a significant chance of failure. "I still have your father's compensation funds. Perhaps you could reconsider. That amount is enough to find you a wife." At that moment, Li Zhuang's demeanor had shifted from one of menace to one of concern. As he held out the card, Li Exine accepted it, glanced at it, and then playfully slapped it back onto Li Zhuang's chest, saying, "The contract is signed. How could I possibly back out now? He has been dead for over a decade. Even if there were any pension funds, they must have long since been depleted. This money would be wiser for you to reserve it for your own retirement. If that proves insufficient, you might consider seeking companionship anew. Rest assured, I shall not be a failure. I am destined to succeed." Li Zhuang's complexion paled slightly, and though he muttered under his breath, no words materialized. Given his temperament, managing to express so much without losing his temper was already quite an achievement. Li Exine gently patted Li Zhuang on the shoulder and spoke calmly. "Old man, you devoted your life to raising me, enduring in this cramped repair shop while scrimping and saving to fund my education. I understand that it has not been easy for you. Now that I have reached adulthood and graduated, while the repair shop is not without its merits, I do not wish to spend my entire life here. Since you now have the means and no longer need to support me, why not take the opportunity to find a woman while you are still able? Who knows, you might even father me a brother." Upon hearing this, Li Zhuang sighed and replied, "Your temperament is quite reminiscent of your father's. However, you make a valid point. It is indeed time for me to stop spending on you. I shall go find a woman tomorrow." Chapter 4. The Psychic Center. After hearing this, Li Xian turned with a satisfied smile, slinging his black bag across his chest as he exited the repair shop. He did not look back, for he knew that Li Zhuang was undoubtedly watching him. Li Xian was uncertain whether he would ever return. Their farewell, at least on the surface, had been joyful. He could not allow himself to ruin the atmosphere by glancing back. Striding forward confidently, Li Zhuang, with his heavy mechanical prosthesis, made his way to the door as well, mirroring the moment when Li Xian had watched the Bai Chuan father and son depart. This man stood at the threshold, observing Li Xian's silhouette gradually fade into the distance. The upright figure before Li Zhuang evoked memories from over a decade prior, as he had stood watching another S-back as it receded. That had been Li Xian's father and Li Zhuang's brother. In that instant, their silhouettes bore an uncanny resemblance. Li Zhuang's eyes moistened as he beheld the two similar figures, illuminated by the radiant stars, their forms slowly diminishing. It was only when Li Xian's figure vanished around the corner, no longer visible, that Li Zhuang let out a deep, wistful sigh. Turning to gaze at the repair shop he had inhabited for so many years, he clenched the card in his hand and pulled down the shutter. After securing the door, he mumbled to himself, "Li Xian is right. It is indeed time for me to find a woman." Li Xian stepped out of the alley, letting out a slight sigh as he hailed SCAB. "To the Psychic Center." "Certainly," the driver replied, promptly setting the vehicle in motion. Through the rearview mirror, he observed Li Xian and the bag slung across his chest, unable to resist initiating conversation. "Are you going to stimulate the psychic powers?" Li Xian nonchalantly drew a handgun from his waist and rested it casually on his thigh, stating, "Ask what you must, but refrain from inquiries that do not concern you." The driver offered a somewhat awkward smile, catching sight of the loaded firearm in Li Xian's grip, and wisely chose not to pursue the matter further. Although this city does not impose particularly stringent regulations on firearms, the number of individuals wielding guns is still relatively few. The driver harbors no desire to ascertain whether the weapon in Li Xian's possession is genuine, nor does he dare to gamble on whether it is loaded, as the vehicle glides smoothly along. The buildings and crowds on either side swiftly recede into the distance. Li Xian directs his gaze out the window, passing a construction site bustling with activity. The workers here are not solely human. The indigenous Kairu tribe also toils alongside them. This bipedal avian species, having lost the ability to fly, possesses intelligence akin to that of humans. Following humanity's conquest of this planet, they have been relegated to the status of slaves and laborers, tasked with mining, construction, and various hazardous chemical jobs. Humanity has even developed specialized tools for their use, aimed at enhancing their work efficiency. As the vehicle moves beyond the construction site, Li Xian retracts his gaze. His destination is now within close proximity. Soon, the car comes to a halt, and Li Xian retrieves some coins to settle the fare before disembarking. Standing before the towering edifice, he lifts his gaze to admire the skyscraper. He turns his head, surveying the surrounding environment, and lets out a soft sigh. This is the true city, while their residence merely constitutes a civilian district, or even a slum. Li Xian does not linger at the entrance for long, as the area is densely populated with passers-by. The awakening of psychic abilities, a formidable challenge for someone like Li Xian from the impoverished district, presents little difficulty for the city at large. Upon entering the building, Li Xian, despite his ordinary attire, draws no unusual attention, for such diversity is commonplace here. From the elegantly dressed affluent to the raggedly clad destitute, all coexist in this space. For the wealthy, purchasing psychic stimulants is but a minor expense, whereas for the impoverished, such an endeavor may represent the culmination of generations of savings. After passing through security, the only item remaining on Li Xian is a box of stimulants, while all other belongings are temporarily stored in the air. Small flying robots guide all entrants toward their intended destinations. Soon, a flying robot approaches Li Xian, and he looks up to assess it. This spherical robot, devoid of visible propulsion mechanisms, relies solely on the building for its flight. "Welcome, citizen," Auxiliary Unit 9527 is at your service. Please articulate your needs concisely. Li Xian responds, I require the psychic stimulant to activate my abilities. The red signal light at the robot's center flickers momentarily before it replies. Your directive is understood. Please follow me, keeping in line with the green virtual path below. The robot then pivots and leads Li Xian toward a nearby elevator. Once inside, the elevator's buttons illuminate rapidly. Li Xian gazed silently at the number 36 displayed before him, patiently awaiting the next event. Ding! With a melodious chime, he had arrived at his intended floor, following the guidance of the robot designated as 9527. Dear Master, there is more to this chapter. Please click the next page to continue your reading. For the best is yet to come. Li Xian was not the sole occupant of this floor. The row of elevators intermittently opened, each time admitting another individual. Not only did people emerge from the elevators, but others also departed from the corridor, their steps unsteady. After traversing the lengthy hallway and navigating several turns, Li Xian arrived at a room alongside the robot. As he entered, the door closed behind him, revealing a space of remarkable simplicity in the approximately 15-square-meter room. A singular integrated alloy table and chair occupied the center, with no other furnishings in sight. Li Xian took a seat, and 9527 lowered itself accordingly. As a signal light illuminated, a projection materialized on the table. Civilian, please read the risk disclosure contract carefully and sign after confirming its accuracy. Li Xian examined the projected contract, which meticulously detailed all precautions to be observed following the stimulation of his spiritual energy, including protocols for potential failure and subsequent measures concerning Li Xian. After thoroughly reviewing the document, he nodded and inquired, No issues, but how shall I sign this? Please observe my signal light. Once the green light is illuminated, kindly proceed to confirm the signing of the agreement. Upon this, the robot's green signal light flickered to life. Confirming the signing of the agreement, Li Xian's calm voice resonated. Beep. Please retrieve the spiritual energy stimulation agent and place it on the table for inspection. Li Xian promptly procured the agent, assembling the syringe before placing it upon the alloy table. As a light of shifting colors illuminated, the robot appeared to scan the vial. When the light extinguished, the robot announced, Inspection complete. Target identified as the number 7 spiritual energy stimulation compound. Purity at 35, quality grade D1. Civilian, this agent is not recommended for use. The success rate for stimulation is 10-15, with a failure rate of 20-35 and a distortion rate of 50-70. Should you choose to proceed, please confirm once more. Li Xian exhaled deeply. From the information he had gathered, D1 was the lowest grade for such agents, with anything inferior classified as waste. Yet, he found himself devoid of options, for this was the only agent available to him. With a tranquil gaze, Li Xian declared, Confirm injection. Chapter 5. Injection. Recording instructions. Initiating the injection of the number 7 spiritual energy stimulation compound. Please remove your upper garments. Upon hearing this, Li Xian complied, shedding his upper clothing. The robot 9527 descended slowly, extending 2 small mechanical arms from the side to grasp the agent IT sword to the side of Li Xian, and then another mechanical arm, equipped with a nozzle, sprayed alcohol disinfectant onto Li Xian's neck. With a sharp hiss, as the needle pierced Li Xian's skin, the mechanical arm propelled the solution into his body. In that fleeting moment following the injection, Li Xian experienced an indescribable sensation, akin to a searing heat coursing through his veins. The civilian voice announced, The number 7 psychic stimulation compound will commence its effects within 1 to 3 minutes post-injection. Please prepare yourself mentally. We wish you success in activating your psychic powers. Li Xian gazed at the robot before him and expressed, Thank you. I will succeed. The robot offered no further response, instead ascending to the ceiling and anchoring itself above. Utilizing the scanner below to focus on Li Xian, Li Xian refrained from uttering another word, sitting upright in his chair, closing his eyes as he awaited the arrival of an uncertain fate. For many, the desire to activate psychic abilities represented a life-or-death opportunity. Even with the injection of the psychic stimulant, not everyone could successfully activate their powers. According to the information Li Xian had reviewed, even superior compounds bore a considerable failure rate. He had once seen a statistical chart indicating that the success rate for the number 7 psychic stimulation compound, in B2, level usage, stood at a mere 28, while the failure rate soared to 46, and the mutation rate reached 26. Such statistics represented a relatively effective compound. The B, C, and D types of these stimulants were classified into 5 levels, with level 1 being the lowest and level 5 the highest. The disparity between the Xion's D1 level and the B2 level documented was akin to the difference between heaven and earth, a staggering gap of 12 levels, not to mention the variances in other aspects. The likelihood of Li Xion's success was exceedingly low, the probability of failure alarmingly high, and the chance of mutation even greater. Yet, he had no alternative. He was a transmigrator, having lived in the blue planet in his previous life. The circumstances of his demise remained a mystery, but during his existence, he had been merely a cog in the corporate machine, toiling away from dawn to dusk. Having experienced the drudgery of life at the bottom rungs of society, Li Xion yearned to escape such a fate in this life. Moreover, this world differed from the blue planet. There, even the most beleaguered workers could indulge in the occasional junk food, despite the abundance of technology and harsh realities. At least it had flavor. In contrast, the lower echelons of society in this realm not only lacked security for their lives, but also faced a tasteless existence. The industrially produced energy paste had been his sustenance for over a decade. While he had grown accustomed to it, it did not imply he relished it. He aspired to reach the pinnacle of life, to savor something with flavor, rather than subsisting on energy paste day after day. It was a matter of rising or perishing. Li Xion had but one path to choose. Success, however, as he pondered, he sensed something amiss. Why did these 3 minutes feel so interminable? It dawned on him that his body had become immobile, as if rendered rigid. Confounded, Li Xion cursed inwardly. Damn it! Why does it feel like I've been thinking for ages? This is about to trigger some deathly flashback, is it? As he continued, an increasing sense of unease enveloped him. His body began to radiate heat, as if a furnace were ablaze within his chest. A wisp of white smoke began to curl from his forehead, and beads of sweat formed and coalesced upon his skin. This was his body's instinctive response, striving to cool him down. Otherwise, in such a high-temperature state, even interstellar humans could not endure for long. Should this condition persist, his internal organs would inevitably suffer damage, and his brain would certainly be compromised. Yet, none of this was within the conscious control of Li Xion, who could only silently rage within his mind. Even with all his might, he could merely induce a slight tremor in his fingers, while other movements were utterly beyond his capability. Within him, it felt as though a volcano was on the verge of eruption. Soon, Li Xion observed small lumps forming on his arms, as if a multitude of tiny mice were scurrying beneath his skin. No, it wasn't he just one. It felt as if 10 or more little creatures were darting about underneath the surface. This was merely what Li Xion could perceive with his limited vision. Beyond that, the unseen horrors were likely far greater and more terrifying. Panic seized him, his eyes wide with terror. He even felt an itch upon his face, as a twisted appendage sprouted forth, a tender, pinkish tentacle emerging into his line of sight. His immobilized eyes could only gaze at the tentacle that writhed subtly before him. He roared internally. Are there even more tentacles sprouting? Within the room, the mechanical voice of Robot 9527 echoed. Alert! Alert! Civilian mutation detected. Preparing for mutation containment. As 9527's voice resonated, the ceiling suddenly opened, revealing a massive electromagnetic rifle emerging from the aperture. In that moment, Li Xion seemed to regain a modicum of control over his body. He heard 9527's voice and, in a flurry of panic, lifted his head. This chapter is not yet concluded. Please turn to the next page to continue reading. However, this action consumed precious time, and by the time he raised his gaze, he was already staring down the barrel of the weapon. It was an electromagnetic rifle with a caliber of at least 20 mm. Though the caliber was somewhat excessive, it was indeed a rifle. As a military trainee, Li Xion also noted the equipment suspended beneath the rifle. A flamethrower? Disaster? A chilling thought flashed through Li Xion's mind. If he were to be shot in the head by this caliber of electromagnetic rifle, only to be incinerated by the flamethrower afterward, cleaning this room would surely be a trivial task. No wonder there was nothing in this room. Perhaps it was designed for ease of cleanup. With this thought coursing through him, Li Xion's eyes widened with determination. He could not die here, at least not within this confined space. He had yet to savor the delectable offerings of the Chuansua 4-star planet. Nor had he ever experienced the taste of interstellar women. Must not succeed. Finally, Li Xian found his voice, though it came forth in fragmented bursts, each syllable seemingly extracted with every ounce of strength he possessed. With a thunderous boom, an arc of electricity erupted from his body, a pale blue lightning bolt sweeping across the entirety of the room. With a sudden crackle, the room was filled with the acrid scent of ozone. Singed by the electric arc, Li Xian finally regained his mobility. The writhing skin on his arms and body came to a halt, even the tendril on his face gradually retracted beneath his skin. Staring incredulously at his hands, he reminisced about the recently unleashed electric arc, only for his vision to fade to white as he succumbed to dizziness. Chapter 6. Level Li Xian fainted. However, the robot 9527 remained unaffected. As a sentinel of the psychic energy center, everything within this chamber possessed the capability to withstand psychic assaults, albeit at a modest level. For Li Xian, a newly awakened psychic, this level of protection was more than adequate. 9527 descended from the ceiling, gently hovering above the alloy table. Distortion alert deactivated. Simultaneously, the previously extended, massive electromagnetic rifle began to retract slowly. The robot remained in silent anticipation, waiting for Li Xian to awaken. At last, after an indeterminate passage of time, the groggy Li Xian stirred back to consciousness. Struggling to rise, he felt as though his very essence had been drained. This sensation was even more profound than the emptiness he experienced after a series of overwhelming blows in his previous life. Gradually, he managed to sit upright in a chair. The robot employed a scanner from below to assess Li Xian's condition. "Congratulations, civilian. Your psychic energy has been successfully activated. Please follow me to the 21st floor to register your psychic information." Li Xian, grappling with fatigue, attempted to rise but found himself still lacking strength. "I don't have the energy right now. Could you wait a moment?" he inquired. The signal light on 9527 flickered before it responded. "Civilian, upon assessment, your condition is merely an illusion caused by the depletion of your psychic energy. Your bodily functions are intact. Please make an effort to commence movement. This will assist you in mastering your psychic abilities and prevent distortion." Despite its insistence, 9527 lingered at the doorway, awaiting Li Xian's decision. Understanding the robot's reasoning, Li Xian grasped the situation, yet alleviating his state proved to be a formidable challenge. After a considerable amount of mental preparation, he finally managed to rise unsteadily. Upon standing, he realized, as the robot had indicated, that his physical condition had not deteriorated. In fact, he sensed an enhancement in his strength. Could this be the physical transformation brought about by the activation of psychic energy? Li Xian pondered, yet his steps did not falter as he donned his clothing and followed the robot at a measured pace. Along the way, he encountered others ascending as well. Those who were aware of the circumstances regarded Li Xian with envious eyes as he followed the robot toward the elevator. Cognizant that such a state typically indicated successful activation of psychic energy, those who failed were likely still lying in their rooms, awaiting rescue from the staff, while the distorted ones had already been reduced to mere charred remnants. Unperturbed by the gazes of others, Li Xian staggered into the elevator, which gradually came to a halt on the 21st floor. Accompanied by 9527, he exited the elevator into a corridor that was notably less crowded compared to the one on the 36th floor. Along his way, he encountered only two individuals, both of whom, like him, exhibited rigid bodies and unsteady steps. Following 9527, he entered a room that bore a striking resemblance to the previous one, characterized by its stark simplicity. The walls were constructed of alloy, the floor was immaculate, and the room contained nothing but a unified table and chairs, devoid of any embellishments. Li Xian took a seat as directed by 9527 and awaited further instructions. "Please hold on. The queue is currently lengthy, with an estimated wait time of 23 to 27 minutes. There was no alternative but to wait. Seated in the chair, Li Xian found himself languishing in idleness. The room was utterly barren, offering no distraction for his restless mind. When one is rendered incapable of engaging in any activity, time seems to crawl at an agonizing pace in a bid to regain some semblance of control over his body. Li Xian began to gradually move his limbs. Finally, after a wait of 26 minutes, one side of the alloy wall in the room slid open, revealing a woman clad in a silvery uniform. Accompanied by a half-height wheeled robot, Li Xian's gaze was riveted upon her, almost unable to break away. For someone like him, who had spent years in the impoverished districts of this city and undergone 8 years of military training, It had been an eternity since he had laid eyes on such an exquisite woman. Were there women in the slums? Certainly, however, those who toiled tirelessly and subsisted on nutrient paste, devoid of time to groom themselves, were unlikely to possess beauty. Yet this woman was a different story. Her skin was fair, her features striking, and her figure was simply remarkable. Even Li Xian, who had encountered numerous women enhanced by beauty treatments in his past life, could not help but acknowledge that this was indeed a stunningly beautiful woman. His gaze flicked to the nameplate on her chest, and upon reading the information displayed, he quickly averted his eyes. Not daring to look further, his gaze firmly fixed on the alloy table before him. The nameplate read, M2D10 Assistant Supervisor, Gao Bingyan. The rulers of this city were the Blueprint Biotechnology Group, and all official institutions within the city were merely subdivisions under this conglomerate. The Psychic Energy Center, of course, fell under the auspices of the Blueprint Biotechnology Group. Within the group, there existed a stringent hierarchy, beginning with M1 for job classifications. The contract Li Xian signed today indicated his entry into this group at the level of M1 intern. While it may appear that he was merely one tier away from the next level, the reality of status within Blueprint was vastly different. Beneath the work classifications, there existed a separate employee ranking system. M1 was further divided into 5 levels, and M2 similarly comprised 5 levels. As an intern joining the Blueprint Biotechnology Group, Li Xian's official rank would likely be M1D1, though it could also be M1E1, for the sequence beginning with D signifies a practitioner of psychic energy. Non-psychics, their serial numbers should start from level E. It is not the case that non-psychics cannot hold high positions. It is rumored that within the Blueprint Group, there are non-psychics of M5 rank. However, comparatively speaking, it is exceedingly challenging for a non-psychic to ascend to such heights. Thus, while it may appear that Li Xian and this woman named Gao Bingyan are merely separated by the M1 to M2 rank, the reality is that they are, in fact, separated by a full 10 levels. In the rigorously stratified Blueprint Biotech Group, although rank does not equate to everything, the vast disparity in levels warrants that he remain humble. Otherwise, should Li Xian's gaze provoke this woman, though he may not face immediate consequences, if she perceives herself as insulted, troubles for Li Xian shall surely ensue. Li Xian detests nothing more than trouble. Chapter 7. Active psychokinesis. Opposite him, the assistant director Gao Bingyan had taken her seat before Li Xian. She was accustomed to the attention her beauty garnered, and she was well aware of her allure. Observing that Li Xian dared only to gaze at the table, she concluded that he was a perceptive young man. As Gao Bingyan settled into her chair, the nearby wheeled robot approached. She casually retrieved a document from above and began to peruse it, glancing up at Li Xian upon completion. Commoner, Li Xian. Only then did Li Xian raise his head and respond, "That's me." Gao Bingyan met his gaze and continued, "I have reviewed your file. First and foremost, congratulations on activating your psychokinesis." "Thank you," Li Xian replied, his tone sincere. After extracting a device, Gao Bingyan placed it on the table and elaborated, "We shall now proceed to the testing phase. Extend your hand and place it within the device. It will assess your psychokinesis." Li Xian obediently followed her instructions. As he inserted his hand into the device, he felt a current coursing through his body. After a few seconds, the device emitted a beep. Following the sound, Gao Bingyan activated the device's projection and scrutinized the results. After a brief moment, she looked at Li Xian with a smile and said, "Congratulations, Li Xian. You are fortunate. Your psychokinesis attributes are healthy and have reached level D2 with an overall active state." "What does an active state mean?" Li Xian inquired softly. Gao Bingyan explained, "Active means that your psychokinesis will enhance at a relatively rapid pace, and it also indicates your ability to adapt to a wider range of tasks, promising a bright future." Upon hearing her words, Li Xian felt a surge of joy within. Once Gao Bingyan organized the device, she turned to Li Xian with a serious expression and continued, "From this moment forth, you will no longer be an ordinary commoner. Your status will automatically change to that of a common psychokinetic. You must adhere to the laws governing psychokinetics within the group. This document is for you to review carefully at home. If you possess a chip, you may apply for a download from 9527. Beside Gao Bingyan, the wheeled robot produced a hefty tome. Li Xian took a glance and instantly felt overwhelmed. If this book contained the guidelines for psychokinetics, reading it would undoubtedly be quite a laborious endeavor. "I have perused the account of your psychic stimulation experience. You possess the ability to utilize the most rudimentary psychic stimulation compound, successfully activating your psychic energy. This is indeed your fortune, yet you must also endure the side effects that accompany this compound. Gao Bingyin spoke slowly. What is the issue? Li Xian inquired. You nearly distorted during the stimulation, did you not? Although the distortion has now dissipated, this does not signify that it will vanish eternally. Throughout your life, you shall grapple with distortion. This is the fate of every psychic practitioner. Should you encounter an incursion of chaos in your future endeavors or during your psychic training, the distortion may re-emerge. Gao Bingyin succinctly elucidated. Is there no definitive method to eradicate distortion? Li Xian asked, his voice tinged with reluctance. Gao Bingyin shook her head. Li Xian pressed further. If I were to employ a more advanced, or even the most superior psychic stimulation compound, would that not allow me to avert future distortions? Upon hearing this, Gao Bingyin could not suppress a laugh, responding, how could you entertain such a notion? The incursion of chaos will not alter based on the level of the compound utilized. All psychics will confront this predicament. Distortion is a latent crisis that accompanies every psychic throughout their existence. However, we possess biological intelligence chips that enable us to monitor our bodily contamination levels at any moment, allowing for timely intervention should issues arise. After absorbing this information, Li Xian nodded silently, contemplating. Biological intelligence chip. This was not a term he encountered today. He had heard of it long ago, mentioned by Bai Mu. Bai Mu had once stated that his brother, after activating his psychic energy, implanted a biological intelligence chip, which significantly enhanced his capabilities in both learning and work. I reviewed your records. It appears your family is unable to provide the funds necessary to support the implantation of a biological intelligence chip. Gao Bingyin inquired, if a typical young man were to be questioned so by a goddess-like woman, he might feel a twinge of embarrassment. However, having lived 2 lives, Li Xian regarded this as a trivial matter. He replied candidly, indeed, I am without funds. The Psychic Center has recently introduced a low-interest loan aimed at assisting emerging psychics in acquiring biological intelligence chips. What do you think? Are you interested? Upon witnessing Li Xian's composure, Gao Bingyin regarded him with heightened esteem. A loan? Li Xian felt somewhat bewildered. This concept was familiar to him. In his previous life, he had heard of opportunities to secure loans, but by then, those chances had long since passed. He had friends who had availed themselves of numerous loans, and he could not help but envy them. Indeed, it is a loan intended for the purchase of biological intelligence chips, Gao Bingyin affirmed with a smile. You may not grasp the immense power of such chips. To put it plainly, even the most basic biological intelligence chip surpasses the performance of the military computer systems employed during your training. Li Xian gasped in astonishment. Were military computer systems powerful? Certainly, they were. Not only were they robust in performance, but also exceptionally durable. Most importantly, within the colonial star of Guansuo, such systems were exclusively available within official institutions. This chapter has not yet concluded. Please click the next page to continue reading. Unofficially, regardless of wealth or poverty, one is unable to utilize the mainframe. But so, shall we proceed with this? Gao Bingyin smiled, resembling a beguiling enchantress. Li Xian had indeed signed a labor contract for deployment to the war zone, and whether he would survive upon arrival remained uncertain. The issue of loans was, in truth, a trivial matter. However, he still posed a crucial question. This loan? Should the individual be unable to repay it, would it not necessitate a guardian to fulfill the obligation, would it? Gao Bingyin shook her head and replied, this is a specialized loan for biological intelligence chips. Without other applications, it certainly would not extend to others for repayment. Upon hearing this, Li Xian, without a moment's hesitation, exclaimed, yes. Which loan can provide a greater sum? I shall take that one. It appears you are quite a decisive individual. Gao Bingyin chuckled softly, then gestured for 9527 to project the information. Before Li Xian appeared 2 projections, detailing 2 biological intelligence chips. D2 biological intelligence chip, military, D2 biological intelligence chip, research. Li Xian diligently perused the information regarding these chips. Along with the requisite loan amounts, he initially presumed that the military chip would be costlier, yet to his surprise, the research chip was the more expensive option. The price for the military chip stood at 540 energy coins, while the research chip was priced at 650 energy coins. Energy coins were a currency Li Xian had only heard of but had never been able to utilize. It was a form of currency accessible only upon joining the company. 1 energy coin represented a unit of tangible energy, boasting considerable value. Wait, not so fast. You actually signed the employment contract with the company? As Li Xian was engrossed in his reading, Gao Bingyan across from him emitted a soft gasp. Hearing her words, an inexplicable unease washed over Li Xian. If the labor contract for deployment to the war zone was uncovered, would this loan still be feasible? Surely, no one would be willing to lend money to someone whose life was perpetually at risk. Li Xian anxiously regarded Gao Bingyan. With a slight smile, she remarked, "Your possession of this Group S employment contract signifies an elevation in your credit rating, which in turn implies an increase in your loan limit. What say you? Would you be interested in acquiring a superior biological intelligence chip?" At that moment, Gao Bingyan's voice sounded almost saccharine to Li Xian's ears. "The better one. I must exchange for a better one." Chapter 8. Biological Intelligence Chip, a wise choice, Gao Bingyan said with a sweet smile. She then snapped her fingers, and the original projections were immediately retracted by 9527, revealing two new projections: D4 Biological Intelligence Chip, Military, D4 Biological Intelligence Chip, Research. The rank of the chips remained unchanged, yet their level had ascended by 2 tiers. Li Xian scrutinized the attributes of the chips. This elevation in level, compared to D2, resulted in an overall performance enhancement of approximately 18. Naturally, the increase extended beyond mere performance to encompass price as well. A mere 18 boost in performance came at a cost of 940 energy coins for the military chip and 1050 energy coins for the research chip. The information regarding the two types of biointelligent chips lay before Li Xian, and he almost immediately arrived at a decision. Nevertheless, he took the time to read through the details of both chips. While he could comprehend the majority of the technical terms, he lacked a thorough understanding. He was about to venture into a conflict zone, joining a defense company, where his options were limited to military-grade chips. The realms of military applications and scientific research are distinctly separate. Otherwise, Li Xian would have preferred to select a more expensive option. After all, inexpensive does not always equate to quality, but quality invariably comes at a premium. As Li Xian glanced at the repayment interest rate for the loan, he noted it stood at a staggering 24. What a remarkably compliant rate. The sight of such a high interest made him feel slightly dizzy, yet he had no alternative. Pointing to the military chip, Li Xian declared, "I choose this one. What steps should I take next?" Gao Bingyan maintained her sweet demeanor as she replied, "You have made an astute choice, especially considering your destination. Opting for a military chip is indeed the wisest decision." She continued, "Next, please read the loan agreement thoroughly. Once signed, we can proceed with the implantation of the biointelligent chip." Upon hearing Gao Bingyan's words, Li Xian felt a jolt of surprise but quickly regained his composure. He carefully examined the loan agreement. Though he knew it was likely feudal, as the document contained thousands of clauses, many of which bore striking similarities. The sheer volume made him feel as though he was on the verge of becoming visually impaired from the effort. After a cursory glance, he found no apparent issues and thus turned to 9527, saying, "Let us proceed with the signing." At this point, he no longer needed to physically sign at the Psychic Energy Center. He simply had to align his pupils with the new signal light of 9527. After completing the loan agreement, Gao Bingyan's voice rang out, "Congratulations, Li Xian. Your loan has been approved. You are now eligible to purchase a military intelligent chip." Upon hearing her words, Li Xian could not suppress his curiosity and inquired, "Are you aware I am headed to a conflict zone, to be dispatched to Hungan security?" Gao Bingyan nodded. "Yes, I am aware. Your data level is relatively low. I can access nearly all your information. Then why are you willing to grant me a loan? Are you not concerned that I might perish there?" Li Xian probed. Gao Bingyan replied nonchalantly, "Based on data analysis, there is a 25 probability that you will die within the first 2 weeks in the conflict zone, and a 44 likelihood of dying within the first month." What? How could my mortality rate be so high? It was now Li Xian who felt a surge of insecurity, nearly exclaiming in shock that, "Of course, this is merely data analysis." Gao Bingyan gently reassured him. Before he could relax, she added, "You might even meet your end sooner." Li Xian stared at her in disbelief and asked, "Then why still extend me a loan?" "Why not?" Gao Bingyan tilted her head slightly, looking at him with curiosity. "If I die, won't that ruin the account?" Li Xian furrowed his brow and questioned. "Indeed, it would." Gao Bingyan nodded. "But what concern is that? Although the loan is applied for by me, the funds do not belong to me. They are the corporation's. Any loss would be the corporation's account at stake." Gao Bingyan completed her statement, her eyes narrowing into a delightful squint. Li Xian stood dumbfounded, unable to restrain his admiration as he exclaimed, "Wonderful, truly wonderful." Gao Bingyan waved her hand dismissively, saying, "All right, let us not waste any more time. My task is already accomplished. Next, you shall follow 9527 to have the chip implanted. Without allowing Li Xian a moment to respond, she rose gracefully and sauntered through the side alloy door. Within the room, 9527's signal light flickered. Civilian, please follow me. Li Xian gazed wistfully in the direction Gao Bingyan had departed, then shifted his attention to the hovering 9527. Who would wish to accompany this robot? I desire a beautiful woman. Though such thoughts crossed his mind, he nonetheless obediently trailed after the robot. Once again entering the elevator, their destination was the 65th floor. Upon exiting the elevator alongside 9527, Li Xian immediately detected the strong scent of disinfectant permeating the air, suggesting that this level was likely designated for surgical procedures. Guided by 9527's dotted line, Li Xian eventually arrived at an operating room. However, he had not yet truly entered the surgical chamber. Instead, he seemed to find himself in a sterilization area. A large glass partition separated him from the actual operating room, which was filled with numerous instruments that Li Xian could not identify. Civilian, please wait here. Medical personnel will arrive in 5 minutes. Wishing you a successful operation. Upon finishing its announcement, 9527 ascended to the ceiling. Awaiting further instructions, Li Xian could only stand faithfully before the operating table, relieved that the wait was not excessively prolonged. Soon, the alloy door slid open, revealing a team of 5 medical staff clad in blue sterilization attire. Observing the group, he noted 3 men who appeared to be doctors and 2 women who seemed to be nurses. One of the nurses approached Li Xian and stated, "Civilian, please cooperate with my work." Subsequently, Li Xian became akin to a marionette, thoroughly disinfected and dressed in new garments under the nurse's direction. Once he reclined on the bed and was completely anesthetized, the operation commenced. However, this was a scene Li Xian could not witness. The doctor skillfully made an incision on Li Xian's forehead, implanting a biointelligent chip the size of a fingernail into his brain. The procedure was lengthy, lasting approximately an hour. Once completed, the doctor retrieved a nearby instrument to commence suturing Li Xian's forehead. Ultimately, with the aid of a spray and a flash of laser, Li Xian's forehead returned to its original state, rendering the surgical intervention nearly imperceptible. Chapter 9. The psychic chip. Li Xian awoke from a deep slumber. Stretching languidly, he felt that this sleep had been the most restful he had experienced in years. As he fully regained consciousness and surveyed his surroundings, a wave of shock washed over him. It was at this moment that he remembered his location. He realized that from this point forward, he had bid farewell to his ordinary past. Having signed the employment contract with Blueprint, activated his psychic abilities, and had a biological intelligence chip implanted, he also took out a substantial loan. Henceforth, each day would greet him with the burdensome reality of significant debt. The tranquil life he once knew had utterly receded into the past for Li Xian. Rising from his bed, the robot 9527 soon hovered before him. "Congratulations, civilian. Your D4 biological intelligence chip has been successfully implanted. Please silently recite. Activate chip. Embrace your intelligent life." Li Xian nodded at 9527, albeit perplexed as to why he felt compelled to acknowledge a machine. Closing his eyes, he followed the robot's instructions and began to mentally chant, "Activate chip, ding." The military version of the D4 biological intelligence chip has been successfully activated. Thank you for supporting Blueprint Biotechnology. Henceforth, I shall guide you into the realm of intelligence. As the voice resonated in his mind, the chip was officially activated. The chip requires your consent for 13 authorizations. Yes, no? A familiar sensation washed over him. Li Xian mused how this felt akin to downloading a new app in a previous life. After meticulously reviewing the authorization options, he consented to all. Please assign a suitable name for your chip. After a moment's contemplation, Li Xian internally decided. 0. Very well, 0 is at your service. Shall we commence the beginner's tutorial? Initiate. Under the step-by-step guidance of the chip, Li Xian gained a preliminary understanding of its functionalities, with further insights expected to unfold in the course of his daily life and work. His comprehension of 0 culminated in the following points. 1. Language and translation capabilities, capable of instantaneously translating all languages recorded in its database. 2. Enhanced memory and learning abilities. The chip can download foundational and advanced knowledge from the database, facilitating quicker mastery for the host. 3. Cognitive assistance and decision support, providing immediate information analysis, logical reasoning, and strategic recommendations in complex tasks. 4. Security and privacy protection. instant detection of chaotic erosion levels, preventing unauthorized access and malicious data tampering. Point 5. Instant communication and information sharing, enabling seamless communication among soldiers and between soldiers and command centers, ensuring real-time battlefield information exchange. Point 6. Skill enhancement and training, offering skill training, knowledge updates, and tactical drills tailored to combat needs. Point 7. Interconnectivity with multiple platforms, capable of linking with smart weaponry and various combat vehicles for expedited operation. This was merely a cursory overview of the information Lee Xin gleaned after completing the beginner's tutorial. In the grand scheme of the chip's capabilities, his understanding remained somewhat superficial. Yet, even this knowledge left Lee Xin feeling remarkably empowered. Opening his eyes, he realized that most features would require gradual exploration in the days to come. The robot 9527 floated closer to Lee Xin and remarked, "Congratulations, civilian. It has come to my attention that your biological intelligence chip has been activated. Do you require authorization to connect to the psionic center's data network? Sleep beckons, and a pillow is at hand." Though the chip is indeed beneficial, the Zero model is merely in its nascent state. It provides an overview of its functions, yet specific applications remain inaccessible. This predicament arises from the chip's lack of internet connectivity, preventing the download of necessary software and programs. Grant the authorization swiftly. Lee Xin is eagerly anticipating his integration into the network, having spent countless years without a mobile device, oblivious to how he has endured such time. Connection to the network established, accompanied by the chip's notification. Various programs commence their download. Please follow me to the rest area. Point 9527 is leading the way. Soon, Lee Xin arrived at the rest area located on the 5th floor, where he beheld several individuals adorned similarly to himself. It appears that they too are newly activated psionic candidates. Lee Xin closed his eyes, invoking his psionic energy to perceive the chip nestled within his mind. In a short span, following the psionic scan of the chip, he gained a deeper understanding of this device. Unlike conventional computer chips, this biological intelligence chip operates on the body's intrinsic bioelectricity and psionic energy. Moreover, the chip's demand for psionic energy is quite substantial. 0. Calculate the duration my psionic energy can sustain the chip's operation. Command acknowledged. Calculation complete. Your psionic energy can sustain this chip's operation for 2 hours and 36 minutes. Once depleted, the chip will enter super energy saving mode. Retaining only basic functionalities, Lee Xin let out a slight sigh. The chip possesses numerous advantages, yet its operational time is lamentably brief. At this moment, he utilized the psionic energy he had just mastered to continuously examine his body. As he scrutinized the anomalies of his past condition, he discovered an almost identical chip coalescing beside the Zero model. The sensation this chip imparted was profoundly familiar, as though it were composed of his very psionic energy. Under Lee Xion's attentive gaze, the psionic chip gradually took shape. Psionic chip implantation successful. Chip is auto-replicating. D4 psionic chip activation successful. A flurry of notifications flashed through Lee Xion's mind, leaving him momentarily stunned. 0. What is a psionic chip? He could not refrain from inquiring. Querying the database to NO retrieval targets found. A weight settled in Lee Xion's heart. If 0 was unable to locate any targets, there were but two possibilities. Either this psionic chip was truly absent from the database, or 0's permissions were insufficient. Neither scenario boded well. Had he purchased merely one chip, how could it result in a buy one get one free situation? Such an occurrence was unexpected. While Lee Xion remained in a daze, the newly emerged psionic chip had already layered itself atop the original 0 chip. Following a cacophony of static, the two chips momentarily separated. D4 biological intelligence chip has been analyzed. 0 is at your service. Chapter 10. Pollution level 0 is still 0, yet it has transformed from what it once was. From this moment forth, Lee Xion's mind harbors two chips. One is the biological intelligence chip from Blueprint Corporation, and the other is his psychic chip. It appears that the biological intelligence chip has yet to surpass the capabilities of the psychic chip. 0 has been infiltrated and assimilated by the psychic 0. While this may seem convoluted, the reality has shifted. With a complex expression, Lee Xion muses that this might be good news. At least, it seems so for now. The biological intelligence chip, after all, is a creation of Blueprint Biotech Group. Once implanted in his mind, it signifies that Lee Xion's brain is not solely his own, but also a part of Blueprint Biotech Group's domain. Now, with the chip born from Lee Xion's psychic abilities having gained control over the biological intelligence chip, it has effectively mitigated a potential threat. Furthermore, The situation is even more advantageous. For now, Li Xion's mind is equipped with 2 chips. This essentially doubles the pleasure. Originally, Zero's network authorization has been directly acquired by the psychic chip. Currently, both chips are utilizing the network of the psychic center, rapidly downloading various knowledge to enrich their functionalities. Delightful. It is truly exhilarating. For Li Xion, concerns about potential issues with the psychic chip in the future have become insignificant. The crux of the matter is that it is functioning well at present. The only drawback is that this psychic chip can only replicate and lacks the ability to innovate independently. Why replicate a D4 level chip? If it could automatically upgrade to a higher level, such as C, B, or even A-level chips, that would indeed be remarkable. However, from another perspective, possessing 2 chips is far better than 1. Whether in download speed, operational threads, or the computational power it can provide in the future, it is all doubled. Li Xion feels elated. Could this be the long-awaited golden finger he has been yearning for over a decade? A splendid golden finger indeed. Yet, amidst the joy, Li Xion begins to earnestly leverage the chips to acquire more knowledge. The first subject of study is pollution levels. This is one of the significant functions of the chip, as it has been specifically categorized as a major item. Moreover, both his performance during the activation of psychic abilities and the remarks made by Gao Bingyan earlier underscore the importance of distortion and pollution levels. At this moment, Li Xion is engrossed in reading and researching information pertaining to pollution levels. Report on chaos and pollution levels. This is the only document that Li Xion can access within his permissions. Through this document, he has entered a realm previously beyond his comprehension and gained a deeper understanding of the world he has inhabited for over a decade. Psychic practitioners are the darlings of human civilization, at least during the era of interstellar expansion. However, with the emergence of subspace, psychics have encountered something truly terrifying. The universe has since been divided into 2 realms. One is the tangible universe where Li Xion resides, adorned with brilliant stars. The other is the dark side of the universe, the subspace, a realm of chaos. Within subspace exist countless chaotic entities, the most formidable of which are the 4 chaotic evil deities. However, due to insufficient permissions, Li Xion is unable to access information regarding these chaotic deities. Consequently, this segment of information was overlooked, leading to a transition into the subsequent section. All psychics, upon the emergence of the subspace, are susceptible to the encroachment of chaos. This phenomenon erupted during the era of interstellar expansion, wherein countless psychics fell under the influence of chaos, ultimately descending into the abyss as chaotic psychics or even chaotic demons. The entire universe subsequently plunged into a dark age, characterized by slaughter and annihilation as the prevailing themes of this epoch. As time progressed, humanity gradually discovered methods to counteract the subspace erosion, thereby ensuring the survival of civilization. The biological intelligence chip emerged as a product of this era. These chips are implanted in the brain and connect with psychic energy. When the host exhibits excessively high levels of pollution, indicating a trend towards total corruption and descent into chaos, the chip alerts the host to take preemptive measures. Upon observing this, Li Xion utilized the newly downloaded program to assess his chaotic pollution level. Chaotic pollution level 32. This figure is relatively high. Upon reaching 50, physical deformities begin to manifest, and at 75, the severity of these deformities escalates until, at 100 pollution, one succumbs to chaos. After glancing at the pollution level, Li Xion endeavored to calm his emotions and inquired, 0. Why is my pollution level so high after just activating my psychic energy? The voice of 0 resonated within Li Xion's mind. Self-diagnosis in progress. Detection results. The reason for excessive pollution is the host's use of D1 level psychic stimulation on the number 7 composite, which contains an excess of psychic impurities. Recommended measures. Maintain a cheerful disposition. Engage in reading uplifting literature. The impurities within the body will begin to be expelled after 72 hours, culminating in complete elimination within 712 hours. Upon hearing 0's analysis, Li Xion felt a measure of reassurance. The fact that the impurities could be expelled from his body provided him with some comfort. Unable to suppress his curiosity, he asked, "How will they be expelled?" 0 replied, "Through excretion." Li Xion slightly shook his head. He had anticipated a method akin to those depicted in novels of his previous life, involving some form of purging. However, upon reflection, it made sense, as the human body's most robust detoxification mechanisms are indeed vomiting, urination, and defecation. At this point, Li Xion's capacity for acceptance had significantly increased. Excretion was acceptable. far preferable to expulsion from the mouth. Finally, after sitting in silence for an extended period, Li Xian completed the downloading of all necessary knowledge and programs. Fortunately, this download occurred at the Psychic Energy Center, thus incurring no additional energy costs for accessing the required network. Otherwise, with his minimal reserves of psychic energy, he likely would not have lasted even an hour before being depleted. Moreover, the extent of data he could download remained uncertain. Having concluded the download entirely, Li Xian found no further reason to remain in that place. He followed 9,527 downstairs and ultimately exited the Psychic Energy Center building. Standing outside, he gazed at the celestial brilliance on the horizon. As twilight gradually enveloped the sky, Li Xian shielded his eyes from the setting sun, noting that the rotational period of the planet Guansua 4 is 25 hours, and darkness was swiftly approaching. The activation of his psychic abilities took nearly 3 days in total, primarily consumed by Li Xian's unconsciousness following the activation and the duration of the surgical procedure. As he glanced back at the towering edifices, a palpable sense of relief escaped his lips. Regardless of what fate awaited him, he felt a surge of joy in the present moment. He had become a psychic, and perhaps the future would unfold differently. Chapter 11. Departure. As night descended, Li Xian found himself before the entrance of the repair shop. The lights within still flickered, illuminating the silhouettes of two individuals, Li Zhuang and a woman. From a distance, this woman bore the unmistakable hallmarks of the impoverished district. Her skin was dark, her hair cropped short, and her physique unremarkable. She appeared to be in her 30s, an ordinary woman. Both her and Li Zhuang's faces were adorned with smiles, as if they were filled with aspirations for the future. Li Zhuang, in his 40s and lacking legs, relied on mechanical prosthetics. Had this been in a previous life, finding a partner would have posed considerable challenges. Yet here in Guansua 4, a colonized planet, he owned a shop and possessed a skill that was universally sought after, signifying a stable future. It seemed that Li Zhuang's quest for a wife had reached a gratifying conclusion. Li Xian observed this scene from the shadows, a smile gracing his lips as he turned to leave. He chose not to return to the shop, although his presence would undoubtedly bring joy to Li Zhuang, who would be elated to see him alive. This return would only lead to another farewell. The destination Li Xian was heading towards was far from safe. It lay within a war zone. According to Gao Bingyan's data analysis, Li Xian had at least a 50% chance of perishing within the first month. As for the second month, she had not divulged any information, but it was reasonable to surmise that the data would not be favorable. Despite having become a psychic, the death of a psychic on this planet was hardly a matter of consequence. Rather than subjecting Li Zhuang to further anxiety later on, it would be better to refrain from returning this time. After Li Xian departed, Li Zhuang seemed to sense something amiss. He trudged heavily towards the shutter door, squinting at the spot where Li Xian had just stood. Yet, it was now vacant. Li Xian had long since left. "What are you looking at?" came a woman's voice from behind. Li Zhuang narrowed his eyes, seeing nothing, and slowly extended his hand to pull down the shutter. Amid the clattering sound, Li Zhuang's voice emerged, "Nothing. Let's close up early today." Li Xian did not return home. Instead, he casually sought a hotel to lodge in. He possessed little of significance at home and hardly any money on him. However, he was on the verge of joining Blueprint Biotech Group, and soon enough, everything he needed would be within reach. For the time being, a few days in an external accommodation would suffice, as his funds were adequate. Once settled in the hotel, Li Xian reclined on the bed, savoring the sensation of his psychic energy. Psychic energy was a peculiar phenomenon. Mastering it did not necessarily equate to a boon. At the very least, after gaining control over his abilities, the likelihood of succumbing to chaotic corruption had significantly increased. A slender arc of electricity flickered at Li Xian's fingertips, a manifestation of his psychic prowess, in stark contrast to the overwhelming arc of electricity that erupted during his awakening of psychic abilities, which nearly engulfed the entire room. This particular arc possessed a relatively modest lethality. If it were to strike an ordinary individual, it would likely feel akin to a mere jolt from a stun baton. Furthermore, the maximum range of this arc's discharge barely extended a few meters. Undoubtedly, this limitation stemmed from Li Xian's still nascent level of psychic energy. After experimenting with his abilities for a while, Li Xian ceased his attempts to wield his powers and instead chose to await the gradual restoration of his psychic energy. It was perilously reckless for a newly awakened psychic to conduct experiments in an unoccupied chamber. Unlike other phenomena, psychic energy, once birthed in the subspace, is inherently fraught with danger. When a psychic harnesses their energy, they are not merely utilizing the power within their own body. It is as if they have turned on a faucet within the subspace, drawing forth energy from that realm. During this process, the psychic soul becomes as conspicuous as a torch ablaze in the darkness. Lighting a torch in the night inevitably attracts moths drawn to the flame. Similarly, a psychic soul, glowing like a beacon in the subspace, attracts other moths. Those terrifying chaotic demons, upon setting their sights on a psychic, leave them with but two fates: to repel the chaotic demons or to be slain, their soul devoured and their body usurped. Thus, even the mightiest of psychics tread cautiously, deliberately refraining from excessive use of their powers, for each invocation of psychic energy is a gamble with their very soul. And in gambling, once one stakes their claim, it is only a matter of time before they face defeat. Hence, the wisest course is to observe others gamble while remaining an unwilling participant. Regarding methods to train psychic abilities, Exion's chip had already downloaded a plethora of information. However, all training techniques shared a common prerequisite: they must be practiced within officially sanctioned training chambers. This stipulation exists to safeguard the psychic soul as much as possible. Practicing outside such designated areas incurs steep punitive costs if discovered. As a newly minted psychic, Exion had little desire to ascertain the true extent of these exorbitant penalties. Unable to train, he found himself reliant on sleep to recuperate his psychic energy. In that moment, he longed nostalgically for the time when he was under anesthesia, relishing the sensation of profound slumber. Nevertheless, the presence of the chip offered its own advantages. Exion commanded the chip: activate sleep assistance function, 0, command received. Sleep assistance function activated. Merely 2 minutes later, Exion, who typically required at least 10 minutes to drift into slumber, seamlessly transitioned into a state of sleep. The biointelligent chip was indeed a remarkable boon. Time swiftly passed, and the day arrived for Exion to proceed to his registration. Within the biointelligent chip, all pertinent information and documents regarding Exion's employment had already been downloaded. Guided by 0, he traversed the city and its thoroughfares, arriving at his destination, a similarly towering urban edifice. Only within the inner circle of the city, at its very heart, could Exion truly perceive the advancements of technological civilization. In the impoverished districts, Exion's perception of technology is disjointed. He can witness cutting-edge advancements while simultaneously observing individuals struggling for survival, akin to the hardships of a past life. However, Exion has no time for reflection. As he gazes at the signage on the edifice, he recognizes that he has arrived at the Defense Department of Blueprint Biotechnology Group, the very place where he is to report today. The area is bustling with activity, and the majority of individuals are clad in the company's standard attire, the Blueprint Biotechnology uniforms. Some are even donned in powered exoskeletons, a detail particularly evident in the security personnel flanking the sides. Conventional firearms, and even electromagnetic rifles, would likely only serve to tickle the armor they face. Chapter 12. Onboarding. Upon entering the building and completing the registration at the front desk, Exion follows a similarly designed intelligent robot to the upper floors. As the elevator ascends, he swiftly reaches the 28th floor. Upon entering a room, he takes a seat to await further instructions. He is not kept waiting for long. Within just a few minutes, a man and a woman enter. With his newly acquired psychic abilities, Exion's vision has sharpened considerably. A mere turn of his head allows him to discern their name badges. M1E5 Human Resources Officer, Chang Jigua. M2E2 Assistant HR Supervisor, Su Shanfeng. It appears that both are administrative staff from the Defense Department, and neither possesses psychic abilities. Exion instinctively straightens his posture. After Su Shanfeng and Chang Jigua are seated, each of them holds a slim, lightweight computer, which resembles a soft page of a book more than a traditional device. Su Shanfeng speaks first, her face adorned with a polite, formulaic smile. "You must be Exion?" "Yes, I am Exion," he replies. "Now, let us formally commence the onboarding process." Exion nods eagerly. "Of course, where shall we begin?" "First, please complete these documents." Su Shanfeng and Chang Jigua each hand him a set of forms to fill. Half of the documents are paper-based, while the other half requires input on the lightweight computer. The amount of information to be filled and signed is substantial, encompassing numerous clauses. Internally, Exion discreetly issues a command to 0. Please verify the compliance of these contracts. Receiving command. Thus, with the combined efforts of Exion and 0, the terms of the contracts are swiftly identified, and only after confirming their validity does he proceed to fill them out formally. Once Li Xian has completed all the necessary paperwork, Chang Jigua retrieves a large box. Please accept this onboarding gift package, which includes 2 sets of company uniforms and a smart wristband. Thank you. Li Xian promptly reaches out to accept the items. Su Shanfeng adds with a smile. You should already possess a biological smart chip, correct? First, activate the wristband and link it to your chip. After authorization, this wristband will facilitate your interactions across various sectors of the group. Li Xian follows the instructions, donning the black wristband and subsequently linking it to the smart chip. Once everything is in order, he notices that Su Shanfeng and Chang Jigua have also straightened their postures. Su Shanfeng states, Civilian Li Xian. Firstly, allow me to extend my heartfelt congratulations to you on officially joining the esteemed family of Blueprint Biotechnology Group. Upon uttering these words, Su Shanfeng and Chang Jigua gently applauded. Thank you. Becoming a part of Blueprint Biotechnology Group has been a long-held aspiration of mine. Li Xian was equally elated. We have reviewed the employment contract you signed, and upon joining the group, you will initially serve as an intern for a duration of 6 months, with your position designated as M1E1 Intern Officer. However, according to the available information, you have already activated your spiritual abilities, thereby elevating your position to M1D3 Intern Officer. Your compensation will be 40 energy coins per month. As per the employment contract, M1D3 Intern Officer Li Xian, you will be dispatched to Hung Defense Company within 7 working days of your onboarding. This encapsulates your fundamental employment details. Should you have any objections, please do not hesitate to inquire, and I will do my utmost to assist you in coordination and applications. After finishing her recitation, Su Shanfeng beamed at Li Xian once more. After absorbing all the information, Li Xian pondered, am I able to request a transfer? The employee level and salary were not of particular concern to him. Rather, it was the prospect of being dispatched to Hung Defense that troubled him. Regardless of the outcome, it never hurts to ask. Upon hearing Li Xian's inquiry, Su Shanfeng maintained her smile, even nodding in agreement, and remarked, if feasible, I would indeed recommend a transfer, as it is rather perilous for someone just starting to be sent to a combat zone. Would you like me to assist you in applying for a transfer? In disbelief, Li Xian asked, is it truly possible? Su Shanfeng smiled and nodded. Certainly. However, I must caution you that the application and approval process for a transfer, as well as the subsequent execution, will require time. How much time? A sense of unease flickered in Li Xian's mind. The transfer and reassignment of employees necessitate the approval of a senior HR supervisor at the M4 level. I will submit your transfer application report within 14 working days, and my superior, an M3 level supervisor, will review this application within a time frame of 7 to 30 working days before further escalation. Ultimately, the M4 senior HR supervisor will approve the document within 14 to 60 working days of receiving the report. Should the approval favor your transfer, you will soon be able to commence work in a new department. After hearing this elaborate process, Li Xian felt a wave of darkness wash over him. The rotation of this planet, Guansua 4, spans 25 hours, and the concept of a working day is derived from the orbital period of humanity's cradle, Blue Star. Each working day consists of 25 hours, with 8 hours designated for work and 17 hours for rest. If we adhere to Su Shanfeng's timeline, even if the approval is completed, it may well be 2 to 3 months hence. Should Li Xian encounter misfortune, he may find himself in Hung Defense for 2 to 3 months, at which point he might feel as if his bones could serve as drums. Though Li Xian inwardly cursed the lazy demeanor of these bureaucrats, his expression remained unchanged as he smiled and said, upon reflection, being assigned to Hung Defense is indeed a commendable opportunity. I am like a brick. Wherever the group requires me, I shall move. I have decided against changing positions and will go to Hung Defense instead. What a pity. I had already begun drafting the transfer application on your behalf. Su Shanfeng lamented, gazing at Li Xian with a look of regret. I truly appreciate your efforts, but I have firmly decided against the transfer and do not wish to trouble you further with the necessary procedures. Li Xian replied sincerely. Staying in your current position is also a wise choice. Su Shanfeng nodded. Since your work location is at Hung Defense, I personally suggest that you head there as soon as possible. What do you think? Li Xian clenched his fists beneath the table, but considering that one must bow under the eaves, he replied, your suggestion is quite reasonable. I am eager to serve the group. Su Shanfeng's smile widened as she remarked, I believe you will be an excellent employee. Chapter 13. The Pelican-class transport vessel on the very day of his employment, Li Xian had already transitioned from a commoner to a company employee, and he was even an M1D3 level intern, effectively ascending 2 levels upon entry. Had he been in a stable position, he would have been unable to sleep with joy that night. Unfortunately, starting his career by heading to Hung in defense was rather unfortunate. At this moment, Li Xian found himself in a military base. Following the guidance of the chip, he arrived at the boarding entrance of a transport vessel. His attire had drastically changed. He now wore the uniform of the Defense Department, a sleek black ensemble, sharply tailored with white accents that accentuated his already impressive stature, lending him an air of valor. Adorning his personal employee badge, Li Xian boarded the transport vessel. Following the chip's verification, he learned that the vessel was a Pelican-class transport ship, officially named the Big-Bellied Bird, Pelican-class transport vessel. Upon seeing this name, even Li Xian could not help but admire the creativity behind it. Once aboard, Li Xian took his designated seat as directed by the staff. It was not a solitary chair but rather a relatively spacious one, surrounded by rows of similar seating. Soon, more individuals boarded the vessel, resembling Li Xian yet bearing subtle differences. These were soldiers, likely seasoned veterans. Clad in standard urban camouflage uniforms and burdened with large military backpacks filled to capacity, it was evident that these were their gear. These soldiers were also affiliated with Blueprint Biotech, yet they fell under the aegis of the Defense Department. Within the hierarchy of the group, their formal designation was M1F0. Strictly speaking, they were not considered formal employees of Blueprint, as even the most ordinary intern within Blueprint holds the designation of M1E1. These individuals are soldiers, mere expendables, or perhaps irredeemable commodities. Their ranks may ascend only within the confines of Category F, barred from attaining officer status unless they undergo rigorous training at a military academy. Following the standard procedures, should Li Xian wish to join the Blueprint, the most probable path would lead him to the defense sector. However, that avenue is already fiercely competitive. He may very well have to endure the label of F for many years before he has a genuine opportunity to become a member of the organization. Even if he has undergone 8 years of foundational military training from a young age, it remains unchanged. His previous employment aligned him with the F rank, at most equivalent to a non-commissioned officer, never attaining the status of an officer. On board this Pelican transport vessel, approximately 200 soldiers gradually boarded, after which the influx of personnel began to wane. Yet, the transport vessel had yet to take flight and remained bustling with activity. Beneath Li Xian's seat lay a cargo area, currently brimming with various supplies, arms, ammunition, and even vehicles. The Pelican transport boasts commendable capacity, capable of accommodating an entire battalion, over 300 soldiers along with their requisite equipment. Based on Li Xian's deductions, it is likely that they are currently loading the weaponry and gear for these soldiers, with some provisions perhaps destined for Hung in Defense's armament supplies. However, these matters are of little concern to Li Xian at present, for he possesses nothing but his own skin. The soldiers nearby are equipped with standard-issue rifles and handguns, fully armed to the teeth, while he stands there utterly defenseless. Although his rank surpasses that of the soldiers beside him, as a freshly promoted novice psion, he would likely find himself overwhelmed should a conflict arise. The rifles in the soldiers' hands are standard electromagnetic rifles, specifically the V12 model, utilizing metal projectiles accelerated through electromagnetic rails within the firearm, yielding firepower several times greater than that of conventional gunpowder weapons. During his time as a military trainee, Li Xian had also wielded such a weapon, possessing a commendable understanding of its potency. The soldiers are further adorned with basic armor, which, through Li Xian's discerning eye and chip recognition, he identifies as the Red Seal Individual 2 armor. This is a type of semi-protective gear, aptly named, as it offers substantial protection to the vital areas of the body. Constructed from E-grade military composite alloys, the torso is fully shielded, while the thighs are similarly protected with armored plating of the same material. Only the joints and areas requiring dexterity, such as the arms, are crafted from lightweight composite fabrics. This set of armor is impervious to conventional firearms, though artillery is beyond its defensive capabilities, given its strength and comfort. Even the V12 electromagnetic rifle requires successive hits to breach the armor. Nevertheless, being struck by an electromagnetic projectile, even if it does not penetrate, would be far from pleasant for the soldiers. The immense kinetic energy could easily send them flying, and despite the armor's cushioning, fractures are a common outcome. Observing these soldiers, fully equipped to the teeth, Li Xian felt a tightening in his chest. The cost of their gear is no trivial matter. significantly surpassing that of the average soldier. Observing their demeanor, it is evident that they are akin to Li Xian, belonging to the expendable forces dispatched to Hung in defense. Indeed, they are nothing short of cannon fodder. On the colonial planet of Guansu 4, even when clad in individual combat armor, these infantrymen remain mere pawns in the grand scheme of war. Despite the absence of orbital assaults due to the cosmic subspace storm currently afflicting the front lines, the presence of heavy vehicles between the two armies is decidedly formidable, with an array of heavy artillery, multifunctional armored vehicles, tanks, fighter jets, and even mechs. In the face of such mechanical creations, the role of infantry is significantly diminished. Yet the toll in human life escalates dramatically. War, when merely observed, appears deceptively simple. However, to truly partake in the chaos of battle is far from a glorious affair. Naturally, for those in positions of power, ensconced within the command centers at the rear, the situation is markedly different. They reap the accolades when victories are secured at the front, while in defeat, even if all the infantry were to perish, the commanders remain safely ensconced, free from peril and capable of continuing to summon soldiers for the fray. Buzzing, accompanied by the roar of the Pelican-class transport's engines, this colossal mechanical contraption ascended, advancing into the distance. After a brief moment of pressure, the transport settled into a smooth flight. Attention all units. I am the captain of this transport. The big belly bird has taken off. We shall enjoy a splendid journey of 13 hours and 25 minutes in the skies. Now let us revel in this moment, shall we? Chapter 14. I shall pilot the mech, as the thunderous strains of heavy metal music reverberated within the transport. After nearly 13.5 hours of aerial travel, Li Xian and his companions finally reached their destination. Time truly flies. Unbeknownst to them, they had spent an enjoyable 13.5 hours together. The destination, the Hung in Defense Military Base No. 3, had been reached. Please disembark from the Big Belly Bird in an orderly fashion. If possible, I hope to see you all aboard my Big Belly Bird again next time. As the captain of the Big Belly Bird continued his rambling, Li Xian descended the stairs on one side. The soldiers within the transport had already begun to queue below. While aboard, they had engaged in boisterous banter and even vociferously criticized the captain for the poor music. However, upon reaching the military base, they fell into a profound silence, exhibiting an unexpected decorum. The soldiers were laden with various bundles, standing in line, while Li Xian found himself devoid of possessions, lacking even personal items. Having not returned to the repair shop, unsure of where to go, he stood apart alongside the soldiers. Boom! With a roar of engines, two multifunctional all-terrain vehicles approached the assembled group. Accompanied by the jarring screech of brakes and billowing black smoke, the vehicles came to a halt. Li Xian raised his eyes and observed that a total of 5 individuals occupied the two vehicles. 2 drivers were attired as ordinary soldiers, while the other 3 bore a resemblance more akin to officers. Upon disembarking, 2 of the officers approached the soldiers' side, commencing the process of receiving soldiers and replenishing equipment. The 3rd officer, however, made his way directly to Li Xian. Li Xian promptly stood at attention, embodying the standard military posture, awaiting the arrival of this officer, who could potentially be his superior. As the officer approached, Li Xian discerned that he appeared to be in his 30s, and from him emanated a palpable aura of spiritual energy. M1D3 in turn. Li Xian? The officer inquired, though it was more a statement than a question. Superior? I am Li Xian. I acknowledge that you are from the organization, but this is a combat zone. Ensure that you discreetly conceal your ID badge, the officer stated with a furrowed brow. Yes, sir, Li Xian responded loudly, swiftly removing his badge and tucking it into the pocket of his uniform. I am Gao Liang, the M2 staff officer from the base. Starting today, you will join the Blueprint Dispatch Army. Yes, sir. Follow me. Gao Liang turned and led Li Xian to the vehicle. After exchanging pleasantries with the 2 accompanying officers, he departed with Li Xian. After a few minutes of driving, the vehicle halted in front of a 4- or 5-story building. Gao Liang strode into the building, and Li Xian observed that Gao Liang's demeanor seemed less than favorable, prompting him to refrain from conversation. Along the way, numerous uniformed personnel saluted Gao Liang, with many casting curious glances at Li Xian, who followed closely behind him. In silence, Li Xian accompanied Gao Liang into an office. The office was relatively simply adorned, featuring matte-finished alloy walls devoid of any peculiar decorations. Gao Liang saluted a man in his 30s, clad in an officer's uniform, seated at the desk. Chief, I've brought him. The officer nodded and replied, All right, you may leave now. Yes. Consequently, the office was left with only Li Xian and the officer behind the desk. After a brief pause, the officer lifted his gaze and stated, Li Xian? I am Lu Quan, the M3 Defense Supervisor of the Dispatch Army. Greetings, sir. Li Xian quickly saluted and exclaimed, Lu Quan, seated behind the desk, retrieved a document. With a mere glance, Li Xian surmised it was likely his own file. After perusing it for a short while, Lu Quan set the document aside and regarded Li Xian. I have reviewed your file. You are somewhat of a fortunate substitute. How does it feel to have just joined the organization and yet be dispatched to a perilous combat zone? Report, sir. I have no particular feelings. It is my fortune to join the organization, and even in this combat zone, I shall dedicate myself to my duties. Lu Quan nodded, saying, It is commendable that you think this way. I noted that you have undergone 8 years of military training, primarily focusing on basic infantry and armored unit command. Am I correct? Yes. Li Xian affirmed. Lu Quan gazed at Li Xian for a few seconds, contemplating deeply before he spoke. You have spent 8 years as a military trainee, yet have never officially entered the ranks of the armed forces. Now, as part of the dispatched troops at the Hungan Defense Base, you find yourself among seasoned veterans. As a newcomer, it may prove challenging to earn their respect. You are fortunate, however, as I am currently in need of personnel. Therefore, I present you with 2 options. Li Xian remained silent, patiently awaiting Lu Quan's continued discourse. Lu Quan elaborated. The first option is to assign you, based on your expertise, to the 2nd Infantry Battalion, temporarily serving as a company commander, or alternatively, within the Armored Division as a platoon commander. The second option, given your status as a psychic, is to join the Mecha Support Unit, operating a Class D mech and becoming a Class D Mecha Support Specialist. This chapter is not yet concluded. Please turn to the next page to continue reading. Upon hearing Lu Quan's words, Li Xian's heart raced uncontrollably, doubling its pace in an instant. Having undergone 8 years of military training, Li Xian had studied infantry tactics as well as armored warfare, endowing him with a profound understanding of both branches. Without the benefit of that dispatch contract, he would have only been able to serve as a non-commissioned officer, perhaps merely as an infantry squad leader. Now, with a formal contract in hand, and having become a psychic through the use of serums, Li Xian finally had the fortune to aspire to the rank of an officer, as an infantry platoon commander. He would be capable of commanding approximately 3 infantry combat squads, totaling around 30 personnel. However, in the heat of battle, regardless of how precise his marksmanship or how agile his maneuvers as an infantryman, he would still be mere cannon fodder. Conversely, as an armored platoon commander, he could command 4 armored vehicles, which might include tanks or armored personnel carriers in combat. This role offered slightly better prospects, positioning him as a sturdier variant of cannon fodder. In the age of interstellar warfare, both offensive spears and defensive shields had undergone significant advancements. Infantry could be decimated by a single tank shell, reduced to a fresh meat paste. Tanks and armored vehicles, on the other hand, could also be pierced by individual weaponry, incinerating their crew. Yet, the mecha, full name, Mobile Battle Armor, represented a truly commendable profession. Mechs boasted high defenses, formidable weaponry, and, most importantly, an undeniable charisma. Although the Class D mechs mentioned by Lu Quan would still be considered high-level cannon fodder in the midst of fierce frontline battles, their survival rates were evidently superior to those of infantry or armored commanders. Should Li Xian choose to join the infantry or armored divisions, his chances of survival in the war zone might indeed align with Gao Bingtian's grim predictions. However, if he were to become a mech pilot, his survival rate would rise by at least 20 to 30%. Commander: No. Sir, I wish to pilot a mech. Chapter 15. Assignment. Lu Quan nodded, stating, a wise choice. As a rookie, even if you were placed in a command position, I would be concerned about your ability to lead effectively, even as a platoon commander for infantry. Consider yourself fortunate. Recently, the mech units have suffered considerable losses. Otherwise, you would not have such an opportunity to join. Seize it with both hands. Thank you, Commander, Li Xian responded loudly. However, I have never learned how to operate a mech. It shouldn't be too significant, right? Li Xian spoke hesitantly. It is indeed significant. However, the past few days have been relatively stable. For psychics, mastering the operation of mechs is not as daunting as one might imagine. I will grant you time to swiftly acquire the necessary skills, Lu Quan stated with gravity. Naturally, I also hope you will learn to operate it quickly, for war will not wait for you to learn at your leisure. Once the flames of battle ignite, even if you have not mastered it, you must still participate in combat alongside the troops. Yes, Commander, I will certainly learn to operate the mech as quickly as possible. Li Xian was eager to pledge his commitment, hoping fervently that he would not be reassigned to another position. After a moment of contemplation, Lu Quan said, I will find you an instructor, so you can get the hang of it swiftly. Thank you, Commander. Lu Quan tapped on his smart wristband and called out, Summonly, never mind, bring Zhang Lu to me. Shortly thereafter, a burly man entered, appearing to be around 30 years of age. Supervisor, you called for me? The man, Zhang Lu, approached the desk and saluted. I summoned you to share some good news. Lu Quan replied with a smile. What good news? Zhang Lu's face was similarly beaming. Your combat team has suffered significant attrition. Today, I am assigning you a reinforcement, Lu Quan said cheerfully. That sounds splendid. Is it him? Zhang Lu exclaimed, turning to glance at Li Xian. Upon seeing this, Li Xian quickly displayed a friendly smile and nodded repeatedly. If all goes as expected, this Zhang Lu should indeed be the mentor Lu Quan has arranged for him. Without a doubt, it would be wise to curry favor. Lu Quan cleared his throat and said, Indeed, it is him. But he is a novice and currently does not know how to operate a mech. You will need to put in extra effort to teach him. Doesn't know how to operate a mech? What does he know then? Zhang Lu frowned as he scrutinized Li Xian. Knows the basics of infantry and armored unit command, Li Xian replied, feeling somewhat embarrassed. The rookie, boss, I realize I've upset you, but you cannot assign me a complete novice who knows nothing. Zhang Lu exclaimed, nearly jumping out of his skin, his hands pressing against Lu Quan's desk, nearly showering him with spittle. Lu Quan sighed and said, This is simply unavoidable. Everyone has faced substantial losses. Aside from your team, no one is at full strength. We cannot even predict when reinforcements will arrive. A rookie is still a soldier. At the very least, he can contribute to the numbers, which is better than having no one. Isn't it? Boss, if you were to provide me with a rookie who can operate a mech or an experienced infantryman, it would be easier for me to teach. This rookie not only cannot operate a mech but also requires me to train him, and then take him into battle. Are you trying to get me killed? Zhang Lu lamented. Lu Quan's expression turned stern as he said, This soldier, you must accept, whether you like it or not. I am assigning a new recruit to you, which I consider a favor granted in light of our many years of friendship. It remains uncertain when the next batch of recruits will arrive. And as of now, your quartet has dwindled to merely 2. Do you intend to send your 2 remaining members to face danger head-on on the next mission? Zhang Lu found himself at a loss for words in response to Lu Quan's remarks. Lu Quan then stated, If you truly do not wish to keep him, I shall allocate him to Lao Li. However, let me forewarn you, the arrival of the next batch of recruits is a mystery. Sighing deeply, Zhang Lu expressed his resignation. Very well, I shall accept this soldier. Ultimately, Zhang Lu acquiesced with reluctance. All right, this recruit is now yours. Be sure to train him well, Lu Quan instructed. Yes, boss, Zhang Lu saluted. Lu Quan then turned to Li Xian and declared, Effective immediately, you shall join Zhang Lu's combat team and learn from him diligently. Yes, Commander. Li Xian promptly saluted as well. As they exited Lu Quan's office, Li Xian followed in Zhang Lu's footsteps. Throughout their journey, Zhang Lu wore a grim expression and uttered not a word. Observing his demeanor, Li Xian dared not speak, fearing that a misstep might provoke a reprimand. At last, their footsteps halted before a grand edifice. Zhang Lu turned to face Li Xian, his stern countenance gradually softening, though still retaining an air of gravity. What is your name, soldier? Li Xian quickly saluted and proclaimed, Master, my name is Li Xian. Zhang Lu furrowed his brow and replied, Do not address me as master. Understood, master? Li Xian obediently called out. Zhang Lu's frown deepened to the point where it seemed capable of crushing a fly, and he waved his hand dismissively, saying, Call me whatever you wish, but I am not your master. Yes, master. Li Xian continued to enthusiastically respond. Having lived 2 lives, Li Xian understood that now was not the time to be bashful. When it was appropriate to address someone as master, one must do so. If he were fortunate enough to encounter a benevolent individual, then Li Xian would consider it a stroke of luck. Conversely, should he find himself under the command of a less than kind leader, such an address might evoke a modicum of compassion, potentially softening the blow should disciplinary actions be warranted. Today marks your induction into our group, so allow me to enlighten you, Zhang Lu remarked while opening the alloy door. As they traversed the dimly lit corridor, Jiang Lu's voice echoed within. "We are an elite task force dispatched by Blueprint Biotechnology Group to Hung and Defense, specifically the Mobile Armored Support Unit. From this moment forth, you are my team member, assigned to the 5th Mobile Armored Support Group of the task force." "Yes, Master." The 5th group typically comprises 4 mechs, each piloted by a driver, accompanied by a squad of support soldiers. Additionally, there exists a team of mechanics for repairs. However, at present, apart from myself, there is only one veteran driver named Feng Dai. The other 2 drivers of the 5th group have perished in previous battles, and your arrival serves to fill the void left by one of them. Upon hearing the words, Li Xian inquired softly, "Master, was it not said that the survival rate of mecha pilots is exceedingly high? How then can the battle losses be so severe?" "A high survival rate must be contextualized. In comparison to the infantry who toil relentlessly, the mecha pilots undoubtedly fare better. Yet, even the most elite D-class mechs are not infallible. When one's time comes, one must meet their end." As they spoke, Jiang Lu had already led Li Xian out of the dim corridor and into the expansive hall. In the distance stood 4 colossal war machines. Li Xian's breath slowed. "This is the mobile battle armor." Chapter 16. Dagger Acolyte. It turned out that within this grand edifice lay the mecha storage facility. Under the illumination, 4 towering combat mechs stood at attention. At this moment, Li Xian's identity had been updated to M1D3 intern mecha pilot, Li Xian. Consequently, his permissions had also been automatically adjusted. As his gaze fell upon the foremost mech, the chip instinctively began to retrieve information. Identifying this particular mech.it was a D-class mech, designated Dagger Acolyte. The height of the mech reached 7.13 meters. It featured a humanoid design, with the pilot's cockpit situated within the chest, where the thickest defensive armor resided. The mech's standard movement speed was 80 km/h, while its combat maneuvering speed could reach up to 65 km/h. The Dagger Acolyte's weapon system was exceptionally formidable, as a modular design. Its left arm could be equipped with a 6-barreled 20mm cannon, alongside one of 3 options: a 120mm electromagnetic cannon, an 85mm plasma cannon, or a 55mm laser cannon. Each weapon was tailored for different combat scenarios, allowing for timely adjustments based on the mission requirements and the adversaries to be faced. The right arm of the Dagger Acolyte was capable of mounting close combat weaponry, a power hammer, power sword, power polearm, or chainsaw sword. Additionally, the shoulders of the Dagger Acolyte could accommodate 2 missile pods or 2 rocket pods, enabling aerial assaults or the unleashing of devastating ground firepower. Not only was the Dagger Acolyte offensively potent, but its defenses were equally robust. Its body armor was constructed entirely from D-class military-grade composite alloy, capable of withstanding attacks from various calibers of weaponry. For instance, its own 120mm electromagnetic cannon would require at least 3 shots to penetrate this alloy armor. This, however, merely constituted the mech's basic armor. Due to its modular design, the pilot could affix composite armor prior to battle, trading mobility for enhanced defensive capabilities. Beneath the pilot's feet within the chest cavity of the Dagger Acolyte lay a specialized instrument, the Void Shield Generator. This device could synergize with psychic energy to activate a Void Shield, further fortifying the Dagger Acolyte's defenses. The Void Shield could envelop the entire mech, and through the activation of psychic energy and the internal energy supply of the mech, it could redirect the enemy's ranged attacks into subspace, thereby achieving the goal of reinforcing the Dagger Acolyte's defensive prowess. However, the Void Shield is not omnipotent. It possesses a maximum threshold for resistance. Should the intensity of the enemy's assault exceed this threshold, or if the attacks are too densely concentrated, the Void Shield may become overloaded. Once this overload occurs, it temporarily loses its defensive capabilities. Furthermore, the Void Shield is incapable of defending against melee attacks, or when an enemy's weapon penetrates directly into the interior of the Void Shield for close-range fire. In simpler terms, the Void Shield can defend against the vast majority of ranged attacks, primarily those from energy weapons or high-velocity projectiles. It proves largely ineffective against slower-moving projectiles and melee assaults. Nevertheless, despite these limitations, the introduction of the Void Shield significantly enhances the battlefield survival rate of the Short Sword Knights. The Short Sword Knights lack heads, for they are not true humans. As mechanized constructs, they do not require a separate head as a critical vulnerability. The pilot resides within the chest of the mech, while its primary systems are housed within the torso. The mech's energy source relies on a subatomic microfusion reactor situated at its rear, which can be supplemented with solid energy units to extend its combat endurance. Notably, the consumption of energy is considerable when employing plasma cannons, laser turrets, and electromagnetic artillery. Energy is the lifeblood of the mech. Without it, the mech loses its mobility, becoming merely a humanoid-shaped coffin. Fortunately, mechs typically do not face significant energy shortages, as a single energy replenishment is sufficient to sustain operations for over half a month. Lixion gazed upon this mech, his eyes widening at the information provided by the chip. Under normal circumstances, the existence of mechs would be entirely unnecessary. To design a true weapon of war, one would find that bipedal stability is lacking, while multi-legged designs are overly complex. For all-terrain combat, the optimal solution remains a tracked vehicle. A humanoid form presents a larger target area with a higher center of gravity that renders it prone to tipping over. Thus, it should be designed as low as possible, if weapons are wielded in the manner of a Gundam. It indeed seems an exercise in futility. It would be far more prudent to integrate weapons into the vehicle's structure. When all these considerations are combined, one ultimately concludes that the result resembles a tank. Yet, the evolution of technology continually perplexes weapon designers. In a serendipitous turn of events, the Void Shield was developed, a defensive mechanism installed on large vehicles that transformed the nature of warfare. As a more formidable shield emerged on the battlefield, a corresponding spear of equal strength had yet to materialize. Astute designers swiftly recognized the Void Shield's vulnerabilities and turned to melee weapons that could circumvent its defenses. Thus, humanoid mechs came into being, piloted by psychics and capable of wielding an array of powerful ranged armaments, equipped with void shields, and utilizing various dynamic melee weapons. The advent of psychics and the void shield shifted the title of king of the battlefield from tanks to mobile battle armor. No, it is not merely the king of ground warfare. It is more aptly termed the king of war, for in the void, mechs can also play a formidable role. Certainly, tanks have not been rendered obsolete. Much like infantry has not been dismissed, the remarkably adaptable tanks remain a formidable force for wartime armored support. The Void Shield necessitates the activation and control of a psionic, which renders standard tanks incapable of accommodating such a shield. Although tanks continue to exhibit immense armored strength, they can no longer rival mechs. Lixion gazed fervently at the mechs before him. Such magnificent creations, which man could resist admiring. However, it is somewhat regrettable that among the 4 mechs housed within this storeroom, only the first 3 are in relatively good condition, while the last one appears severely damaged. The final mech not only has a right arm that is completely severed, but its chest and abdominal sections are also exposed. The cockpit is entirely laid bare, with the cockpit cover and outer armor set aside on one side. Lixion observed the torn wounds and twisted armor on the cockpit cover and outer shell. A sudden chill coursed through his veins. Chapter 17. The course, what is this? Lixion inquired tentatively. Zhang Lu replied in a solemn tone, You see it, do you not? This mech is destroyed. Its frontal armor was shredded by enemy forces, and the mech pilot perished within the cockpit. Zhang Lu led Lixion to stand before the shattered armor. Near the severely damaged mech, several individuals were busily attending to their tasks. Their attire bore distinct logistics insignia, clearly marking them as the mech's maintenance crew. Team Leader Zhang. One of the mechanics greeted enthusiastically, to which Zhang Lu responded with a slight nod. Curious glances were cast toward Lixion, who followed Zhang Lu. But the mechanics refrained from approaching due to their work. Zhang Lu pointed toward another mech and stated, Not only this mech but also this one was damaged on the battlefield. However, its damage is comparatively minor, and it has already been repaired. Upon closer inspection, Lixion noticed that this mech was also marked by the scars of battle, the armor's surface riddled with numerous scratches, though not immediately apparent. Such scratches on D-grade composite military alloy could only have been inflicted by large-caliber weaponry. Lixion then directed his gaze to the severed cockpit cover lying on the ground, alongside the outer composite armor. The armor bore several massive impact marks, yet these were not fatal injuries. The true critical damage was a gaping wound that appeared as if it had been violently torn open. Zhang Lu approached Lixion and asked, Do you know what caused this? Lixion shook his head. With a sigh, Zhang Lu explained, This was inflicted by a power claw, which circumvented the Void Shield's defenses and tore open the cockpit cover. Following that, an electromagnetic cannon fired through the breach into the mech's cockpit, effectively turning my comrade into a gruesome mess. Although we rarely saw eye to eye, witnessing him meet such a fate. Zhang Lu's words trailed off, and Li Xian sensed the sorrow in the voice of the brooding man, nearly choking on his own emotions. Zhang Lu gazed at the shattered cockpit cover for a long while before turning to Li Xian and remarking, "Do you see? Even a mech, hailed as the king of war, can succumb so easily to death when piloted by a seasoned veteran, and you? A mere military trainee who has only acquired the basics of infantry command. Do you truly believe you are superior to him?" There was a palpable emotion in Zhang Lu's voice as he posed this question. Li Xian took a deep breath and responded, "Master, I will strive to learn the piloting skills diligently, aiming to survive for a longer duration." Zhang Lu's expression darkened as he replied, "Some things cannot be mastered merely through earnest study. When a rookie steps onto the battlefield piloting a mech, it is a blatant declaration to all, 'Here stands a novice.' Do you think that just because you are operating a mech, you will endure longer? Let me tell you, due to the critical impact of mechs in combat, nearly everyone will scrutinize you closely, and should they discover your inexperience, I trust you comprehend the potential consequences of such a revelation on the battlefield." Li Xian understood, of course. Although he had never fought a battle in his life, he had played enough games to know that in warfare, one must target the weak. "I will do my utmost to conceal my novice status," he declared. Yet, Li Xian was at a loss for words. The first impression one leaves is notoriously difficult to alter, and he was indeed a rookie, as Zhang Lu had accurately perceived. Whether it was prejudice or a candid observation, it was entirely reasonable. "I told you not to call me master," Zhang Lu nearly roared. Yes, he looked into Zhang Lu's bloodshot eyes. Li Xian sensed that within those two mechs lay the fate of his predecessor. Judging by the state of these mechs, the previous disciple's outcome was undoubtedly grim. Thus, Li Xian promptly conceded, "Yes." As Zhang Lu turned away, Li Xian hastily followed. "Now that you have joined the 5th Squad, I will commit to your training seriously, but you currently possess no knowledge whatsoever. Therefore, you must download several materials: Basic Mech Operation, Understanding Psionics, D-Class Mech, Short Sword Squire, Advanced Mech Piloting Techniques, Psionics and Mechs, Usage of the Void Shield and Restarting Post-Overload." A total of 12 courses were enumerated by Zhang Lu thanks to the presence of Chip 0. Li Xian had no trouble recording the names of these courses. However, truly mastering the knowledge contained within them would require his relentless dedication to study. A chip is merely a chip, and Li Xian is Li Xian. As the difficulty of knowledge acquisition and retention diminishes, the ability to pose questions becomes paramount. The knowledge downloaded from the chip functions this way. Li Xian can utilize his privileges to access this information, but mastering it necessitates the investment of his own time. Naturally, the advantage of having a biological intelligence chip is that it facilitates swifter learning. This support provided by the chip, combined with his possession of 2D4 level chips, grants him double the learning speed, instilling in Li Xian a confident assurance in his ability to acquire knowledge more rapidly. Zhang Lu continued to speak ahead. "The war zone is far from secure. You must have heard what the supervisor said. When the next battle commences, you too shall take part. At that moment, even if you are dragged along, you must join the fray, even if it means becoming a stationary turret or a decoy to absorb enemy fire. Thus, you must swiftly master all theoretical knowledge." "Yes, master," Li Xian responded loudly. Zhang Lu's voice momentarily faltered, but this time he could not be bothered to engage with Li Xian further. He continued, "In this military base, there are no mecha simulators. Therefore, every stellar day, I will allocate 5 hours for you to enter the mecha and practice in the field. I believe that combining practical experience with theory will accelerate your learning pace. As for the remaining hours outside of these 5, you may arrange them as you wish. You can sleep, wander the base, or devote your time to diligently studying theoretical knowledge to prolong your life." "Thank you, master. During these days, aside from eating and sleeping, I will utilize every moment to expedite my learning progress." Li Xian was eager to pledge. "Suit yourself," Zhang Lu waved dismissively. He led Li Xian to a room upstairs, saying, "From today onward, this will be your dormitory. Although this is your private space, I must remind you to maintain proper hygiene." "Yes, master." Within the base, meals will be provided every 6 hours, and mecha technicians can enjoy a D-level ration. "I have already sent you the location of the cafeteria." "Yes, master." Chapter 18. A taste. Zhang Lu departed. Li Xian remained in his dormitory, taking a satisfying deep breath. It had not been easy. After many years on the planet Guansua 4, this was his first time having such a spacious room. The repair shop was a cramped space filled with various discarded metal components, making it difficult to turn around. During his time as a military trainee at the Blueprint Biotechnology School, he shared a dormitory with 8 others. Now, through his own efforts, Li Xian had finally acquired a residence exceeding 30 square meters. This was indeed a remarkable achievement. Outside the door, a logistics personnel delivered Li Xian's combat uniform and essential supplies. As for the 2 sets of uniforms allocated by the Defense Division of Blueprint Biotechnology, they resembled formal attire and were undoubtedly unsuitable for combat. After changing into his new clothes, Li Xian began to immerse himself in his studies. In his past life, he had not dedicated himself to learning and had suffered the consequences. This had instilled in him a serious commitment to study in this life, yet fate had not favored him, as he found himself on Guansuo 4, where excelling academically alone was insufficient. Furthermore, much of the knowledge was beyond his access, rendering him unable to learn even if he desired to. Settling into his chair, Li Xian commenced his studies with the courses downloaded onto his chip. Soon, a faint wave of psychic energy emerged in the room, as through the course on understanding psychic energy, Li Xian gained a deeper comprehension of his own abilities. In addition to the utilization of psychic energy, I have come to learn numerous methods, one of which involves harnessing psychic energy to accelerate my learning process. This method does not draw from subspace energy as in combat, rendering it relatively safe. During this process, Li Xian discovered that his psychic energy chip significantly outperformed the D4 intelligent chip developed by Blueprint Biotech in terms of learning efficacy. Apologies to the D4 intelligent chip. Consequently, Li Xian began to focus more on acquiring knowledge through the psychic energy chip, channeling greater psychic energy into it to expedite his learning pace. With a foundation in mech operation studies at 31 and the use of void shields and their subsequent overload reboot at 23, the chip's assistance allowed Li Xian to quantify his learning, and under its influence, his learning speed increased considerably. However, learning can be tedious and overwhelming. After diligently studying for 7 to 8 hours, he found himself in a daze, and during intense study sessions, he could even feel steam rising from his forehead. When he finally concluded his studies, he glanced at his wristband and realized it was already nightfall, since his last meal in the morning. An extensive duration had passed, and coupled with the intense learning, he had exhausted all his energy reserves. Now, Li Xian felt as though his stomach was ablaze, and he believed he could devour an entire cow. He opened a box beside his desk, containing his ration of energy paste, a flavored energy paste. Just as he retrieved a tube, a thought struck him. He checked the time and noted that there were only 20 minutes remaining until the next meal service in the cafeteria. Recalling what Zhang Lu had said, mech operators are entitled to D-grade food rations. The mere thought of this made Li Xian's mouth water uncontrollably. Casting a glance at the military energy paste in his hand, he casually tossed it back into the box. My apologies, military energy paste. It's not that you taste bad. Rather, Li Xian longs to experience the flavor of D-grade food rations. Following the guidance of the chip's map, Li Xian, clad in the combat uniform of a mech operator, swiftly made his way to the cafeteria. On this night at Guansuo 4, the number of diners was sparse, mostly comprising soldiers who had just completed their shifts. Following the dining instructions, Li Xian arrived at a window, the designated area for D-grade food rations. Upon gazing at the food within, he could hardly contain himself, as saliva pooled in his mouth. The food here was quite simple. D-grade does not rank highly, but it included meat. Li Xian casually selected several meat dishes, deciding to forego the vegetables for another time. After all, meat would suffice to fill him up. He devoured his meal heartily. The flavor, in a previous life, would hardly qualify as more than fast food. If the owner possessed such culinary skills, they would likely go bankrupt within half a month. However, this was Guansuo 4, a planet with severe food shortages where most inhabitants could only consume energy paste. To be able to eat something other than energy paste, to indulge in meat, brought Li Xian to the brink of tears with joy. Delicious, flavorful. After finishing his late-night snack, Li Xian returned to his dormitory and lay down. The intense learning had taken a significant toll on his energy. Though he possessed the ability to alleviate his fatigue through spiritual energy, it had now been entirely depleted, necessitating a period of restful slumber for replenishment. After a brief respite of 4 to 5 hours, Li Xian awoke autonomously. Resuming his studies, as the dawn gradually illuminated the surroundings, he made his way to the hangar. With a crisp sound, Li Xian activated the lights, revealing 4 short sword-like constructs standing majestically before him, akin to colossal beasts. Approaching one of the mechs, he gently caressed its external armor. stunning. It was undeniably magnificent, however, before he could indulge in further admiration. Zhang Lu arrived. You've arrived quite early, he remarked. I wish to learn as swiftly as possible, Li Exine replied earnestly. Have you reviewed the materials from yesterday? Zhang Lu inquired. Reporting to you, master, I have, yet there remains a substantial amount yet to be covered. Li Exine responded loudly. Moreover, this chapter has more content. Please click to the next page for further reading, as the latter sections are even more thrilling. Indeed, he had not completed his review. Even a single tutorial required several days to thoroughly absorb, let alone comprehend. Zhang Lu had assigned a total of 12 such courses the previous day. It was only natural to find oneself unable to finish. Come now, step up, and I shall provide you with a live demonstration. Zhang Lu's tone was decidedly serious. The mech before them opened its external armor and cockpit, revealing the pilot seat within. This particular short sword construct had previously sustained damage but had since been repaired. It appeared this mech was designated for Li Exine. Zhang Lu soared into the cockpit, leaving Li Exine to gaze upon him with envy. This was a manifestation of the application of spiritual energy, a realm he could not yet access due to his insufficient reserves. Li Exine dutifully fetched a ladder and ascended into the cockpit. The space was relatively confined, with the central seat allocated for the pilot and several thrust levers positioned ahead. On either side, a modest array of buttons could be found, certainly fewer than he had anticipated. Given the mech's compact size, accommodating additional equipment, energy sources, and ammunition inevitably compromised the pilot's space. Take your seat at the controls. Zhang Lu instructed calmly. Li Exine obediently settled into the pilot's position, while Zhang Lu perched on the edge of the cockpit, standing with one foot resting upon the rim.it seemed this time. He had no intention of closing the cockpit lid. As Li Exine surveyed the cockpit's environment, he realized that should the lid be closed, Zhang Lu would indeed find himself without a place to stand. Chapter 19. Live training. Li Exine examined the interior of the mech's cockpit. While somewhat snug, the seat was ergonomically designed. His gaze traversed the array of buttons, as the chip automatically explained the names and functions of each through its permissions. Contrary to his expectations, he had envisioned the cockpit would be laden with hundreds, if not more, buttons. After all, in his previous life's memories, even a fighter jet's cockpit was brimming with an intricate dashboard and myriad controls. To his surprise, the total number of buttons and switches within the mech's cockpit did not exceed 20. Unlike other combat vehicles, each mech necessitated a spiritual energy user for operation, whereas tanks and aircraft did not necessarily require one. Piloting a mech demanded a greater reliance on one's spiritual energy, rather than an overabundance of buttons. Zhang Lu appeared to discern Li Exine's bewilderment and began to elucidate. Indeed, master, Li Exine promptly responded. Now, activate the mech by pressing the switch on your left, Zhang Lu instructed. Without hesitation, Li Exine followed Zhang Lu's directive, pressing the switch to activate the mech. He had spotted this switch earlier, yet without a command from his superior. He dared not act impulsively as the switch was engaged. A faint buzzing emanated from the mech, signaling its activation. Even within the cockpit, a soft glow illuminated the surroundings. Short sword attendant, initiate. An electronic voice echoed. Zhang Lu continued. Authorize the connection to the mech using your smart chip. Li Exine hurriedly authorized the connection with his chip, and as Zero and the mech linked, he instantly felt the mech's entire presence. Release your spiritual energy and connect with the mech, experiencing its entirety, Zhang Lu urged. Following Zhang Lu's guidance, Li Exine unleashed his spiritual energy to sense the mech. Indeed, after the connection between the smart chip and the mech was established, releasing his spiritual energy yielded an entirely different sensation. In that moment, Li Exine felt as though an additional metallic body had enveloped his own, a layer of mech. This sensation was both wondrous and intoxicating. Observing Li Exine's face flush with excitement, Zhang Lu remained composed, having witnessed such scenes numerous times before. Every new mech master experiences this profound connection upon their first binding with a mech. All right, disconnect, Zhang Lu commanded. Today's initial task is to practice connecting and disconnecting with the mech. 100 repetitions. His voice was stern. Yes, master. Li Exine responded emphatically, swiftly severing the connection of his spiritual energy. Upon disconnection, he felt a twinge of loss in comparison to the formidable form of the mech. His own flesh seemed exceedingly fragile. Subsequently, Li Exine began to follow Zhang Lu's orders, repeatedly connecting and disconnecting with the mech. After 100 repetitions, his emotions gradually shifted from exhilaration to numbness. While the initial disconnections evoked a sense of disappointment, the frequency soon rendered it commonplace. Next, Jianglu began to guide Li Xian through more advanced maneuvers. The buttons and throttle within the cockpit are to be utilized during non-combat periods. They allow you to maneuver the mech and perform basic, show the mode of movement is quite rigid, rendering the mecha incapable of engaging in battle with such postures. After practicing for a while and familiarizing myself with the controls and the thrust lever, I began to employ psychic driving. Yes, master. In the next moment, the mecha became significantly more agile, capable of taking small, measured steps, sprinting with larger strides, and even executing jumps in all directions. At this juncture, the mecha could almost rival a giant, albeit lacking the fluidity of a true human. Nevertheless, achieving such maneuvers is no small feat, particularly considering this is merely a D-class mecha. The colossal machine's training in the arena produced an impressive cacophony, especially during running and jumping. Yet, within the cockpit, Li Xian appeared exceedingly exhilarated. It is likely that no man piloting a mecha could resist the thrill and excitement elicited by such movements. Jabs to the left hook, right hook, side kick, knee strike, powerful flying kick, defensive block. Accompanied by Jianglu's commands from the mecha's shoulder, Li Xian relentlessly executed a variety of actions, manipulating the mecha with the thrust lever and buttons. However, before Li Xian could revel in the joy of psychic operation for long, Jianglu issued the latest command. With no other choice, Li Xian had to cease the exhilarating psychic maneuvers and return to mechanical control. This chapter is not yet complete. Please click the next page to continue enjoying the captivating content. In the corner of Li Xian's vision, a chip projection displayed the learning progress, D1, Class Mecha Melee Combat Progress 5-6. 2 chips, double the delight, and the learning progress surged rapidly. Feel your weapon. Do not let your movements be feeble. Aim at the target and fire, boom. The 6-barreled cannon on the left arm of the mecha roared to life, unleashing a torrent of ammunition ahead. In the shooting range, under the barrage of cannon fire, the target hundreds of meters away was utterly obliterated by the dense firepower. Woohoo! Incredible! Li Xian inside the mecha howled with joy. The sensation of firing was simply exhilarating. Currently, the 6-barreled cannon employed by Li Xian operates as an electromagnetic cannon, the most commonly used type by the short sword attendants. It merely requires a power supply to ensure a steady flow of ammunition, thereby maintaining concentrated fire. However, continuous firing is not feasible, for the ammunition will quickly deplete. Boom! At the center of the 6-barreled cannon lies a 120mm electromagnetic cannon, which utilizes solid projectiles and delivers tremendous power. Accelerated by electromagnetism, the projectiles strike their targets at blinding speeds. Even a tank cannot withstand such a blow. D1, Class Mecha Long-Range Tactical Progress, 3642. This marks the 19th day of Li Xian's mecha training. His fortune is commendable, as he arrived during this unit's rest period. This fortunate timing afforded him ample opportunity for training, preventing him from being utterly unprepared for the battlefield. Chapter 20, Beishimo Ironworks. However, Li Xian's good days have come to an end on the 20th day. As training concluded, alarms blared throughout the base, prompting all soldiers and officers to prepare with utmost urgency. The battle is imminent. Within the hangar of the 5th unit, Li Xian stands beside Jianglu. 3 individuals clad in mecha suits form a line, proceeding towards the command center of the base under Jianglu's leadership. Jianglu, Fengdai, and Li Xian. Fengdai returned to the base on the 4th day of Li Xian's training, having sustained injuries in the previous battle, which granted him a few days of leave to recuperate. As they make their way to the command center, beads of sweat form in the palm of Li Xian's hand. There is no choice but to feel anxious. Despite having undergone several years of foundational training and studying mecha piloting during this period, the impending onset of war still unsettles him. Sensing Li Xian's tension, Fengdai pats him on the shoulder, offering reassurance. Don't be nervous. It's nothing to worry about. We pilot mechas. Combat is simply a matter of firing away. Just enjoy it. Li Xian nods vigorously, replying, All right, brother Feng. Jianglu casts a glance at Li Xian but ultimately remains silent, his furrowed brow betraying his thoughts. Upon entering the command building, they arrive in a conference room where several individuals are already seated, and the number continues to grow. Ultimately, Li Xian observes that the head count has reached 23, including himself. The sound of footsteps echoes from outside as M3D 15's defense supervisor, Lu Quan, enters the conference room. Supervisor. Nearly everyone rises in unison. Saluting Lu Quan returns the gesture and states, after a 20-day rest, I see that everyone is in good spirits. This time, we have a new mission. His gaze sweeps across all present, lingering on Li Xian for a brief moment. Behind Lu Quan, a screen illuminates with a projected map. This is our objective, and shortly, I will grant you access to the pertinent information regarding it. Li Xian's chip simultaneously receives the authorization for this data. As he downloads the information, he listens attentively to Lu Quan's further explanation of the target, Biximo Steel Plant. Our task this time is to reclaim this stronghold. As Lu Quan's words settle, someone mutters under their breath, why here again? How did Hungan Defense lose this stronghold once more? Lu Quan responds firmly, how Hungan Defense lost this position is not our concern. Our current mission is to seize it again. This time, Hungan Defense will cooperate with us in the offensive. On the front lines, they will deploy a motorized mixed brigade of infantry combat units as the main force, while we will support them. On either flank of the Biximo Steel Plant, Hungan Defense will also manage an infantry regiment and an armored battalion to contain and obstruct enemy reinforcements. Our objective is to secure this stronghold before the Mildenites and the Squireskar can breach Hungan Defense's blockade. Do we have confidence? Lu Quan's fierce gaze surveys all present. Yes. The mech division below responded with equal fervor. Excellent. Let us proceed to allocate tasks. All group leaders, step forward. Lu Quan retrieved a slender laptop, commencing the assignment of duties upon its screen. Jiang Lu, along with several other group leaders, gathered around Lu Quan. In total, there were 8 leaders representing 8 mech support teams. However, the room housed only 23 individuals. Indeed, it was not just Jiang Lu's 5th group that was under strength. The others were similarly lacking in personnel. Li Xian let out a barely perceptible sigh. There was no time for further contemplation as he began to review the downloaded materials. This dossier contained the topographical map of the Biximo Steel Plant, along with its historical narrative. Constructed decades ago, this expansive steel mill was swiftly abandoned following the onset of war. Yet, despite the absence of factory workers, its colossal steel and concrete structures, coupled with intricate underground layouts, rendered it an exceptionally formidable combat stronghold. The conflict at Biximo Steel Plant was not unprecedented, with this being the 3rd instance of intense fighting here. In the previous 2 encounters, the Hungan Defense and Blueprint Dispatch forces had successfully purged the enemy and seized control of the location. However, this stronghold held immense strategic significance, and the Myrtanites, having lost it, remained resolute in their desire to reclaim it. Each time the Blueprint Dispatch forces withdrew, the enemy would exploit their numerical superiority to retake the site. The Myrtanites, while not as powerful as the Blueprint, remained a formidable adversary. Nevertheless, neither faction seemed inclined to ignite a full-scale war at present. Their skirmishes were limited to minor probes and friction. The previous battles had already established that the Biximo Steel Plant was akin to a meat grinder for soldiers. Not only did infantry suffer heavy casualties here, but armored units and even mechs faced significant attrition if encircled. The structural integrity of the steel mill, combined with its various metallic apparatus, afforded it defensive capabilities rivaling those of fortified bastions. As Li Xian surveyed the current state of the Biximo Steel Plant within the documents, he couldn't help but click his tongue in dismay. Many buildings had crumbled into ruins during prior skirmishes, yet even in their dilapidated state, they remained robust. Once inside, one could expect to engage in arduous urban combat, with the uncertainty of enemy ambushes lurking beneath the rubble. Once again, the Biximo Steel Plant would serve as a slaughterhouse for the Hungan Defense and Blueprint Dispatch forces. Li Xian furrowed his brows before gradually relaxing them. Fortunately, he was not an infantryman, but rather a mech pilot. The situation was marginally better for mech operators. Had he been an infantry soldier, the prospects would indeed be grim. In the previous 2 contests for the Biximo Steel Plant, the casualty rates for infantry and armored personnel were alarmingly high. Had Li Xian been an infantryman, there was a substantial likelihood that, as predicted by Gao Bingyin, he would meet his demise within the first 2 weeks or even a month of the battle's commencement. Historical records indicated that the first successful capture of the Biximo Steel Plant took a month and a half, while the second attempt required an even longer duration of 2.5 months. Both parties have recognized the significance of this stronghold. Each time it is captured, extensive renovations and repairs are undertaken, leading to the establishment of increasingly intricate defensive lines. The casualties from the second assault on the Beishimo steel plant were, in fact, 26% higher than those from the first. Now, the stage is set for the third battle for supremacy. Chapter 21. The psychic energy compound. Very well, the task assignments have been completed. Return and prepare yourselves. Tomorrow, we shall depart for the war zone. After putting away the computer, Lu Quan took his leave. Following a cordial exchange with other group leaders, Jiang Lu departed with Li Xian and the others. However, this time, they did not head straight back to the hangar but instead proceeded towards a different location. Upon arriving at their destination, it became clear that they were at the military supplies office. Feng Dai noticed Li Xian's look of bewilderment and remarked, "The group leader has come to fetch us some fine provisions." Fine provisions? You'll find out shortly. Upon entering, it was evident that not only Jiang Lu's fifth group was present, but also other combat teams gathered in the same space. As the queue dwindled, it finally came time for Li Xian and his group. Come to collect the D1 psychic energy compound, Jiang Lu announced. The operational task commencing again? The quartermaster, a middle-aged man, appeared to be well acquainted with Jiang Lu indeed. Another round of bloody conflict awaits, Jiang Lu sighed. Shaking his head, "Sign here. Your allocation this time is 5 bottles each, so use them sparingly." The quartermaster presented a document before Jiang Lu, which included both a paper copy and an electronic version. After signing, Jiang Lu received a small white box from the quartermaster. Feng Dai and Li Xian quickly collected their own boxes as well. Feng Dai seemed poised to speak but, upon receiving a glance from Jiang Lu, ultimately chose to remain silent. "Save it for later," Jiang Lu instructed. Li Xian observed this exchange with confusion, yet it was evident that no one was inclined to elucidate the matter for him. They swiftly returned to the hangar. Inside a room within the hangar, Jiang Lu activated the projector, revealing the topographical map of the Beishimo steel plant. This massive facility spans an area of 62 square kilometers, equivalent to nearly 10,000 football fields. Furthermore, it is a multi-layered structure, with an underground depth reaching 85 meters. It contains nearly 100 kilometers of subterranean tunnels, along with dozens of entrances and exits, both large and small. Of course, this was the initial record. After several rounds of brutal conflict, the terrain has undergone significant alterations. Some tunnels have collapsed, and certain entrances have been buried, while new openings have emerged due to the collapses. Coupled with modifications made by the defending forces, the complexity of the terrain has increased manifold since its original state. On the map, the entire steel plant is divided into numerous sections, amounting to over 100, each assigned a distinct number and color. Jiang Lu pointed to a specific area, stating, "This is the sector our group will be responsible for next. Our fortune seems favorable, according to reconnaissance and previous data. The defenses here are merely average, within a range we can manage." A look of joy appeared on Feng Dai's face as he exclaimed, "Indeed, this is splendid news." However, he quickly added, "There is also some unfortunate news." Jiang Lu shook his head and continued, "Due to the preceding battles, many of the underground tunnels here have collapsed, creating openings large enough for mechs to enter. Thus, we must descend underground this time. That is where the true peril lies." Furrowing his brow, Feng Dai responded, "But our mechs are so large. How can we possibly go down there?" With a grim expression, Jiang Lu replied, "The reconnaissance team has already spotted enemy mechs underground, so we must descend to engage in battle. Merely clearing the surface will not significantly aid our efforts to capture the Beishimigang ironworks. Damn it! These brainless fools. Are they courting death?" Feng Dai erupted in anger. "Enough with the complaints. We must quickly familiarize ourselves with the information and prepare," Jiang Lu instructed. "Understood, master," came the reply. Li Xian, who had been listening attentively, finally found the opportunity to speak. Jiang Lu turned his gaze towards Li Xian and inquired, "Have you ever heard of the D1 number 5 psionic composite agent?" Li Xian shook his head and replied, "No, I only just discovered it through the chip. According to the information, the number 5 psionic composite agent is designed to restore a psionic user's energy. Generally, after a psionic user's energy is depleted, consuming a vial of this agent can rapidly replenish a substantial amount of psionic power. It is a valuable asset in battle, but its benefits extend beyond combat. Regular consumption of this psionic composite agent can enhance psionic abilities, and long-term use yields even better results. However, excessive intake poses the risk of deepening chaos contamination. This agent is priced at approximately 200 energy coins per vial, but it rarely makes its way to the market. For instance, given Li Xian's current salary, it would typically take him several months to afford a single vial. As a member of the Blueprint Biotechnology Group's Defense Department, Li Xian's M1D3 level salary amounts to 40 energy coins per month, with an additional 5 coins deducted for intern status, resulting in a net income of 35 coins. However, due to his presence in a combat zone, he is eligible for double pay, bringing his monthly earnings to 70 energy coins. Now that he is about to officially enter the battlefield, Li Xian's salary will be supplemented with additional combat allowances, allowing him to earn a total of 105 energy coins starting from tomorrow. This monthly salary will continue until he withdraws from the battlefield and returns to the military base. Nonetheless, even with such a lucrative salary, it would still take him 2 months to afford a vial of the D1 number 5 psionic composite agent, highlighting the substantial nature of this military supply allowance. "Give me 2 vials. I have use for them," Zhang Lu said sternly, extending his hand towards Li Xian. The smile on Li Xian's face instantly froze, and a flurry of refusal reasons raced through his mind, only to be cast aside one by one. "All right, master." Li Xian lowered his gaze and opened the box containing the supply of agents. He retrieved 2 vials and handed them to Zhang Lu. It would be a lie to say that his heart didn't ache. After calling him master for so many days, Li Xian was taken aback by Zhang Lu's ruthless demand. However, Li Xian found himself with no alternative but to enter the battlefield. And as a novice soldier newly arrived in the fray, he required guidance. Even if it necessitated a considerable sacrifice, Li Xian was willing to pay the price. Zhang Lu accepted the potion handed to him by Li Xian and turned away, simultaneously addressing Feng Dai. "Assist him in acclimatizing to the forthcoming combat and ensure the selection and pairing of appropriate weaponry." "Understood, Captain." Feng Dai nodded in affirmation, then placed a reassuring arm around Li Xian's shoulder as they proceeded towards the mech. Here, the auxiliary soldiers belonging to the 5th unit had already been awaiting their arrival for some time. Chapter 22. Weapon-pairing auxiliary soldiers serve as the other leg of the mech division, akin to how armored troops collaborate with infantry in combined operations. The mech division, too, has its own support units. The 5th unit comprises 4 auxiliary squads, each consisting of 10 elite infantrymen, along with a team of mechanics who accompany the mechs into battle. The mechanics typically remain outside the battlefield, stationed near the command center or within relatively secure strongholds. However, the auxiliary squads are tasked with engaging in combat alongside the mechs. They must operate tracked vehicles, advancing in tandem with the mechs to transport ammunition, and at times, they need to draw closer to assist the mechs with firepower and provide supporting fire. Their risk level is significantly heightened compared to that of the mech division, yet it remains somewhat safer than that of ordinary infantry or armored troops. Although the 5th unit's mech division did not receive reinforcements, the replenishment of these auxiliary soldiers occurred swiftly. Despite 2 squads having been entirely decimated in previous skirmishes and other soldiers having perished, they had since been fully resupplied. Feng Dai led Li Xian to the front of the mech and, gliding his fingers across a portable notebook, remarked, "This time we are heading to the Baiximu Steelworks. This battle is unlikely to conclude swiftly. What are your thoughts on the weaponry that the mech should be equipped with?" Li Xian shook his head and replied, "I have yet to formally engage in combat using a mech, so my mind is currently blank. Brother Feng, please assist me in the pairing." His sole request was for a melee weapon, the Power Spear. The Power Spear is also among the melee weapon options for short sword attendants, measuring approximately 10 meters in length, with the spearhead extending nearly 2 meters. The material of the spearhead is exceedingly precious, typically crafted from rare substances such as refined gold, which not only possesses remarkable hardness but can also withstand the immense energy produced by a disintegration field. The disintegration field surrounding the spearhead is the ideal weapon against enemy mechs or other entities equipped with void shields. Once activated, the spearhead radiates a soft blue electric glow, capable of disassembling matter at the molecular level. Even the armor alloys of mechs can shatter under the onslaught of the disintegration field. Li Xian's choice of this weapon is straightforward. Both the power hammer and power sword demand high levels of combat proficiency. The long spear is the only weapon he feels relatively adept at wielding, as his military training primarily involved short knives and rifle stabbing techniques. The long spear enables Li Xian to maximize his melee capabilities, albeit he still considers himself inexperienced. Feng Dai nodded in understanding and then stated, "Very well, I shall proceed to pair your weaponry according to my own insights. Firstly, we have the 6-barreled autocannon, which is undoubtedly a necessity. I will arrange for you to be equipped with a 20mm electromagnetic cannon. Regarding the primary weaponry, considering the intricate terrain of the Beishimo steelworks and our requirement for prolonged combat, I propose pairing it with an 85mm plasma cannon. As for the shoulder-mounted armaments, given that the conflict in Beishimo is unlikely to necessitate anti-air capabilities, we shall forego the anti-air missiles. Moreover, considering your limited experience, let us equip you with 2 serrated ant-type 12-tube rocket launchers. These fire 105mm caliber rockets, which possess considerable firepower and can effectively engage both armored units and infantry, often eliminating the need for precise targeting. Just fire away. For close-quarters weaponry, I defer to your judgment. Let us go with the power glaive. Although this weapon may be somewhat constrained within the factory premises, taking into account your experience and handling, it seems the most suitable choice. What do you think of this configuration? After finalizing the setup, Feng Dai turned to Li Xian. Upon hearing Feng Dai's arrangements and analysis, Li Xian expressed his satisfaction with the selection of weaponry. Having operated all of these weapons before, albeit on the shooting range, thus possessing a clear understanding of their destructive potential, no problem, I shall adhere to Brother Feng's configuration. Alright, you all get moving. Arrange Li Xian's mech according to this setup. Feng Dai instructed the mechanic team, who had been waiting patiently nearby. As for my own mech, there is no need for a configuration change at this moment. We shall simply replenish the ammunition and such. Understood. The leader of the maintenance team saluted and promptly set to work with his subordinates. With little else to attend to, Feng Dai mounted his own mech and began to check its status. Li Xian, reflecting on the recent events, gradually regained his composure. He had been mentally prepared for such a situation, yet facing it in reality was still somewhat disconcerting. However, after finalizing the weaponry setup, he felt a renewed sense of vigor. He too entered the cockpit of his mech, observing as the mechanics meticulously affixed the weapons onto the machine. Feeling the escalating power of his mech filled him with exhilaration. Suddenly, Feng Dai, who had also entered his cockpit, recalled something and opened his hatch, calling out to Li Xian. I believe it would be prudent to add an additional set of external armor to your mech. While this external armor may reduce your agility, it will significantly enhance your defensive capabilities. Li Xian pondered this suggestion. It was evident that the external armor would indeed slow down his mech's movements, yet the increased defense was undeniably appealing. Given that his proficiency in operating the mech was merely nascent, even with an opportunity for agile maneuvers, he would likely struggle. Thus, it seemed more advantageous to sacrifice some agility in exchange for heightened defense. At least it would allow him to endure a few more hits when evasion was not an option. Consequently, he responded, then let us add a set of external armor. Thus, additional external armor was incorporated into the areas requiring enhancement on Li Xian's mech. It appeared that the intention was to shift Li Xian's mech towards a more firepower-oriented configuration. However, this was also something that Li Xian found agreeable. Since the flexibility and technique in combat were lacking, it would be best to rely on firepower to dismantle the enemy forces. First, he would employ a barrage to eliminate half of the adversaries, and then gradually deal with the remnants. This approach would ensure that no threat could approach Li Xian's mech. If the enemy was obliterated, there would be none left to draw near. Soon, as various weapons were affixed to the mech, the final set of composite armor was also mounted onto Li Xian's machine. From an external perspective, this mech appeared to be at least slightly bulkier than Zhang Lu's. Yet, it was not only Li Xian's mech that was so. Feng Dai's mech bore a similar heft, confirming that he too was a mech pilot who trusted in firepower. When Zhang Lu returned from outside and beheld the two mechs that seemed to have swelled in size, alongside his own, which appeared somewhat more svelte, he furrowed his brow but chose not to comment further. Chapter 23. Arrival at the outpost. Ultimately, Zhang Lu's mech did not feature external armor. The weapons he selected were largely akin to those of Li Xian, save for the absence of two 12-tube rocket pods. For close combat, he opted for a powered longsword, its massive blade gripped firmly in the mech's right arm. That night, while everyone else retired for rest, only Li Xian remained within his mech's cockpit, perhaps due to anxiety, or perhaps excitement. He decided to sleep within the mech that night, and before succumbing to slumber, he engaged in a slight operation of psychic energy to familiarize himself further with his machine. Before departing, Zhang Lu approached Li Xian's mech and advised him, there is no need for excessive anxiety. The battle will not be overly intense at the onset, allowing you time to acclimate. Be sure to rest well, lest you find yourself dazed when combat begins. The sound of Li Xian's voice emanated from the mech's speaker. Understood, Master. I shall familiarize myself further before resting. Jiang Lu nodded in acknowledgement and then took his leave. Li Xian refrained from utilizing psychic energy, instead manipulating the mech's thrust joystick and buttons to execute minor movements. Time swiftly progressed to the following day, with the dawn's sunlight illuminating the military base. It erupted into a flurry of activity. Everywhere, elite infantry clad in red-imprinted full-body combat armor, laden with gear, boarded armored vehicles and formed a lengthy procession departing the base. Armored vehicles and tanks thundered away, followed by 23 mechs, which took to the skies suspended from large transport helicopters. The mech's transport speed far surpassed that of the armored units, as they needed to reach the outpost established by Hungan Defense at the earliest opportunity. The helicopters flew at a relatively low altitude, and within their confines, Li Xian and the other mech pilots were ensconced in their cockpits. Although the journey to Hungan Defense's outpost posed no immediate danger, it was not devoid of risk, necessitating constant vigilance from the mech pilots. Within the confines of the mech cockpit, Li Xian kept his eyes closed. Although he did not currently need to manipulate the mech, he maintained a state of connection with it through his psychic energy. In this condition, his intelligent chip had interfaced with the mech's radar, enabling reconnaissance of the surrounding environment. Even with his eyes shut, Li Xian was acutely aware of the situation and surroundings of the mech in his mind. This was the remarkable effect brought about by the fusion of the mech and psychic energy. Multiple sensors encircled the mech, providing the mech operator with a comprehensive field of vision. The mech was formidable, and within the cockpit, Li Xian donned his mech suit, arms crossed over his chest, awaiting their arrival at the outpost. Along the journey, no audacious enemies dared to disrupt the formation of 23 D-class short sword mechs. The transport helicopters smoothly reached the forward outpost, yet the auxiliary armored squad had not yet arrived. As Li Xian opened his eyes inside the mech, it detached from the helicopter's hoist and advanced steadily towards Jiang Lu's mech. His left arm was equipped with a 6-barrel 20mm electromagnetic cannon. The center housed an 85mm plasma cannon, and his right arm bore a powered halberd without an activated disintegration field. On the mech's back rested a large backpack, intended for ammunition storage. The cannon's rapid firing rate necessitated a backup system. Without it, Li Xian would find himself silenced mere seconds after initiating fire. However, the sizable pack on the mech's back contained only 6,000 rounds, not sufficient for prolonged, unrelenting fire. Yet, such concentrated firepower would undoubtedly overwhelm any adversary. Even if faced with a similar mech wielding a void shield, sustained fire for mere seconds would cause the shield to overload. Moreover, Li Xian would not engage in battle alone. An auxiliary squad accompanied him, aptly described as his ammunition transport team. Most of the armored vehicles they operated were laden with munitions for the mech. Unless the battlefield's intensity was so high as to annihilate the entire auxiliary squad or impede their ability to deliver ammunition, Li Xian should remain well supplied. Maintain vigilance. Jiang Lu's voice resonated in Li Xian's ear. Yes, Commander. Yes, Master, responded both Feng Dai and Li Xian in unison. This was their internal communication, while Jiang Lu maintained contact with higher command. Over 20 mechs opted for dispersed positions, awaiting within the confines of the forward outpost. The soldiers of Hungan Defense had grown accustomed to this protocol. These mechs typically relaxed their guard only after the infantry and armored troops had arrived. Fortunately, the duration of this alert was brief, as the main force reached the base after a little over 2 hours. A procession of armored vehicles, tanks, and various large transport trucks arrived in batches, enlivening the entire outpost. The subsequent tasks required no coordination or arrangement from Li Xian. He merely needed to receive orders. The only contingent he could command was his auxiliary squad. This auxiliary troop comprises 2 armored vehicles, both of the tracked armored car variety. The front of each vehicle rests a dual-mounted 20mm cannon, accompanied by a quadruple anti-tank missile nest. The rear lies an armored transport vehicle, fully encased in protective armor and brimming with ammunition. This transport vehicle supplies can replenish Li Xian's ammunition twice, sufficient for most scenarios. The first day at this outpost passed without incident. Once the main forces arrived at the forward base, the mech divisions stood down from their combat alert status. The mechs were then maneuvered into a somewhat rudimentary hangar, which resembled more of a large pit dug into the ground, merely adorned with simple camouflage. After parking the mech, Li Xian followed Jiang Lu into the outpost's mess hall. Meanwhile, the auxiliary troop was tasked with guarding the hangar and the mechs. The auxiliary soldiers indeed bore a heavy burden. having to wait for Li Xian and the others to return before they could commence their meal. However, compared to regular infantry, their conditions were slightly better, as someone would specifically bring food to them. In contrast, Li Xian and his companions began to indulge in a hearty meat feast. Delicious. Chapter 24. Knight's retinue the following day marked the commencement of battle. This statement is not entirely accurate, for the conflict involving the mechs had already begun, while the infantry's engagement had ignited the previous night. The elite infantry had commenced their operations, traversing the enemy's minefields and infiltrating the perimeter of the steel mill. After eliminating several foes, these skilled soldiers inevitably found themselves in combat with the enemy forces within the mill. Following a night of fierce skirmishes, these elite troops had secured various small defensive positions, awaiting reinforcements. These strongholds could be remnants of collapsed buildings, sections of metal furnaces, or corners of workshops. Nighttime combat proved perilous for both the defenders and the attackers alike. Upon entering the steel mill and establishing their positions, the elite infantry effectively exchanged places with the enemy's garrison. Should the enemy wish to dislodge these infantrymen, they would be compelled to assault their strongholds. The night was evidently an inopportune time for such engagements, leading to increasingly intense combat during daylight hours. Within a conference room, Zhang Lu continued his instruction to Li Xian. Our adversary is the Mildanites, although it is possible that we are only facing a detachment of their nightly order. According to intelligence, the forces stationed within the steel mill are likely their retinue, comparable in rank to our Hung and Defense Company. Within the Beishimo steel mill, there are at least one infantry brigade and some reinforced armored battalions, totaling approximately 5,500 personnel. Naturally, the combat effectiveness of these Milda retinue infantry does not warrant our concern. If it were merely these troops, our three mechs could eliminate the visible enemies with some time, unless there were adversaries hiding in places inaccessible to the mechs. Our true adversaries are the Knights of the Murda Order. Like us, they belong to the mechanized forces. Before Zhang Lu, a projection screen illuminated the silhouette of a mech. Zhang Lu pointed at this mech, stating, "I trust you have already perused the data on this mech, but allow me to reiterate. This mech, in terms of classification, corresponds to the D-class, akin to the short sword retainer. It is the Knight's Retainer mech, as a D-class mech. Both the Murda Order and our Blueprint Biotech Group have nearly perfected designs of this caliber. The attributes of both parties' mechs are quite similar, albeit with different emphases. The short sword retainer is a versatile mech, demonstrating commendable performance in long-range combat, fire support, and close-quarters skirmishes. However, as you are aware, the antonym of comprehensive is mediocrity. In contrast, the Knight's Retainer mech is predominantly geared towards melee combat. This is a crucial point for you to heed, as your close combat capabilities are your weakest link. As he spoke, Zhang Lu cast a penetrating gaze at Li Xian. Li Xian had no intention of disputing this. For Zhang Lu's words rang true. His proficiency in melee combat was indeed lacking. After all, completing the training and studies in just 19 days to operate a mech on the battlefield was no small feat. Mastery of close-quarters combat in a mech requires a considerable investment of time. Within the hierarchy of chip classifications, Li Xian's melee combat experience stood at D1 level, indicating a novice status. His proficiency with ranged weaponry was slightly better, at D2 level, just above the beginner threshold. This was only achievable due to the presence of two chips and the exceptional performance of the psychic chip, which contributed to his current results. After assessing Li Xian, Zhang Lu continued, "The Knight's Retainers are a cadre of melee maniacs. Their ranged weaponry is exceedingly rudimentary, even inferior to that of a tank. By foregoing long-range attacks, they can allocate more space within their mechs to enhance their melee capabilities. Their physical strength is greater, their speed is swifter, and due to their lack of ranged proficiency, their void shields are reinforced, allowing them to withstand greater firepower. These warriors typically wield long-handled power axes or powered spears, which is somewhat comparable to your own arsenal. Most critically, their numbers far exceed ours." As Zhang Lu uttered this last statement, his tone grew gravely serious. "More? To what extent?" Li Xian inquired. Feng Dai sighed and responded, "Each of their combat squads comprises 5 mechs. Do you grasp the implication? In large-scale battles, such groups may not differ significantly. However, in a battlefield like the Beishimo Steelworks, their numerical superiority often prevails." Zhang Lu interrupted Feng Dai as he was about to continue speaking, stating, "Do not heed his alarmist rhetoric. The continuous battles have not only depleted our personnel, but have also left the enemy lacking in numbers. During the previous struggle for the Beishimo Ironworks, The opposing combat unit was not at full strength either, so there is no need for excessive concern. Feng Dai nodded in agreement, saying, Li Xian, consider yourself fortunate to join our squad. Our leader possesses formidable psychic abilities, significantly enhancing our mechs, and is renowned for his prowess in close combat. Those knights and their attendants, even when 2-to-1, could not best our leader, and in the last encounter, he managed to turn the tables and eliminate one of them. Perhaps this time, you could assist by using the machine cannon to eliminate the enemy's ranged firepower, and the battle might conclude swiftly. The tension within Li Xian began to dissipate slightly as he smiled and replied, that would indeed be the best outcome. Meanwhile, as they were convening, the assault on the Beishimo ironworks was already in full swing. Outside the forward base, artillery units had set up heavy howitzers, and a barrage of shells had commenced a fierce bombardment of the perimeter defenses of the Mierda Infantry Brigade. This formidable artillery fire raged for a full 6 hours, plowing through the outer defenses of the Beishimo ironworks with massive shells. However, the lethality of such heavy bombardment was rather limited against the enemy. Aside from reducing some ruins to even more desolate remnants, it served little purpose. Not to mention the extensive network of tunnels beneath the Beishimo ironworks, even the surface structures might conceal well-camouflaged enemy soldiers amidst the debris. The primary function of this bombardment was to clear away traps and mines that the enemy had laid in the periphery. Chapter 25. The assault. It was common to witness a shell explosion triggering a series of detonations in the vicinity. This was the result of anti-tank mines being set off. A plethora of shrapnel and flames engulfed the area, shrouding everything in the explosive shockwaves and fire. Within the mech, Li Xian observed this explosive scene through the long-range targeting equipment. These anti-tank mines held some efficacy against armored vehicles and tanks, but their impact on mechs was considerably diminished. Low-yield mines posed little threat to mechs, and those with larger charges were easily detectable by them. The mechs had yet to commence their attack as they awaited the infantry and armored units to advance together. Despite their formidable strength, mechs could easily find themselves in peril when besieged. Currently, the entire blueprint of the dispatched forces at Hungan Defense consisted of only 23 mechs, necessitating careful resource management. The vanguard of the assault was composed of an armored mixed battalion from Hungan Defense, accompanied by 2 infantry battalions. Their objective was to breach the outer defenses of the Beishimo ironworks, while the mech units would provide fire support and conduct targeted strikes on enemy strongpoints. At the front, a tank company had completed its pre-battle preparations, with the tanks from Hungan Defense being those that Li Xian had once piloted. The model known as the Hunter tank is classified as a medium tank, equipped with a primary weapon, a 120mm electromagnetic cannon, and a secondary weapon, a 14.5mm caliber electromagnetic machine gun. Such a formidable main gun would render any mech, such as the shortsword retainer, defenseless against its firepower, particularly in the absence of a void shield. The same applies to enemy tanks. Generally speaking, the artillery from this class of tank could easily breach even their own armor. A single hit would result in catastrophic consequences. A tank platoon under Hungan Defense comprises 3 standard Hunter tanks and 1 command variant. 3 such platoons, along with an additional command Hunter tank, form a tank company, totaling 13 tanks. An armored mixed battalion consists of a tank company supplemented by 2 armored infantry companies. The vehicles utilized by the armored company are known as the short-tailed mouse infantry fighting vehicles. These fighting vehicles are armed with a 20mm electromagnetic autocannon and possess armor capable of withstanding typical electromagnetic and laser rifle assaults, offering substantial protection against rapid-fire weapons with calibers below 20 mm. Each short-tailed mouse can also carry 8 infantrymen, who can disembark and engage in combat upon reaching the battlefield. Every 3 short-tailed mice constitute a squad within an armored platoon, and 3 armored platoons combine to form an armored company, which includes an additional command short-tailed mouse. In total, an armored mixed battalion from Hungan Defense comprises 13 Hunter tanks and 20 short-tailed mouse infantry fighting vehicles, along with 160 elite armored infantry. This organization is quite commendable within Hungan Defense, especially when compared to the considerably less effective combat formations of the other 2 infantry battalions. The infantry battalion is structured such that every 10 soldiers form an infantry squad, each led by a squad leader and a deputy squad leader. In terms of armament, each squad typically consists of 5 to 7 riflemen, primarily wielding the X-49 rifle, with the possibility of 1 or 2 possessing the V-12 electromagnetic rifle. A machine gun team of 1 to 2 members utilizes the 12.5mm electromagnetic machine gun. Designated as the N6 Universal Electromagnetic Machine GUN.AN anti-tank armor team of 1 to 2 members employs the L3 electromagnetic armor-piercing gun, boasting a caliber of 88 mm, or utilizes anti-tank missiles. Additionally, there is 1 medic assigned to each squad. 3 squads form a platoon, led by a platoon leader who commands combat operations, assisted by a deputy platoon leader. A platoon typically consists of 32 personnel. 3 platoons aggregate to create an infantry company, helmed by a company commander responsible for overall combat direction, alongside a deputy company commander who aids in operations and oversees tactical execution and training. The company headquarters also includes 2 communication personnel and 2 administrative staff, in addition to a cooking team. Thus, an infantry company comprises 112 individuals. An infantry battalion is structured around 3 companies, with the battalion headquarters containing a battalion commander responsible for overseeing and coordinating all operations, a deputy battalion commander who assists with tactical deployment and training, and a battalion chief of staff tasked with planning operations, analyzing intelligence, and managing communications. The battalion staff consists of 3 to 5 members, including operational, logistics, and communications officers. The direct units under the battalion headquarters include a guard squad, a communications squad, and a reconnaissance squad. Consequently, an infantry battalion comprises approximately 375 personnel in an ideal scenario. In most instances, an infantry battalion's establishment is far from complete. Its numbers may be slightly deficient or perhaps somewhat excessive. Just as it is now, after enduring protracted combat, the total strength of these infantry battalions amounts to roughly 300 soldiers. Ahead, the hunter tanks have formed a compact phalanx, their engines roaring to life, resonating through the surroundings. Lixian, ensconced within his mech, manipulates the control lever to follow Zhang, positioning himself at the rear of the tank convoy. The sequence for this offensive is as follows: Tank Company, Mech, Armored Infantry Company, Infantry Battalion. Within the headset of the Tank Company commander, the command from the headquarters resounds: move out, boom, boom, boom. 13 hunter tanks engage their load wheels, the treads gripping the earth as they begin to accelerate slowly. These hunter tanks, traversing the terrain of the Beishimo steelworks, can ensure a speed of 70 kilometers per hour, which is remarkably swift for the battlefield. A thick cloud of dust billows from the tracks of the tanks, resembling a procession of colossal dragons as they surge towards the Beishimo steelworks. Lixian glances down at the short-tailed mouse armored personnel carrier beside him, which has also commenced its engine, following suit with the tanks. We too shall advance. Zhang Lu's command reaches Lixian's ears. The trio trails alongside the armored personnel carrier, equally setting their sights on the Beishimo steelworks. Within the cockpit, Lixian rests his hands upon the armrests, a faint ethereal glow emanating from his eyes. He has now entered the state of psychokinetic piloting. The mech, while not engaged in combat, can achieve a velocity of 80 kilometers per hour, a speed that rivals both tanks and wheeled armored vehicles. Only upon entering combat mode does the speed slightly diminish, as more energy is allocated to other systems of the mech, ensuring stability in battle. The short-sword attendants spring into action, their heavy footsteps echoing across the terrain. The mech does not merely walk, but rather propels itself forward in a manner akin to human running, even leaping ahead with each stride covering a distance of 20 to 30 meters. Their void shields remain activated, ever prepared to defend against assaults from all directions. Chapter 26, Assault. The mech's left arm, equipped with a 6-barreled electromagnetic cannon and an 85mm plasma cannon, is also primed and ready for discharge when required. Beneath the Beishimo steelworks, within a concealed underground chamber, the space is brightly lit and has been transformed into the command center of the Mierda Attendants Army. Inside the command center, a holographic projection map of a significant portion of the Beishimo steelworks is displayed, surrounded by several operational staff members diligently collating various data. At the forefront of the holographic projection, the advancing hunter tanks, short-sword attendant mechs, and short-tailed mouse armored personnel carriers are vividly depicted. While not a perfect representation of the surface reality, it closely approximates their true positions. The hunter tanks are nearly halfway through their charge towards the Beishimo steelworks. Before the holographic map stands a middle-aged man clad in tactical attire. In his grasp is a lightweight knight's sword. He is none other than the highest commander, Colonel Roy of the 523rd Motorized Infantry Brigade. Pointing his sword at the leading 13 stalkers, he declares, "It appears these corporate lackeys truly believe we do not exist," boldly charging toward the steel mill. Let us show them what we're made of. Yes, Colonel, responds a combat advisor immediately, stepping aside to contact the frontline troops. Within the perimeter defense of the Beishimo steel mill, although the elite infantry of Hungan defense has seized some minor strongholds, the majority of the outer defenses remain in the hands of the Milda retinue. Even the relentless bombardment from heavy howitzers has failed to inflict significant casualties upon them. As the combat orders are issued, defensive soldiers begin to emerge from various small strongholds at the front. Inside a collapsed 3-story building, an entire infantry anti-tank squad is stationed. The organization of the Milda retinue is quite similar to that of Hungan defense, with an anti-tank squad typically comprising 2 to 3 personnel. They have now deployed an electromagnetic anti-tank gun, with the energy pack connected and the barrel beginning to charge. After being bombarded by these corporate dogs for so long, it's high time we retaliated. A soldier operating the site exclaims with a hearty laugh. Beside him, an assistant loading armor-piercing rounds glances up and says, "This time, we'll surely crack those tanks open." In contrast to their relaxed demeanor, another soldier nearby stands somewhat rigid. The one manning the anti-tank gun is a veteran, while the one waiting alongside him is a recruit. This prolonged battle has severely worn down not only the veterans of Blueprint Biotech and Hungan defense, but also those of the Milda Knights and retinue. However, during defensive operations, recruits can still prove effective. They need not engage in elaborate tactical maneuvers, merely guiding the enemy into their sights and pulling the trigger. Meanwhile, at the command center of the Hungan Defense Forward Base, Lu Quan is coordinating operations with the commander of Hungan Defense, Ji Zizhuan. The brigade commander of this mixed battalion bears full responsibility for the assault on the Beishimo steel mill, though Lu Quan possesses higher authority. After observing the positions of the tanks and armored units, Ji Zizhuan ponders for a moment before instructing his chief of staff. The positions are nearly set. Have the artillery units release smoke shells, followed by a barrage of standard ammunition. Turning to Lu Quan, he adds, "Director Lu, we will require the mech units to exert themselves significantly this time. Once the bombardment concludes, I need the mech units to advance past the tanks and be the first to breach the outer defenses, clearing out the enemies here. The tank company and armored company will follow closely behind, ready to provide support." Lu Quan glances at the holographic map and nods. "No problem." Soon, commands from the rear command center are disseminated to the various combat units. Amidst the artillery positions encircling the forward base, these gunners loaded specialized smoke shells into the cannon breeches, boom. Accompanied by the resounding roar of heavy artillery, salvos of large smoke shells, equipped with delay fuses, soared towards the perimeter defenses of the Beishimo steelworks. Bang! These massive smoke shells erupted mid-air, enveloping the surroundings in billowing clouds of black smoke, obscuring the entire offensive direction and the tanks stationed in the rear of Hungan defense. The smoke even possessed a certain degree of radar jamming capability, leaving the defending soldiers at the perimeter of the Beishimo steelworks utterly disoriented. In such an expansive area, the smoke would only linger for 2 to 3 minutes. Yet, in that fleeting time, much could be accomplished. The seasoned veteran operating the electromagnetic anti-tank cannon, momentarily bewildered, lifted his gaze from the observation equipment. He stared at the shrouded expanse ahead and vented his frustration. Damn it! These corporate hounds are at it again. The smoke billowed just over 200 meters beyond the entire outer defensive line. If the anti-tank infantry wished to engage the tanks, they would need to close that 200-meter gap. "You two, keep your eyes peeled. Call me when you spot a tank." "Yes," the veterans and the recruits responded in unison. Within the smoke, Li Xian could hear Lu Quan's voice resonating in his ear. "Attention all squads, mission change. Squads 4, 5, 6, and 7, prepare for an assault, targeting regions C32, C33, C34, and C35. Eliminate all enemy defenders here to open a breach for the advancing armored units. Receive the order," Jiang Lu's voice replied. Alongside Jiang Lu were several other squad leaders, their team members unable to communicate directly with Lu Quan until their leaders withdrew from combat, thus passively accepting orders. In the cockpit, Jiang Lu glanced towards Li Xian's mech and declared, "All squads. Commence assault in the third operational posture. 02 received, 03 received." The three mechs swiftly altered their stances, with Jiang Lu and Feng Dai positioned at the forefront and Li Xian slightly behind. Their formations, relatively spaced apart, saw each mech separated by hundreds of meters. "Charge!" Jiang Lu's steady voice echoed in Li Xian's ear. Taking a deep breath, Li Xian immersed himself in the operation of his mech. Bang! The mech launched forward, striding purposefully towards the outer perimeter of the Beishimo Steelworks. 03. This is your first real combat. Monitor your combat radar and psychic energy closely. Do not hesitate. Eliminate every threatening target. 01. Understood. Li Xian gritted his teeth in response. Chapter 27. Engaging Fire. The colossal machines, despite being equipped with advanced shock absorption and sound dampening, produced a thunderous noise as they charged forward. Meanwhile, the heavy artillery in the rear opened fire once more, launching a barrage at the enemy's forward positions to mask the sound of the mech's movements. The short sword attendant of Li Xian, equipped with a 6-barreled machine gun on its left arm and an 85mm plasma cannon, had fully charged its energy, ready to unleash a barrage upon the discovery of the enemy. This marked Li Xian's first true engagement on the battlefield across 2 lifetimes. Although he had often boasted in the past without having faced combat, the palpable atmosphere of war now made his palms sweat. Although Jiang Lu and Feng Dai's mechs were ahead of Li Xian, the distance separating them was merely a few dozen meters, with their positions spaced hundreds of meters apart. Consequently, Li Xian was still poised to confront a portion of the enemy's onslaught directly. As the bombardment subsided, the command was given. The mech was about to break free from the smoke screen when Jiang Lu's voice resonated timely in Li Xian's ear. Thud! Amidst the dark, billowing smoke, a fearsome mechanical entity surged forth. The position of the Mi-Erta infantry anti-tank squad. A rookie pointed towards Li Xian's direction, shouting, "It's charging out." The veteran operator reacted almost instantaneously, aligning the targeting equipment on Li Xian's mech. Fuck! The veteran roared, his fury directed not only at the mech but also at the rookie. Almost the moment the anti-tank targeting device locked onto Li Xian, both Li Xian's psychic chip and the mech's combat radar responded simultaneously. Enemy locked! Enemy locked! The biological intelligence chip in his mind reacted almost instantaneously, assisting Li Xian in combat by identifying the targets aimed at him. A total of 3 target units emerged: a collapsed 3-story building, a twisted steel wreckage, and what appeared to be a sewer entrance. Boom. The first target, the 3-story building, fired first. The electromagnetic anti-tank cannon discharged its armor-piercing round with a thunderous roar and a flicker of electricity. It struck the void shield of Li Xian's mech. The outer void shield of the mech activated instantly, illuminating in a honeycomb pattern, with ripples appearing on its surface. The armor-piercing shell of the electromagnetic anti-tank cannon failed to penetrate the enemy's void shield. The veteran within the defensive position, upon sighting the mech, had already cursed the rookie's ancestors for 18 generations in his heart. The electromagnetic anti-tank cannon was capable of breaching the void shield, but not by a single cannon alone. Once the mech detected it was locked on, the only response that awaited this position would be a merciless counterattack from the mech's firepower. In the instant the trigger was pulled, the 2 veterans almost simultaneously turned to flee downward. However, it was too late. Aided by dual military-grade chips, Li Xian had nearly instantaneously redirected the 6-barreled machine gun on his short sword attendant's left arm. Vroom! Rat-a-tat-tat. Accompanied by a faint electronic buzz, a series of fire tongues erupted from the 6-barreled machine gun. The 20 ultimately, there lay a position reminiscent of a sewer, where the machine gun found it challenging to engage. In an instant, the main cannon of the mech responded with remarkable swiftness. Zing! A burst of plasma, crackling with arcs of electricity, erupted from the main gun, igniting sparks and lightning as it struck the sewer's entrance. The short sword attendant, under the influence of psychic energy wielded by Li Xian, moved from being locked onto the enemy to firing, all within a span of mere seconds. Boom, boom, boom. Almost simultaneously, 3 targets erupted with resounding explosions. The already collapsed 3-story building was utterly reduced to a pile of rubble, and in the blink of an eye, that small breach from which the electromagnetic anti-tank shells were fired was struck by no fewer than a dozen rounds of electromagnetic projectiles. In this moment, both new recruits and seasoned veterans alike were transformed into mere ketchup. Even the quickest of the veterans could not retreat to safety in time. The second target, a steel ruin, was sent soaring, scattering fragments of shattered metal and rebar in every direction. Those with keen eyesight could even discern the bodies clad in tactical camouflage being propelled into the air. The third target fared even worse. The power of the plasma cannon was immense. Due to the sewer's subterranean position, conventional artillery often fell prey to interception. However, plasma exhibited no such flaw. The explosion, flames, and currents swept through the inky blackness of the sewer. The soldiers lying in ambush were struck through the heart by the high-voltage current in an instant, regardless of whether they wore armor or the type of armor they possessed. Subsequently, the plasma explosion reduced their bodies to charred remains, collapsing the sewer itself into a vast crater. In this counterstrike, the Exines scarcely had the opportunity for any pangs of conscience, reflexively dispatching all adversaries in the blink of an eye. The 6-barrel rotary cannon ceased fire as the plasma gun began its recharge, and only then did Lee Exine come to his senses. He gazed at the blood mist rising from the 2 positions ahead, sighed deeply, and continued to maneuver the mech forward. This was war, a battle of life and death. Beside him, Jiang Lu fought while observing Lee Exine's demeanor, silently nodding in acknowledgement of his combat responsiveness without uttering a word. The 3 mechs transitioned into a sweeping mode, and as the ambushed Milda soldiers first caught sight of the mechs, those capable of escape promptly began to flee. They could at most contend with tanks and armored vehicles, but facing mechs, a mere moment's delay in retreat could lead to a drastically different fate. Target detected. In Lee Exine's mind, the psychic intelligence chip pinpointed a new target's location. This position was at least 200 or 300 meters away from the mech and appeared to belong to an infantry sniper who had not managed to withdraw. A sniper, the left arm of the short sword attendant raised with purpose. Once the 85mm plasma cannon finished charging, Lee Exine's vision was enveloped by the chip's projected crosshairs, aligning the target within his sights. Zing, boom. A single shot enveloped the sniper's position in plasma, the furious energy tearing apart the surrounding structures. As for the sniper, Lee Exine has ceased to pay him any heed. He should now be referred to as that lump of a sniper. Chapter 28. Skirmish, Part 2. Indeed, practical engagement is the most effective method to master new skills. In this moment, Lee Exine felt his command over the mecha advance further. The short, sword-wielding attendants navigated through the ruins. The entire C-33 operational zone was not particularly vast, and the 3 mechas swept through it with ease. They uprooted various ground defenses, and Lee Exine even caught sight of the elite infantry from Hungan Defense, who had entered this area the previous night, as well as the defensive strongholds they had established. Thanks to their friend or foe identification feature, these infantrymen were fortunate enough to evade the barrage of Lee Exine's machine cannons and plasma guns. However, those unfortunate Milda attendant soldiers who were detected by Lee Exine were decidedly ill-fated. In the rear. While the mecha units cleared the front battlefield, the tank and armored infantry battalions of Hungan Defense successfully maneuvered through the smoke, heading straight for the Bixamo steelworks. The mechas that had advanced somewhat deeper now retreated to the side of the tanks and armored vehicles. Although formidable, the mechas were not invincible. If they pressed too far without support, they risked being encircled. Even ordinary infantry, when armed with heavy firepower, could inflict damage upon them. To say nothing of the fact that should a dozen anti-tank electromagnetic cannons or several heavy artillery pieces concentrate their fire on a mecha's void shield, a rapid barrage could potentially overload the shield. Relying solely on armor for protection, even a mecha would struggle to withstand the impact of a few armor-piercing rounds. Upon reaching the outer defenses of the Bixamo steelworks, the elite armored infantry swiftly disembarked from their short-tailed mouse infantry fighting vehicles, maintaining combat formation as they quickly spread out. Within the 4 already cleared zones surrounding them, they commenced the construction of their defensive strongholds and interlocking fields of fire. The battle had only just begun. Merely the surface of the Bixamo steelworks had been partitioned into hundreds of operational areas. Having secured only 4 thus far, a grueling struggle lay ahead to fully capture this steel plant. Moreover, this was only the surface. The subterranean environment of the Bixamo steelworks was far more intricate, and conquering the underground would demand significant sacrifices. Among the subsequent forces, 2 infantry battalions began to enter the combat zone. Their vehicles were considerably inferior to those of the initial armored infantry. These mechanized infantry battalions relied on ordinary jeeps or large trucks for transport. Their weaponry was also less advanced. Nevertheless, under the cover of smoke, they encountered minimal resistance and successfully reached the Bixamo steelworks. Within the cockpit of the mecha, Jiang Lu's voice resonated. 03, how do you feel? 01, feeling good. Lee Exine responded steadily, the initial tension within him having dissipated. Maintain this momentum. The battle has only just begun. Understood. Meanwhile, in the command center of the Milda Attendant Army Underground, the commanding officer maintained a calm demeanor, as if the captured positions and the fallen soldiers were of no consequence to him. To his astonishment, they had directly deployed mechas, Beside him, the chief of staff of the mobile brigade gritted his teeth and spoke. This time, with 4 combat zones having fallen, dozens of soldiers were forced into a desperate counterattack or caught unawares, ultimately perishing in battle. These soldiers had been awaiting the arrival of tanks and armored vehicles to clear the way, only to find themselves on the receiving end of a fierce assault from the enemy. The battle had scarcely begun when the enemy deployed their mechs, urging the front lines to prepare. "We shall engage their mechs at our leisure, and I am eager to see just how much psychic energy they can muster." The brigade commander, Roy, calmly issued new combat orders. Although his command seemed lighthearted, for the soldiers tasked with its implementation, it was anything but an easy endeavor. Each word from Roy's mouth could demand the sacrifice of numerous lives. Within the Beishimo steelworks, the soldiers of Hung and Defense, having established their foothold in the 4 captured combat zones, began their assault on the other flanking zones. They needed to expand their territory as much as possible, inflicting casualties on the enemy and seizing their positions. As the infantry and armored troops launched their offensive, the mechs were also called to action, with infantry and armored units acting as bait and scouts to draw out the hidden enemy. It may sound brutal, but such is the nature of warfare. Even without mechs, the infantry and armored troops would have to employ similar tactics. With the support of mechs, their casualty rate would significantly decrease. At this juncture, the battle did not necessitate the deployment of every mech. The 5th group of mechs commenced a rotation strategy, deploying 1 mech at a time to accompany the infantry in combat. The other 2 mechs were not entirely at rest. They remained at a relative distance, refraining from utilizing psychic connections, instead following via propulsion rods in this manner. A single mech at the forefront could effectively manage simpler skirmishes without exhausting psychic energy, while the other 2 could readily join the fray should the fighting intensify or a high-value target emerge. Trailing behind the 2 mechs were 4 auxiliary squads from the 5th group. They operated tracked armored vehicles, transporting ammunition and soldiers, while the electromagnetic cannons mounted on these vehicles were manned by vigilant soldiers, ever alert for any signs of disturbance. Should any anomalies arise, they would be ready to unleash a hail of firepower. Among the infantry engaging in battle was Lixin, with Jianglu and Feng Dai taking the lead in the preceding 2 rotations. Lixin, seated in the cockpit, maintained a close yet cautious distance behind the infantry, prepared to provide immediate support. Naturally, the front lines did not consist solely of infantry. A hunter mech led the charge, followed by 3 short-tailed mice mechs. The infantry coordinated their movements, dispersing to the sides, grouping in 3s or 4s to form combat teams, maintaining a spacing of 20 to 30 meters between each group. This distance helped mitigate the risk of a mass casualty event should danger arise while ensuring a concentrated firepower. The hunter mech spearheaded the advance, while the short-tailed mice maneuvered back and forth providing fire support. The rationale for not having the mechs lead the charge was straightforward. The mere presence of such combat machines at the front line would cause the enemy to hesitate or refrain from appearing altogether. All concealed underground like mice, even if one were to scour the entirety of the Beishimo steel plant, it would yield no assistance in capturing this substantial stronghold. Occupying this site requires not merely the seizure of territory, but also the annihilation of the enemy's living forces. Chapter 29. Urban Warfare. Accompanying the combat is a company, with the commander orchestrating from a position further back. The roar of tank engines reverberates through the ruins, while fire control radars scan the vicinity. To the side, an infantry combat team advances swiftly, penetrating a small ruin. The assault trooper tosses a grenade inside, and after the explosion, they swiftly surge in. Once the team has thoroughly examined the small ruin, they confirm a temporary safety. They begin to establish a rudimentary defensive line, allowing them to hold this position for at least the next few hours. The pace of the war unfolds far more slowly than anticipated. It is not akin to the televised portrayals that Li Xian had witnessed in his previous life, where ruthless individuals wielding machine guns could effortlessly sweep away enemy fortifications. While mechs can indeed accomplish such feats, capable of instantaneous response with their cannons or electromagnetic guns at the slightest appearance of the enemy, this presupposes that the enemy actually shows themselves. The Beishimo steel plant represents a quintessential urban combat environment. In such a setting, heavy artillery or bombers cannot simply obliterate the area before entering, for that would no longer constitute urban warfare. The previous assaults and defenses have transformed this steel plant into an extensive ruin. Henceforth, no matter how much firepower is unleashed or how many explosions occur, it remains a wasteland, albeit with the locations of the ruins altered. This locale is rife with potential hiding spots for the enemy. When the adversary remains concealed, even if Li Xian were to unleash plasma shots on every conceivable hiding place, it would not inflict any harm upon them. Life is precious, and the movements of the infantry necessitate finding adequate cover. Every street, every alley, and every ruin traversed could potentially harbor foes. The soldiers of Hung in defense are not mere expendables. They can perish, serving as cannon fodder, but their deaths must hold significance. To advance on a location requires at least 10 minutes of reconnaissance in the periphery, and if there are still potential hiding spots within, additional time must be devoted to clearing them. The speed of the infantry's advance is considerably slower than one might imagine. Ahead, a combat team of 4 swiftly navigates the street, only to encounter the barrel of a gun extending from a distance of over 100 meters. Rat-a-tat-tat. A barrage of bullets erupts from the muzzle, instantly downing one infantryman. The electromagnetic projectile obliterates the upper half of his body, leaving him irrevocably lifeless. Of the remaining 3, one charges forward while the other 2 retreat to their previous cover. Thus, the combat team is bifurcated. Requesting support, requesting armored assistance, the team leader urgently calls into his earpiece. Not far behind, a stalker tank roars to life, its engine revving as it surges forward. The 120mm electromagnetic cannon locks onto the location from which the fire originated and fires instantly. Boom. A round of electromagnetic artillery exits the barrel, striking the small cover. Boom. The high explosive ordnance sent the nearby bunker soaring into the air, yet it appeared that the enemy had already vacated the premises. After discharging their weapons, the enemy infantry swiftly repositioned themselves. However, no matter how swiftly they fled, their distance of escape was limited, unless there existed a tunnel below. The hunter swiftly mobilized, its treads whirring at high speed as it approached the site of the recent explosion, commencing a search for the enemy's retreat route. Meanwhile, a short-tailed mouse from the rear also provided support, its cannon beginning a barrage directed at potential hiding spots for the enemy. Rat-a-tat-tat, boom. Any window, ruin, or cave in the vicinity that could conceal a human was subjected to the cannon's relentless fire. Yet, after this chaotic onslaught, it seemed no trace of the enemy was uncovered. The infantry squad, shielded by their armored vehicle, hastily retrieved the bodies of their fallen comrades, stowing them in the rear of the armored transport. Though the soldiers had perished, their remains needed to be recovered to prevent a detrimental impact on morale. Li Xin, stationed slightly further back, gazed at the blood-soaked ground ahead and let out a barely perceptible sigh. This was war, modern warfare. Even with the advent of mechanized combat units, infantry remained the most casualty-prone force on the battlefield. The soldiers pressed forward, with Li Xin maneuvering the mech ahead. Although he refrained from firing, the very presence of the mech posed a significant threat to the enemy. As Li Xin passed the recently fired location, the psionic chip and the mech's scanning capabilities hinted at an anomaly below. Just a slight indication, for the radar revealed no signs of life beneath. Hidden within the debris, a small makeshift pit had been hastily constructed. Within its confines crouched a soldier of the Milda Auxiliary Forces, clad in urban camouflage and wearing a lightweight bulletproof vest. This vest offered minimal protection against gunpowder projectiles, rendering it nearly useless against electromagnetic ammunition. In such an intense conflict, its defensive capabilities were virtually negligible. Draped over him was a blanket of considerable value, capable of intercepting electromagnetic signals and evading thermal imaging, even obscuring psionic detection. This indeed was the veteran's only lifeline, preventing him from fleeing to the rear after the skirmish. Given the circumstances, had he truly intended to escape, he might have perished on the way. The recent hunter tank had afforded him no opportunity for flight. Now, this veteran huddled below, listening to the heavy footsteps nearby. He recognized these as the approaching mechs of the enemy. In this moment, the veteran displayed remarkable composure, deliberately slowing his breath and consciously regulating his heartbeat. He trusted in his concealment methods, believing that with the area above having been ravaged by tank artillery, it had transformed into a wasteland, making any attempt to escape exceedingly difficult. Surely, no one would return to investigate. Li Xin, halted in his mech, had sensed something amiss. Initially prepared to depart, he paused once more with a hum. The power spear mounted on his right arm activated its disintegration field, the hardened blade shimmering with a pale blue luminescence. Li Shinru wielded the long spear with the grace of a maestro conducting an orchestra, thrusting it fiercely towards the ruins below. With a piercing sound, the debris was effortlessly penetrated. as both the bricks and the reinforced concrete above succumbed to the assault. The veteran below, paralyzed by shock, dared not move, for the pale blue spearhead hovered perilously close, less than a meter away. If he merely raised his head, he would behold the delicate blue energy field shimmering upon the spear's tip. With a swift motion, the powered spear was retracted, prompting a silent sigh of relief from the Miranda-attendant veteran. He inwardly scoffed, thinking, what a useless mech. I managed to evade it, yet, in the next instant, a plasma cannon shot surged through the very opening left by the spear. Boom. Chapter 30. Ambush above. The infantry on either side observed as Li Exion's mech advanced. The left arm of the mech had just unleashed a plasma cannon upon the ruins below, resulting in an explosion that upturned the debris. For Li Exion, firing a plasma cannon was a trivial matter, especially as the mech's energy reserves remained exceptionally plentiful. A single shot did not hinder its operational endurance. After all, the energy costs were covered by the organization, requiring no expenditure from Li Exion himself. Prior to the attack, he had been uncertain if enemies lurked below, yet he pressed on regardless. Once the mech passed, a following infantry combat unit arrived at the position where Li Exion had just fired. A soldier knelt on one knee, vigilant, while casting a glance downwards. At that moment, he beheld the devastation wrought by the plasma cannon. The fissures below had expanded several times over. The bricks had disintegrated into dust, yet the keen-eyed soldier discerned fragments of a rifle. He recoiled, whispering, "There's actually someone down there." What a gruesome fate! His squad leader, concealed behind a nearby cover, glanced at the mech's left arm upon hearing this, before responding, "Gruesome? This is nothing. They died in an instant, free of suffering. If they had been shot by a rifle, now that would be a true tragedy." The soldier inspecting the scene swiftly advanced, reaching the back of the cover, and then remarked, "You're right. They died completely, probably without even having a chance to react. Given the choice, I would prefer to die like that." His squad leader smacked the soldier's helmet, declaring, "Do you wish for death? Keep dreaming then." The missile struck the tank, piercing the armor of the hunter with unerring precision, and detonated within, transforming the entire turret into a mere canister. The turret was propelled skyward, soaring several meters high. Bang, bang, bang. Not only was the tank in front rendered helpless, but even the short-tailed armored vehicle was hastily retreating, pursued by a deluge of concentrated fire. They were ambushed, requesting support. The infantry scrambled for cover, instinctively lowering their heads, firing aimlessly towards potential enemy positions. Each soldier was caught in a fervent state of faith-fueled shooting. There was no choice. They were caught in an ambush, and daring to show themselves could result in dire consequences. An armored infantryman, clad in a red Mark II half-face helmet, had been coordinating with the short-tailed vehicle. However, when the assault commenced, he had no opportunity to evade. The enemy's intense fire and the cannon's onslaught obliterated him in a cloud of blood. Li Exion, who had been following closely behind, activated his mech almost instantaneously. His short sword attendant leaped onto a pile of rubble, the void shield engaging at full power. The six-barreled cannon began to whirl, as he surged past the retreating short-tailed vehicle in the face of such concentrated fire. The short-tailed vehicle had no choice but to find a path through destruction. The enemy's firepower was formidable, comprising not only infantry fire but also twin-mounted cannons, enemy tanks, and armored vehicles in this wave of counterattack. The enemy had amassed at least 2 tanks, 5 armored vehicles, and over 100 infantry. The enemy's tanks were YR, 6 medium tanks, while their armored vehicles were the KR, 4-wheeled armored vehicles. The opposing forces began to unleash their firepower in this confined space. Li Exion's mech advanced past the armored vehicles, quickly locking onto the enemy ahead, and the 6-barreled cannon erupted into action. Rat-a-tat-tat. In the next moment, a barrage of cannon rounds erupted from the left arm of the mech, sweeping towards the enemy's armored vehicles like a long, fiery whip. One of the armored vehicles from the Milda contingent had a gunner who appeared to be possessed, his eyes ablaze as he engaged in a duel with Li Exion. However, the outcome was inevitable. Beyond Li Exion's mech, the void shield provided formidable defense. Bullets from infantry, as well as fire from tanks and armored vehicles, were all thwarted by the void shield. Yet, Li Exion's cannon was unhindered by any protective barrier. It lashed out like a flame-wreathed whip, striking a wheeled armored vehicle. The light armor of the wheeled vehicle could not withstand such an onslaught, resulting in a catastrophic breach that detonated the entire vehicle from within. Li Xian's six-barreled cannon showed no signs of slowing, swiftly redirecting its fiery lash to another armored vehicle. Boom. From the moment Li Xian entered the fray, he had obliterated 2 armored vehicles in less than a minute. He then maneuvered his mech to quickly retreat behind a towering structure of ruins. Faced with the concentrated fire of the enemy, whether it be the rapid barrage of automatic cannons or the bombardment from the electromagnetic cannons of tanks, the void shield of the mech was under tremendous strain. Li Xian was keen to avoid overloading his void shield. After retreating, he began to control his cannon to fire in bursts. Here, he was able to evade the majority of the incoming fire, and as he observed his void shield's defense value gradually recovering, his heart, which had nearly leaped out of his chest, began to settle back down. That moment, the voice of Zhang Lu pierced through the chaos, nearly erupting in a roar. 03, do not remain static. Get your mech moving. Are you a turret, just standing there for the enemy to shoot at? It was then that Li Xian realized why his void shield was depleting so rapidly. Indeed, once a new recruit stepped onto the battlefield, many issues could be exposed. Focusing on one aspect often led to the neglect of another. Reflecting back, he recalled how the enemy's wheeled armored vehicles had executed movement fire when they had opened fire, which had wasted a significant amount of his ammunition. Yet, Li Xian, whose mech should have been far more agile on this battlefield, had remained immobile, resembling a mere turret. How utterly disappointing. Chapter 31. Intense crossfire. Zhang Lu's voice continued to thunder. Is your power spear merely for show? Charge ahead, draw your power spear, and show those enemy tanks what you're made of. Yes, 01. Li Xian responded loudly, glancing at his void shield, which had nearly fully restored. Meanwhile, on the enemy side, the tank commander's face flushed with anger as he surveyed the 2 destroyed armored vehicles on the flank. Unlike infantry, who could easily escape by disappearing into the nearest crater, tanks and armored vehicles, though fast, found it more challenging to retreat. They had approached slowly, carefully employing radar jamming to arrive at this location. Now, if they attempted to flee, they would undoubtedly be pursued by the mechs, and the consequences would be dire. All units, attention. The opposing pilot is clearly a novice. They're treating their mech like a turret. When they expose themselves again, concentrate fire on them. Whatever can be launched, unleash it. Understood. Acknowledged. One by one, the crews responded, and it wasn't just the vehicle crews. The infantry echoed the same resolve. Comparatively, the firepower of the infantry was hardly inferior to that of the armored troops. From their concealed positions, the infantry retrieved their anti-armor weaponry, some wielding electromagnetic anti-tank guns, others heavy laser cannons and anti-tank missiles, among various others. As the enemy engaged in fervent communication, Li Xian was already prepared to counterattack. His radar indicated that Zhang Lu and Feng Dai's mechs remained in the distance, showing no intent to provide support. It was only logical. With such a scale of enemies and no opposing mechs in sight, it presented Li Xian with ample opportunity for combat practice. Within the cockpit, he activated his psychic energy to its utmost capacity, firmly grasping control of the entire mech, recalling the training he had undergone. The towering mech, standing over 7 meters high, surged forward with remarkable speed. As it charged ahead, its radar swiftly scanned for enemy fire points. Target locked. In the next instant, the front of the serrated ant-shaped 12-tube rocket launcher mounted on the mech's right shoulder opened. Boom, boom, boom. The sound echoed as 12 105mm serrated ant rockets, trailing white smoke, erupted from the protective void shield into the air. Though these rockets were not precision-guided, the combination of distance and military-grade smart chip guidance enabled them to strike their targets with considerable accuracy. On the enemy's side, the commander of a tank, gripping the communication microphone, shouted, "Fire at him! Concentrate all fire on the mech!" Boom! The main cannon of the tank roared to life. Rat-a-tat-tat. The rapid-fire electromagnetic cannon of the infantry fighting vehicle, along with the infantry's dual-mounted rapid-fire guns, joined the fray. Bang! That was the sound of an anti-tank missile. Zing! The heavy laser cannon discharged. Rat-a-tat-tat. The infantry's machine guns and rifles opened fire. However, at that moment, their targets had drastically changed. Li Xian's mech was finally in motion. The mech charged at a speed of 60 kilometers per hour, closing the distance in the blink of an eye. The 6-wheeled electromagnetic cannon mounted on its left arm began to spin, igniting with flames, its thunderous sound resonating through the surroundings like a tearing machine. A hail of bullets rained down like fiery whips, targeting the armored vehicles. while the recently launched serrated ant rockets found their marks. Amidst the enemy's counterattack, various anti-tank missiles, tank shells, and laser blasts turned the battlefield into utter chaos. The enemy's concentrated fire, unless precisely directed, mostly fell harmlessly into empty spaces. They had originally aimed at the mech's position while it was firing rockets. But after Li Xian launched the rockets, he surged forward without pause. Aside from the anti-tank missiles, laser cannons, and the rapid-fire cannons of the armored vehicles that pursued him, all other attacks landed on the ruins, achieving nothing but further destruction of the debris. Meanwhile, the short-tailed rodent infantry fighting vehicle, previously trapped in a confined space, emerged, unleashing its firepower to help divert the enemy's attention from Li Xian. Inside the mech, Li Xian was overwhelmed with adrenaline, disregarding the alerts from the void shield being struck, as he maneuvered quickly through the rubble. The six-wheeled cannon fired incessantly, and even with the dual assistance of the mech and smart chip, it wasted considerable ammunition. Facing the second armored vehicle, Li Xian unleashed the plasma cannon. Zing! A concentrated mass of plasma traversed the chaotic battlefield, striking the KR, four-wheeled combat vehicle that was currently firing. The crew of this infantry fighting vehicle, from the command the plasma cannon pierced through the exterior armor of the KR, four-wheeled armored vehicle, subsequently detonating within its confines. Boom. The plasma ignited the munitions inside the armored vehicle, and the ensuing ammunition detonation, combined with the explosion from the plasma cannon, obliterated the entire wheeled armored vehicle into fragments. Previously, the explosion of the serrated ant rocket had rendered 3 enemy fire points incapacitated. It had also blown off a wheel from one side of another armored vehicle, temporarily immobilizing it, turning it into a mere target, subjected to the firepower of the short-tailed mouse armored vehicle. Bang! Clearly, the ultimate fate of this KR, for armored vehicle was to be annihilated under concentrated fire. Meanwhile, Li Xian, navigating through the smoke billowing from the rocket explosions, finally found himself before a tank, the YR-6 medium tank, which was equivalent to the Blueprint Group's Hunter medium tank, both possessing similar combat attributes and operational capabilities. Generally speaking, if Li Xian's plasma cannon struck the tank, even if it did not completely destroy it, the immense electrical surge could temporarily incapacitate the tank's defenses. However, this time, he chose not to employ such a straightforward approach. His mech had already closed in on the enemy tank. Inside the tank, the commander shouted, "Reverse, deploy countermeasures, quickly release smoke grenades, bang, bang, bang." At that moment, the crew members aboard the tank had executed all possible actions. A barrage of smoke grenades was deployed, accompanied by faint popping sounds. Instantly, plumes of black smoke materialized in the air around the tank. Expanding rapidly. Chapter 32. Intense Crossfire, Part 2. Such concealment tactics worked against other tanks or infantry assaults, but held little efficacy against mechs that operated on a superior level. The mech's targeting system relied not solely on radar but also on psychic energy. The rapidly retreating tank was utterly exposed from Li Xian's psychic perspective. Die! Li Xian roared within the cockpit, as the mech's right arm swung down with ferocious power. The over 2-meter-long, shimmering with a soft blue energy field, rigid spear blades sliced through the retreating tank, cleaving it in two, under the influence of the disintegration field. The entire process was as smooth as a hot knife through butter. The tank was severed, and the gunner operating the cannon was diagonally bisected, dying on the spot. Simultaneously, as the ammunition rack was also traversed by the disintegration field, numerous rounds ignited from the electrical current, resulting in a chain explosion. Boom! The detonation of the munitions obliterated the remaining crew members, while the rear section of the tank erupted into a fiery blaze. Observing the smoke released by their comrade, the crew of another tank watched as their vehicle hastily retreated. They understood all too well that a tank stood no chance against a mech in close quarters. Tio put it simply, a tank could never match the agility of a mech, especially when the mech possessed a void shield. How could they fight back? Li Xian's mech burst forth from the smoke, as the enemy's second tank had already retreated a considerable distance. His earlier fervor, ignited by the destruction of a tank with his power spear, had considerably subsided. Faced with the tank that had retreated some distance away, Li Xian showed no inclination to pursue further. Instead, he raised the plasma cannon mounted on his left arm. The plasma cannon, fully charged, swiftly calculated the enemy's speed and trajectory with the assistance of its chip, locking its aim firmly onto the enemy tank. With a crackling sound, The plasma cannon unleashed a dazzling arc of electricity and fire, striking the tank as it continued its retreat. The violent surge of electricity and extreme heat melted a gaping hole in the tank's armor, leading to an internal explosion. Boom! The turret of the tank was violently dislodged, flames erupting from above. With the enemy's vehicles now neutralized, the remainder of the battle became significantly simpler. Lixion's mech pivoted to confront the positions of the enemy infantry that were opening fire, and the six-barreled electromagnetic cannon on his left arm began to whirl. Rat-a-tat-tat. Each enemy stronghold was struck with precision by the mech's targeted fire, while some infantry, sensing the dire situation, had already fled. Those who remained either found escape impossible or were blinded by rage. Regardless of their state, all enemies within Lixion's range gradually fell silent under the relentless barrage of his cannon. Buzzing, the six-barreled cannon whirred fruitlessly, for no more ammunition could be discharged. Lixion had exhausted his supply of 6,000 rounds in such swift combat. However, ammunition was no longer a necessity. The enemy's strongpoints had nearly all been silenced. Inside the cockpit, Lixion issued a command to his support soldier. Lao Lu, bring up more cannon ammunition. Received. Came the response in his EAR. Lixion surveyed the battlefield, noting that the recently re-engaged short-tailed mouse infantry fighting vehicles had begun to disperse and eliminate the remaining foes. The turret-mounted electromagnetic cannon fired continuously, suppressing the enemy with its formidable firepower. Simultaneously, the infantry, previously stationed in the rear, began to advance, forming small combat teams to meticulously clear out hidden enemies within the buildings. Confronting such foes proved challenging for Lixion. Even with the plasma cannon, effectiveness against larger structural ruins was questionable. Maneuvering his mech backward, he approached a tracked transport vehicle that awaited him. Lixion piloted his mech beside the vehicle and jettisoned the depleted ammunition pack. On the transport vehicle, the support soldier employed the vehicle's mechanical arm to lift a new ammunition pack and connect it to the back of the mech. With the resupply completed, Lixion felt a renewed sense of security. In this battlefield, the six-barreled cannon proved exceptionally effective. The electromagnetic accelerated rounds were versatile against any target. Not only was it effective against infantry, but it also dealt with infantry fighting vehicles effortlessly. And even tanks under sustained fire would not fare well. Click, click, click. Accompanied by a faint sound, the cannon has been reloaded, with the auxiliary soldiers driving the transport vehicle to load the ammunition backpacks discarded by Lixion, preparing to return and continue the reloading of shells. For the mechs, firing brings a fleeting thrill. However, for these auxiliary soldiers, it resembles a veritable crematorium of munitions. Despite the assistance of machines, it still consumes a considerable amount of time. Once Lixion has reloaded his ammunition, he maneuvers the mech using the thrust lever and takes a brief respite upon arriving at the ruins of a building. The ongoing battle to eliminate the remaining enemy infantry temporarily renders Lixion's mech unnecessary. He gazes at the opened can of the hunter tank nearby, alongside the destroyed enemy YR-6 medium tank and the KR-4-wheeled vehicle, all of which have proven overpowering against infantry. Yet, when confronted with mechs, these armored vehicles find themselves nearly powerless. The overwhelming dominance of technology may not be overtly apparent in civilian life, but it manifests vividly in warfare. When facing tanks or armored vehicles, unless Lixion's mech is subjected to a concentrated barrage of fire in a short span, he is unlikely to sustain any damage. Conversely, the enemy suffers grievously as mechs systematically eliminate them. When the times abandon you, they do not offer a forewarning. Rather, they deliver a brutal kick. Reality is not akin to a game, where balance must be considered. In real life, the rules are unyielding. Ineffectiveness remains ineffectiveness. What is meant to crush will undoubtedly crush. Thanks to the presence of mechs, the Allied forces have only lost a single hunter tank, and that was due to an ambush that struck first. Additionally, in the heat of battle, some infantry have been lost. However, the enemy's losses are significantly greater, comprising 2 tanks, 5 infantry fighting vehicles, and over 100 soldiers. Nevertheless, infantry are of little value. Their worth barely exceeds that of their own weapons, a sentiment echoed by both the Milda Surf Army and the soldiers of Hung Defense. Lixion is no different. Even if sold 100 times, he would not fetch the price of a single mech. Chapter 33. The first night the radiance of the stars gradually fades. This moment. It marks the first night since Lixion entered the battlefield. Compared to the fervent clashes of the afternoon, Their front line has not made further advances but has instead stabilized their defenses in this location. The vast expanse of the Beishimo steelworks cannot be easily captured in just a few days. Both sides have prepared for prolonged combat, and one can only imagine how many enemy soldiers still lurk beneath the surface of the Beishimo steelworks. During the night, after resupplying, a portion of the soldiers remains on alert, while the majority has retreated a short distance to rest. The mechs of Li Xian's unit are likewise situated in a newly established small logistics base. Resting point 3 mechs cluster together, forming a circle, while on the outer perimeter, auxiliary soldiers have set up rudimentary defenses and watch posts. Their armored vehicles also encircle the area, ensuring the safety of the mechs within. Even in the theater of war, it is impossible to maintain a constant state of tension. When it is time to rest, rest must be taken. Otherwise, like a taut string, it will inevitably snap one day after being stretched for too long. In the center, 3 mech warriors sat huddled together around a campfire, ignited from an oil drum and a few assorted items. At tea that moment, they were partaking in their first meal of the day, featuring meat. Li Xian savored the feast with great delight. The flavor was far superior to the energy paste consumed earlier in the morning. This food had been delivered from a logistical base established further back in the area they had entered today. Feng Dai, while eating, inquired of Li Xian, "How did you find today's battle?" Li Xian lifted his gaze and replied, "Indeed, there is a significant difference between combat and training. During training, one only needs to focus on aiming and firing. But in actual combat, there are many more considerations. Oftentimes, in the heat of battle, numerous details can be overlooked, completely ignored. It's common to feel this way when first stepping onto the battlefield. Perhaps it's just a rush of adrenaline that makes one disregard everything. However, you must pay more attention moving forward. Dealing with infantry and armored troops is child's play." Feng Dai clapped Li Xian on the shoulder and continued, "Our true enemies are the enemy mechs. The battle has only just begun. We cannot predict where that band of savages might be lurking. Make sure to practice diligently, so you're not caught off guard when the time comes." "Yes, Brother Feng," Li Xian affirmed. "Once we finish eating, let us return to our mechs for some rest. We must remain vigilant in this war zone." After finishing his meal, Zhang Lu addressed the two. "Understood, Captain." "Yes, Master." Feng Dai stretched lazily and remarked, "However, the enemy wouldn't likely launch a night raid on the first day." "Are you asking me? If I had any say in this, I wouldn't still be here," Zhang Lu retorted, turning to ascend into his mech. Observing this, Li Xian had no desire to linger below. Had it not been for Zhang Lu and Feng Dai already disembarking, he would have preferred to remain in the safety of his cockpit. It was far too perilous outside. What if a sniper appeared from a distance? While the mech cockpit was not overly cramped, it certainly lacked spaciousness, and truly resting inside was not a comfortable affair. After all, the D-class mech, the short sword squire model, was considered relatively small, leaving more internal space for equipment and ammunition. As for the pilot's comfort, simply having a place to sit was already quite commendable. This was partly due to the involvement of psychic energy. Without it, controlling such a massive machine would likely require hundreds, if not thousands, of buttons and switches, along with a plethora of dials and screens. In that scenario, the cockpit would be cramped to the extreme, leaving the pilot with little more than a minuscule space. Upon returning to the cockpit, Li Xian heard Zhang Lu's voice. "Vigilance is equally necessary during the night. Everyone will take shifts of 2 to 3 hours. Team 03 will be first. I'll take the second shift, and Team 02 will follow as the third. From tomorrow onward, we will rotate in this order." "Understood, Captain." "Yes, Master," Feng Dai and Li Xian quickly replied. Feng Dai addressed Li Xian, stating, "Although the perimeter has been secured with auxiliary troops, it is imperative to exercise utmost caution on the battlefield." Li Xian nodded in agreement. A cautious approach ensures longevity. Many historical military defeats can often be traced back to the negligence of a single soldier or a particular unit, culminating in a significant disaster. Li Xian was resolute in not wanting to become a cautionary tale for others in the future. Furthermore, while vigilance was essential, it did not necessitate relying solely on one site or enduring physical hardship. The mechas were equipped with radar systems that could detect approaching enemies, eliminating the need for infantry to endure the arduous task of remaining vigilant in their positions. During his watch, Li Xian even utilized a chip to facilitate his learning, accelerating his mastery of mecha knowledge. The sensation of knowledge flooding his mind brought a satisfied smile to his face. "I love learning." However, in the dead of night, Li Xian was abruptly awakened. Outside, a ferocious sandstorm raged, affecting even the modified human settlements, a testament to the harsh environmental conditions of planet Guansua Ford. Nevertheless, Li Xian soon settled back into a state of rest. Thus concluded the first day's combat, with the anticipated enemy night raid failing to materialize. In fact, the subsequent days unfolded with remarkable ease, as the enemy seemed to have lost their will to resist, offering only sporadic counterattacks, sometimes from hidden snipers who would fire a shot and flee, and at other times from infantry reminiscent of guerrilla fighters who would unleash a burst and then hastily retreat. The path-clearing hunters were filled with trepidation, facing daily ambushes, occasionally from anti-tank missiles or the enemy's electromagnetic cannons. Fortunately, in front of these tanks, infantry acted as scouts. Otherwise, the hunters would have proven inadequate in such warfare. Infantry casualties were the highest, as often they served as bait to lure out enemy firepower. Aside from the first day's engagement, which involved relatively elite armored infantry, the battles that followed predominantly featured soldiers from the infantry battalions, whose equipment was significantly more rudimentary. Lacking even the semi-comprehensive armor protection of the Hongyin II, these soldiers donned only bulletproof vests reinforced with ballistic plates. Such defenses offered minimal protection against conventional firearms, rendering them utterly ineffective against electromagnetic rifles, which would pierce through effortlessly. Chapter 34. Pollution. Infantry, in many respects, were merely consumables, an unfortunate reality. The cost of a single tank was exorbitant, and an armored personnel carrier was no trivial expense either. Utilizing these vehicles for reconnaissance posed a grave risk, as a single misstep could result in a devastating electromagnetic projectile strike. The losses would be monumental, especially since these tanks and armored vehicles also bore the responsibility of providing fire support. Without these armored transports, the battles would become exceedingly arduous. In contrast, the ordinary infantry of Hongyan defense proved to be a far more economical option. Most of their weaponry consists of the X-49, and the bulletproof vests and plates they wear are often purchased by themselves. Moreover, the combat experience of these soldiers is rather mediocre. It is difficult to fathom that this is an infantry unit in the age of interstellar warfare. It feels almost like a militia. Regarding Li Xian's bewilderment, Feng Dai provided his explanation one evening while seated around a campfire. You think they are weak and inept, don't you? Though reluctant to admit it, this was indeed Li Xian's sentiment, and he nodded in affirmation, saying, "It certainly appears so. I thought the armored soldiers from before were already quite subpar. Yet these infantry battalion soldiers exhibit even poorer combat proficiency." In Li Xian's mind, the combat skills of those veterans should at least be on par with the infantry who had once shared a ride on the great belly bird. Sitting beside those veterans, Li Xian could directly sense their elite caliber. It was not merely a result of their equipment. More significantly, it was their demeanor, that aloof and indifferent air. Yet, perhaps even these were not the true elite soldiers of Blueprint Biological Technology Group, for true elites would not be dispatched to such a meat-grinder battlefield. Feng Dai chuckled. "Ah, you are still too young. Oh, you think this place is what? A city under the Blueprint Group. This is Hongyan Defense. And the soldiers you see here are all veterans. The Haventy sent us a batch of fresh recruits, just picked up their weapons and trained for a couple of months before being thrown into battle. You should be grateful for that." Such veterans, Li Xian sighed softly. Feng Dai continued, "In a meat-grinder battlefield like Baiximo, even if you were to send the elite soldiers of the group, or the infantry battalion of the expeditionary force, would their performance truly surpass that of these men? What do you think?" Li Xian shook his head and replied, "It probably wouldn't in this urban warfare setting, even if elite soldiers were truly dispatched. The outcome would likely be similar. They might perform better, but the casualties would still be significant. The environment of the Baiximo steelworks, combined with the soldiers of the Milda servant army inside, excels at dragging everyone down to their level, subsequently leveraging their extensive experience to decimate the enemy." Feng Dai remarked, "Sending elite soldiers would certainly result in lower casualties, but not by much. We have hardly deployed our mechs lately, as you know. The enemy strikes and then retreats, making them difficult to pursue. In such a wretched conflict, only lives can be used as currency." From behind, Hongyan Defense had sent in another infantry regiment of over 1,500 men. They truly fear no casualties, for to them, even a high toll is merely a string of numbers. "Do you know," he continued, "in the mining townships, those sites long since depleted are filled with idle men? Hongyan Defense finds it exceedingly simple to recruit soldiers. These troops, having undergone merely a month or two of training, What kind of performance do you expect from them once they are thrust into battle? For a mere 5,000, one could compel a man from a mining district to bear arms in service of Hung in defense for an entire month. There would be no need for compensation. Ensuring their meals are sufficient would suffice. After all, in Guangzhou 4, there is no shortage of manpower. Lixian silently nodded. Feng Dai's words resonated with truth. Indeed, 5,000, this currency of the planets, is the medium commonly employed by those unaffiliated with corporations. In contrast, employees of the Blueprint Group and certain official members of the Milda Knights utilize energy credits instead. Energy credits hold a value of 1 to 1,000 against planetary currency and can only be exchanged unidirectionally, allowing energy credits to be converted into planetary currency, but not vice versa. Thus, it can be deduced that 5 energy credits would suffice to ensure the loyalty of these infantrymen from Hung in defense for a month. Yet, upon deeper reflection, Lixian recognized that he was not fundamentally different from them. The sole distinction lay in the fact that his wages were somewhat higher. Currently, due to his deployment in a war zone, his earnings were relatively substantial. However, the thought of his outstanding loan for the chip left him in silence. Even with his current income in the combat zone, repaying the loan would take nearly 10 months, assuming he spent nothing. What a life to lead, burdened by loans. The more he pondered, the more irate he became. The only divergence between himself and the infantrymen of Hung in defense was perhaps his higher income and the glimmer of a potential future, whereas their prospects appeared bleak, almost non-existent. Even if they were to survive the brutal combat in Bikesimo, another fight would inevitably await them. Life is but a journey, and death is their ultimate destination. This phrase suddenly flashed through Lixian's mind, and in the next moment, the chip within his mind began to sound an alarm. Alert! Alert! Chaos pollution levels rising. The blaring of the chip's alarm echoed in Lixian's consciousness. As he watched in dismay while his pollution levels, which had previously decreased to 13.6, surged to 21.3 due to his recent contemplations. Finally, after making a concerted effort to forget that phrase and clear his thoughts, the rise in pollution levels ceased. Feng Dai quickly noticed Lixian's distressed state and chuckled. What's wrong? Are you stunned by reality? Lixian swiftly composed himself, forcing a smile as he replied. A bit, but it's manageable. Internally, however, he was profoundly shaken. He had not engaged in any actions that warranted such a spike in pollution levels. Previously, the reduction was due to the smoothness of his bodily functions, which had improved considerably of late. Yet, just from a single thought, the levels had escalated so drastically, leaving Lixian terrified. Was this the threat of chaos? He dared not dwell further on the thought, fearing it might inadvertently trigger chaos's influence again. Clearing his mind, he engaged in conversation with Feng Dai, listening to his boastful banter. The intensity of recent battles had even allowed them to grow somewhat lax, no longer rushing to their mechs immediately after meals as they had on the first day. Chapter 35. The warehouse district on this night, even though Lixian and his comrades had let down their guard, no dangers emerged. The advance of the troops remained steady, with strongholds being steadily captured by the Hung in defense forces. The defenses of the Milda retinue seemed to have grown increasingly lax, as if they had resigned themselves to losing their positions on the ground. Such news hardly constituted a boon for the attacking forces. Their objective in assaulting the Bikesimo steel plant was not merely to seize this significant stronghold, but also to inflict substantial casualties on the Milda retinue's living forces. At present, the infantry brigade stationed here had suffered minimal injuries, with the number of fallen soldiers being quite low. Analyzing the intensity of the combat and the subsequent cleanup of the battlefield, it became evident that the total enemy casualties over these days had not exceeded 600 in light of the intelligence reports indicating a brigade of infantry bolstered by some reinforced battalions. The current casualty figures suggested an alarmingly light loss. Now, the territory secured by the Hung in defense had encompassed nearly half of the Bikesimo steel plant, excluding the subterranean areas. The underground battles had yet to commence. The remarkably low intensity of surface combat implied that at least 4,000 enemies still lurked beneath the steel plant. This was hardly encouraging news for the attacking side. On the 10th day of their incursion into the Bikesimo steel plant, Lixian and Feng Dai, piloting their mechs, remained on guard behind the vanguard forces. Accompanying the frontline troops were the mechs of Zhang Eloyu in recent days. The intensity of combat had been insufficiently fierce. With their mechs scarcely firing in the past couple of days, Lixian maneuvered the control stick, guiding his mech to slowly traverse the area. They had now entered what was once the casting district of the Biximo steel plant, a locale that had endured several rounds of fierce contention. Nevertheless, this area remained relatively intact, as both the structures and equipment were robustly constructed. Although the machinery and buildings had long ceased to be operational, they still provided ample opportunities for enemy concealment. Upon entering this zone, the pace of the troops' advance significantly slowed, with few accessible routes for tanks and infantry fighting vehicles. Towering, sturdy edifices flanked either side, their defensive capabilities rivaling those of established fortifications. Even after enduring heavy artillery bombardments, these structures showed little sign of deterioration. The proportion of casualties among the troops had risen by at least 20% compared to previous encounters. Suddenly, a barrage of bullets erupted ahead, obliterating an entire infantry combat team. A lone soldier, not yet fully extinguished by death, cried out in despair as he gazed upon his severed limbs. These are the supplementary infantry of Hung and Defense, whose combat capabilities and training fall significantly short. Had they been the armored infantry from the first day, at least 2, if not 3, members of this combat team might have survived. Rescue efforts proved futile. Some even contemplated ending the soldiers' suffering with a bullet, yet deemed it inappropriate, leaving them to helplessly witness the soldiers' cries gradually fade into silence. The soldiers continued to fire at the last known position of the enemy, the autocannon of the short-tail mouse armored vehicle roaring as flames belched from its barrel. Boom, bang. An infantryman, shouldering a rocket launcher, fired a rocket amidst a plume of white smoke. The explosion erupted at the enemy soldiers' concealed position, engulfing the area in a massive fireball. The battlefield fell silent. The gunfire from both sides ceased. A soldier approached the recently wounded, only to find that the injured had succumbed to their wounds, having bled out. Such occurrences had become all too commonplace for the infantry. Dying in the Biximo steel plant was a grim norm. After thoroughly investigating potential enemy positions in the vicinity, the troops resumed their advance. Ahead lay a large warehouse district, its rooftops already battered by heavy artillery. Nevertheless, these robust reinforced concrete structures remained largely intact. This row ahead consisted of similar vast warehouses. The area housed 3 rows of enormous warehouses, each covering a considerable area. Historically, this region served as a crucial defensive stronghold for the defenders, where intense skirmishes had erupted during the previous 2 battles at the Biximo steel plant. The steel doors of the warehouses had been shattered during earlier confrontations, leaving them in disarray. Through the doors, a dark abyss could be glimpsed within. From the rear, heavy artillery commenced its assault on the interior of the warehouses. The thunderous bombardment persisted for 10 minutes without any sign of response before finally ceasing. A 4-man infantry combat team crouched behind cover, one soldier peering ahead into the pitch-black interior of the warehouse, nervously swallowing. "I bet there are definitely a few hundred people hiding in there." Beside him, an older soldier produced a cigarette, lighting it and taking a deep drag. "His few, you don't need to tell me that. If there aren't hundreds of people in there, I'll twist my head off and let you kick it like a ball." The voice of the commander crackled through his earpiece. "Advance and scout the warehouse." "Received." The veteran took another deep drag from his cigarette, visibly watching it burn away rapidly. Each puff felt like one less to savor. "Let us move, but tread carefully." With that, the group swiftly traversed the open space in front of the warehouse, a thoroughfare at least 50 to 60 meters wide, devoid of any cover. Behind them, amidst the remnants of buildings and steel debris, the remaining soldiers stood vigilant, their gazes fixed ahead. The hunters, along with the short-tailed mice, had already taken their positions, their weapons meticulously aimed at the foreboding darkness within the warehouse. Even the mecha from Jianglu had lowered its 6-barreled cannon, poised and ready to unleash its fury at a moment's notice. The palpable tension was evident for all to see. The 4-man reconnaissance team, their hearts racing as if they might leap from their chests, swiftly crossed the central, open roadway, pressing themselves against the warehouse wall. The team leader signaled discreetly. One soldier quickly approached the warehouse entrance, crouching down, and retrieved several military glow sticks from his backpack. With a swift twist, the glow sticks illuminated, and he hurled them into the warehouse. Bang! The glow sticks cast their light, revealing the previously obscured interior of the warehouse. It was not devoid of contents. Numerous pieces of equipment and discarded steel lay piled within. The reconnaissance soldier peered inside, finding no immediate signs of enemies. The infantry team began to enter for inspection, and it was not just this team. Subsequent squads also commenced their exploration of the expansive warehouse. Tanks and armored vehicles moved slowly down the central road, maintaining a state of readiness for immediate support. Even Zhanglu's mecha stood guard, positioned against the wall of a warehouse. These warehouses towered at a height of 40 to 50 meters, rendering even the 7-meter-tall mecha akin to mere toys in their presence. In the rear section of the warehouse, the soldiers of the Milda retinue had established a defensive line. This ambush point had been strategically chosen, with the surrounding structures exceptionally robust, almost suitable for use as a fortress. Furthermore, the warehouse featured access to underground passages, enabling tanks, armored vehicles, and mecha to traverse from below into the warehouse. Within one such warehouse, several towering mecha were stationed. Unlike the D-class short sword retinue, these mecha appeared more slender. Their armor seemed lighter, and in terms of ranged weaponry, they were no match for the short sword retinue. A total of 5 mecha were present. 3 of them lacked even the most basic of ranged weapons, while the other 2 were armed solely with rudimentary 6-wheeled electromagnetic cannons. These were the mecha of the Milda Knights. The Knight retinue? Inside the cockpit, the pilots were resting, eyes closed, awaiting the enemy's approach. Due to the unique environment within the warehouse, coupled with the surrounding debris and pre-established cloaking devices, neither the mecha nor the lurking troops had revealed even the slightest trace of their presence. Within one of the mecha, a pilot quietly opened his eyes, focusing on the source of the heavy footsteps. There stood the short sword retinue piloted by Zhanglu. The cockpit lights flickered to life as the mecha was silently activated. The pilot smirked and declared, "The fish is hooked. All units, prepare for battle." "Ha ha ha! My mighty axe has long been thirsting for action." A mech pilot sneered as he spoke. The weapon wielded by his knightly retainer was none other than a long-handled power battle axe. The 5 mechs were not stationed together. 2 were positioned in the central area of the warehouse, while the remaining 3 were stationed at the rear. Moreover, within the vicinity of this warehouse, several other large warehouses were discreetly occupied by soldiers lying in ambush. The soldiers concealed in the warehouse's center could even hear the approaching footsteps of Hung and Defense S infantry. Inside the cockpit of the mech, the commander roared, "Attack! Show these corporate hounds a thing or two. Let them know who rules this land. Kill!" The other knightly retainers echoed the roar, their pilot's figure merging with the colossal sounds of the mech's movements. "Open fire!" The concealed infantry emerged from their hidden combat positions. Rat-a-tat-tat, bang bang bang. In an instant, the surroundings transformed into a cacophony of gunfire, with bullets ricocheting, flames igniting, and explosions engulfing the area. Not only within the warehouse but even above it, infantry utilizing infrared camouflage nets dragged machine guns and rapid-fire cannons from their concealed slots. These soldiers rained down fire upon the Hung and Defense infantry from their elevated positions. Enemy attack. Old 3 has been hit. Forget about Old 3. Quickly find cover. Young master, there's more to this chapter. Please click the next page to continue reading. It gets even more thrilling. The air was filled with the soldiers' cries of alarm, the screams of the wounded, and the sounds of retaliatory gunfire. Enemy spotted. It's an ambush, an ambush. Call for support. Call for support. The commander's earpiece was inundated with the sounds of fierce combat and the desperate pleas for assistance. The deer-hunting tanks and short-tailed mice patrolling the streets were fortunate enough to avoid direct targeting. At that moment, only the infantry inside and outside the warehouse were under fire. Yet they swiftly released a copious amount of smoke. Bang bang bang. Whether it was the deer hunters or the short-tailed mice, both deployed smoke grenades at the very instant the 2 sides began firing, concealing their positions. Simultaneously, the tanks' electromagnetic cannons and the infantry fighting vehicles, rapid-fire guns, began to swiftly seek out the enemy or fire in the general direction where the enemy might be located. Rat-a-tat-tat. Zhang Lu's mech opened fire, and the power sword in his hand sliced a gaping hole in the adjacent wall. He maneuvered a 6-wheeled electromagnetic cannon into the warehouse, utilizing psychic energy and radar to lock onto several enemies within. Boom, boom, boom. The cannon's firepower struck with such intensity that it nearly silenced half of the fire points manned by the Milda retinue concealed within the warehouse. Of course, this did not imply that the soldiers manning these fire points were slain. They were likely just suppressed by the overwhelming firepower. Soon, an unforeseen turn of events left Zhang Lu somewhat caught off guard. From the central area of the warehouses on either side, mechs suddenly crashed through sections of the already partially breached walls, causing a deluge of reinforced concrete mixed with bricks to cascade down. 2 Nightly retainers emerged not far from Jiang Lu's mech, a more distant corner, at the far end of the warehouse. 3 nightly retainers materialized. At that moment, Jiang Lu's heart plummeted. A crisis. A grave crisis. The usually composed Jiang Lu found his voice growing heavier with each word. He maneuvered his mech swiftly in retreat while simultaneously unleashing the plasma cannon and the 6-barrel electromagnetic cannon of his left arm, targeting the 2 nearest nightly retainers. Withdraw, withdraw, withdraw. Jiang Lu's voice resonated in the ears of Feng Dai and Li Xian. As the battle raged, Feng Dai and Li Xian had yet to activate their psychic powers to pilot their mechs. It was only upon witnessing the looming threat of the nightly retainers that they hastily initiated their machines. The weighty timbre of Jiang Lu's voice sent Li Xian's heart sinking further. Cover 01. Feng Dai's roar pierced the air, accompanied by the thunderous discharge of his 6-barrel electromagnetic cannon and plasma. Jiwen, Li Xian, disregarding the urge to flee, took a few steps forward in his mech, positioning himself in a relatively spacious combat zone. He leveled his left arm's 6-barrel cannon and began rapidly charging the plasma gun. Kill! Inside the cockpit, Li Xian's face flushed with fervor as he bellowed, fully activating his psychic energy to maximize his control over the short sword retainer. Rat-tat-tat-tat. Chapter 36. The ambush in the warehouse. Such feeble attacks. Today shall be your demise. Kiki-kik. The opposing nightly retainer broadcast the enemy's voice from within the cockpit. The foremost nightly retainer surged ahead with remarkable speed, eclipsing even that of the short sword retainer. Not only was its velocity impressive, but its void shield also boasted a defensive ceiling superior to that of the short sword retainer. Instead of a ranged weapon, this nightly retainer bore a formidable armored shield on its left arm. Behind the shield, it housed a deflection field generator, capable of creating an energy field in its vicinity. Most ranged assaults would be distorted by this generator, failing to strike their intended targets. Naturally, akin to the void shield, the deflection field could not repel all ranged attacks. Some faster and more potent projectiles, such as lasers and particle beams, would still breach its defenses. However, the bullets from the electromagnetic cannons were effectively countered by the deflection field, rendering Jiang Lu's and the other 2's electromagnetic cannons incapable of landing a direct hit on the nightly retainer's void shield. The cannon's ammunition was deflected, striking the sides instead. Weak, worthless, the nightly retainer roared. Yet, its arrogance was short-lived. Drawing upon his extensive combat experience, Jiang Lu successfully hit the armored shield that extended beyond the protective range of the void shield with a single shot from his plasma cannon. This high-energy attack was not within the defensive purview of the deflection field. A massive surge of electricity engulfed the shield, incinerating the deflection field generator. With its disappearance, the alloy shield was quickly obliterated by the cannon fire. Behind, Li Xian clenched his jaw, his blood surging with fervor. Bang, bang. The dual serrated Ant-12 launch rocket nests mounted on the short sword attendant's shoulder armor instantly unlocked and opened. Bang, bang, bang. A total of 24 105mm serrated Ant rockets, trailing white flames, surged forth towards the foremost knight attendant. Boom, boom, boom. The deafening explosions reverberated 24 times, scattering countless shrapnel and igniting a torrent of flames that roared back and forth within the corridor between the 2 warehouses. A scorching wind swept through from both ends, and even from above. In recent days, only Li Xian had retained the serrated Ant rocket nests. Even Feng Dai had dismounted this weapon. Fortunately, Li Xian had not uninstalled it, and today it finally proved its worth. Li Xian discarded the 2 rocket nests. Devoid of their munitions, they had become encumbrances. Reload. An auxiliary soldier swiftly maneuvered a tracked supply vehicle to Li Xian's rear, recklessly operating the mechanical arm at maximum speed to install 2 new serrated Ant rocket nests onto Li Xian's machine. Alongside the 2 mechs, 3 additional tracked supply vehicles operated by auxiliary soldiers joined the fray, unleashing a barrage of firepower into the corridor. The vehicle-mounted electromagnetic cannon incessantly fired shells into the heart of the flames. Seizing this opportunity, Jiang Lu quickly reversed his machine and attempted to flee, but his retreat was alarmingly sluggish. Where do you intend to escape to? A booming electronic voice echoed, and a towering steel construct surged forth from the still-fading explosions of the rockets. Another knight attendant mech charged towards Jiang Lu's machine at a blistering pace, while the previous mech remained huddled in the rear. Its void shield had overloaded. Under the relentless barrage of firepower, compounded by the detonation of 24 rockets, even the enhanced Void Shield could not withstand the onslaught. The Void Shield's overload would require approximately 10 minutes to reset, during which the mech could only rely on its armor for protection. Initially, Lexion expected this mech to either withdraw or lie low. Awaiting the arrival of reinforcements, however, to his astonishment, the mech showed no inclination to retreat, charging forth behind the knight attendant ahead. The ferocity of its assault sent shivers down Lexion's spine. Withdraw! Withdraw! 5 knight attendants. We cannot engage. Ignore those infantry. Feng Dai's voice crackled through the earpiece, revealing that not only was Lexion in a state of panic, but Feng Dai was equally flustered. There is no escape. We cannot evade the 5 of them. First, take out the 2 in front. We still have a chance for victory. Jiang Lu's voice resonated heavily in Feng Dai and Lexion's ears. After bursting through the corridor between the 2 towering warehouses, Jiang Lu's mech positioned itself to intercept at the corridor's mouth. Observing this scene, Feng Dai swiftly drew his power sword and charged forward. This is a prime position. Today, I shall face 100 alone. Indeed, this position was advantageous. The corridor between the 2 warehouses was insufficient to accommodate more than 3 mechs in combat, particularly given the greater space required for close-quarters engagements. Even if the other 3 mechs managed to arrive, they would likely find themselves bottlenecked behind. However, only a fool would act in such a manner upon discovering that the enemy had ceased their retreat and instead blocked the intersection. The commander of the 3 mechas behind, laughing heartily within the cockpit, exclaimed, "Look, the insects are no longer fleeing. Ascend to the rooftops, leap over them. Tear them apart, all 3 of them." The 3 mechas swiftly leaped, utilizing their power swords or other energy weapons to carve openings in the walls, propelling themselves onto the rooftops. This chapter is not yet concluded. Please click the next page to continue reading. Subsequently, they charged across the rooftops of the vast warehouse. Observing this scene, Lexion felt a prickle of trepidation at the nape of his neck. Why couldn't his enemies be mindless fools? How could this commander possibly engage in battle with a semblance of intellect? Crack ahead. Jiang Lu had already entangled himself with the first mecha, their power swords clashing together, unleashing a flurry of sparks and electric currents. Indeed, Feng Dai had not been mistaken. Jiang Lu's prowess in close combat was formidable, and the claim of him being able to take on 2 opponents was no mere boast. Jiang Lu's mecha was pressing against the opposing knight's retainer. If the situation remained as such, the ultimate victor would likely be the short sword retinue. However, this stalemate would not endure for long. The 3 knight retainers behind would reach the battlefield in no more than 30 seconds. At that point, it would become a 5 against 2 scenario, and even if Jiang Lu were made of iron, how many nails could he withstand? Lexion's mecha was capable of ranged attacks, a skill honed through recent training and relatively mild skirmishes. Yet, his close combat abilities were still woefully inadequate. As Feng Dai joined the fray, it became a 2 against 2, and the short sword retinue momentarily overpowered the 2 knight retainers. Retreat, 0-3, fall back, 0-2. If you have the chance, withdraw as well. I will hold them off. Lexion heard Jiang Lu's voice in his ear, calm yet tinged with a hint of anger. Withdraw? Lexion listened in disbelief to this command. In that moment, he truly hesitated. Chapter 37. The choice at this juncture. There remained nearly 30 seconds before the enemy's 3 mechas could reach the battlefield. If Lexion turned to retreat now, he had a significant chance of escaping. His position was already relatively far back, and no enemies could currently constrain him. If he turned to flee, 30 seconds would suffice for him to make considerable distance. Moreover, the enemy's knight retainers lacked formidable ranged capabilities, likely relegating them to merely watch as Lexion fled. The likelihood of them pursuing him seemed minimal. With 2 short sword retainers still on the ground, it would be more prudent for them to focus on subduing those 2 rather than chase after a retreating short sword retainer. After all, one could never predict when enemy reinforcements might arrive. A bird in the hand is worth 2 in the bush. It was more probable that they would join the assault against Jiang Lu and Feng Dai rather than pursue Lexion. Thus, there was at least an 80 chance that Lexion could successfully withdraw from this ambush. Leaving this place and returning to the rear defensive stronghold would greatly enhance his safety. Just as Lexion and his companions hesitated to clear the path with mechs, opting instead to wait for the infantry to do so, it is evident that even mechs equipped with void shields cannot withstand the onslaught of concentrated firepower. Once their void shields are shattered, they can merely endure a few more hits from armor-piercing projectiles than a tank. Upon hearing Zhang Lu's command to retreat, Li Xian was indeed tempted to flee at once. Yet he found himself rooted to the spot. He could escape this time, but not a second. Should Zhang Lu and Feng Dai perish here, even a retreating Li Xian would face dire consequences. It is likely that he would be incapable of piloting a mech by then. Even if he could, would any mech squad be willing to accept him? And if they did, who would be there to mentor him as Zhang Lu had? Although Zhang Lu's demeanor was somewhat grim and he had extorted 2 vials of the 5th-grade energy composite from Li Xian, he genuinely took the time to guide him, treating him as a true comrade. However, should Li Xian choose to flee this time, he would find no one willing to regard him as a teammate again. With his mediocre long-range skills and abysmal close combat abilities, survival in such a battlefield would prove exceedingly difficult. A choice. This is truly a matter of life and death. To flee would ensure his survival for now, but he might not be so fortunate next time. Conversely, to remain might seal his fate here and now. It was not only Li Xian who hesitated. Even Feng Dai found himself grappling with uncertainty. He recognized the inevitability of death in this situation. Despite their friendly conversations, he was acutely aware of Li Xian's lackluster combat skills. If a rookie were to flee, how could the two of them contend against 5 knight-like subordinates? Would they face them head-on? In an instant, Feng Dai turned to glance at Li Xian, hoping to see him retreating, which would grant him the justification to do the same in the face of his own life. Turning to run would be an act of self-preservation, while standing firm to fight until the last moment is the mark of a hero. There is no shame in following one's instincts. Yet, with the heat of battle still coursing through him, and the atmosphere of the battlefield weighing heavily, Li Xian chose to embrace his inner hero. Thus, when Feng Dai glanced back at Li Xian using his energy, he did not see Li Xian's retreating figure. Rather, he beheld the short sword mech, still wielding its cannon and loading rocket ammunition. "Give me 30 seconds. I'll return you a miracle." Li Xian's voice resonated within the cockpits of Feng Dai and Zhang Lou. At this moment, he even had the presence of mind to jest. Theoretically, the 6-wheeled electromagnetic cannon employed by the short sword mech has a maximum firing rate of 6,000 rounds per minute, yet in real combat conditions, such a rate is seldom achievable. Typically, the firing rate hovers around 3,000 to 4,500 rounds per minute. This implies that within a minute and a half, the short sword mech could deplete the ammunition it carries on its back. In 30 seconds, it could unleash at least 2,000 cannon rounds. Rat-a-tat-tat. Li Xian did not flee. One shoulder had been re-equipped with a serrated ant rocket launcher, while the left arm's 6-wheeled electromagnetic cannon unleashed its projectiles like a fiery whip, striking at the 2 knight-like subordinates, particularly the one whose void shield was already overloaded. Boom, 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 crack, crack. The 20mm electromagnetic cannon typically employs shells that are filled with a ratio of 4 parts high explosive to 1 part armor-piercing rounds. The notion that such ordnance could penetrate the armor of a knightly vassal, even in the absence of a void shield, is nothing short of fanciful. However, if a single shot fails to breach, one might as well fire several more. Furthermore, at least half of the projectiles are intercepted by another knightly vassal's mech. With the remaining ammunition, Li Xian endeavors to direct his fire towards the leg joints of the knightly vassal devoid of a void shield. The chest armor of the mech is undoubtedly the most robust, while the joints of the legs, necessitating mobility, are comparatively weaker. Such a feeble assault. "Are you merely tickling me?" The derisive voice of the knightly vassal rings out. The 2 knightly vassals, confronted with the attacks from Zhang Lu and Feng Dai, particularly the close-quarters expertise of Zhang Lu, find themselves somewhat beleaguered. Yet, this does not deter them from mocking Li Xian. Even a slight perturbation in his mindset suffices. With the assistance of 2 military-grade chips, Li Xian strives to control the targeting of his cannon, directing more shells towards the joints of the knightly vassal's legs. In a short span, loading a 12-tube serrated ant rocket pod is no small feat. The remaining time surely would not accommodate another. Li Xian plants his powered spear into the ground, freeing his mechanical arm to seize another rocket pod, which he hurls with great force towards the feet of the enemy. The serrated ant rockets do not require launching to detonate. Being triggered is equally explosive. Amidst this fierce combat, not only do the mechs concentrate their fire on the opposing knightly vassals, but several short-tailed mouse armored vehicles and a hunter's artillery likewise focus their assault on the enemy. All are acutely aware that should the mech be destroyed, the fate of the remaining forces is sealed. Thus, the infantry must endure the brunt of the struggle, fighting with considerable difficulty in the absence of fire support. Fall back a few steps. Li Xian's voice resonates in the ears of Jiang Lu and Feng Dai, who instantly perceive the rocket pod landing at the feet of the knightly vassal. Well done, Feng Dai shouts as the mech swiftly retreats. Boom! Bang bang bang! Li Xian's mech advances toward the battlefield, the rocket pod on his shoulder unlocking and aiming, unleashing a barrage of 105 serrated ant rockets, trailing white smoke as they surge towards the knightly vassal without a void shield. Damn it! Chapter 38. Psionic Signal Boom. Thunderous roars. In an instant, the knightly vassal ahead is once more engulfed in a tempest of explosions and flames. 12 serrated ants, if striking a tank at the right angle, could obliterate a hunter with a single shot. The penetrating and explosive power of such rockets is thus evident. Li Xian unleashes another dozen of these formidable rockets, in addition to the unlaunched pod beneath the knightly vassal's feet. Amidst the explosions of the rockets, the pod ignites instantaneously, triggering a chain reaction of detonation. Boom! This confined corridor is once again saturated with fire and explosion. Li Xian watches this spectacle, his face flushed with exhilaration. Artistry. This is the art of explosion. Even in this interstellar era, where an array of new high-tech weaponry emerges incessantly, the novel chemical propellant employed by the serrated ant rocket is undeniably formidable. Feng Dai had just retreated a short distance, yet Jiang Lu did not, as he brazenly approached the epicenter of the explosion to restrain the enemy. Li Xian, observing from behind, noted that the void shield of the short-sword attendant flickered rapidly in the aftermath of the detonation. Each flicker was a consequence of the residual shockwaves and shrapnel. Damn it! Damn it all! Boom! From the heart of the explosion, amidst the billowing flames and smoke, the voice of the knightly retainer emerged, only to vanish after a resounding roar. Jiang Lu's void shield, after the final explosion, succumbed to complete overload. He, like the preceding knightly retainer, found his void shield utterly compromised, requiring at least 10 minutes to reboot. This scene did not instill fear in Li Xian. Rather, it filled him with elation. Not only Li Xian, but Feng Dai too, whose triumphant roars filled the cockpit and resonated in Li Xian's earpiece. Well done! Magnificent explosion. Annihilate them. Without waiting for the smoke to dissipate, Jiang Lu and Feng Dai charged into the heart of the explosion. Li Xian swiftly assessed the situation post-explosion through his psychic energy, and upon doing so, he breathed a sigh of relief. This explosion had indeed met his expectations, a total of 12 serrated ant rockets, although a few had been intercepted by the void shield of the previous knightly retainer, still managed to strike the latter knightly retainer significantly. Coupled with the ignited rocket nest below, this confined area experienced an additional 24 rocket detonations. The limited space of the corridor compressed the explosive shockwaves and flames almost entirely within. The enemy's knightly retainer could no longer withstand the onslaught. The unit without a void shield was directly penetrated by several rockets, resulting in an internal detonation. The final roar just heard was the sound of this mech collapsing under its own explosive force. The knightly retainer with a void shield also succumbed to the explosion, its shield overwhelmed and shattered. From this moment onward, the tides of battle shifted favorably, transforming the odds from 5 against 3 to 4 against 3. The hunter tank on Li Xian's side seized the opportunity, launching a 120mm electromagnetic armor-piercing round at the now-shattered knightly retainer's void shield. Boom. While aspirations were abundant, reality proved to be quite stark. The tank's round struck home, yet the outcome was less than favorable. This knightly retainer had similarly equipped armor and withstood the impact of the projectile. However, bereft of comrades, the knightly retainer now found itself in a precarious position. Facing a 2-on-1 scenario, Li Xian piloted his mech closer to the fray, unleashing a barrage from his 6-barrel electromagnetic cannon to suppress the knightly retainer without a void shield as he drew near. A small white light darted forth from the wreckage of the destroyed knightly retainer. Before Li Xian could react, this light penetrated the cockpit of his mech and surged into his body, prompting an immediate feedback response from his psychic energy chip. Capture the unknown psychic energy signal. The psychic signal is being decoded. Li Xian's heart raced in astonishment. What on earth is this? However, the battle in reality allowed no time for contemplation. Gripping his power spear in one hand and firing his plasma cannon at the enemy knight's retinue with the other, he exclaimed, "Boom!" This shot from the plasma cannon staggered the enemy knight's retinue. Yet the added armor made their defenses formidable. At that moment, Jiang Lu's voice resonated. Fall back. Move away from the warehouse. The remaining 3 mechs are closing in. We cannot fight from this position. Upon hearing this, Li Xian, who had initially intended to charge forward, swiftly retreated. Simultaneously, Jiang Lu and Feng Dai's mechs also rapidly exited the central corridor of the warehouse. Above the warehouse, 3 intact mechs were nearly upon them. The warehouse's roof, capable of withstanding heavy artillery fire, could certainly endure the mech's movement. Boom. Just as Jiang Lu and the others had barely retreated, the 3 enemy mechs leaped down from either side. A height of 40 to 50 meters poses little challenge for a mech. The landing of the 3 knights' retinue mechs shattered the concrete ground, creating immense craters. Useless. The lead mech emitted a voice filled with murderous intent, clearly displeased with his 2 teammates. Even if he is useless, you should not eliminate him. Today I shall tear you apart. Annihilate them. The Call 1. D2 level mech ranged shooting skills 45-2. D4 level general driving skills 47-3. D4 level Mierda general knowledge 52-4. D4 level general melee driving skills 41-5. Bedtime exercise technique 78. At the height of the battle's intensity, Li Xian received a transmission from Zero, with 5 options appearing at the periphery of his vision. In this adrenaline-fueled moment, he swiftly glanced at the choices and perused them all. This unexpected turn left Li Xian momentarily taken aback. Yet he had no time to ponder further. Before him lay a situation where he was besieged by the relentless melee assaults of knightly retainers. Melee combat was Li Xian's weakest skill. Although he was oblivious to what would transpire after the download, he had no choice but to select the 4th option. Selecting the 4th, D4 level Mierda Knight Retainer melee driving skills, 41, downloading. In the next instant, Li Xian felt an influx of melee techniques flooding his mind, and these skills continued to expand. The feedback was strikingly clear, as his self-defined melee combat level within the chip surged rapidly. D1 level short sword retainer driving skills 56. 57.99 D2 level short sword retainer melee skills 12. Before Li Xian could fully comprehend it, his melee level had already ascended by 1 tier. With the assistance of 2 chips and his innate talent, he had elevated his melee skills to 50% of D1 within just over 20 days. However, as time progressed, the improvements became increasingly arduous, with daily increments of merely 2 or 3 percentage points. The moment the military-grade psychic chip absorbed this unknown psychic signal, the effects proved astounding. At that instant, Li Xian felt empowered. His control over the mech had dramatically improved compared to before. Zha, let me tear you apart. The knight retainer wielding a power sword charged towards Li Xian, the electronic roar echoing around him. Li Xian quelled his inner excitement. What difference did it make that he now possessed D2 level melee skills? According to the previous message, the last knight retainer he had obliterated with a serrated ant rocket was of D4 melee proficiency. As a teammate, this knight retainer's melee prowess was undoubtedly formidable. The short sword retainer, grasping a power halberd, activated his psychic energy, causing the 6-barreled cannon on his left arm and the nearly depleted ammunition box on his back to detach automatically. Next, they would engage in melee combat. With no time to utilize the cannon, which was as effective against mechs as a mere tickle. With the removal of these burdens, the mech's speed would increase slightly. Clang. As the power halberd met the enemy's power sword, a massive eruption of electromagnetic sparks ensued. So you're just a novice. Ha ha ha. No need to resist, the knight retainer roared. Your teammate was also slain by a novice. What are you so excited about? Li Xian retaliated without reservation, wielding his powered halberd as he struggled to fend off the enemy's relentless assault. Regardless of the circumstances, the halberd's length far surpassed that of the powered sword. On the battlefield, every inch counts. Relying on the superiority of his weapon's reach, Li Xian incessantly thrust and jabbed, much like he practiced during his school days. Weak, exhausted. What followed was a display of banter between the 2 mech pilots, engaging in a light-hearted exchange centered around each other's immediate relatives. The air was thick with electronic sounds and the clashing of powered weapons. Li Xian's halberd continued its relentless stabbing, occasionally executing powerful slashes. Having absorbed close combat techniques from the energy signals, Li Xian now exuded confidence, his weapon swinging with grandiose flourishes. With a swift thrust, the halberd, under Li Xian's command, lunged toward the enemy in such confined quarters. The powered sword proved less effective than the longer weapon. Though the adage "an inch short, an inch dangerous" held some truth, it did not apply to mech battles. Both combatants were too large, and the D-class mechs could not perform many highly demanding maneuvers. Furthermore, the narrow terrain meant that any attempt by the enemy to close the distance would meet Li Xian's probing halberd. If Li Xian were still the novice he once was, he might have struggled to respond to the knight's vassal's onslaught. However, he had since undergone enhancements. While he still could not overpower his opponent, he was now capable of momentarily entangling them. With a swift motion, the halberd lunged once more, but the knight's vassal sidestepped, evading the thrust while simultaneously advancing with his powered sword along the halberd's shaft. Die! The knight's vassal roared boastfully, breaking through the defensive line of the short sword attendant, bringing their mechs almost into contact. The powered sword effortlessly pierced the void shield, striking Li Xian's armor. Fortunately, Li Xian had equipped external armor. Had he not, that blow might have penetrated the mech's armor, damaging internal components. The chapter is not yet over. Please turn to the next page to continue reading. Another sword strike descended, and once the knight's vassal closed in, it became his turn. The agility of the powered halberd could not match that of the powered sword, and the terrain limited Li Xian's ability to maneuver. Yet, the halberd was not his sole weapon. As they drew near, despite having taken a blow, Li Xian thrust his left arm into the enemy's void shield. Boom! A plasma cannon, fully charged, erupted from the rear of the void shield, directly striking the enemy's mech lower limbs. The high-energy plasma, arcs, and flames detonated within the void shield. In that moment, the enemy's mech stiffened. Although it did not sustain critical damage, it had incurred significant harm. Li Xian maneuvered his mech to leap back, creating distance, and then, seizing the opportunity as the enemy struggled to regain their composure, he thrust the halberd once more. The powered halberd easily penetrated the defenses of the void shield, but the knight's vassal twisted at the last moment, narrowly avoiding Li Xian's aimed strike at the vulnerable cockpit. The power spear plunged into the left arm of the knight's attendant, piercing through the sword armor. Under the influence of the disintegration field, the enemy's armor could not withstand such a thrust. It was directly impaled by the blade of the long spear. Amidst the disintegration field, sparks and flashes of lightning erupted from the knight's attendant's left arm, which was now severely damaged. The enemy's mech finally recovered from the effects of the plasma cannon. In the recent skirmish, both sides' mechs had not fared well. Chapter 40. Intense battle. Li Xian's mech had endured 4 or 5 strikes from the knight's attendant's power sword. Despite the auxiliary armor, it was not without consequence. The external armor was nearly shredded to pieces, and the mech's own armor had already been sliced open by the disintegration field. Some internal equipment had also suffered damage, compelling Li Xian to forcefully operate this section through psychic energy. The enemy's knight attendant was no better off than Li Xian's short sword attendant. Firstly, the joints of the lower limbs had endured a blast from the plasma cannon, resulting in a significant breach in the external armor. This severely compromised the knight's attendant's agility, a consequence of the pilot's underestimation. The left shoulder armor was directly pierced by Li Xian's power spear, resulting in grievous damage. The knight's attendant's entire left arm lost its combat capability. The internal wiring and transmission mechanisms were severed, and this was not something that could merely be sustained by psychic energy. The battle between the two nearly reached a boiling point, with both mechs suffering extensive damage. Inside the cockpit, Li Xian's eyes were now suffused with a blue-white glow of psychic energy, tiny arcs of electricity flickering around his body. This was the result of him unleashing his psychic energy to its fullest. Only in this state could he contend with the enemy despite his weaker strength. However, maintaining such a condition was immensely taxing. Open supplies, Li Xian bellowed within the cockpit. A vial of medication was instantly ejected from the side of his seat. The D1 No. 5 Psychic Energy Composite Potion, commonly known as the Blue Restoration Potion, priced at 200 energy coins per bottle. It took Li Xian 2 months' worth of income to afford just one. With his hands too occupied to spare, Li Xian manipulated his psychic energy to uncork the vial and bring it to his lips. Gulp! He downed the entire potion in one swift motion. Contrary to his expectations, the rapid influx of psychic energy did not occur immediately. The digestion and release of such a potion also required time. It was not a matter of instant restoration upon ingestion. Even if such a potion existed, it was beyond Li Xian's reach. As he felt the psychic energy within him begin to surge slowly, Li Xian sensed he was ready once more. He gripped the power spear tightly and continued to launch fervent assaults against the enemy. Yet, the enemy knight's attendant was still experienced. Even without the use of the left arm, the right arm was sufficient to fend off Exion's attacks. Ultimately, a mech is a mechanical construct. While mechanical damage affects performance, it does not equate to the complete loss of combat capability as with a human. The only distinction might be a slight reduction in attack force, yet the knight's attendant still countered Exion with seasoned combat experience. If the fight continued for a while longer, he could still potentially eliminate Exion. Meanwhile, on the other side, Zhang Lu was engaged in a far more ferocious battle. Facing the onslaught of two Mechs. One machine was evidently the commander of the knightly retinue, while the other was the previously damaged mech. Feng Dai was engaged in combat with the knightly retainer wielding a powered spear, and the two sides were locked in a fierce struggle. Zhang Lu's prowess was indeed formidable. Even when besieged by two Mechs, he managed to hold his ground. He even seized opportunities to target the knightly retainer with the overloaded void shield, firing his plasma cannon intermittently. The surrounding battle intensified, with infantry suffering the highest casualties. They were mostly huddled within cover, in a state of faith-based shooting. Of the three short-tailed mice, one had already been destroyed, and the remaining battle vehicle was engulfed in flames. The condition of the other two short-tailed mice was scarcely better. One was nearly immobilized, its wheel deformed and its movement exceedingly sluggish. The situation for the four auxiliary soldier squads, led by Exion, was equally grim. One auxiliary armored vehicle had been effortlessly slashed by the enemy's knightly retainer. The other three armored vehicles were still operating their electromagnetic rapid-fire cannons, relentlessly bombarding the knightly retainer without a void shield. The situation for the hunter was even more dire. Originally providing support to the Mechs with its 120mm electromagnetic cannon, it found itself targeted by enemy infantry. The rapid-fire cannons atop the warehouse relentlessly bombarded the hunter. While the shells from these cannons could not penetrate the hunter's armor, they shattered all of its targeting equipment, leaving the hunter in a state of disorientation. Ultimately, from the height of 40 to 50 meters atop the warehouse, a tail-winged, armor-piercing anti-tank missile struck the hunter from above. The impact decapitated the hunter, sending its turret soaring over 10 meters into the air. Not only was the hunter under attack, even Zhang Lu's mech had become a target for enemy infantry. When the mech possessed a void shield, it was akin to a sovereign in the eyes of the infantry. However, when the void shield was absent, the infantry, equipped with anti-tank weaponry, yearned to test the mech's resilience. Zhang Lu's mech had already endured at least 2 strikes from anti-tank missiles, and it was only due to its robust armor that it withstood the onslaught. Yet, withstanding the missiles was not without consequences, as the external armor of the mech had sustained considerable damage. Nevertheless, Zhang Lu maintained a clear awareness of his mech's condition. The situation was not yet critical. He wielded his powered sword to parry the attacks from the commander of the knightly retinue, and then unleashed another plasma cannon shot from his left arm, striking the other mech. The plasma cannon had the advantage that, even if it could not completely destroy the enemy's mech, the intense electrical currents and high temperatures would render the enemy's mech rigid. Seizing the opportunity as the enemy's mech became immobilized, Zhang Lu swiftly closed the distance, driving his powered sword into the cockpit of the enemy mech. The pilot of the knightly retainer looked on in horror as the powered sword pierced through. No! The pilot could only emit a terrified wail before being utterly cleaved apart by the disintegration field of the powered sword. As a seasoned mech pilot, Zhang Lu's combat experience is exceedingly vast, allowing him to precisely target the enemy pilot in an instant. The knight retainer mech came to a halt, its mechanical functions ceasing as it collapsed to the ground with a resounding crash. However, this series of maneuvers by Zhang Lu did not come without its toll. The destruction of the knight retainer meant he would have to contend with another adversary's assault. The long-handled power battle axe wielded by the knight retainer commander descended with ferocity, and Zhang Lu, confined within the cockpit, understood that evasion was impossible. Thus, he raised his left arm, willing to sacrifice it in exchange for this kill. With a thunderous impact, the short sword retainer's left arm, equipped with a plasma cannon, was severed by the knight retainer's axe, leading to a cascade of explosions and arcs of electricity in the aftermath. Chapter 41. Retreat. The tumultuous currents, explosions, and smoke from the flames swirled around him. As Zhang Lu turned once more, the tide of battle shifted dramatically. 6 Mechs remained on the battlefield. 3 short sword retainers and 3 knight retainers. The balance of power appeared to have leveled. Yet the reality was far from it. The enemy had suffered the loss of 2 mechs, yet their current state granted them greater advantage. Zhang Lu's mech had lost its entire left arm, a loss that extended beyond mere limb and plasma cannon. The absence of an arm significantly affected the mech's balance, necessitating greater energy expenditure to maintain stability. This contrasted with his previous encounter against Li Xian, where the opposing mech was merely incapacitated due to a shoulder penetration by Li Xian's power halberd, leaving its arm intact and balance unaffected. Meanwhile, Feng Dai found himself in a relatively balanced engagement with the enemy. Both mechs had sustained damage, yet none was severe. In another corner of the battlefield, Li Xian faced a more experienced adversary. Despite the Knight Retainer granting him a hand, its legs still retained agility, allowing it to dominate Li Xian. Currently, Li Xian was in dire straits, having jettisoned his external armor long ago. The mech's own armor bore multiple deep sword scars, with sporadic electrical sparks emanating from the core. Although Li Xian's mech remained largely intact, the damage to its systems and armor had diminished its combat effectiveness by at least 20%. Most of Li Xian's strikes were deftly evaded by the opponent, with a fraction being blocked by the enemy's power sword. The shift in the battlefield dynamics following Zhang Lu's destruction of a mech rendered the atmosphere palpably tense. Feng Dai and Li Xian swiftly distanced themselves from the enemy. Positioning themselves on either side of Zhang Lu, the enemy mechs pressed forward relentlessly, constricting their space. Li Xian's power halberd continued to thrust, and the trio nearly maintained a unified front, effectively occupying the 60-meter corridor. This scene caused the enemy Knight Retainers to hesitate, as the confined terrain left them unable to maneuver for a flanking attack. "What should we do?" one Knight Retainer pilot grit his teeth and inquired. This caused the commander of the knightly retinue to hesitate. The original plan was to engage in a 5-on-3 skirmish, yet an unforeseen complication arose at the very outset point. One of the mechs was unexpectedly overwhelmed and eliminated by concentrated fire. "Charge once more. The enemy's condition is deteriorating as well," the commander of the knightly retinue bellowed, and the colossal mechs surged forward again, their target being the severely damaged Zhang Lu. "Death!" Li Xian roared, thrusting the power spear in his grasp fiercely, but it was effortlessly parried by the enemy commander wielding a long-handled power axe. "Sizzle!" Li Xian raised his hand and unleashed a plasma cannon, but the opposing commander's mech still possessed its void shield, rendering the plasma cannon ineffective. "Kill! Reinforcements are on the way. Hold the line for victory," Zhang Lu also shouted, his voice not only reaching Feng Dai and Li Xian through the earpiece but also resonating across the battlefield via loudspeakers. The 6 massive machines collided once more, yet a decisive outcome remained elusive within the short span of time. Minutes later, Zhang Lu's mech's overloaded void shield recharged, and neither side had achieved the desired results. The fierce battle had inflicted varying degrees of damage on both mechs. After another separation, both sides warily observed each other, for given the current state of the conflict, it was clear that such a confrontation would not conclude swiftly. Noticing the enemy's lack of intent to continue the assault, Zhang Lu began to signal Feng Dai and Li Xian to retreat slowly. Fall back, fall back." Inside the cockpit, Zhang Lu's voice was nearly hoarse. There was no alternative. The intensity of the battle surged not only Li Xian's blood but also drove Zhang Lu's adrenaline to its peak. The short-lived fierce combat had drained their spiritual energy to levels surpassing that of regular skirmishes, with each high-intensity maneuver of the mechs and weapon swings exhausting not only the mech's energy but also their spiritual reserves. Otherwise, every vehicle capable of supporting a void shield would be equipped with one. The 3 mechs provided mutual cover while retreating, and it was not only them. The remaining vehicles, whether short-tailed mice or mech support units, were also hastily fleeing. The infantry stationed further back were bolting for safety, weaving to evade the firepower unleashed by the Milda retinue. Some unfortunate souls, positioned closer to the front lines, had no choice but to remain hidden behind cover, awaiting an uncertain fate. "Damn it! Quickly secure the battlefield." The commander of the knightly retinue's mech roared in fury from his cockpit, his gaze fixated on the 3 short sword retainers that were gradually withdrawing. Though they had initiated the ambush, their losses exceeded those of the ambushed foes. What had the enemy lost? Some inconsequential infantry, a hunter mech, 2 short-tailed mice, and an auxiliary armored vehicle. In stark contrast, the Milda knightly order suffered the demise of 2 knightly retinue mechs, a loss that was utterly disproportionate. While they had repelled the enemy's advance this time, It was certain that this defensive stronghold in the warehouse would soon face an even more formidable counterattack from those corporate dogs. Useless, foolish. The commander of the knightly retinue approached the two fallen mechs in his battle suit, having witnessed one of his own. Struck down by Jiang Lu, the damage to this particular mech was relatively light. Its exterior armor was rent asunder, bearing numerous scars from electromagnetic cannons and tank main guns. However, the most grievous injury was the power sword that had pierced the cockpit, cleaving the pilot within in twain. Inside the mech's cockpit, shattered innards and blood were strewn about. While the main structure of this mech remained largely intact and could be swiftly repaired upon return, the fate of the other mech was far grimmer. That mech had succumbed to destruction following an overload of its void shield, subsequently obliterated by a barrage of serrated ant rockets. Its external armor was nearly torn to shreds, and the cockpit was utterly annihilated. This mech was beyond salvage, with its internal systems ravaged by the ferocity of plasma and rocket explosions. Drag that one away, and let the infantry set up a minefield around this wreck. The commander of the knightly retinue remarked, shaking his head in resignation at the first destroyed mech. Repair was no longer an option for it. Chapter 42. Retreat, Part 2. The retreating short sword attendants, having vacated the battlefield, hastened onward, discarding the infantry that required protection, along with the remnants of armored forces. The area ahead had already fallen under their control, posing little danger to the infantry and remaining armored units unless the enemy dared to counterattack. However, mechs were a different matter altogether. Their size rendered them conspicuous, and the varying degrees of damage among the three mechs necessitated a prompt return to the rear for repairs. After all, no one could predict when the next battle might erupt. The loss of infantry and armored units was not catastrophic, as these forces could be readily replenished. Yet, the loss of a mech would be a significant blow. Well done. The last to walk was Feng Dai's mech, within which he expressed his relief at having survived the ordeal. He lavished praise upon Li Xian, whose performance had far exceeded Feng Dai's expectations. Among the three mechs, Feng Dai's was in the best condition. In the preceding skirmish, he had faced the knightly retinue's commander as an equal, with both sides possessing comparable machinery and combat experience. Next in line was Li Xian's mech, which had endured numerous strikes from power swords. Were it not for the auxiliary armor that absorbed a considerable amount of damage, Li Xian's mech might have met the same fate as the others. The most unfortunate was Jiang Lu's mech, which had not only lost its left arm completely, but had also sustained significant damage to its core structure. Due to the overload of the void shield, Jiang Lu had suffered multiple hits from the anti-tank missiles of the Milda retinue. This performance was indeed commendable. I thought we were doomed, yet here we are, alive. Jiang Lu's voice was filled with gratitude as the three mechs arrived at the next stronghold, where they encountered a hastily assembled support unit. This follow-up force comprised 4 mechs, half a company of hunters, and an entire company of armored infantry. Upon sighting Jiang Lu and his companions, the leading mech exhaled a sigh of relief. Thankfully, it is fortunate that everyone has returned alive. Jiang Lu's voice resonated. Why has the support arrived so late? The supporting troops lamented. Today's adversaries are relentless, launching a full-scale counterattack as if fueled by gunpowder. It is not solely you who fell into an ambush. Forces in other directions have also faced enemy counterattacks and ambushes. Jiang Lu inquired. What is the situation in other sectors? The second and third groups have similarly encountered counterattacks. The second group suffered the loss of 1 mech. The commander of the support troops spoke with a tone laden with helplessness. As for the losses of other units, neither side broached the topic. Yet it was evident that the toll would be substantial. The fifth group, having escaped without losing any mechs, nonetheless saw their armored units nearly annihilated, with infantry casualties amounting to at least half. The second group, akin to Li Xian's fifth group, was left with only 3 short sword attendants, and now they were down by 1. It was easy to surmise that their accompanying forces had suffered even greater losses. The commander of the support troops queried. What is your situation? Jiang Lu replied. We were besieged by 5 knight attendants. By sheer luck, we managed to destroy 2 of them. Ultimately, the enemy, seeing they could do nothing against us, allowed us to depart. What? Jiang Lu's words instantly stirred a commotion within the defensive stronghold. It was not only the commander of the support troops who gasped in astonishment. Even Lu Quan, who had been listening to their exchange from the rear, could not help but exclaim. Within the command center, Brigadier Ji of the Hung and Defense Mixed Brigade hastily inquired. What is the situation? Lu Quan, having lost a mech in today's battle, found his previously dark expression suddenly brighten. He chuckled. The fifth group also faced an enemy siege, yet they performed admirably, managing to retreat unscathed while eliminating 2 night attendants. This truly stands as the sole piece of good news I have heard today. Gigi's expression softened slightly, though not to the same extent as Lu Quan's, for he had already glimpsed the casualty figures among the hung and defense soldiers in the attacking forces from the direction of the fifth group. He noted the losses of 1 stag hunter, 2 short-tailed mice, and at least 60 to 70 infantry. Ji felt a twinge of pain, not for the infantry, but for the vehicles. Each of these machines bears significant value. When converted to Li Xian's salary, despite his current monthly earnings, including wartime bonuses, amounting to 105 energy coins, the price of a short-tailed mouse remains beyond his reach. The quoted price for a short-tailed mouse hovers around 25,000 energy coins. With the exact cost contingent upon the weapon systems equipped, in contrast, the Stag Hunter tank commands an even steeper price, with procurement costs reaching 55,000 energy coins. Such figures imply that, should Li Xian toil for several decades without sustenance, he might eventually afford a short-tailed mouse. With a few more decades of effort, he could then aspire to procure a Stag Hunter. The cost-effectiveness is truly remarkable. In stark contrast, the price of infantry is exceedingly low. The soldiers of Hung and Defense are recruited using planetary currency, with a new recruit earning a mere 5,000 a month. An experienced veteran's salary may rise, supplemented by various allowances, potentially exceeding 10,000. This is remarkably inexpensive, translating to just a few energy coins, or at most a dozen. Losing 50 or 60 infantrymen is a trivial concern for Ji Zizhuan, but the loss of a tank or 2 armored vehicles is a genuine source of distress for him. Lu Quan, observing from the side, exclaims, "Old Jiang, splendid work today. I will celebrate your success upon your return. Quickly bring the mechs back for repairs." "Yes, Supervisor," Zhang Lu responds from a distance. Meanwhile, Zhang Lu, accompanied by Li Xian and several auxiliary soldiers, struggles to maneuver the mechs back to the forward base. At this moment, it is not solely the domain of the maintenance team from the 5th group. Even the maintenance teams from other mech squads rush to assist. The 3 mechs are swiftly loaded onto transport vehicles and taken to the repair base, which is equipped with numerous large-scale mechanical devices for maintenance. War is not merely about victories and defeats on the battlefield. It also hinges on logistical support. The mechs piloted by Li Xian and his companions can be restored to combat readiness within a day or 2 at best, or 4 to 5 days at worst. Under the care of these maintenance personnel, in stark contrast, the enemy's mechs, located beneath the Biximo steelworks, are unlikely to enjoy such favorable repair conditions. The disparity becomes glaringly apparent. Chapter 43. Repairs with a hissing sound. The cockpits of the 3 mechs gradually open. The pilots, Jiang Lu, Feng Dai, and Li Xian, emerge one by one, each cradling a small box containing their personal supplies, including Li Xian's number 5D1 compound used during combat. "Goodness, Li Xian, what happened to your eyes?" As Li Xian descends from the mech, Feng Dai claps him on the shoulder, exclaiming in astonishment. "What's wrong?" Li Xian feels a sudden surge of anxiety. "Your eyes look as if they could devour someone." Feng Dai Jess Li Xian approaches a maintenance vehicle, peering into the rearview mirror. His face appears unchanged, yet his hair stands on end, and his eyes are bloodshot, as if he has endured several sleepless nights. Not only does Feng Dai find the sight startling, but even Li Xian himself nearly fails to recognize his reflection. Jiang Lu approaches Li Xian's side, patting Feng Dai on the back. "Enough scaring him. You needn't be alarmed. It's just the effect of the number 5 compound you consumed during battle." Li Xian nods, replying, "Indeed. This is one of the external manifestations of consuming the number 5 compound. During intense combat, its effects are heightened, resulting in this appearance." Jiang Lu gives Li Xian a reassuring pat on the shoulder. "Well done today." Li Xian smiles, responding, "All thanks to the excellent guidance from my mentor." For the first time in a month, a smile graces Jiang Lu's face, clearly indicating that Li Xian's performance has not disappointed him. On the side, the mechanics have begun to busily attend to their tasks. They deftly maneuver mechanical arms, initiating repairs on the mechas. The condition of the 3 mechas is far from optimistic. However, most of the equipment remains intact. With the replacement of a few components and circuits, the performance of the devices can be restored. Jiang Lu grasped the arm of the repair team leader and inquired, "How is the situation? How long will it take to regain combat capability?" The repair leader, holding a tablet that had already interfaced with the mecha for data analysis, displayed a standing image of one of the mechas. Lixian glanced at it, noting that the entire mecha was awash in red alerts flashing incessantly. The repair leader pointed to Jiang Lu's mecha, stating, "Captain Jiang, among these three mechas, yours has sustained the most severe damage. Based on the estimated repair time, it will take at least 5 days to restore combat readiness." The repair leader clicked his tongue, lamenting, "The damage is indeed catastrophic. In comparison to the main body of the mecha, the severed left arm along with the plasma cannon is one of the more manageable repairs. Look here, this is the most critical area." He zoomed in on the tablet, revealing the rear of the mecha. This impact appears to be from an enemy armor-piercing round, which penetrated the rear armor of the mecha, nearly triggering an explosion of your energy core. "This damage must have been caused by an anti-tank missile," he added, gesturing to another significant tear. "The destruction here is also considerable. I am truly astounded that your mecha can still return. This section of equipment has suffered nearly 40 damage. Had it been hit a bit more, your mecha would have been rendered completely inoperable. What a stroke of luck." The repair leader marveled before pointing to Lixian's and Feng Dai's mechas. These two mechas have sustained lighter damage, likely due to the void shields not being overloaded. They should only require about 2 days of repairs to regain combat capability. The equipment has not suffered significant loss, and replacing the external armor will take just a few hours. Jiang Lu nodded in understanding. "All right, got it." Just as they were about to exit the maintenance hangar, a group approached from a distance, led by the defense supervisor, Lu Quan. "Old Jiang, you did splendidly today. After hearing a day full of bad news, it's refreshing to finally hear something positive from you. Come, let us go and make a battle report." The joy in Lu Quan's voice was palpable. Jiang Lu also wore a smile, replying, "Supervisor, after such a remarkable victory, you don't suggest we take a moment to rest?" Lu Quan's eyes widened in surprise as he retorted, "Rest? Is my office enough for you to rest in?" Jiang Lu immediately wilted, forcing a smile as he responded, "That's more than adequate. Quite enough." On another side stood Ji, the commander of the Hungan Defense Mixed Brigade, who was also beaming with delight. He offered a subtle applause for Jiang Lu, Lixian, and Feng Dai. "You three executed today's battle beautifully. Did you hear that? 2 high-ranking leaders have come to celebrate with you. How can you not be satisfied?" Lu Quan chuckled heartily. "We are satisfied, truly satisfied." Jiang Lu nodded repeatedly. The group of individuals thus returned to the command center within the forward base, in a medium-sized conference room. The video data extracted from the mechs and the returning soldiers had already been uploaded. At this moment, what was being played were the recordings captured within the 3 mechs. The footage primarily featured Jiang Lu, as it was his mech that had initially engaged in combat. The mechs of Lixian and Feng Dai remained stationed in the rear, maintaining a state of manual vigilance, yet had not yet partaken in psychic driving. The video depicted the orderly advance of the troops, including thorough inspections of the surrounding warehouses, revealing little in the way of faults. This row of colossal warehouses was inherently suited to serve as a defensive line. Lu Quan and Ji engaged in conversation while observing the scenes within the footage. Ji, gazing at the line of imposing warehouses, remarked, "This location rings a bell. During the previous 2 assaults on the Biximo steel plant, fierce battles erupted here. The structure of these warehouses is exceedingly robust. Even the artillery's 152mm howitzers cannot breach it, unless aerial munitions are deployed from aircraft. However, in this region, both sides' aerial forces are rendered ineffective due to the complex electromagnetic environment, leaving us to tackle this formidable obstacle head-on." "What was the casualty rate in the prior battles here?" Lu Quan inquired. "Quite significant," Ji responded. "In the second assault on Biximo, we lost at least 1 reinforced infantry battalion here, along with an estimated 10 tanks and armored vehicles. The losses were considerable. To secure this area this time, we will undoubtedly require the support of the mech forces." As Ji spoke, he cast a glance at Lu Quan. Without hesitation, Lu Quan assured, "Rest assured, the mechs will participate in this battle, and the promised supply of vehicles for your unit is already en route." Upon hearing this, Ji's expression brightened considerably. Lixian, seated slightly behind, observed the exchange with a contemplative gaze. It appeared that despite suffering significant losses today, he could still greet the 5th Squad with a smile, thanks to Lu Quan's commitment to providing support for his mixed brigade. Previously, he had gleaned some information about Hungan defense from the chip. Due to restrictions on access, the information Lixian could view was rather superficial. Hungan Defense is a subsidiary under the Defense Department of Blueprint Biotechnology Group. Not wholly owned. Hung Defense primarily undertakes combat and defensive tasks assigned by the Defense Department of Blueprint Group, which constitutes the main source of revenue for the company. ASA Defense Company. The operational forces at their disposal represent their greatest asset. What, then, constitutes their strength? Ordinary infantry certainly does not qualify. Such soldiers possess little combat capability in the face of mechs. Instead, armored vehicles are the true capital of Hung Defense. Possessing vehicles allows one to achieve dominance in typical engagements. Although tanks and infantry fighting vehicles may appear vulnerable, easily susceptible to a single infantryman wielding an anti-tank missile or an electromagnetic cannon, their dominance over foot soldiers is undeniable. In a confrontation where both sides possess equal strength and command, it is evident that those equipped with armored vehicles will prevail, suffering fewer casualties in the process. Hung Defense is likely to have its own independent financial system, undertaking tasks from Blueprint Defense to secure funding as a source of revenue for the company. However, they lack the capability to produce weaponry and must procure the majority of their arms from the Blueprint Group. Thus, for Blueprint Biotechnology Group, it simply involves circulating funds, subsequently expending some on weaponry, and thereby attracting a significant number of soldiers willing to lay down their lives for them. This is indeed a remarkably advantageous arrangement. Within the conference room, attendees continued to observe the compilation of combat footage. They watched as the enemy's ambush materialized, witnessing the opposing firepower and the concentrated barrage from various firing positions. As the battle erupted, the enemy's night mechs made their appearance, instantly transforming the atmosphere in the room. Even Luchuan, Gigi, and the surrounding operational advisors sat up straighter in their seats. On the conference table lay remote equipment, utilized by members of other mech support teams, participating in this operational seminar from a distance, as combat had yet to commence. Attention heightened among the participants, eager to witness how Jianglu and his team of 3 short sword mechs would confront 5 night mechs, managing to eliminate 2 in the process. Inside the Beishimo steel plant, a group of mechs formed a tight circle, their pilots seated within their cockpits. The commander urged, pay close attention, analyze the enemy's tactics, and learn from the combat methods of Team 5. The 2 mech pilots responded in unison, yes, Commander. As the battle reached its peak, a 5-on-3 scenario unfolded, with Jianglu's tension palpable even through the footage. Continuous electromagnetic cannon fire and the relentless barrage of 24 serrated ant rockets from Li Xian intensified the scene. On screen, Jianglu roared, 03, retreat. This moment weighed heavily on the hearts of all who watched. It was clear that Jianglu believed there was no hope for escape and wished only to afford his teammates a chance to flee. Another combat team, which had lost a mech that day, witnessed this scene. Unable to suppress their tears, one of their comrades had perished on the battlefield while covering their retreat. Though they had initially tried to push the incident from their minds, Jianglu's desperate cry rekindled their sorrow. In the conference room, some operational advisors discreetly turned their gazes towards Li Xian, having recognized the combat designation of this mech team, 03, which clearly referred to him. Evidently, in this encounter, 03 did not abandon his comrades in favor of the most survivable option, but chose instead to remain and engage in battle. This is laid bare for all to see. Otherwise, even with the most exceptional driving skills, 2 short sword attendants could hardly escape unscathed from the onslaught of 5 nightly escorts. In the scene, the voice of Li Xian emerges. Give me 30 seconds, and I shall return a miracle. Accompanied by the explosions of rocket pods and sawtooth ant rockets, the tide of battle began to shift. The first nightly escort was utterly obliterated by the blast. While the remaining 1 bore injuries, it can be said that Li Xian's maneuvers decisively established the foundation for their victory. The footage below appeared exceedingly intense, with relentless bombardments from long-range artillery, dense electromagnetic artillery fire, and the sweeping strikes of power weapons equipped with disintegration fields. Several mechas grappled with one another, and at that moment, Jianglu noticed that Li Xian's close combat skills had remarkably improved in such a short span of time, no longer resembling the clumsy attempts of his training days. As the recording concluded, he observed how the mechas continued to shield all retreating infantry and vehicles until they had safely departed. Ji Zhizhuan nodded repeatedly. The casualties among the infantry and vehicles of the 5th Squad were indeed significant. However, the mechas had accomplished all that they could, doing their utmost to care for and protect the soldiers and vehicles. Even in a compromised state, they remained responsible for covering the rear. When soldiers step onto the battlefield, casualties are inevitable, but they must not perish in vain. nor be abandoned. Ji Zhizhuan was exceedingly pleased with this small team of the 5th Squad, not solely because the losses incurred during this period could be replenished, but also due to the exceptional performance of these individuals. Lu Quan turned to Li Xian, nodding repeatedly, exclaiming, "You, my boy, well done. This battle was executed splendidly. I shall commend you." Upon hearing this, Li Xian was overjoyed, exclaiming loudly, "Thank you, Supervisor. Will there be a reward?" In his mind, he fantasized. After all, he had managed to take down a knightly escort, and vehicles are undeniably costly. The price of a mecha would be even steeper. This time, Li Xian had indeed rendered a significant contribution. If he could be rewarded with several thousand universal currency coins, he thought he could afford to find a lavish mansion and rest for a few days without hesitation. Chapter 45. The Composite Number. See, back then I offered you Li Xian, and you didn't want him. Lu Quan directed a stern gaze at Jiang Lu, feigning intimidation. How about now? If you think Li Xian is inadequate, I will reassign him to Old Li. Jiang Lu hurriedly plastered on a smile, saying, "When did I ever say I didn't want him? Supervisor, you must have misremembered. I said I wanted him. I have nurtured this lad for so long. I've formed a bond with him. You can't reassign him." From the remote device on the conference table, a man's hearty voice rang out. "What? Old Jiang, you don't want Li Xian? Lu, hurry and transfer him to me. I will take good care of him." Jiang Lu's old self certainly wouldn't know how to mentor a newcomer. He should have been assigned directly to me back then. Certainly, it is never too late. Li Xian, you may wait for me here. I shall drive over at once. Jiang Lu nearly roared, rushing towards the distant device that had just emitted sound, calling out to the opposite Li Datu. "Li Datu, you are everywhere. Hurry here and witness how I will deal with you." The conference room was now suffused with a joyous atmosphere. This moment, amidst the interlude of battle, provided a rare sense of relaxation. Lu Quan tapped the table to interrupt the cacophony of voices and delivered a summative statement. "Well, Li Xian has performed commendably in Group 5, and Jiang Lu has also done well in mentoring the newcomers. Li Xian, dedicate yourself to Group 5. I have faith in you." "Yes, Supervisor." Li Xian promptly stood and responded loudly. Alas, how fortunate it would have been had I been assigned to that group. The voice of Li Data echoed from the remote device. Filled with frustration, it was not merely their admiration for Li Xian's combat skills. In the eyes of these seasoned pilots, his proficiency in piloting mechas was insignificant. Among the 20 or so pilots, every single one surpassed Li Xian by a considerable margin. Li Xian was at the very tail end, merely a rookie mecha pilot who had just completed training. However, this rookie had already endured the trials of warfare and possessed a mindset superior to that of the average novice, making him somewhat reliable on the battlefield. What they valued was not Li Xian's piloting technique, but rather the person he was on the battlefield. A teammate with exceptional combat skills is desired by all. However, a trustworthy companion to whom one can entrust their back is even more coveted. If given a choice, many might prefer the latter. The ability to rely on a comrade for life and death in battle is indeed an enviable circumstance. The recent footage unmistakably depicted a fatal outcome. Even though Jiang Lu had allowed Li Xian to escape, it was a command from the commander. Had Li Xian fled, he would not have faced any consequences upon returning to base. Yet, Li Xian did not flee. Instead, he turned and joined what appeared to be a suicidal mission, earning the admiration of all. Even other seasoned mecha veterans might not have made the same choice under such circumstances. Piloting skills and combat tactics can be honed with training. It merely requires time. However, an individual's character, standing resolutely alongside comrades in the heat of battle without hesitation, is not something that can be cultivated. It can be said that while Li Xian may not possess the strongest combat prowess in their group, having him as a teammate inspires much more confidence, alleviating concerns of being abandoned. What a splendid companion he would make. As the discussion and analysis of the footage concluded, the individuals in the conference room gradually dispersed. Finally, Lu Quan addressed Jiang Lu, saying, "The item you asked me to procure has arrived. You may collect it for me shortly. This must be the item prepared for him, right?" Jiang Lu nodded but offered no further elaboration. Then, Lu Quan patted the curious Li Xian and remarked, "Work diligently under your mentor. Learn well. You are quite impressive, and your mentor thinks highly of you. He sought my assistance in exchanging something. This item is neither inexpensive nor easily procured." Without a moment's hesitation, Li Xian proclaimed, "It is the supervisor. I shall diligently follow my master. All right, I shall take my leave." Jiang Lu followed Lu Quan as they departed, while Li Xian gazed at Jiang Lu's retreating figure, a sense of bewilderment stirring within him. Initially, he believed that Jiang Lu's request for 2 vials of the number 5 psychic compound was an attempt at extortion. However, based on their recent conversation, it seemed that Jiang Lu intended to use this item to barter with Lu Quan for something else. Or perhaps it was meant for himself. Was he merely underestimating Jiang Lu's intentions? With this perplexity in mind, Li Xian accompanied Feng Dai back to the maintenance hangar. In the following days, they would likely remain here until the mecha was fully repaired. During their journey back, Li Xian and Feng Dai engaged in extensive conversation. Initially, their relationship could be likened to that of mere acquaintances, having known each other for just over a month. However, following the harrowing battle of the day, Li Xian had truly integrated into their ranks. They had become comrades forged in the crucible of survival. From this moment onward, their bond would undoubtedly transform into something profound. Not long after Li Xian returned to the maintenance hangar, Jiang Lu reappeared, a sleek black metal box in hand. Li Xian, come here. Hearing Jiang Lu's voice from a short distance away, Li Xian turned to see him preparing to enter a small conference room. He hurried over, with Feng Dai curiously trailing behind him. Upon entering the diminutive conference room, Li Xian's gaze fell upon the items arranged on the table, and a quiet speculation arose within him. Master, did you call for me? He inquired. Jiang Lu nodded, gesturing with his chin towards the small metal box. Open it and take a look, he instructed. Feng Dai followed suit into the room, and upon seeing the box, he immediately whispered, "Is that the item?" Li Xian couldn't help but cast a glance at Feng Dai, pondering the enigma of these two individuals. He pulled the box closer, unlocking it to reveal a vial of deep blue liquid. Accompanied by an instruction manual, Jiang Lu explained, "While we were at Base 3 of Hung in Defense, I acquired 2 vials of number 5D1 psychic compound from you. This is what I obtained from Supervisor Lu in exchange for your potion." "Master, what is this?" Li Xian inquired, his eyes fixed on the exquisite vial, hesitating to reach for it. "This is the number 3D1 psychic fission compound. Upon consumption, it can increase the amount of psychic energy you possess." Chapter 46. Respite. After hearing Jiang Lu's words, Li Xian stared at the item, nearly unable to lift his gaze. The growth rate of a psychic practitioner's energy is inherently slow, even with meditation and other practices to hasten its increase. The progress remains gradual. Previously, upon receiving the number 5 psychic compound, the description indicated that the potion could restore consumed psychic energy while providing a modest enhancement in energy growth. At present, Jiang Lu has produced the No. 3 psychic agent, which bears the name Fission Point. One cannot help but wonder about the potency of such a concoction. Feng Dai, leaning against the table, remarked, "Li Xian, this substance is indeed a remarkable find." His tone was imbued with a sense of yearning and envy towards this agent. Typically, acquiring such an elixir is beyond our reach. If the team leader has managed to procure a vial from Supervisor Lu, I dare say that your 2 vials of number 5 composite may prove insufficient, and I suspect he may have added a little extra. Upon hearing this, Li Xian paused momentarily, swiftly turning to Jiang Lu for clarification. "Master, is this?" Jiang Lu waved his hand dismissively and replied, "Rest assured, it is not as exaggerated as Feng Dai suggests. This substance is indeed difficult to obtain, primarily due to our lack of authorization. However, for Supervisor Lu, it is a trivial matter as for my adding something extra. That is also unfounded, as you have just activated your psychic energy and are heading into battle. Therefore, I requested this exchange from Supervisor Lu, and he did not complicate matters for me." Tio put it simply, exchanging 2 vials of number 5 composite for this number 3 composite is already quite fortunate. "Thank you, Master." Li Xian expressed his heartfelt gratitude, and no need for thanks. "This was exchanged using your number 5 composites. When I took 2 vials from you earlier, you did not secretly berate me, so I found a bit of joy in that," Jiang Lu said with a light-hearted jest. Li Xian immediately responded with earnestness, "Master, how could I ever curse you? You are my beloved friend." Enough with the flattery. Jiang Lu waved his hand. "This is indeed a remarkable substance," he exclaimed, continuing, "Use this agent in a couple of days, and it is likely to double the psychic energy within you." Li Xian, astonished, inquired, "Is that true? Is the effect that potent?" Feng Dai interjected, "Of course it is potent. This is undoubtedly a fine item. Indeed, because your psychic energy baseline is low, it appears particularly strong. As your psychic energy increases, the effect will not be as pronounced," Jiang Lu elucidated. Li Exine gently grasped the vial of number 3 composite as if cradling a precious treasure. Master, I have nothing to do today. May I use it now? His impatience was palpable, for Li Exine's psychic energy was woefully insufficient. Even a moderately fierce battle drained his energy completely. Today's intense skirmish had already consumed a vial of number 5. What a financial burden that posed. In contrast, Zhang Lu and Feng Dai had engaged in an even more intense battle today, yet neither had depleted their psychic energy as Li Exine had. The more energy Li Exine possessed, the greater his sense of security. As a newcomer to the battlefield, he felt an overwhelming lack of safety. Zhang Lu waved his hand, saying, "No need to rush. Your current state is not suitable for use. Look at your face, and then at your appearance. Having used number 5 today, you cannot use number 3 as well. Furthermore, from what I gather, Supervisor Liu intends to commend us, and there may be further surprises awaiting us tomorrow or the day after." Having utilized the third compound, a minimum of 3 days is required for digestion. You must not overlook the celebration, Li Exine inquired with great enthusiasm. Celebration? Will there be rewards? How many energy coins can be earned? Will it amount to thousands? Li Exine was in dire need of funds, burdened with a considerable debt, and relying solely on his salary would render him penniless for an entire year. Zhang Lu shook his head and remarked, "That seems highly unlikely, is it truly impossible?" Li Exine lamented, saying, "A knight's retainer must be quite expensive. Having eliminated one, shouldn't there be some monetary reward?" Zhang Lu chuckled. "Although you have indeed vanquished a knight's retainer, you did so while operating the company's short sword retainer, which is the primary source of output. Rest assured, the reward should indeed be to your satisfaction. Our contributions have certainly been commendable." With thoughts of anticipated rewards, Li Exine returned to the lounge within the hangar. This was also a request from Zhang Lu, as Li Exine had consumed a vial of the 5th compound and needed to remain in a state of rest to better absorb the effects of the medication. In the room, Li Exine placed the box containing the 3rd compound at his bedside. Inside the base, he felt relatively secure. He lay down on the bed and began to research the information on the 3rd compound. To his surprise, he discovered that he lacked the authorization to search for the 3rd compound. Sorry, the requested D1 psychic fission compound could not be retrieved. It may not exist in the database. Or your permissions are insufficient. Permissions? This undoubtedly indicated a lack of authorization. Enraged, Li Exine vented his frustration on the bed before ultimately abandoning his search. Permissions could only be enhanced by elevating one's employee rank. Subsequently, Li Exine began to rest. However, whether due to the intensity of the day's battle or the effects of the 5th compound, it took him a considerable time to finally drift off to sleep. During this slumber, he experienced an extensive dream. In this dream, he seemed to transform into a camera, observing a young man beneath him, a youth living under the dominion of the Myrda Knights. The duration of this dream was prolonged. Li Exine watched as the young man matured, activated his psychic abilities, joined the Myrda Knights, and became the pilot of a knight's retainer. He observed the youth as he commenced combat training and piloted the knight's retainer. As the dream progressed, Li Exine grew restless at merely being a spectator. During the young man's melee training, he felt himself becoming that very young man. Mastering the close combat capabilities of the knight's retainer mech, he engaged in training, losing track of time in the process. Days turned into weeks, then months. Within the recesses of Li Exine's mind, characters began to quietly appear in his psychic chip. D2 level mech melee combat 13. 14. When the dawn of the following day arrived, Li Exine awoke feeling refreshed. Despite having dreamt throughout the night, he felt no trace of fatigue. He gazed upon the logs of the psychic energy chip, and upon seeing the final data, he paused momentarily. D2 level mech combat proficiency. 18. Chapter 47. Metals. Upon observing this figure, Li Exine felt a surge of joy. Instantly, he recalled the dream he had the previous night. Evidently, the enhancement in close combat skills was inextricably linked to that dream. Moreover, if one were to delve deeper, it would also correlate with the psychic energy signal absorbed on the battlefield. The dream was clearly a recollection of the pilot of the mech that Li Exine had destroyed, yet Li Exine experienced it from the perspective of an observer, swiftly traversing through the pilot's life. Naturally, he was not merely an observer. During a portion of the close combat training, Li Exine had actively participated as well. At the same time, Li Exine harbored a question. If he could absorb the psychic energy signals from his enemies, why had the signal from the second mech, killed by Zhang Lu, not been absorbed? Li Xian pondered this and formulated two hypotheses. The first was that he could absorb the signal from the first mech because he had destroyed it, while the second, having been slain by Jiang Lu, eluded him. The second possibility was related to distance, or perhaps time. Li Xian recalled that during the absorption of the psychic energy signal, it was stated that it was discovered in a state of dispersion. This implied that these signals would begin to dissipate, potentially at a rapid pace. After all, the final option he could download was singular, and the download percentage for close combat was still only in the 40s. When Jiang Lu had dispatched the second mech, there was a considerable distance between them, and Li Xian had no opportunity to draw near, which might have led to the complete dissipation of the second signal. Contemplating this, Li Xian felt a profound sense of loss, his frustration causing him to slap his thigh in exasperation. Yet, the matter was already settled. Regret was futile, and given the urgency of the situation at the time, he could hardly risk his life to approach. Such considerations could only be unraveled in hindsight, after all was said and done. Once he had sorted through these thoughts, Li Xian attended to his personal hygiene before descending to the repair bay below. There, he engaged in conversation with Feng Dai. Feng Dai, draping an arm over Li Xian's shoulder, inquired, "How on earth did you manage to improve your close combat skills so swiftly? Just yesterday, you were slipping about while walking, and now you can trade blows with the enemy's nightly retinue." Li Xian, recalling his dream from the previous night, chuckled and replied, "In my dream, I practiced mech combat." "Oh, come off it. Are you starting to show off now?" Feng Dai retorted, promptly executing a playful chokehold on Li Xian. "Hey, easy there." Li Xian struggled at it. Seemed that their recovery was quite satisfactory. As Li Xian and Feng Dai frolicked, Jiang Lu returned from outside, accompanied not only by himself but also by several individuals led by Lu Quan. The two, Feng Dai and Li Xian, quickly released each other and tidied themselves up before saluting Lu Quan and the others. "Good day, supervisors." Lu Quan nodded in acknowledgement and then stated, "We have come to present you with the rewards for yesterday's battle." As a seasoned veteran, Feng Dai had become acquainted with Lu Quan quite early on, and thus he promptly inquired, "Lu Tu, why has the award been announced so swiftly? What is the reward?" Lu Quan chuckled in response, "You have all rendered meritorious service, so we certainly cannot afford to delay. The battle is not yet concluded, hence the award ceremony will be brief." He then adopted a serious demeanor and called out, "M1D5 Mecha Division. Jiang Lu, present." Jiang Lu immediately stepped forward and stood at attention, responding affirmatively. "In light of your commendable performance during the engagement on July 25, 6123, and your composed command throughout the battle, the Defense Department of Blueprint Biotechnology Group hereby bestows upon you the Silver Medal of Valor." With that, Lu Quan retrieved a silver medal shaped like a sword from the combat tray held by an aide and affixed it to Jiang Lu's chest. "Thank you, sir," Jiang Lu exclaimed joyfully. Lu Quan then turned to Feng Dai, M1D4 Mecha Division. "Feng Dai, present." Feng Dai also stood at attention. In recognition of your outstanding performance during the engagement on July 25, 6123, the Defense Department awards you the Black Medal of Valor. "Thank you, sir," Feng Dai replied, his exuberance akin to that of a child. Finally, Lu Quan's gaze settled upon Li Xian, M1D3 in turn Mecha Division. "Li Xian, present." Li Xian eagerly responded, "In acknowledgement of your commendable performance during the engagement on July 25, 6123, as an intern mecha pilot, under the command of your superior, you displayed remarkable composure in battle, successfully destroying an enemy D-Class Knight's attendant mecha. The Defense Department of Blueprint Biotechnology Group grants you the following commendation. You shall conclude your internship 5 months ahead of schedule and officially become a member of the staff under the Defense Department of Blueprint Biotechnology Group. We bestow upon you the Silver Medal of Valor." After delivering the announcement, Lu Quan took a silver medal and pinned it to Li Xian's left chest. "Young man, keep up the good work. I have high hopes for your future development," Lu Quan remarked, patting Li Xian on the shoulder with approval. "Thank you, sir. I will certainly strive diligently for the group," Li Xian shouted enthusiastically. Lu Quan nodded slightly, a smile gracing his face. Indeed. After exchanging a few more pleasantries, Lu Quan departed, leaving behind the 3 mecha pilots of the 5th group and the members of the maintenance team in the hangar. The maintenance team members looked at Li Xian and the others with envious eyes. Their ranks were far inferior to those of the 5th group. Most members of the maintenance team held the rank of M1F soldiers. Only a select few, those possessing core knowledge, such as the leaders of the maintenance teams, had attained the status of formal blueprint employees. One member of the maintenance team gazed at Li Xian with a look of longing that was almost palpable. Smack! His team leader playfully swatted his cap. Focus! Get back to work! It's a metal leader! The young man's voice brimmed with envy. Do not envy them. They earned it through their hard work. Why don't you join them? The team leader jested. I would like to, but they wouldn't have me, the young man replied, shaking his head as he resumed his task of repairing the mech. Like that young man, Li Xian gazed at the silver sword medal adorning his chest. It indeed looked quite splendid. However, receiving merely such a medal for destroying a mech seemed rather hasty. Yet, observing the uncontainable joy on the faces of Jiang Lu and Feng Dai beside him, he began to suspect that the medal might not be as trivial as it appeared. Chapter 48. The Medal, Part 2. Seeing the two cheerful veterans, Li Xian, a newcomer to the group, inquired, Master, what is the purpose of this medal? Is it truly as simple as merely receiving one? I had expected a reward of 1,000 or 800 energy coins. Jiang Lu, satisfied, removed his medal and glanced at Li Xian, saying, It's quite normal not to understand, having just joined the company. Allow me to enlighten you. The medal is not as straightforward as you think. Just look at Feng Dai's barely restrained smile to gauge its significance. Upon glancing at Feng Dai, Li Xian indeed noted that this fellow could not suppress his grin even after Jiang Lu began speaking. He then looked at his own silver medal, which was actually a rank higher than Feng Dai's, prompting him to feel he ought to be even more delighted. The medal served as a significant emblem of honor within the group. Possessing one denoted a mark of distinction, awarded solely to those who had rendered meritorious service to the organization. As soldiers belonging to the Department of Defense, the medals typically awarded were weapon-related, with the sword being the most basic level. Above it, there existed the second-level sword medal, the Brave Guardian medal, and so forth. I have yet to encounter any higher. Is it merely an honor? Certainly not. It encompasses far more. Upon acquiring your first medal, the merit system is automatically activated, which you can explore in the permissions stored within your chip once you return. Our medals, when first awarded, come with merit points. The black sword medal carries 100 points, whereas the silver one should hold 200. Moreover, these points are not a one-time allocation. Each month, the black medal generates 5 merit points, while the silver one yields 10. Li Xian began to comprehend, asking, So, can these merit points be exchanged for something? Jiang Lu, looking pleased with Li Xian's insight, replied, You are quite perceptive. Merit points can indeed be exchanged for various items, such as the D1 level spiritual energy compound you used yesterday, which costs 10 merit points. The third level energy fission compound you received would require around 30 merit points. Li Xian gasped. So expensive. Then, he quickly added, Master, does that mean you used a bottle of the 5th level compound to exchange for mine? Jiang Lu patted Li Xian on the shoulder, saying, That's all in the past. Besides, I didn't suffer a loss. After all, you saved our lives. Li Xian was deeply moved. After such a short acquaintance with Jiang Lu, he was already willing to make such sacrifices for him. All right, enough of that sentimental chatter. Be cautious, or I shall kick you. Jiang Lu's expression hardened, instantly transforming into a stern countenance as he addressed Li Xian. Yes, master. I will train diligently. I shall strive not to be a burden to the 5th group. Just watch my performance. Li Xian reined in his words of gratitude, opting instead to prove himself through his actions in the future. On the other hand, Feng Dai was cheerfully stowing away the bronze medal of valor, placing a hand on Li Xian's shoulder as he remarked, Ah, had I known, I would have taken down a knightly retainer myself. You both have silver, while I alone bear black. I suspect Supervisor Lu is deliberately targeting me. Jiang Lu chuckled. If I were to give you a black one, you would be secretly delighted, given your lack of any achievements. If it were me, I would give you nothing at all. Feng Dai replied with a frown. Oh, how heartless. Team leader, you are more ruthless than the supervisor. What did you just say? Upon returning to his room, Li Xian swiftly utilized the military smart chip to inquire about the medal's information. At that moment, his spirits were high, and he even lay back on his bed, whistling with delight. The 6-month probation period had concluded ahead of schedule, signifying a slight increase in his salary. Moreover, allowances that were previously non-existent were now available. With satisfaction, Li Xian gazed at his salary system and let out a laugh. His current salary structure comprised a base salary of 40, supplemented by a 20 allowance for D-class mecha pilots, along with combat zone and combat bonuses of X1 each. Altogether, Li Xian's monthly earnings had surged to an impressive 180 energy coins. Muttering to himself, he exclaimed, "Being a full-time employee is truly delightful. With such generous benefits, how could I possibly spend all this money? I haven't even finished spending the 100 coins from last month, and in just 29 days, my next salary will arrive." Being a full-time employee at the corporation was indeed superior to being an intern, despite the mere one-day difference, as his salary had nearly doubled. Previously, combining his salary and allowances, he earned only 105 coins. Now, in just a day, it had inflated to 180, and the workload remained unchanged. This was not the end of it. Considering the merit points, he would also receive 10 points each month. Given the market price for the D1 psionic composite of number 5, which was said to require at least 200 energy coins, this meant Li Xian could earn an additional 200 energy coins monthly. What a delightful situation. There are simply no words to describe this joy. Li Xian beamed as he accessed the medal and merit point systems he had retrieved. Indeed, just as Jiang Lu had indicated, the Blueprints Biotechnology Group S Defense Department's medal system had officially opened for him. As he gazed at the array of medals before him, he felt no inclination to click on them. These accolades could be recognized by the chip, rendering personal identification unnecessary. Furthermore, apart from specific award ceremonies, no one would be seen parading around with such medals. Subsequently, Li Xian opened the merit point system to examine it further. Currently, there are not many items suitable for Li Xian's exchange privileges. The vast majority of offerings hold little allure for him, with only a few psionic potions being somewhat enticing. Li Xian even spotted the very potion he initially used to activate his psionic abilities, the No. 7 Stimulation Psionic Compound. Even though it is classified as D4 level, it requires merely 10 merit points. Upon realizing this, Li Xian let out a faint sigh, reflecting on the fact that he was still utilizing a D1 level potion. Had he possessed this D4 level variant at the time, perhaps the process of stimulating his psionics would have been significantly smoother. However, he quickly regained his composure and resumed his study of the merit points and medal system. Contrary to his expectations, he had assumed that accumulating several medals would enable him to receive merit points monthly. To his astonishment, the organization proved to be less accommodating. The merit points for medals could only be claimed from the highest tier. Therefore, if Li Xian were to acquire another Golden Medal of Valor, he would forfeit the merit points associated with his current Silver 1. Dam. Capitalists, Chapter 49. Psionic Fission. After familiarizing himself with the medal system, Li Xian bid farewell to Jiang Lu and Feng Dai before preparing to consume the number 3 psionic fission potion in his room. He had made extensive preparations for this potion, ensuring he was in optimal condition. Upon extracting the potion, he swiftly gulped it down. After waiting for approximately 3 to 4 minutes, the potion began to be absorbed by his body, and he felt his psionic energy surging within him. In that moment of meditation, Li Xian sensed his psionics rapidly fissioning, causing a slight discomfort in his expanding physique. His room was devoid of any electronic devices, all of which he had preemptively relocated. The tumultuous psionic energy raged through Li Xian's body, with arcs of electricity crackling around him, producing a series of popping sounds. The tiny arcs flickered and vanished, sending his body hair standing on end. The quantity of psionic energy within him continued to swell, and the aura of danger radiating from him intensified. At that moment, Li Xian's control over his psionics was far inferior to what it had been before. This state persisted for about an hour, during which the turbulent psionic energy gradually subsided. After a considerable pause, Li Xian finally reopened his eyes. Exhaling slowly, he released a breath of stale air. How should he describe the sensation? It was utterly exhilarating. The ingestion of this number 3 psionic fission compound had at least doubled his psionic energy, and this was merely during the most intense reaction. Over the next 2 days, such effects would continue, albeit at a less dramatic pace. A single vial of the number 3 psionic fission potion had enabled Li Xian's psionic energy to triple, though this was largely due to his initially meager reserves. If he were to consume it again, such results would likely not be replicated. What a waste of a name, fission! Li Xian had assumed that a larger base would yield a greater increase in psionic energy, which was indeed a pity. Gazing into the mirror, he observed his flushed complexion and the wild, upright strands of his hair. He mused, even in this disheveled state, I remain undeniably handsome. He tidied up briefly and descended to the lower level. Following the repairs, the mechas belonging to Li Xian and Feng Dai were essentially completed. Only Zhang Lu's mecha was still undergoing diligent maintenance, with its left arm having been successfully replaced. Just as the lead technician had mentioned that day, the left arm turned out to be the easiest to mend, requiring only a complete replacement, for which the base had the necessary parts. The restoration of other equipment would demand significantly more time. Upon seeing Li Xian arrive, Zhang Lu inquired, "How do you feel after using the potion?" Li Xian replied, "I feel splendid. I wish to try a few more vials." Zhang Lu shook his head, saying, "You must not consume this potion too frequently at present. The next dosage should be at least 20 days from now. If you take it multiple times in the future, you may be able to shorten that interval, but continuous usage would inflict considerable harm on your body. Moreover, the rate of contamination would escalate more rapidly." Upon hearing this, Li Xian sighed and nodded in agreement. Indeed, after several days of effort, he had managed to reduce his contamination level from 21.3 to 15.5, but after using this vial of potion, it had surged back to 22. If he were to use the potion consecutively, the contamination level would likely rise even higher. Li Xian had no desire to become a psionic being tainted by chaos, thus he had to temper his potion consumption. Regrettably, his permissions were still too limited, compounded by his scant financial resources. He believed that if he could access higher-grade potions, their effects would undoubtedly be more pronounced, with correspondingly lower contamination levels. Since you just used the potion today, there's no need for you to train in the mecha. Begin practice again in 2 days, Zhang Lu instructed. "Yes, master," Li Xian responded. "How many days do we have for rest?" he asked. "Not too long. I estimate we have at most a week." Zhang Lu pondered for a moment before replying, "Is it really that long?" Li Xian exclaimed in surprise. Zhang Lu affirmed, "Indeed, we primarily await the arrival of vehicles. The group is expected to send some support vehicles to Hung in defense, and the new wave of offensive operations will commence once these vehicles arrive." Thus, 5 days swiftly passed, as Zhang Lu had predicted. A new military operation was set in motion upon the arrival of the group's vehicles, accompanied by the gradual descent of a Pelican-class transport craft at the forward base outside the Beishimo Steelworks. The transport's doors opened, allowing a stream of vehicles to disembark under the guidance of soldiers. Meanwhile, a contingent of soldiers clad in Hung and defense uniforms stood in neat formation on the base's open grounds. These seasoned veterans were all armored troops, designated to receive this batch of equipment. Seated in an armored off-road vehicle, Li Xian observed as the vehicles were unloaded, counting them. This time, the support was indeed substantial. Merely the medium tanks of the hunter class amounted to 2 entire companies, while a battalion of short-tailed mice was dispatched as well. 2 companies comprised a total of 26 hunter tanks. The composition of a battalion of short-tailed mice consists of 30 short-tailed mice, accompanied by 2 separate command models, which serve as command vehicles for the battalion. These 2 vehicles are solely responsible for command and do not participate in combat. This time, it truly is a grand endeavor. Zhang Lu gasped in awe as he beheld the armored vehicles descending from a Pelican transport vessel. Li Xian glanced over. This was an entirely new type of tank, appearing significantly larger than the hunter. Furthermore, the paint scheme of these tanks had not been altered to reflect Hung in defense. They still bore the livery of Blueprint Biological Technology Defense Department. Li Xian had never encountered such a tank, let alone familiarized himself with its specifications. He checked his chip and commanded it to begin retrieving information about this tank, while simultaneously inquiring of Zhang Lu, "Master, what kind of tank is this?" Zhang Lu replied, "This is the Skull Crusher heavy tank, specifically designed to combat mechs. This time, the enemy is in for a tough time. If their mechs face such a tank, they will have no favorable outcomes." Li Xian's eyes widened in astonishment as he exclaimed, "This tank is designed for mechs?" "Indeed." Zhang Lu nodded. "Of course, it is only effective against Class C and lower mechs. It has little impact on higher-tier mechs. However, when it comes to dealing with night attendants, they will have the upper hand." "Remarkable," Li Xian marveled. Chapter 50. Resurgence of offense. At that moment, information about this heavy tank had appeared on Li Xian's chip. Skull Crusher heavy tank. Its main cannon is a heavy plasma jet cannon, while its secondary weapon is a 14.5 mm electromagnetic machine gun. The armor is constructed from the same material as that of the short sword attendant's mech, utilizing D-grade military alloy. This heavy tank can also be fitted with external armor to enhance its defensive capabilities. The crew consists of 5 members, with no psionics included to activate the void shield. The thickness and defensive strength of its armor even surpass that of mechs. The long-range combat capability of this tank is not inferior to that of mechs, and may even exceed them. After all, the short sword attendant's mech cannot breach the void shield of an equivalent mech with a single shot, whereas the Skull Crusher can. Upon examining this tank and its heavy plasma jet cannon, Lexian felt that even being inside a mech might not guarantee safety. The heavy plasma jet cannon, being an energy weapon, could overload a D-grade void shield with one shot. If fortune favored them, the mech could be penetrated along with the void shield. If luck were to run out, another shot could directly eliminate a D-grade mech. Even a C-grade void shield could only withstand a few more plasma jet cannon shots. Lexian turned to Zhang Lu and asked, "Since we possess the Skull Crusher, will the enemy also have similarly classified weaponry?" Zhang Lu's gaze remained fixed on the Skull Crusher heavy tank as he replied, "There is no need for concern. They undoubtedly possess it. It simply depends on whether they will deploy it in this battle. In any case, this upcoming battle will require extra caution. Our previous advances went smoothly because we had yet to encounter such formidable defensive strongholds. The situation is now uncertain," Liexen boldly conjectured, saying, "Last time we were ambushed, we did not encounter such heavy tanks. Master, do you think the Behemoth Ironworks lacks such tanks?" Zhang Lu shook his head and replied, "I am unaware of the enemy's thoughts, nor do I have definitive information regarding their vehicles. However, caution is never misplaced. It is imperative that we update our weaponry this time." Lixian nodded and inquired, "Master, what updates should we make concerning the weaponry?" "Let each individual add an alloy armor shield, affixed to the left arm." "Understood, Master." Upon returning from the vehicle loading area, the maintenance team within the hangar commenced their tasks anew. They adjusted the hanging positions of the short sword attendant's weapons, relocating the six-wheeled electromagnetic cannon and the plasma cannon to either side beneath the left arm. This alteration would indeed affect the weapon's center of gravity slightly, yet it was not a significant concern. Simultaneously, they procured a knightly kite-shaped shield, an armor alloy shield towering at an impressive height of 4.5 meters and spanning 3 meters in width. Its thickness surpassed even that of the short sword attendant's own armor, and wielding this shield would result in a 12% decrease in mobility. Nevertheless, the benefits of carrying this shield outweigh the drawbacks. Primarily, the armor itself was impervious to most enemy anti-tank missiles. Furthermore, the shield possessed a deflection field capable of redirecting certain enemy attacks elsewhere, thereby alleviating the pressure on the void shield's defenses. This was merely one aspect of its advantages. Lexian and his companions were particularly concerned about the possibility of the enemy possessing heavy weaponry, such as the Skull Crusher. With the presence of this shield, even if the void shield were to be compromised by a single blast, the additional armor shield would effectively absorb the impact of that overload, thus providing the mech with precious time to retreat and react. The weaponry of Lexian's mech remained fundamentally unchanged. The left arm housed the six-wheeled electromagnetic cannon alongside the plasma cannon, while the right arm was equipped with a melee weapon, the power glaive. Atop the shoulders rested two serrated Ant-12 multiple-launch rocket pods. The defense was augmented with an additional armor shield and outfitted with external armor. The previous iteration of this external armor had saved Lexian's life. Without it, he might have been severed by the enemy's assault on the cockpit. However, the weight of the armor posed its own disadvantages, primarily affecting mobility. The external armor decreased speed by 10%, while the armor shield contributed a further 12% reduction. Overall, the short sword attendant's speed had diminished by 1/5. Yet fortunately, the armor shield could be discarded at will in circumstances demanding rapid maneuvering. Shedding the armor shield would pose no issue. Although the cost of this armor shield could potentially consume several years' worth of Lexian's salary, such matters were trivial, as these expenses were borne by the corporation. Zhang Lu and Feng Dai's weaponry bore little distinction from their previous engagement. Zhang Lu merely added an armor shield. Feng Dai, however, opted for a more substantial enhancement, reloading his rocket pod, indicating that the effectiveness of Lexian's rocket bombardment had left a lasting impression on him. Thus, a new round of combat was set to unfold once more. Lexian and his companions have already infiltrated the frontline stronghold. Here, gathered are all the soldiers and commanders required for the forthcoming offensive. Within the cockpit of the mech, Lexian gazes at a map projected from a chip. This is the layout of the previously mentioned extensive warehouse district. In his ears, the voice of Lu Quan from the command center resonates. "Attention all units, this is the operational target for this mission. Zone B3, which is also the large warehouse area. I trust you have all thoroughly reviewed the basic information regarding this region. There are a total of 8 large warehouses here. Previously, the 5th Mech Support Team, alongside coordinated infantry and armored troops, fell victim to an ambush in this location. Now, according to the latest intelligence, The defenses have been further reinforced, as there is no longer a need for concealment. Numerous defensive structures are now prominently displayed. The enemy will undoubtedly attempt to impede our advance here for a considerable duration, and judging by the current situation, this will not be an easily secured position. This battle will see the 5th and 6th mech support teams joining as part of the mech forces in addition to the mech units. 2 platoons of Skull Crushers, totaling 6 Skull Crusher tanks, will provide fire support on the side of Hung and defense. They will deploy an infantry battalion, a tank company, and an armored company as the main assault force in the rear. We will position 2 artillery battalions to serve as heavy fire support for this operation. I expect everyone to completely eradicate the enemy's defensive stronghold within 3 days. Yes. Everyone responded loudly in unison. Chapter 51. The Warehouse District Defense Line. The number of troops this time is indeed considerable. In the environment of the Beishimo Steel Factory, even with the deployment of numerous forces, it remains inconvenient for them to maneuver. This troop strength is already the maximum that can be allocated in this area. Any further increase would be excessive, potentially hindering troop movement. The infantry and armored units have already positioned themselves in suitable locations, while Li Xian and his team, piloting their mechs, are gradually approaching the battlefield. The 6th team has joined the fray alongside Li Xian, consisting of 3 mechs, led by Ku Qian, with Zhang Kangel and Luo Hang. The composition of this mech squad is undoubtedly superior to that of the 5th team. All 3 are seasoned veterans, having undergone extensive coordination over time. This operation is truly ambitious. Ku Qian's voice emerges on the public channel. Indeed, it is ambitious. If we can breach this stronghold and coordinate with assaults from other directions, the enemy will have no strongholds left on the surface. Jiang Lu calmly analyzes the situation. Old Jiang, do you think this time we might all receive silver sword medals? Ku Qian inquires with a smile. Jiang Lu chuckles. Can my words be taken seriously? If they could, not only silver, but I would ensure you all receive golden ones. 2 each. Boom, boom, boom. As the casual conversation among Li Xian and his companions unfolded, the battle ahead had already commenced. The first to launch an assault was the artillery battalion stationed in the rear, comprised of 2 battalions of howitzers, each armed with 152mm artillery pieces. Each battalion boasted 8 cannons, totaling 16 howitzers that needed to unleash a full salvo before the ground forces initiated their offensive. In a mere instant, 16 shells descended upon the enemy's defensive positions, transforming the area into a raging inferno. The resilient warehouses trembled under the onslaught of the howitzer shells, clouds of dust cascading from above. However, this was merely a facade, for the robustness of these warehouses far exceeded the capabilities of the howitzers to compromise. The structures here would require heavy airdropped munitions or orbital bombardment to penetrate. Yet, the complex electromagnetic environment surrounding the area rendered precision strikes by aircraft impossible, leaving the Air Force without support. As for orbital bombardment from starships, that was an even more improbable scenario. Due to the subspace storm, the surrounding starry expanse had been sealed off for over a century, preventing starships from venturing forth, let alone executing orbital strikes. Within the confines of the warehouses, and even atop their roofs, lay the defensive positions of the Milda retinue. The rooftop defenses were rather rudimentary and were soon utterly obliterated by the artillery bombardment. The enemy likely anticipated this, resulting in the relatively simplistic defenses atop the warehouses. The true fortifications resided within the depths of the warehouses, where the dimly lit interiors provided ample cover and concealment. Inside one of these warehouses was the enemy's makeshift command center, presided over by an infantry battalion commander. The military structure and overall troop strength of the Milda retinue were comparable, if not slightly superior. A fully staffed infantry battalion, along with the various personnel from the battalion headquarters, would amount to approximately 400 individuals. These personnel were distributed across 5 large warehouses, with 4 positioned at the forefront, serving as the primary defensive line to intercept the enemy's advance. Within the defensive perimeter of these warehouses, armored vehicles were conspicuously absent. Instead, 2 squadrons of tanks were deployed in such battles, particularly during defensive operations. The efficacy of armored vehicles is often diminished. Even the role of tanks was largely limited, as they were primarily utilized as static gun emplacements within the warehouses. Temporary defensive positions had been constructed for these tanks, with only a single gun barrel, or at most half a turret, protruding from their sanctuaries in the 5th warehouse. 2 complete night retinue squads, comprising 10 D-class mechs, formed the backbone of the defenders. The Milda battalion commander, Harris, stood with arms crossed, awaiting the cessation of enemy bombardment. While combined arms operations are an effective combat strategy, they proved less applicable in this instance. The soldiers of Milda remained sheltered within the warehouses, and the enemy's heavy artillery had merely resulted in heightened ear-ringing among them. They were poised to retaliate against the advancing enemy through the firing apertures at the front of the warehouse. The bombardment soon ceased, and Commander Harris opened his eyes, issuing a communication to all units. The enemy's artillery has stopped. Prepare for defense, understood. In the fleeting moment when the bombardment ceased, all soldiers promptly returned to their combat positions. At that instant, the four front warehouses transformed into a formidable fortress, akin to a hedgehog bristling with spines. The soldiers wielded an array of weapons, ranging from gunpowder arms and X-49s to electromagnetic rifles and even electromagnetic machine guns. A plethora of anti-tank equipment was also at their disposal, including electromagnetic anti-tank cannons and missile systems. With this stronghold in their possession, the enemy could scarcely hope to capture it without incurring the losses of at least 2 battalions. Harris declared confidently, "I can already envision the grim fate of those corporate soldiers on the opposing side." Chuckled an aide-de-camp nearby. The defensive forces, they maintained a meticulous line of defense around the warehouse. Even the 4 large warehouses were subdivided into 5 defensive lines. Even if the enemy were to suffer considerable casualties to breach the interior, they would merely have penetrated the first layer of fortifications. The sole concern now lay with the enemy's mechs. Harris gazed beyond the defense line. So far, the enemy's mechs had yet to make an appearance. However, their arrival was merely a matter of time. Once the infantry had thoroughly documented the defensive fire points, these mechs would advance behind their void shields, obliterating all defensive positions. Rest assured, I am not the fool I was last time. This time, I shall ensure that the enemy's mechs return empty-handed. A voice echoed in Harris's ear. It was defiant and ruthless. Through mere words, Harris could sense the brutality of the speaker. It was Milton, the commander of the knightly retinue. Milton exuded confidence. With 10 knightly mechs at his command, they possessed overwhelming strength for such a small-scale engagement. The efficacy of mechs increased with their numbers. Should there be only 1 or 2, concerns about their void shields being destroyed would remain. However, with a greater number of mechs, such worries would diminish. Even if the void shields were to be overloaded by concentrated fire, there would be comrades to support. Once the knightly retinue approached the enemy, the true battle would commence, and their power weapons would unleash a tempest of carnage amidst the enemy ranks. Chapter 52. The offensive begins at the front line. As the bombardment ceased, the infantry's combat swiftly unfolded. Small tactical teams, utilizing cover, advanced towards the warehouses. Rat-a-tat-tat. Inside the warehouse, the defending infantry of Meurda opened fire, creating a cacophony reminiscent of popping beans. Gunfire erupted everywhere. Thanks to the shelter of the warehouses, the infantry dared not aim directly. Simultaneously, all attacking soldiers from Hung and defense crouched behind their cover. Some activated faith shots, while others cautiously exposed a small portion of their heads to aim and fire. Rat-a-tat-tat, bring up the grenade launcher. A platoon leader, positioned behind a column, shouted orders to the rear. Soon, a 35mm caliber grenade launcher was dragged to the front. An experienced soldier, sheltered behind a simple barricade, set up the automatic grenade launcher, which operated with a drum magazine containing 20 grenades. Open fire. Target their windows. The squad leader peeked cautiously from behind the column to survey the enemy's defensive openings. Understood. An experienced soldier, seated on the ground in a semi-reclined position behind the barricade, expertly operated the automatic grenade launcher. Bang, bang, bang. Accompanied by a wisp of white smoke, grenades were expelled from the barrel, hurtling toward a nearby warehouse. The walls of these storerooms bore remnants of ventilation shafts and windows from days gone by. Now, these very spots served as firing ports for the Milda soldiers. Boom, boom, boom. The grenades struck the warehouse walls. Despite meticulous aiming, the accuracy remained disappointingly low. The majority of the grenades impacted the walls, triggering explosions that erupted into small fireballs, accompanied by shrapnel and billowing smoke. A total of 20 35mm grenades merely provided a fleeting suppression of the enemy's firepower, with only one lucky shot finding its mark at an enemy firing hole. Boom! The firing port above the warehouse was instantly silenced. The 35mm grenades, while possessing limited power, still wreaked havoc when detonated within such a confined space, leaving 2 Milda infantrymen bloodied and battered. 1 infantryman behind the firing port was killed outright, the explosion occurring mere inches from his head, causing him to collapse lifelessly to the ground. Another Milda infantryman, positioned nearby, was not spared either. The shrapnel from the blast tore into several wounds across his body. The shockwave from the explosion knocked him down as well. Medic, medic, come quickly! A comrade swiftly rushed to the aid of the downed soldier, urgently assessing the injuries inflicted by the blast. Shrapnel peppered the soldier's face, arms, and even his side, blood gushing forth relentlessly. Fortunately, the limited blast radius of the 35mm grenades, coupled with the diminishing power of the shrapnel due to proximity, spared the second soldier from a fatal outcome. His injuries, while serious, were manageable. After being bandaged, he could rejoin the fight. Even if surgery was needed to extract the shrapnel, he would be fully recovered in 2 weeks. A medic, equipped with a medical kit, quickly ascended to this level of the building. He first approached the firing port that had been targeted, briefly inspecting the first soldier who had faced the grenade attack. The soldier's helmet had been blown off, leaving only half of his head intact. With a mere glance, the medic sighed, placing the body down and stating, "No hope for him. Let us move him out later." He then hastily moved to the second soldier's side, checking his condition before commencing basic first aid, assisting him in swiftly descending the stairs. Meanwhile, the soldiers from Hung Defense, having just completed their barrage of grenades, swiftly hoisted the automatic grenade launcher and dashed backward. One soldier carried the launcher while another hefted the tripod, racing with urgency. Such fire points necessitated a quick retreat after firing, as the timing of the enemy's counterattack remained uncertain. Indeed, within the Milda soldiers' warehouse, a squad commander was orchestrating his troops, directing them to aim a rocket launcher at the very cover that had just unleashed its grenades. Give him a blast. With a puff of white smoke, the incendiary shell swiftly shot forth, tracing a distorted trajectory before ultimately detonating behind the recently established cover. Ha ha ha! Foolish Milda dogs. Do you really think you can blow me up? Eat my dust. Not far away, an old veteran, busy loading a grenade launcher, watched with exhilaration as the cover was struck by a rocket. His assistant laughed heartily beside him. The thrill of running away after such an encounter, coupled with the sheer luck of survival, was an experience that left them both exhilarated and fortunate. On another front, a gunner from Hung Defense, concealed behind a crumbling wall, unleashed a barrage from his electromagnetic machine gun. The velocity of the bullets was astonishing, and at this distance, the likelihood of any bullet drop was nearly non-existent. However, to hit a target accurately required not only keen aiming skills but also the ability to withstand the recoil of the machine gun. Rat-a-tat-tat. The electromagnetic projectiles were unleashed in rapid succession towards a row of enemy firing positions. Yet, it remained uncertain whether every firing slot concealed an adversary. Typically, even infantry would shift their combat positions after sustained fire. To remain stationary was far too perilous. Let alone the potential threat of snipers, which were scarce in such chaotic skirmishes. It was far more probable for the enemy to deploy heavy firepower directly. As the gunner's bullets swept through the firing holes, rat-a-tat-tat, several rounds pierced one particular slot, behind which a Milda soldier was stationed. Bang! The soldier was struck by the electromagnetic machine gun's projectile, which tore through his chest. Although he wore body armor, it was only effective against conventional firearms. Against the bullets of an electromagnetic rifle, its defensive capacity was virtually non-existent. The bullet effortlessly penetrated the armor's insert, striking his thoracic cavity, where it quickly began to spin, obliterating his entire chest. The tremendous force even sent the soldier crashing through the floor, landing heavily and leaving a large pool of blood beneath him. However, the Hung Defense gunner was not fated to be so fortunate. Before he could relocate, he was targeted by a Milda sniper hidden within the warehouse. A single bullet struck with deadly precision, penetrating the gunner's head. Bang! In an instant, it was as if a pot of tomato egg soup had been overturned, with the remnants of the gunner's skull splattered across the ground. Chapter 53. Precision strikes. The ferocity of the battle between the two sides was relentless. Milda infantry were periodically cut down, just as Hung Defense troops fell on the battlefield. The air was thick with smoke. Bullets, grenades, and various rockets were continually fired and exploded. Perhaps a soldier could slay an enemy one moment, only to find himself lifeless on the battlefield the next. In such intense combat, the fragility of an infantryman's life was profoundly evident. Their weaponry was characterized by high attack but low defense. At their peak, they could dispatch a tank with a single anti-tank missile. Yet a single bullet could just as easily claim a life. Furthermore, in such warfare, the firepower unleashed was not limited to mere bullets. Requesting tank support. A platoon leader from Hungan Defense lay prone on the ground behind a bunker, as their unit was nearly paralyzed by the enemy's relentless fire. The opposing forces were formidable, fortified by superior cover and positions, rendering the infantry of Hungan Defense reduced to mere faith-based shooting. Even relocating their position became a daunting task. No one dared to change positions under such a barrage, yet remaining stationary did not guarantee their safety. The next moment could very well bring a shell or rocket crashing down, turning them into mere ragdolls. Upon hearing the call for assistance from his infantry, a company commander swiftly communicated with the armored units. Soon, a hunter tank maneuvered to the rear of the platoon's position, revealing only its cannon. Behind the enemy's firing window, a machine gun team, having just relocated, resumed their assault. Rat-tat-tat. The operator, a member of a two-man team, flushed with exertion, roared as he squeezed the trigger. The dense stream of bullets erupted forth, raining down upon the adversaries outside. Inside the hunter tank, the commander directed the crew to aim. Locking onto the enemy's firing point, he bellowed, "Let us give them a good shelling." "No problem, I'm on it." The fire control operator grinned savagely, having already zeroed in on the still-firing position. High explosive round. Boom. A high explosive shell was fired, accurately striking the enemy's firing point. A tremendous roar followed as the shell detonated, engulfing the area in flames and turning the machine gun team behind into a cloud of blood mist. Beyond the firing window, two soldiers were torn apart by the explosion. Even with armor, their lives were mercilessly snuffed out. "Tank! Tank! That direction! Anti-tank team! Take them out!" roared the commander of the Mierda squad. They quickly locked onto the hunter tank, but in the next instant, the vehicle withdrew, vanishing behind its cover. Mierda's anti-tank team struggled to locate the enemy. There were hardly any visible targets. Not only was the tank elusive, but even the infantry rarely dared to expose themselves, most merely taking aim before quickly retreating. The battlefield was dominated by the sounds of gunfire and the clatter of shell casings. After expending several magazines, one infantryman swiftly withdrew to a shelter several dozen meters away to regroup. Here, they found a temporary resting point. He settled on the ground, retrieving ammunition from his backpack, observing the battlefield while loading his rounds. Not far off was Li Xian's mech, which he monitored through its targeting equipment. Chuckling, "It seems these infantry soldiers really do clock out once they run out of ammo. Watching them seems quite entertaining." Jiang Lu, overhearing, glanced over and remarked, "Entertaining? Are you enjoying it while lounging in the mech cockpit?" That's true. However, their respite would not last long. Soon, it would be their turn to mobilize. The infantry commander on the front lines has dispatched intelligence detailing the enemy's fire points to the mech commander. The map of these fire points has been updated, and the mech support units are now mobilized. Li Xian, you are to proceed. Jiang Lu has issued the operational orders. We will provide cover from the rear. Should enemy mechs appear, do not hesitate. Retreat immediately. Li Xian showed no sign of hesitation. Understood. He requires combat experience, and this positional warfare presents an excellent opportunity. Moreover, with a distance separating the two sides, Li Xian only needs to engage from the rear, making this an opportune moment to enrich his experience. Inside the cockpit, Li Xian began to channel his psychic energy, which surged rapidly, filling the entire mech. The 03 short sword attendant commenced its operation. The mech's void shield activated, while its armored shield hung suspended on the left arm. During firing, he merely needed to pivot the shield to achieve targeting and firing efficiency. Before Li Xian, through the Chip S targeting system, each fire point was meticulously marked upon the front-facing warehouse point 0. Calculating shooting parameters, estimating enemy fire points, calculation complete. Firing can commence. A faint buzzing sound filled the air as the six-wheeled electromagnetic cannon began to rotate. Rat-a-tat-tat-tat. A torrential downpour of bullets erupted from Li Xian's left arm, each shot striking precisely at the designated firing windows. Boom, boom, boom. One by one, the firing windows were obliterated. Although the power of the 20mm cannon shells was modest against armored targets, for the infantry, they proved deadly. Each infantry fire point was decimated, with an entire wall of fire points falling silent almost simultaneously. However, despite the mech's formidable strength and the chip's advanced calculations, not every fire point could be anticipated. Within the warehouse, chaos reigned as the aftermath unfolded. At least half of the fire points had been neutralized by Lexian, with the shattered remains of Myrta soldiers scattered across the ground. Blood pooling everywhere. Thick, viscous blood dripped down from the floorboards. Target the enemy mech. All anti-tank weapons, unleash upon him. The Myrta battalion commander roared from the rear of the position. Following his command, several anti-tank teams swiftly took their places, not only within the warehouse directly in front of Lexian, but also from 3 other warehouses, concentrating their firepower upon him. Unlike infantry, who require only minimal cover to conceal their forms, mechs are vastly larger in size and, having already opened fire, cannot hide their presence. Rat-a-tat-tat, rat-a-tat-tat, bang. Various forms of firepower converged upon Lexian, yet they posed little threat. After a sustained barrage, Lexian anticipated the enemy's counterattack, positioning his armored shield before him as the deflection field on the shield began to take effect. Almost all of the incoming attacks were redirected to surrounding areas. Chapter 54, The Dilemma Bullets. Small caliber shells. Even anti-tank missiles were deflected. Boom. A rocket shell was abruptly redirected, landing on the side of Lexian's mech. The explosion, while igniting flames, failed to inflict any damage upon the mech itself. Not far off, a squad of infantry sought refuge in a depression. One soldier looked up at Lexian's mech, his face brimming with envy, and exclaimed, "This mech is absolutely incredible. Thankfully, we weren't standing nearby just now. Otherwise, that rocket would have hit us, wouldn't it?" His squad leader, reclining lazily in the pit without even raising his head, responded, "Would we have? Undoubtedly. We would have been well fed. Remember this, kid. While mechs are impressive, on a battlefield where mechs appear, our best bet is to hide as far away as possible. Understood?" The new recruit nodded vigorously. "And do you even consider that the attacks a mech can withstand are beyond our capabilities?" Another veteran poked his head out, surveying the silenced enemy stronghold, and remarked, "Look over there, it's a disaster. We should just fire a couple of shots to justify our pay, unless we get to be the front line. Otherwise, let us just finish our ammo and clock out." Laughter erupted among the surrounding veterans. Meanwhile, Lexian, oblivious to this exchange, waited until the enemy's heavy fire had ceased before pushing aside his shield to resume his offensive. With a zap, a plasma cannon shot towards another stronghold, followed by a barrage of machine gun fire. However, this assault differed significantly from the initial one. On the Milda side, the soldiers of the first defensive line were met with commands from their various commanders. All units, retreat to the second defensive line. With a rush, the infantry evacuated the first line, preparing to lure the enemy in for a counterattack. After the second round of fire, the results achieved by Lexian were comparatively modest. Observing the silenced enemy positions, he began to report, 03 reporting, "The enemy strongholds have been temporarily neutralized." 01 acknowledged. "Fall back to replenish ammunition," Jiang Lu replied, subsequently transmitting commands to the command center. Soon, new operational orders were issued, though this time not directed at Lexian and his team, but rather towards Hung in defense. A platoon leader issued orders to his subordinates. Send someone forward to scout the enemy's situation. Concurrently, the armored division received orders as well. 3 stalker tanks prepared to move. The commander, who had been standing atop the turret, swiftly donned his helmet and nimbly entered the tank. Boom. The 3 stalker tanks emerged from their cover, advancing along the road to the front of the warehouse. "Fire a flare," commanded the tank commander from within one of the vehicles. Bang. A flare shot into the warehouse, though its effectiveness was diminished within the confines. It at least allowed the crew to briefly ascertain the conditions inside. At the entrance of the warehouse, the scene was nearly barren, with only scattered debris of broken bricks littering the ground. Essentially, it cannot truly be regarded as a refuge. Virtually all the items within the warehouses have been piled towards the rear. It is evident that the enemy has established a new defensive line here. Capturing this battleground will not be an easy task. Lexian's mech withdrew slightly to the rear, where he busily reloaded ammunition while observing the situation ahead. Before him, the infantry cautiously advanced, now halted just outside the walls of the warehouse. They were understandably apprehensive, fearing a formidable counterattack from the enemy's heavy firepower should they venture inside. "Toss in some flares," commanded the leader of a combat unit to his soldiers. Subsequently, the infantry retrieved their military flares, twisted them open, and hurled them into the warehouse. Despite the illumination, none dared to enter. All could see that the interior offered no cover, which infantrymen would boldly charge in. Not only the infantry, but even armored vehicles and mechs would hesitate under such circumstances. However, the battle cannot be curtailed simply due to its challenges. After swift deliberation among the commanders, the front lines began to move. A squad of infantry swiftly navigated the passage between the warehouses, reaching the rear of a row of 4 warehouses. Here, they established a rudimentary defensive line, guarding against potential support from the 2 warehouses behind them. If all went according to plan, they even intended to launch an assault on the 4 warehouses from the rear. Deploy smoke grenades. The commander issued the order. Soon, the 2 artillery battalions at the rear loaded specialized ammunition, launching massive smoke grenades into the passage behind the warehouses, effectively isolating the 2 rear warehouses from the 4 in the center. Within the passage, an infantryman hastily approached the warehouse entrance and tossed a flare inside. Upon seeing the result, he immediately felt overwhelmed. Report: the rear of the second row of warehouses is similarly fortified with the enemy's defenses. This complicates matters. Upon hearing this intelligence, the commanders felt a wave of dismay. They had initially envisioned a pincer attack to disperse the enemy's defensive firepower, but now it seemed impossible to execute such a maneuver from the rear. Unless they pressed forward and mounted an assault directly from behind the third row of warehouses, which would stretch their lines dangerously thin. A single infantry battalion, along with the current armored units, would be insufficient for such an endeavor. Furthermore, the enemy possessed mechs. Should the front line extend too far, it would facilitate the enemy's consolidation of their mech forces, potentially neutralizing an entire attack direction with one swift strike. What to do? The battalion commander communicated with his staff, all feeling somewhat perplexed. The situation within the warehouses was far more complex than it appeared at first glance. Although the first row of warehouses had been seized by Hung in defense, this was a deliberate abandonment by the Meerta vassal army. While they aimed to utilize this cluster of warehouses for defense, time was limited, and they could not fully capitalize on the 3 rows of warehouses due to insufficient manpower. However, the last 2 rows of warehouses were being utilized exceptionally well. Not only was there a visible defensive line, but underground, these warehouses were interconnected, allowing infantry to shift positions, and even tanks could maneuver back and forth. Regardless of whether the enemy opts for a dispersed assault on these warehouses or concentrates their forces, they must contend with a relentless barrage of firepower. Unless the entire warehouse is dismantled, they will undoubtedly incur staggering casualties. Chapter 55. Civil Engineering. What should we do? Lieutenant Colonel Ji-song felt a sense of helplessness. Beside him, his staff, along with the commander and advisors of the armored units, were engaged in urgent communication. Indeed, it was not just the armored units. The commanders of the mech support troops were also remotely joining the conference. Is it possible to have the mechs clear a path? Ji-song was the first to pose the question to an advisor from a mech unit displayed in the projection. The advisor responded almost without hesitation. No, this is not a time when we have an abundance of mech units. If our mech forces were at full capacity, we could indeed provide you with a pathway. However, that is not the case now. Should we suffer any losses, how would you cope? What about the skull crushers? An advisor beside Ji-song inquired. That is also not feasible. They are designated to counter the enemy's mech forces, and we must preserve that trump card. Upon hearing this, Ji-song sighed and turned to a few advisors whose expressions were laden with complexity, stating, then we must engage directly. Have the tanks and armored vehicles deploy smoke grenades into the warehouse. Obliterate the ground within the warehouse to forcibly create cover. Aye, Colonel. The front line quickly received the command from the headquarters. A series of operations commenced promptly, beginning with the mech unit's .6 mechs had activated their void shields, maneuvering through the central passage between the first and second rows of warehouses. Next were the armored units, with armored vehicles and tanks seeking cover. Those without cover continuously traversed the central passage. Lastly, the infantry, the majority of whom established rudimentary positions within the first row of warehouses, prepared to seize the enemy one warehouse at a time, necessitating the blockade of others. The second row of warehouses was temporarily designated B1, B4. The first to launch an assault was the B1 warehouse. Outside the warehouse, a hunter had maneuvered to the entrance, merely exposing its cannon while concealing the rest behind the walls. Bang, bang, bang. Smoke grenades suspended around the hunter's turret were densely projected into the interior of the B1 warehouse. In the next moment, the smoke grenades swiftly released a grayish-white fog, which not only obscured visibility but also interfered with infrared and radar detection. Engineer teams, Move out. A company commander urgently issued the order. Aye, Commander. Two assembled engineer teams, gazing into the pitch-black interior of the warehouse, shrouded in grayish-white smoke, prepared to advance. One engineer nervously swallowed, following the squad leader as they charged into the depths of the B1 warehouse. Few, thankfully. The enemy cannot see us now, one engineer whispered, speaking while maintaining a rapid pace of action. Get to work. No time for chatter. The engineer's squad leader occasionally lifted his head to assess the situation amidst the smoke. Rat-a-tat-tat. On the other end of the warehouse, from the side of Milda's adjutant army, several machine guns opened fire, spraying bullets into the smoky haze ahead. What is the enemy up to? The soldiers of the Meurta Guard raised their inquiries, yet their hands remained unceasing in their actions as several machine guns fired back and forth. Upon hearing the enemy's assault, the engineers of Hung and Defense swiftly dropped to the ground. Covering fire, commanded the officer outside warehouse B1, his voice ringing out in the next moment. Rat-a-tat-tat, rat-a-tat, bang. The infantry crouched at the gentle slope by the doorway, those flanking behind the walls, and even the hunters, all unleashed their fire towards the other side of the smoke simultaneously. This kind of assault was indeed more terrifying than a faith-based attack. Both sides exchanged fire through the smoke, unable to discern silhouettes or the locations of firing points, rendering their efforts ineffective aside from the audible sounds of gunfire. Launch the grenades. On the Meurta Guard side, several fire support teams hoisted grenade launchers. Bang, bang, bang. Boom, boom, boom. The small grenades detonated at the entrance of the warehouse. Although neither side could see the other's figures, the defensive line within the warehouse had already established their shooting parameters and were well aware of the position at the entrance. A series of grenades claimed the lives of several infantrymen huddled at the entrance of Hung and Defense. The soldiers at the doorway nearly scattered at the first explosion, only daring to crawl over after some time to retrieve the bodies of their fallen comrades. Bang, bang, bang. On the turret of the hunters, freshly loaded smoke grenades were released once more, obscuring the enemy's line of sight. After a while, several engineers, hunched over, emerged from within the warehouse. How is the preparation? The squad leader inquired, grasping one of the engineers. All set, just wait for the sounds. However, they had yet to initiate the detonation. If they did so now, the other three warehouses would undoubtedly be on high alert, putting the engineers in peril. Therefore, after setting the explosives in the first warehouse, the engineers hurriedly proceeded to the other three warehouses to make their arrangements. During this period, the most consumed resources were smoke grenades and explosives, but for Hung and Defense, this was merely a trifling expense. Once all was ready, the engineers pressed the detonation button. Boom, boom, rumble. A series of explosions erupted within the warehouse, flames soaring high, only to be thwarted at the ceiling. Some flames even belched forth from the entrance, showcasing considerable might. Inside the exploded warehouse, the scene had dramatically transformed. The original concrete floor lay shattered, resembling a series of trenches. My lord, there's more to this chapter. Please click the next page to continue reading. It gets even more thrilling. Although these trenches appeared rather disheveled and uneven, some deep and others shallow, they sufficed to serve as a rudimentary defensive line, preventing the infantry entering the warehouse from meeting the enemy's fire with their bare bodies. Quick, move in. Behind them, the commander continuously urged, as infantry from various combat teams, taking advantage of the smoke, charged into the interior of the warehouse. Some even brought sandbags and simple fortifications into the warehouse. The adversary has also sensed something amiss, relentlessly directing their firepower towards the billowing smoke. However, at this juncture, the impact on the soldiers is comparatively minimal. Invisibility plays tricks on the aim of both rifles and machine guns, often leading to miscalculations in distance. The smoke grenades released by Hung and Defense have shrouded this area for several hours. Even if the enemy soldiers possess commendable memories, they are bound to make errors at this moment. The formal assault commenced from Warehouse B1, while the other three warehouses were not idle, with infantry entering to carry out feigned attacks. Rat-a-tat-tat, bang bang. As the smoke from Warehouse B1 began to dissipate, both sides instantly erupted into a fierce exchange of fire, with various machine guns and cannons delivering relentless strikes. They have audaciously carved out a trench right before our defensive line. A captain from Meurta gritted his teeth and exclaimed, "Unleash heavy firepower and show them what we are made of." Yes, rocket and artillery teams hefted their formidable weapons towards the launch positions. Bang, 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 whoosh. Explosive shells and rockets, trailing white smoke, plummeted into the trenches of Hungan defense, yet yielded little in terms of results on Hungan defense's side. It was not without heavy firepower either, as rockets and grenades incessantly retaliated against the enemy's fortifications. Comparatively, the enemy's defenses appeared more robust and well-constructed. But so what? No matter how formidable a defense may be, it is destined to be breached one day. Beyond the warehouses, tanks on the gentle slope were gradually lowering their turrets. Under the guidance of infantry within the warehouse, the tank commander adjusted the angle for the electromagnetic cannon to fire. Fire! Let's commence with a high-explosive round. Boom! Kaboom! As a high-explosive shell was launched, one of the enemy's firing positions was instantly silenced. The battle raged fiercely, with soldiers inching forward to extend the trenches, while engineers set explosives and hurled them onto the ground ahead. Following a violent explosion, a substantial crater was created, requiring only a simple repair by the infantry to transform it into a makeshift foxhole. Boom! A rocket fired from within the warehouse detonated against the front armor of the hunter, failing to penetrate but dismantling one side of its tracks. Requesting support, the tank crew swiftly called for reinforcements. As Lee Exion witnessed this scene, he maneuvered his mech to the entrance of the B1 warehouse. The mech extended its right arm and effortlessly dragged the tank away from the threshold, thereby averting the possibility of a secondary assault. Now that we are here, let's provide some fire support for the infantry. Jiang Lu declared. Li Exion nodded in acknowledgement. Understood. In the next instant, he had expertly positioned the mech behind the wall, revealing only the 6-barrel rotary cannon. Utilizing the fire control and targeting systems, Li Exion swiftly scanned for concentrated firing points. Rat-a-tat-tat-tat. The 6-barrel rotary cannon whirred to life, unleashing a torrential downpour of projectiles upon the enemy's defensive line. The force of the munitions shattered several unstable semi-permanent fortifications. Explosive shrapnel nearly engulfed the entire front, and although the lethality was not overwhelmingly high, it effectively suppressed the enemy's firepower and inflicted casualties among their infantry. However, almost immediately, the tanks concealed within the warehouse sprang into action, unleashing electromagnetic projectiles that struck Li Exion's void shield. The enemy did possess tanks within the warehouse, but the infantry in the front lines had yet to engage. Sensing the attack on his void shield, Li Exion promptly retracted the mech. After a brief pause of several seconds, he extended his left arm once more, firing off a plasma cannon. Zing boom! The ferocious plasma and flames swept across an enemy position, incinerating their infantry into charred remains. As for the tanks, Li Exion merely cast a cursory glance and momentarily abandoned the notion of an assault. They were shielded behind cover, revealing only minuscule portions of themselves, and even the plasma cannon would struggle to neutralize them from such a vantage point. It was far more advantageous to eliminate some of the enemy infantry instead. With the mech support, the casualty figures among the Meerta infantry surged significantly. Should they breach the warehouse and directly assault the enemy's defenses? Li Exion pondered the ongoing skirmish, feeling an urge to advance. Do not act impulsively. We still do not know where the enemy's knight retainers are. If we enter, we could find ourselves trapped in a confined space, which is unfavorable for our short sword retainers. Jiang Lu cautioned, calmly analyzing the situation while deftly maneuvering the mech to observe the enemy's movements. Inside the warehouse, the Meerta retinue stationed at B1 was experiencing mounting casualties in the face of the enemy's aggression. Requesting support. Requesting support. The enemy's mechs have arrived. We are unable to withstand their assault. The cries of the infantry reached the ears of the mech units, yet they remained indifferent. They needed the enemy's short sword retainers to lower their guard before it would be time for the knight retainers to make their move. Meanwhile, infantry from the other 3 warehouses began utilizing the underground passages to lend support to the B1 warehouse. On the Exion's side, Luo Hang from the 6th group also arrived in his mech to provide assistance. On either side of the warehouse's grand entrance, a mech stood ready to deliver firepower. The barrage of electromagnetic artillery from Li Exion's plasma cannon and Luo Hang's laser cannon intensified the assault. In this enclosed environment, the formidable power of both main cannons can be maximally unleashed. The plasma cannon primarily serves to inflict lethal damage upon the enemy, utilizing electric currents and extreme temperatures to eliminate soldiers. Meanwhile, Luo Hang's laser cannon is specifically designed to target those fire points, employing laser blasts to directly penetrate defensive fortifications. Even a tank concealed behind cover was caught off guard, resulting in its destruction at the hands of Luo Hang. As Li Exion retreated once more to replenish his ammunition, the tense voice of Jiang Lu reached his ears. The enemy's knight attendants have mobilized. Shortly thereafter, Exion's mecha radar swiftly detected the enemy signals, prompting the two mechs to hastily retreat and join the four others. Opposite them, a total of 10 knight attendant mechs had already encircled from 3 directions. In that moment, gazing at these knight attendants, everyone felt that the awaited confrontation had finally arrived. Within the command center, Lu Quan sprang to his feet, bellowing with fervor. "Crusher, move in now! Quickly, crush them to dust!" The Crusher squad, which had been lying in wait behind cover, sprang into action upon receiving Lu Quan's command. 13 heavy behemoths roared to life, their engines rumbling as they surged forth from their concealment. The front line of the knight attendants brandished armored shields, prepared to withstand the concentrated fire from the enemies ahead. The commander of the knight attendants wore a sinister expression, his psychic energy fully activated. 10 against 6, let these corporate dogs witness our might. Charge! Annihilate them! One by one, the knight attendants roared, drawing their mech bodies as close as possible behind the protective shields while utilizing their speed to close the distance to Exion and his companions. Chapter 57. The Crusher strikes. What a bunch of brutes! Zhang Lu's derisive voice echoed within the mech cockpit. Do not rush to fire. Let the Crusher strike first. Yes. The distance between both sides was already minimal, with the knight attendants charging from the far end of the warehouse, taking merely a minute to reach. As these mechs charged through the corridor, they presented no better target for the Crushers. The heavy Crushers finally accumulated enough energy. Their formidable power was not to be underestimated, yet each shot required considerable time to prepare. It would take nearly a minute to fire a single round. If not for the prior energy accumulation, the feasibility of firing even the first shot at such a short range would be uncertain. No. How can there be Crushers? A knight attendant pilot spotted the Crushers ahead, and the mech's internal chip immediately identified the model. Alarm! Alarm! The flashing red lights within the cockpit sent several hearts racing. Defend! Hold the armored shield! A knight attendant pilot roared. Aim at the target! Fire! Zing! A brilliant azure beam shot forth from the Crusher's cannon, carrying immense power and striking true against the charging knight attendant. The armored shield, extending beyond the void shield, held firm for but a moment before being breached, followed by the outer void shield. A colossal surge of plasma energy was transferred into subspace, unleashing a torrent of energy attacks. However, the intensity of this onslaught caused the void shield to overload. After 2 rounds of expenditure, the power of the plasma cannon had diminished, and its trajectory had been slightly deflected. Boom. Even in its weakened state, the blast pierced through the knight's mech, fortunately sparing the cockpit from destruction. Alas, the equipment beneath the cockpit suffered considerable damage. Despite protective measures, the dissipating plasma energy incinerated numerous devices. This was merely the initial strike from the Skull Crusher, which had effectively rendered one knight's mech inoperable. With 2 platoons of Skull Crushers, totaling 6 units, advancing to their combat positions, it was a scene reminiscent of a massacre. In the underground command center of the Milda attendant army, Commander Roy slammed his fist onto the table in frustration. Damn it! Are our intelligence personnel incompetent? The enemy has deployed Skull Crushers. Why wasn't this information updated? The brigade commander replied, We had no intel regarding the movement of these Skull Crushers. The intelligence agency failed to detect anything. The advisor's expression mirrored the gravity of the situation. Order the night mechs to retreat immediately. Everyone that can escape must do so. Roy's eyes burned with anger as he surveyed the real-time broadcast through the night mech's equipment and the recordings from the soldiers within the defensive line. The first 3 night mechs had been utterly destroyed. The void shield had been overloaded, and their frames penetrated. Such plasma cannon fire, capable of piercing through C-class mechs, rendered these D-class mechs utterly defenseless. The only chance of survival lay in maneuvering in open spaces to evade attacks. Once struck by the plasma cannon, survival was nearly impossible. If they weren't killed outright, they would be left severely crippled. Given the current circumstances, escape seemed unlikely. The advisor lamented, It's hopeless, Roy howled in anguish. Meanwhile, at the front base of Hungan Defense, Lu Quan and Ji Zhuan were celebrating. Well done. Strike them hard. Lu Quan's face radiated joy. He had orchestrated the deployment of these Skull Crusher tanks specifically to ambush the enemy mechs. Regrettably, the enemy mechs had yet to emerge from the other side, while fierce combat raged in the warehouses. With 2 platoons and 6 Skull Crushers focusing their fire, they had obliterated 3 night mechs in one fell swoop. The remaining 3 night mechs were also on the verge of void shield overload. their equipment suffering significant damage. Deploy the hunters too. Hit them hard, Ji Zhizhuan commanded, his voice almost a roar. This was the moment to achieve merit. Capturing this stronghold would render the entire B-Zone's defensive line virtually impenetrable. After issuing their combat orders, Lu Quan and Ji Zhizhuan sat back, satisfaction evident on their faces. Lu, my brother, you're about to reap great rewards. I believe that after this battle, our ranks will rise, Ji Zhizhuan chuckled. It's too early to say, but it's always good to gain merit, Lu Quan replied with a smile. Seizing this position, Ji Xiong's contributions are undoubtedly considerable. The two exchanged knowing smiles, the command center brimming with an air of exhilaration. Strike. Do not afford them an opportunity to flee, Jiang Lu bellowed, leading Li Xian and Feng Dai towards a cluster of adversaries. 3 mechs still remained operational here. One was suffering from an overloaded void shield, while the other two were in relatively intact condition. In the other two passageways, the sixth group was advancing against 2 intact Knight Retainers equipped with void shields. Centrally positioned were 2 Knight Retainers with overloaded void shields, their equipment severely compromised. This was the most favorable position to seize, yet the Skull Crusher could handle it. If more mechs were to arrive, it would be quite unacceptable, clearly an attempt to claim undue credit. The greatest challenge lay in the direction of the fifth group, yet correspondingly, the accolades for securing this location would be substantial. Most crucially, this was the passageway closest to the fifth group. Jiang Lu and Feng Dai surged at the forefront, with Li Xian trailing closely behind them. Bang, bang, bang. The 12-tube serrated ant rocket launcher mounted on Li Xian and Feng Dai's shoulders sprang open instantaneously, their strides barely pausing to allow for targeting. Bang, bang, bang. A total of 48 105mm rockets were launched in rapid succession, transforming the passageway ahead into AC. At this moment, the previously swift Jiang Lu and Feng Dai abruptly halted in their tracks. Well done. No more close combat. Let's engage them from a distance, echoed their voices within the cockpit. Why would one contemplate melee combat when the enemy could be addressed from afar? After all, ammunition is free, and energy costs are borne by the organization. There's no escape now. Let's fight back. A pilot from the Knight's escort bellowed through gritted teeth. Charge! The two mechs swiftly altered their course. They had initially intended to flee, but with their void shield shattered, there was no avenue for escape. Rather than leave their backs exposed to the relentless barrage of ranged attacks, it was far better to engage in close combat. Even if it meant mutual destruction, as they witnessed the enemy charging towards them, Jiang Lu and Feng Dai remained unfazed, directly positioning their left arm armor shields in front of them. 03. Continue the ranged assault. 02 and I will hold off the enemies. No problem, Li Xian responded. Die. The Knight's escort roared, his powered axe crashing against Feng Dai's armor shield. The defensive capability of this shield was comparable to that of a short sword escort's armor, yet its thickness was even more formidable. Even a powered axe could not breach it with a single strike. At that moment, Li Xian had already dashed past the wreckage of the fallen mech. Suddenly, the psychic chip relayed an urgent notification. Capture of dissipating psychic signal, transcoding psychic signal. Upon receiving this notification, Li Xian was instantly elated. This is fortuitous. He recalled the immense benefits he had reaped from the last psychic signal he had encountered. It had indeed saved his life. With a crackle, Li Xian fired a plasma cannon, which pierced through the defenses of Jiang Lu and Feng Dai, striking the cockpit of an enemy mech. Boom! A massive surge of electricity and intense heat engulfed the entire mech, momentarily incapacitating the Knight's escort. Though this paralysis lasted less than a second, it was ample time for the battle-hardened Jiang Lu to seize the opportunity. He forcefully pushed aside his left arm armor shield and delivered a powerful blow directly onto the Knight's escort. Following this, he thrust his powered sword with unwavering determination. Kill! The powered sword pierced through the enemy's armor, even as the pilot of the Knight's escort began to regain mobility. The blade's penetration rendered several of the mech systems inoperative. But the onslaught did not end there. Having pushed aside the armor shield, Jiang Lu unleashed a blast directly at the opposing Knight's escort. The concentrated plasma cannon struck precisely at the breach created by his sword. The intense plasma surged into the internal mechanisms of the Knight's escort, the overwhelming electric current damaging numerous devices. Consequently, the combat efficacy of that Knight's escort plummeted by over 50%. Taste my spear. Li Xian roared from the cockpit behind. At that moment, the 6-barreled electromagnetic cannon posed minimal threat to the enemy mech. Moreover, the plasma cannon required a charging period, so as he fired, Li Xian discarded the armor shield and continued to close the distance. Seizing the opportune moment, Li Xian gripped the power spear tightly and thrust it sharply from the side of Jiang Lu. This strike was aimed squarely at the enemy's cockpit. Unlike Jiang Lu, who merely employed his right arm for a simple thrust, Li Xian's attack harnessed not only the force of the mech's dual arms, but also the immense kinetic energy at his disposal. With a resounding crack, the pale blue spearhead, bolstered by this powerful momentum, pierced through the enemy cockpit as effortlessly as a hot knife slicing through butter, accompanied by a dazzling display of electric sparks. Ah! The pilot of the knight's retinue let out a chilling scream at the brink of death, only to be obliterated by the disintegration field. The body was severed cleanly in two, blood gushing forth, before being utterly vaporized by the disintegration field. Capture the dissipating psionic signal, transcoding psionic signal. Another one. A surge of elation washed over Li Xian. Fortune seemed to smile upon him today. No, you shall die. The last remaining knight, driven to madness, swung his power longsword wildly. Yet, facing a 3-to-1 scenario, he found himself bereft of any chance to retaliate. This time, Li Xian did not even have the opportunity to claim a kill for himself. Jiang Lu and Feng Dai, in a series of coordinated shield blocks and counterattacks, left numerous wounds on the enemy with each strike of their power weapons. At times, they utilized the plasma cannons, and with every hit, the knight's movements grew increasingly sluggish. Originally, Li Xian contemplated seizing a kill, but after a moment's reflection, he opted against it in the open. He had already dispatched one adversary, and with the simultaneous rocket barrage from himself and Feng Dai, another knight had been obliterated. The spoils of this encounter were substantial. As the squad commander, Jiang Lu's recognition of Li Xian's contributions was tantamount to earning glory for himself. Furthermore, the second mech they had jointly vanquished also added to their accolades. Only Feng Dai, who had not reaped any benefits in the previous battle, was not to be overshadowed this time. To snatch a kill from him would be rather inconsiderate and detrimental to their camaraderie. After all, with Feng Dai enduring the enemy's counterattack, it was already challenging for Li Xian to secure commendations. Further attempts to claim a kill would be quite unbecoming. Ultimately, under the relentless harassment of the trio's plasma cannons, the last knight's cockpit was pierced by Feng Dai's power sword. The third knight met his demise. Chapter 59. Retreat to the underground. Haha, splendid. Now, each of us has a knight mech's merit, Feng Dai exclaimed, his voice brimming with uncontainable joy. All right, remain vigilant and quickly assess the situation of the others. Jiang Lu's tone also reflected a hint of elation, yet he maintained his guard. Li Xian dutifully retrieved his discarded armor shield while listening to the exchanges between Jiang Lu and the other commanders. The fifth squad had already dealt with their immediate foes. What of the others? All taken care of. Both have been neutralized. The commanders of the 6th squad and 2 tank platoons reported their status. It appeared that the tank platoons had swiftly concluded their engagements, as their enemy had only a single mech to contend with. Once the plasma jet cannons had charged, a single shot was all it took to eliminate the threat. The 5th group led by Jiang Lu and the 6th group headed by Ku Qian exhibited a comparable speed in neutralizing the enemy. At this juncture, Li Xian's chip finally conveyed a new notification. The unknown psionic signal has been successfully decoded. The psionic signal has weakened. Please select the desired download information from the options below. 1. D2 level mecha long-range shooting techniques 67.2. D4 level mecha general driving skills 36.3. D4 level general mecha close combat techniques 43.4. D4 level Milda general knowledge 63. Li Xian felt a surge of joy within. What was meant to arrive would eventually come. Compared to the previous occasion, one option had been omitted, the bed techniques, but the other 4 valuable options remained. Currently, Li Xian's close combat and long-range combat skills were both at D2 level. Yet the long-range techniques were easier to practice and carried less risk. Without a moment's hesitation, Li Xian chose the third option, D4 level general close combat techniques. Subsequently, he sensed his psionic energy depleting rapidly, a tingling sensation coursing through his scalp, while the progress of his mecha close combat skills accelerated swiftly, as indicated by the chip. D2 level general close combat techniques 12 to 13, 23 to 45. Ultimately, this figure stabilized at 52 for D2 level. absorbing a killed pilot's driving experience elevated Li Xion's close combat skills by an effect that would typically require at least 2 months of rigorous training to achieve. The potency of this enhancement was truly formidable. Just as Li Xion completed the absorption of this psionic signal, the second mecha's signal also finished decoding, allowing for swift absorption. Then came the third signal. This time, upon seeing the number, Li Xion's excitement intensified. Nothing else seemed to capture his attention. Point 3. D5 Level General Mecha Combat Techniques 88. This was the most powerful psionic signal Li Xion had absorbed. A D5 level combat technique. Moreover, not only was the level high, but it was also the most comprehensive. The previous 2 techniques only reached around 30 to 40%, whereas this one exceeded 80%. This level should be on par with Jiang Lu's combat prowess. Regrettably, even such a skilled fighter, when confronted by an opponent of equal caliber, alongside Li Xion as an auxiliary, was at a disadvantage. Download. Initiate. Li Xion selected this third option, and in the next instant, various combat techniques inundated his mind like a deluge. His close combat skills surged at that moment. D2 General Mecha Close Combat Techniques 74, D3 General Mecha Close Combat Techniques 1 to 14. Wow, this is overwhelmingly powerful, Li Xion murmured to himself. Although he anticipated a significant enhancement post-download, he never imagined the magnitude of the increase would be so extraordinary. Gazing at the chip, he could hardly contain his exhilaration. D4 Level General Mecha Close Combat Techniques 3. This was an instantaneous leap to greatness. Ascending directly to D4 level, his talent was indeed remarkable. Li Xion's countenance was filled with unrestrained excitement. He had finally transcended the limitations of a novice, gaining a greater chance of survival on this battlefield. This skirmish was undoubtedly worthwhile. Not only would there be rewards post-battle, but he could also reap numerous benefits during the conflict itself. He was utterly enamored with these knightly retainers. Li Xion's thoughts were in disarray, yet he realized that his close combat skills had surpassed the baseline, rendering him no longer a soft target in this war zone. Even Feng Dai, as he had heard, possessed only D4 level close combat techniques. Now, in contrast to Li Xion's melee prowess, his ranged attack skills had become his Achilles heel. However, this was not a significant concern. At least when facing these knightly retainers, the issues were manageable. Inside the warehouse, the infantry battalion commander of the Meerta retinue appeared utterly soul-crushed. Point 10 Knightly retainer mechs had simply vanished into thin air. Commander, what shall we do? An anxious staff officer inquired. How many personnel do we have left? The commander took a deep breath and asked. Only a little over 200 remain. We lost just 1 tank. The others are in decent shape, the staff officer promptly replied. Report to the brigade commander and request a retreat. The commander painfully shut his eyes. Understood. The withdrawal report swiftly reached Roy's desk. His eyes were nearly bloodshot with fury. 10 knightly retainers had vanished without a trace. Although he had prepared for losses, he had not anticipated such a magnitude. Upon receiving the retreat request from the defending infantry, Roy slammed his hand on the table. Withdraw, of course, it's a retreat. The chief of staff quickly interjected, Brigade Commander, we must allow the troops to pull back. Without mech support, if they remain, they will face annihilation. The enemy will surely send their short sword retainers to assault the warehouse now that they know our mechs are gone. Once that happens, a retreat may be impossible. Roy was acutely aware that the chief of staff spoke the truth, yet he found it difficult to swallow his indignation. However, even if it meant grinding his teeth in frustration, he declared solemnly, let the infantry withdraw, leave behind some parting gifts at the position. Even in retreat, we cannot allow the enemy to seize this ground so easily. What about the entrance to the passage beneath the warehouse? The chief of staff inquired. Roy scoffed coldly. Leave the passage open for the enemy. The surface battle is merely an appetizer. Once they descend underground, that will be their grave. Understood? The infantry battalion and armored units, upon receiving the retreat order, hesitated not for a moment. The infantry commander issued orders to the soldiers. Infantry, set up minefields first. Even in retreat, we must delay the enemy's advance. Armored units, descend first. Chapter 60. Occupying the surface soon. The unusual circumstances of the Meerta forces were detected by the soldiers of Hung in defense within the warehouse. The enemy is attempting to flee, open fire, and hold them back. The squadron commander swiftly deduced the intentions of the Meerta retinue from the weakening firepower. Tanks, move up quickly. The company commander urgently called for reinforcements. Even though it was evident that the enemy was retreating, the vast expanse of open ground within the warehouse was not a place where infantry dared to charge recklessly. Boom! Accompanied by the roar of tank engines, a line of stalkers rolled into the B-1 warehouse. Open fire, boom! The heavy artillery of the tanks struck directly at the remaining firing positions. Simultaneously, the tanks, in a rapid advance, swiftly closed in on the enemy's defensive line. Run? The tanks are coming. The infantry, still engaged in laying minefields, quickly retreated toward the underground passage. A small anti-tank team contemplated making a stand against the enemy. However, just as they readied their anti-tank missile, they witnessed their comrades fleeing en masse. A fleeting glance at the swiftly approaching stalker tanks left them no courage to remain. Don't show your heads. We must flee. The assistant gunner merely peeked out to take a look, only to attract a hail of bullets from the tanks. At that moment, the main gunner no longer dared to expose himself. Grabbing the anti-tank missile and running, halfway through, he discarded the missile entirely. What a farce! Why is everyone fleeing so quickly? The main gunner exclaimed in frustration, swiftly avoiding the minefield and darting into the underground passage, fleeing to the rear. The stalker tanks soon arrived at the enemy's defensive line, only to come to a halt. They were indeed tanks, but the height of the fortifications was daunting, standing at 2 to 3 meters and remarkably sturdy. Not only would it be a challenge for the tanks, but even infantry would require considerable effort to scale the defenses. The tanks halted a distance from the fortifications, incessantly firing their machine guns, occasionally launching a shell or two. Yet, the enemy behind the defenses appeared to have gone silent, with not a soul firing back. Witnessing this tableau, the infantry behind the stalkers, under the command of their officer, promptly issued orders: charge forward and take positions behind the tanks. Let us send a few men up to assess the situation. Damn it, surely these foes haven't all fled. A short-tailed armored vehicle swiftly entered the warehouse and maneuvered toward the enemy's position. The infantry boarded the vehicle, utilizing its armor to ascend the defenses. One vigilant soldier cautiously raised his head and, after a quick survey, reported, "Indeed, there's no one here. The defensive line is completely deserted. They've all fled." Upon hearing this, officers of rank below battalion level, non-commissioned officers, and even the soldiers themselves breathed a sigh of relief. Who among decent folk relishes the prospect of battle, especially those at the lower ranks? The battalion and higher command, positioned further back, faced minimal casualty risks even in the heat of conflict. However, the officers and soldiers of the platoons and squads faced alarmingly high casualty rates. The soldiers continued their search, soon triggering a hidden mine, which detonated an enemy's booby trap. One grenade claimed the lives of 2 Hungen defense infantrymen, causing everyone to become increasingly cautious. Outside the warehouse, the mech units received word of the enemy's retreat. Immediately, Li Xian and his fellow mech operators halted their advance. The foes have all retreated. Venturing back and holds little significance. The task of clearing the battlefield may be entrusted to the infantry. Li Xian and his companions stood vigilant nearby as the infantry dedicated an entire afternoon to eliminating the landmines left by the enemy. Remarkably, only the initial 2 soldiers lost their lives, and they were indeed quite unfortunate. The process of tidying up the battlefield proceeded remarkably smoothly. The several mechs operated by Li Xian's team withdrew behind the warehouses in the occupied area to avoid being targeted by enemy artillery. Following the successful capture of this stronghold, the mech forces proceeded to sweep through the entire theater with relative ease. The enemy, exposed on the surface, was essentially unprotected. Even when combat ensued, they fled at the first sign of engagement, offering no opportunity for a proper confrontation. Under such circumstances, the casualty exchange rate favored the enemy, resulting in greater losses for Hungen defense. The enemy primarily relied on ambush tactics, firing a few shots or launching a few shells before vanishing. There were times when soldiers were killed, and upon looking for the enemy, they found that the foes had already disappeared without a trace. At this point in the conflict, the enemy showed no intent to continue fighting Hungen defense and blueprint on the surface. Within the command center, Lu Quan and Ji Zhizhuan were engaged in discussion. Ji Zhizhuan sighed, remarking that the current casualties exceeded those during the earlier assaults. The enemy scurried away like rats, offering not a single opportunity. How has the situation regarding the enemy's underground exits been resolved? Lu Quan inquired. We have effectively sealed off all discovered exits, with the exception of a few large ones. The rest have been blocked to prevent the enemy from resurfacing to launch surprise attacks. Ji Zhizhuan replied. On the projection screen before them was the topographical map of the Biximo steel plant. It was evident that the facility had been nearly fully occupied. Numerous flags adorned the map. Black ones indicated sealed underground exits, while red ones represented those still accessible. The number of black flags far surpassed the red ones. Originally, the Biximo steel plant boasted dozens of underground exits, including small ones with elevators and staircases, as well as larger ones capable of accommodating vehicles. These larger exits were initially designed for trucks to transport materials and raw goods underground. Not only could infantry pass through with ease, but so could tanks and mechs without difficulty. Additionally, following several rounds of offensive and defensive battles at the Biximo steel plant, both sides had excavated numerous new exits, some of which could only accommodate a single individual at a time. It was through such passages that the infantry of the Milda forces emerged, launching surprise attacks with rifles and rockets, much to the vexation of Hungan Defense's soldiers. Each newly discovered opening was promptly filled with concrete. While this might not permanently seal the location, it significantly raised the difficulty for the Milda troops to reopen them. Besides the challenges of excavation, the smaller exits were subject to daily patrols. As for the larger ones, combat teams were directly stationed nearby to trap the enemy within. Yet, even with these measures, completely confining the enemy underground proved elusive, let alone capturing them in a snare. On the outskirts of the Bema steel plant, there must certainly be passages leading to its underground chambers. Chapter 61. A brief respite. Ever since they successfully breached the stronghold of the enemy's large warehouse, Li Xian and his comrades in the Mecha had found themselves with a moment of respite. The surface of the Bema steel plant no longer bore any stubborn defensive positions. Naturally, there was no need to squander the Mecha's energy on sweeping operations. At this juncture, more than 20 mechas were stationed in groups at various defensive points, all of which had underground passages beneath them. The vigilant defense of the mechas, combined with the preserved entrances to these underground tunnels, formed the future pathways through which the army would enter to root out the enemy below. Within the upper stronghold, 2 mechas were engaged in close combat. Neither side had deployed their powered weaponry. It was merely a practice session. Attack! One of the short sword attendants bellowed as he charged at his opponent, brandishing a powered spear that he thrust forward with ferocity, followed by rapid slashes, fully showcasing the weapon's capabilities. The powered spear served dual purposes, functioning both as a lance and as a long-handled sword. The opposing short sword attendant deftly evaded the strikes, exhibiting remarkable agility. One would hardly suspect that this was a towering mechanical construct standing over 7 meters tall. The combatants were none other than Li Xian and Feng Dai, both possessing close combat proficiency at the D4 level. This marked the 7th day of their training, a period during which the 5th group had been relatively unoccupied. At this moment, Li Xian and Feng Dai's actual combat prowess was likely comparable. However, it was imperative that such a quality remain concealed during training. Should Li Xian demonstrate combat skills on par with Feng Dai, it would not necessarily lead to accolades. Rather, it might incite suspicion from both Feng Dai and Jiang Lu regarding the potential corruption by chaos that he might have succumbed to. It was indeed a perplexing situation. Li Xian's mastery of close combat had surged at an astonishing pace. Since becoming a mecha pilot, scarcely 2 months had elapsed. Transforming from an absolute novice into a seasoned veteran within such a brief span seemed implausible. Doubt lingered not only among others but also within Li Xian himself, who occasionally questioned whether he had been tainted by chaos, though he had yet to manifest any signs outwardly. The close-quarters battle persisted. With the powered weapons clashing and parrying incessantly, Li Xian took the offensive, while Feng Dai assumed a defensive stance. The powered spear relentlessly jabbed and slashed, while Feng Dai adeptly dodged, occasionally employing his powered sword or armored shield to deflect attacks. Utilize your powered spear to target his lower defenses. Jiang Lu's mecha stood nearby, offering guidance. Li Xian promptly heeded Jiang Lu's counsel, directing his strikes towards Feng Dai's lower defenses. This strategic approach swiftly rendered Feng Dai's defenses increasingly precarious. This is intolerable. Being perpetually on the defensive is utterly unsatisfactory. Moreover, how is it that you're progressing so rapidly, Li Xian? You can't possibly be a genius. The voice of Feng Dai's mockery resonated within the mech, echoing through the surroundings. Ha ha, of course, I am a genius. If I weren't, how could I be fortunate enough to team up with you all? Li Xian laughed heartily. Yet, the assaults from his hands did not cease. Indeed, I must cultivate the persona of a genius. The recent guidance from my master aligns perfectly with my own combat experience. The D4 level melee combat techniques were originally intended to target Feng Dai's lower defenses. However, I cannot take such initiative. Rather, after my master's instruction, I swiftly grasped the concepts, allowing others to perceive me as a genius capable of rapidly assimilating guidance and effectively applying it. The persona of a genius is exceedingly beneficial, not only in concealing my true abilities, but also in securing greater resources and support. Li Xian absorbed the spiritual energy signals from his foes, transmuting them into personal experience. This greatly enhanced his myriad skills. If I were to abandon the guise of a genius, I could not suddenly reveal my D4 level melee skills. That would attract far too much attention. Such overt displays are not what Li Xian seeks. It is the subtle, gradual enhancement of my abilities that ensures safety. During this period, whenever he found himself with idle time, Li Xian would engage Feng Dai and Zhang Lu in practice. Initially, he feigned D2 level melee combat skills, gradually advancing from there. With a sudden leap, Li Xian's mech sword, the power spear in his grasp descending with formidable force. This unexpected strike caught Feng Dai off guard, the weapon crashing against the shoulder of his mech. "You little sneak!" Feng Dai exclaimed. "What nonsense! This is not a sneak attack," Li Xian retorted instantly. The two continued to engage fiercely. Zhang Lu interjected, "Feng Dai, you ought to be more vigilant. If you continue to grow complacent, it won't be long before Li Xian's melee skills catch up to yours." "How is that possible? He has only been training for a short while." Feng Dai questioned immediately, "If my guess is correct, Li Xian's current melee combat skills have already reached D3 level, haven't they?" Zhang Lu inquired of Li Xian. "Indeed, Master, I have now attained D3 level in melee combat," Li Xian declared candidly. This was indeed his current display. Of course, he was fundamentally at the D4 level, and to be frank, his disguise was not particularly convincing. For instance, the technique displayed in that last attack clearly exceeded the expected standards. D-level melee skills are inherently somewhat rudimentary, and Li Xian's current pretense is no easy feat. However, as they were teammates, neither Zhang Lu nor Feng Dai harbored any suspicions. "Goodness, have you been using performance enhancers? How is it that you've reached D3 so quickly?" Feng Dai exclaimed in shock upon hearing the exchange between Zhang Lu and Li Xian. "Quick, tell me what you took. I want some too." "Not at all. I've merely been immersed in combat, contemplating the improvement of my techniques every night, coupled with our daytime practice. Thus, my skills have advanced rapidly." Li Xian feigned modesty as he explained. Li Xian possesses considerable talent. Even during previous training, I sensed his remarkable aptitude for mastering the mech swiftly. The voice of Zhang Lu was laced with amusement. "Good brother, you cannot possibly be a genius, can you? If you continue like this, I might just have to cling to your leg." Feng Dai chuckled. "Rest assured, brother Feng. Once I have thoroughly extracted all your close combat techniques, I shall indeed cling to your leg and ensure you indulge in a life of luxury." "You really are quite bold," he retorted. "I've made up my mind. I can no longer remain on the defensive. It is time for me to launch an offensive. Taste my sword." Chapter 62. Reinforcement of the Mirdar Knight Brigade. Days slipped by amidst the training regimen. During this period, Li Xian dedicated himself to mastering close combat techniques, occasionally practicing some ranged attacks as well. In the 3 instances of absorbing spiritual energy signals, he had opted against the ranged combat skills of the knightly attendants. It was simply because their ranged attacks failed to pique Li Xian's interest. The strongest among them was merely at the D3 level, which was only a slight improvement over Li Xian's own abilities. As Zhang Lu aptly noted, possessing 2 chips, especially one of military origin with an unknown genesis, allowed Li Xian to progress at a remarkable pace, truly deserving of the title of genius. Rat-a-tat-tat. After once again executing a series of precise shots, Li Xian gradually retracted his weapon after depleting an entire ammunition box. Presently, his ranged attack skill had risen to D2 at 76. He found himself in a state where both close and ranged combat flourished, with close combat bolstered by the absorption of spiritual energy experience, while ranged proficiency stemmed entirely from his innate talent. Upon concluding his shooting practice for the day, Li Xian maneuvered his mech back to the defensive stronghold. As he walked, he pondered. With 2 D4 level military chips, I am endowed with such formidable learning capabilities. Naturally, this is also due to my innate aptitude for learning. If my chips were of a superior quality, would my learning efficacy not be even greater? This seems an inevitable conclusion, as the computational power of biological intelligence chips undoubtedly increases with their level. Should I acquire a C-level military intelligence chip, or even a B or a level 1, how astonishingly rapid would my learning speed become? Would it be possible to elevate my ranged or close combat skills to D5 within a mere month? Li Xian dared not dwell on these thoughts any longer. To do so would rob him of the motivation to learn and strive. After all, the disparities between individuals, particularly in terms of socioeconomic status, can sometimes be greater than the divide between man and beast. It is possible that his monthly salary, coupled with the war zone and combat allowances, might not even equate to the monthly sustenance of a high-ranking executive's pet. The fact that he was now capable of absorbing enemy spiritual energy signals, along with the spiritual energy chip, was already a stroke of fortune, placing him leagues ahead of many. He could not afford to be greedy. All he needed to do was work diligently, believing that a bright future would soon be his reward. With these thoughts in mind, Li Xian returned to the rest area within the stronghold. Emerging from the cockpit of the mech, I stepped into the respite of the lounge. Although the battlefield offered a greater sense of security within the confines of the mech, the cockpit itself felt somewhat constricted. If the opportunity arose, it was essential to take a moment to relax. At present, the surface of the Beishimo steel factory, at least in the areas already secured, remained relatively safe. Within the lounge, Li Xian reclined on the sofa, eyes closed in a meditative state. Between his fingers, he deftly manipulated delicate arcs of electricity, a manifestation of his psionic lightning. Though he had yet to engage in systematic studies of psionic spells, the lethality of his psionic lightning was already commendable. During this period, he had consumed 2 vials of compound number 3, resulting in a near doubling of his internal psionic energy. According to the monitoring and statistics provided by the biological intelligence chip, Li Xian's psionic energy level had now reached D321. Such was the power of monetary investment. However, I could not continue this expenditure for much longer. Damn it, how can I possibly reduce this chaotic pollution level swiftly? Li Xian felt a twinge of frustration, as the recent continuous use of psionic energy, compounded by the consumption of compound number 3, had caused his chaotic pollution level to soar. It had now reached 35, thus temporarily restricting his ability to frequently practice close combat with the mech. He could only resort to firing the machine guns during moments of leisure to alleviate his stress. Li Xian continued to practice his psionic lightning, feeling the arcs dance around him. This psionic lightning had now attained a foundational level of lethality. It could reach a distance of approximately 50 meters, capable of delivering a fatal jolt to an individual with a single strike. Even without the mech and armed weaponry, I now possessed adequate means for self-defense. After a period of practice, Li Xian withdrew all his psionic energy, refraining from its use. Employing psionic energy without the mech was perilous. Initiating its use was akin to igniting a torch in the dark subspace. No one could predict if a subspace demon would suddenly emerge. If it did, Li Xian's current reserve of psionic energy would be woefully insufficient. The days of rest eventually came to an end. Calculating the time, it had been 2 months since Li Xian entered this battlefield, and the entire surface area of the Beishimo steel factory had been thoroughly cleared. Now a zone occupied by Hung and defense. The next step would involve addressing the enemy's subterranean stronghold. This presented a challenge of considerable magnitude. The combat environment underground was vastly inferior to that above ground. This was especially true for the attacking forces, as visibility would be severely compromised. Merely possessing night vision goggles would not suffice. Even with such equipment, visibility remained inferior compared to that on the surface. This chapter is not yet complete. Please turn to the next page to continue enjoying the subsequent captivating content. However, for the mech, this posed no significant issue. Even in such underground conditions, it could discern all details with clarity, no less than in daylight. Furthermore, the integration of radar and psionic energy allowed for the effortless detection of any presence. The only drawback was that underground terrain was not conducive to mech maneuverability, particularly concerning long-range combat. For the nightly retainers of the enemy, it presents an excellent opportunity for ambush. They can conceal their signals, perhaps lurking in some shadowy corner, waiting to strike fiercely as the dagger-wielding attendants pass by. However, it soon became evident that the majority of the forces were withdrawn back to the base. This was due to the enemy reinforcing their ranks, as intelligence operatives reported the presence of enemy mech units making their way directly into the depths of the steel mill. For safety's sake, the mech units of the blueprint dispatch were recalled in the dining hall of the forward base. The mech squads from the 5th and 6th units gathered to share a meal and engage in casual conversation. With the enemy bolstering their forces, the dispatch had also requested reinforcements. Rumor has it that this time, however, the reinforcements might not be particularly promising. Kei Qian from the 6th unit whispered to Jiang Lu seated in the front row. "How do you know?" Jiang Lu inquired softly. "Did I overheard a bit while I was bumming a meal from Lu Tu the other day?" But he didn't elaborate much on the topic. "I suspect it's about right. The underground environment of the Bikesimo steel mill is unforgiving. It's inconceivable to take it without casualties, with our mere 20-odd mechs and the enemy's reinforcements. Isn't launching an attack akin to throwing water into a bottomless pit?" Kuqian murmured. "That's true. The surface battles have seen little effort from the Myrda Knights. With the enemy reinforcing, they haven't initiated any proactive assaults either. One can only surmise that they are preparing something substantial down below, awaiting us," Jiang Lu replied, his tone tinged with resignation. Chapter 63. The reason let us hope for some seasoned veterans. "If we receive more fresh recruits in this place, it would spell disaster," Kei Qian sighed. "I doubt that's likely. How could veteran units be dispatched to such a venue? This has devolved into a chaotic battleground, and elite veteran units are unlikely to be squandered here," Jiang Lu lamented. "The primary issue lies with the dagger-wielding attendants being ill-suited for subterranean warfare. The environment below is not conducive for their capabilities. Just the other day, I piloted a mech for a brief reconnaissance, and the area is far more favorable for the nightly retainers. If they were all veterans, we might achieve a decent exchange rate. But with new recruits, that's uncertain," Kuqian remarked, shaking his head. "Should veterans not be forthcoming, it would suffice for them to reassign us." Listening intently for a while, Li Xian harbored a question. "Since combat underground is so challenging, why not simply obliterate this place? Given the state of the steel mill, it should hold little value. If the enemy is indeed underground, would bombing the site not entomb them all?" Jiang Lu shook his head in response. "That's not a decision within our purview. It's determined by those above. You might think we desire the ruins of this Bikesimo steel mill, but what we truly seek is known only to them." Kei Qian nodded in agreement and added, "Moreover, this steel mill is not easily destroyed. The subterranean structure is exceedingly complex and of high safety grade. Even with a high-yield nuclear bomb, it's uncertain whether it could collapse this place. Other methods would be even more challenging. Unless one employs shipborne weaponry, the current electromagnetic environment and the subspace storms beyond the planet render it perilous for any vessel to venture forth. Alas, in such treacherous locales, one can only offer their life as tribute." "How many souls have perished here before?" Li Xian inquired anxiously. Kei Qian placed a reassuring hand on Li Xian's shoulder. "Are you aware of how many mecha support teams were previously stationed at Base 3? Wasn't it 9? Li Xian recalled what Lu Quan had mentioned upon their arrival. "Certainly not. Supervisor Lu is an M3 level defense administrator, and it would be implausible for him to oversee merely 9 mecha support teams." Kuqian, directly across from Li Xian, elucidated. "It is understandable that you are unaware, having not been here long. I suspect old Jiang has not shared these details with you either. Supervisor Lu is an M3 level defense head, while both Jiang Xian and I are merely M1 level team leaders. Did you not notice anything amiss?" With this revelation, Li Xian began to comprehend the situation. "Indeed, there appears to be a missing tier. Precisely, there should be an M2 level in between. At Base 03, aside from our mecha units, we also have a contingent of armored troops. These armored mixed units are fortunate. Most engagements are managed by Hung and defense, leaving the more challenging tasks to our mecha forces, thus they remain relatively idle. To digress, there were previously 2 mecha squadrons at Base 03, each commanded by M2 level officers, with 10 mecha support teams under each squadron. This implies that our original deployment should have comprised 2 fully staffed mecha support squadrons, totaling 80 mechas. Why are there so few now?" Li Xian asked in disbelief. "It is precisely because of this place." Kuqian sighed, casting his gaze toward the projected map of the Beishimo steelworks. "Have all the others perished in battle? Surely, 80 mechas cannot be reduced to just your numbers." Upon hearing Kuqian's words, Li Xian felt an overwhelming sense of danger surrounding the Beishimo steelworks. "The casualty rate is alarmingly high. How could that be?" "What are you imagining?" Jiang Lu interjected, interrupting Li Xian's speculation. He spoke. "The last time we captured the Beishimo steelworks, the losses were indeed significant, but not as exaggerated as you might think. Of course, the toll was considerable, with over 20 mechas lost, rendering both squadrons incomplete. Thus, During the recent lull in combat, the incomplete teams were reassigned to replenish their ranks. Unfortunately for our squadron, after another squadron was withdrawn, we suffered the loss of our squadron leader in the recent skirmish, along with his direct operational team, leaving us with so few personnel now. After Jiang Lu's explanation, Li Xian gained a clearer understanding of the current circumstances. Yet, the fear in his heart remained unabated. The casualty rate is truly terrifying, especially for a mecha unit. Capturing the Beishimo steelworks resulted in the immediate loss of a quarter of their forces. And now, in Li Xian's squadron, fortune has not smiled upon them, as they were not recalled to replenish their ranks, and their commander has perished. No wonder, he holds the position of an M3 level supervisor, directly commanding the mecha units. I had assumed that the command authority belonged solely to the mecha forces. With this revelation, the reinforcement of troops is no longer a matter of conjecture but rather a certainty. However, I remain in the dark regarding the caliber of the reinforcements that are on their way. This truly perplexes me, Lixn pondered, yet his thoughts were a jumble. His rank was far too low. He was still at the very bottom of the food chain within this mecha unit, merely a newly confirmed intern, devoid of any real authority. Despite having achieved results in the previous 2 battles, evidenced by the 2 silver medals of valor adorning his chest, this did not alter the fact that he held little sway within the unit for the time being. Jiang Lu sighed, stating, "The Beishimo steel factory has already become a chaotic battleground. It is unlikely that any seasoned veterans will be dispatched here." Lixn, perplexed, inquired, "Shouldn't such battles employ experienced veterans to minimize casualties? If we are all fresh recruits like myself, the casualty rate will be high, and the value of the mecha lost will be substantial." Jiang Lu shook his head and replied, "Precisely because it is such a chaotic battle, the likelihood of sending in elites is diminished. Once underground, the survival rate of veterans is not significantly higher than that of new recruits. There are certainly still passages left by Mierda that could support the enemy's operations underground. The value of an elite veteran pilot far surpasses that of a mecha. If a veteran perishes here, what will happen to subsequent battles? On the contrary, here, a mecha pilot who has survived a few skirmishes becomes a veteran, and it is quite advantageous to exchange new recruits for veteran knights." Li Xian's eyes suddenly sparkled as he exclaimed, "If the value of a mecha pilot exceeds that of the mecha itself, then why is our salary so meager?" Chapter 64. C-Class Vanguard. Ha ha ha. Jiang Lu and Ku Qian could not help but burst into laughter. Kei Qian remarked, "While the value of an elite veteran pilot is indeed high, it is relative. Just because you are useful does not mean you are entitled to a high salary." "Alas, this is truly disappointing news," Li Xian sighed. "Well, our income is already considered quite high. Just think of the earnings of the infantry and armored troops. That puts things into perspective." Ku Qian chuckled. Upon reflection, this was indeed the case. Had Li Xian not been fortunate enough to become a mecha pilot and instead joined the army as an infantryman or an armored soldier, his earnings for the month might not even suffice to cover the loan for purchasing chips. If that were the case, it would be utterly disheartening. Fighting fiercely on the battlefield for an entire month only to end up with nothing left, unable to repay the loan. What kind of future would that entail? Nevertheless, Li Xian still harbored a question. He inquired, logically, shouldn't reinforcements arrive before the battle commences? Why are they only being added midway through the conflict? Upon hearing this, Jiang Lu shook his head and replied, "This matter is uncertain. The reasons could vary. The number of regular soldiers in the blueprint is scarce. Most soldiers and mech units retire after a few years of service, transitioning into the reserves. This is hardly a significant battleground. Our presence here merely serves to bolster Hungan Defense's reputation. Consequently, dispatching reinforcements from the army proves to be quite a challenge, placing us in a rather neglected state. Moreover, the procedural intricacies of the organization are exceedingly cumbersome. If they manage to send reinforcements before we conclude this skirmish, consider yourself fortunate. I had anticipated that the processes would accelerate during wartime." Li Xian recalled his previous attempts to transfer positions, and the bureaucratic hurdles and attitudes within the administrative department indeed left much to be desired. "We are engaged in combat, yet the organization does not seem wholly invested in the conflict. We have grown accustomed to this, and it is only natural that you, being new here, may not fully grasp the situation." Feng Dai remarked with a chuckle. "However, when we initiated our offensive, despite the reduced numbers, we still had sufficient strength. The enemy, while in a defensive posture, would not leave a substantial mech force on the surface. Both sides are rather evenly matched. Infantry casualties are prevalent everywhere, but the losses of mech units predominantly occur underground. Initial intelligence indicated that the enemy possessed no more than 20 mechs at the Bike steel plant. Nonetheless, it is certain that the enemy has pathways leading directly to the plant, and intelligence personnel have reported an increase in their numbers. It is impossible to ascertain how many knight retinues are currently hidden below. Regardless, this battle is likely to devolve into a brutal meat grinder, Kuchin lamented, shaking his head. After receiving news of the impending reinforcements, nearly 10 days passed. Finally, reinforcements arrived at the base. This time, a dozen Pelican-class transport vessels descended, darkening the skies and completely filling the airspace above the forward base. They were unable to land simultaneously and had to do so in a staggered manner. While the remaining Pelican-class transports circled overhead, from the descending vessels emerged numerous short-sword retinues. These short-sword retinues appeared remarkably pristine, in stark contrast to the weathered mechs of Li Xian and his comrades. The short-sword retinues arranged themselves neatly within the forward base, with each combat team positioned closely to one another. 1, 10, 20. Gradually, an increasing number of short-sword retinues emerged. The veteran soldiers, who had initially stood in formation, suddenly sensed something amiss. Ke Qian's voice resonated in the 5th team's channel. Old Jiang, something seems off here. What's with these numbers? I don't know. This does appear somewhat unusual, Jiang Lu replied. The number of mechs now present had exceeded 70 and continued to rise, with transport vessels still hovering above, yet to land. More and more mechs entered the base, and eventually, Li Xian spotted even taller mechs making their entrance. What kind of mech is that? Li Xian inquired. Ahead, a mech loomed, standing a full third taller than the short sword retinues. The mech did not emerge on its own accord. Rather, it was drawn forth by a towing vehicle. The long-range and close combat weaponry of this mech appears considerably larger than that of the short sword attendants. In the realm of ground combat mechs, the prevailing notion is that size equates to superiority and quantity signifies quality. A larger frame signifies more equipment, heftier and longer weaponry, greater firepower, and extended endurance. Jiang Lu's steady voice resonated. This is a Class C mech, the Vanguard type. Class C mechs. So, they are under the command of M2 level officers? Li Xian inquired. Precisely, our squad leaders are typically Class C Vanguards. I never anticipated that 5 Vanguards would arrive this time. Jiang Lu's tone brimming with astonishment. It's overwhelming. This time, there are simply too many. Merely the D-class short sword attendant mechs have already assembled nearly 170 to 80 units within the base. Even with 40 mechs forming a squad, coupled with the seasoned veterans already stationed here, this locale has gathered a force equivalent to 5 squads of mech troops. Yet, observing the sheer number of mechs, Li Xian and his companions felt no joy. An increase in troop support is undoubtedly a positive development, but an excessive quantity does not necessarily bode well. This is troubling. With so many mechs arriving, it surely cannot be solely for the Beishimo steelworks. Kuchin murmured. The numbers are staggering. There are at least 5 squads here, and with the 5 vanguards, this is not merely about capturing the Beishimo steelworks, but could easily turn the area upside down. Jiang Lu lamented. This signals a significant conflict. Listening to the words of the 2 squad leaders, Li Xian sensed a palpable aura of fear in their tones. Contemplating this, Li Xian realized the truth. War is a pursuit favored only by those at the rear. While accolades may be easily garnered at the front lines, the perils are far greater. Particularly for the foot soldiers, this situation has left even me feeling anxious. Originally, mechs held absolute dominion on this battlefield. Even amidst danger, it was primarily the infantry and armored units that faced it. However, the dynamics have shifted. Now, even D-class mechs are akin to mere foot soldiers. The positions once occupied by Li Xian and his comrades have now fallen to those C-class mechs, who have assumed the mantle of battlefield supremacy, relegating Li Xian's D-class mechs to the status of ordinary troops. Chapter 65. Promotion.as. All the mechs continued their descent. Lu Quan's armored jeep approached the line of the 9 original mech squads. Lu Quan spoke first. Do you see so many short sword attendants? The former 20 or so veteran short sword attendants simultaneously opened their mech cockpits, awaiting Lu Quan's next words. Lu Quan smiled and remarked. These mechs are freshly assigned to our deployed forces. How does it feel? Lu Tu, with such a vast number, can we not return to rest? A squad leader jested. Lu Quan chuckled and replied. Returning is, for the time being, rather unlikely. These mech pilots are fresh recruits who have just completed their training and have yet to see battle. If you return, who will lead them? Surely not. There must be nearly 200 mechs here. And they are all fresh recruits? Kuchian exclaimed in astonishment. Not exactly, but it's close enough. In this batch of mech troops, there were merely over 20 seasoned veterans, all of whom were leaders of mech teams, while the rest consisted of novice pilots or reservists who had been recalled from retirement. Upon hearing this, Zhang Lu was left utterly dumbfounded as he pointed at the rows of mechs, exclaiming, "Are all of these new recruits and reservists? Lu Tuo, you cannot possibly be jesting with us." Lu Quan's expression darkened as he replied, "Do I strike you as someone who would joke?" He continued, "Now, I have two pieces of good news. Which would you prefer to hear first?" Kuchian responded, "Two pieces of good news. With all these mechs being novices, what good news could there possibly be?" Ignoring Kuchian, Lu Quan produced a tablet and stated, "The first piece of good news is that this batch of mech troops is entirely designated for your unit." "What do you mean?" At that moment, not only Li Xian was puzzled, everyone else shared the same confusion. "From this moment on, all of your combat teams will be disbanded and integrated into the frontline mech squads, assuming the role of team leaders." "What? Lu Tuo, what is going on?" Almost everyone present whispered amongst themselves, seeking clarification. Lu Quan fixed his fierce gaze on the crowd and said, "Do you see those 5 C-class vanguards? That is the second piece of good news. Among your original 9 team leaders, 5 will have the opportunity for promotion. Shortly, as I announce the promotion notifications, your ranks will all elevate to M2. At this point, no one dared to interrupt Lu Quan, for they were all profoundly stunned by the news. They had all noticed the 5 vanguards, but none had anticipated that these vanguards were intended for them. Among the 9 of you, 5 will become squad leaders, while the others will hold the position of team leaders. The original 9 leaders exchanged glances, each reflecting a mixture of bewilderment and a hint of competition. Li Xian pondered, "Team leader, I've heard of this structure before. It is a temporary wartime arrangement beneath the squad leader, typically commanding 3 teams within a squad. Although they were previously team leaders, this time, there will be a distinction among the 9 of them, as the authority of a squad leader is significantly greater than that of a team leader. But what is the reason for this sudden change today?" Lu Quan continued, "I understand many of you have questions. Feel free to voice them, and I shall address them." Zhang Lu was the first to report, "I have a question. Why the sudden promotion of a few individuals to M2? And why are all the reinforcements comprised solely of recruits and reservists?" Lu Quan placed both hands on the armrest of the jeep and spoke slowly. "The situation is rather intricate. The true war has commenced. Initially, we were to receive more support from seasoned veterans, but that is no longer the case. Instead, we must shoulder the responsibility of training new recruits and restoring the combat readiness of the reserves. This is merely the first batch of soldiers. Once we have completely secured the Beishimigang ironworks, we will continue to advance and even increase the number of new soldiers. Not only here, but reinforcements of new recruits are also arriving on other battlefronts, albeit in lesser numbers than we have. You are fortunate to have received the support of the group, allowing you to directly become M2. We are not yet at sea level. How can we command the vanguard?" Kuchian inquired. "Not at the moment, but soon we shall be," Lu Quan continued. "Accompanying the mechas this time are C5 level type 3 psychic fission compounds. These agents are sufficient to elevate your psychic energy to sea level. Among you, some have been on the verge of D5 level psychic energy for quite some time. Utilizing this compound will likely enable a breakthrough to sea level without issue." Then, another squad leader inquired, "Among us 9, who will be the squad leader, and who will be the team leaders within the squad?" Lu Quan smiled slightly and replied, "It's quite simple. Whoever first breaks through to sea level gets to choose. After all, there are only 5 squad leader positions available, first come, first served." This declaration intensified the competitive atmosphere among the 9 squad leaders. Aside from the 9 of you, the other veterans are also quite fortunate. Your ranks will all be elevated to M1D5, allowing you to become squad leaders and lead 3 new recruits to form a new support group. Zhang Lu glanced at Li Xian, momentarily taken aback, then reported, "Lu Tu, what about Li Xian?" Lu Quan cast a meaningful glance at Li Xian and said, "Li Xian is also exceptionally fortunate. He will be promoted by 2 levels, having joined the group just over 2 months ago. He will seize this opportunity to ascend to M1D5. He too will lead a mecha support group." What? Now it was Li Xian's turn to be bewildered. Although a promotion and salary increase are splendid, I say this pace a tad too rapid. He had only been here for a little over 2 months, and now his rank is elevated to that of Zhang Lu. Many gazes turned toward Li Xian, filled with various sentiments, envy, confusion, and scrutiny. Report. Is it really too fast? Am I not also a new recruit? Li Xian inquired, puzzled. Lu Quan held a rather favorable view of Li Xian, as he was the one who had arranged for him to join the mecha support unit. Lu Quan chuckled. It is indeed a bit swift. You are quite lucky. The higher-ups have decided to promote all 9 of our mecha support teams in one go. I suspect they did not anticipate that the one adorned with the silver brave sword medal would be a newcomer like you. However, I do not believe they made an error in their judgment. Li Xian, you must cultivate a bit more confidence. Although you have only just joined our mecha support team, you have already earned the silver brave sword medal in just 2 months. You are deserving of this promotion. Chapter 66. Salary Increase. Lu Quan's words resonated powerfully. His gaze swept across the faces of the others, as he declared, compared to Li Xian, I believe you others are fortunate. Some have not even earned a silver medal. Li Xian, a mere rookie, has bravely fought on the battlefield, already adorned with 2 kill stars on his mech. Yet among you veterans, there are those who possess only training duration but lack kill stars. Reflect deeply upon your own efforts. Have you truly engaged in combat? Have you dedicated yourself to training? In contrast to Li Xian, some among you are indeed fortunate, seizing this excellent opportunity for promotion and salary increase. Lu Quan's words stung the faces of several veterans. Indeed, some had just thought that Li Xian was exceedingly lucky, akin to a pig catching the wind. However, after Lu Quan's remarks, they felt as though they had been soundly slapped. Within the corporation, obtaining a silver sword of valor medal is not a simple feat. One must have at least destroyed a mech of equal rank. Moreover, one must have played a significant role in the kill. Merely assisting or contributing minimally would only yield a black medal. The awarding of a silver sword medal necessitates corporate review, recognizing that Li Xian played a critical role in the destruction of 2 mechs. As for Li Xian, he has already earned 2 silver swords of valor. If we disregard piloting skills and focus solely on kill counts, Li Xian's achievements are certainly on par with those of the veterans. After concluding his admonition, Lu Quan addressed the assembly, asking, Are there any further questions? A squad leader inquired. Since they are all rookies, when shall we commence combat? Lu Quan nodded, acknowledging the question. That is an excellent inquiry. Although they have undergone mech piloting training, their individual combat skill levels remain LOW.AS for the reserves. They have likely forgotten much after years of retirement and lack genuine battlefield experience. Consequently, you will undergo 2 weeks of integrated training before proceeding to the surface of the Bikesimo steelworks for deployment. As for when combat will commence, that depends on when the enemy can no longer contain themselves and emerges from the underground. Lu Quan's words instilled a sense of reassurance among all present. Upon hearing Lu Quan's remarks, Li Xian immediately exhaled in relief. Thankfully, there is no immediate need to lead these rookies into battle. My close combat skill is D4. Before these rookies, I should not falter. As for command and management experience, I need not worry. Having lived 2 lives and undergone 8 years of foundational military training, I have earned my place. Promotion and salary increase. This is truly delightful. Lu Quan looked at everyone and said, If there are no further questions, the 9 of you will follow me. The new appointments have been transmitted to your chips. Proceed to receive your new team members. Understood. Before departing, Zhang Lu cast a glance at Li Xian and communicated through the mech's intercom, saying, Li Xian, there is no need to be apprehensive. Just remember how I usually handle things, and do the same. Feng Dai added, Indeed, Li Xian, you are more than capable. Your D3 level close combat skills are on par with these new recruits, if not superior, especially considering your experience in actual combat. Rest assured, Master, Brother Feng. I am confident, Li Xian replied. If you encounter any issues, do not hesitate to ask me. If I am unable to respond during my breakthrough, consult Feng Dai. Zhang Lu instructed. Feng Dai, keep a close watch on Li Xian as well? Yes, Commander. Understood, Master. If I face any challenges, I will promptly seek your guidance. Li Xian nodded in agreement. Zhang Lu continued, I will strive for a promotion. If I manage to become the squad leader, I will do my utmost to have both of you assigned under my command. Li Xian smiled, Master. You must also exert yourself. I believe you will be the first to get promoted. Commander, go for it. I have high hopes for you. Feng Dai chimed in with a grin. All right, I won't keep you any longer. I shall take my leave now. Zhang Lu followed Lu Quan as they departed, and Li Xian received a promotion notification on his chip. Promotion notification. Congratulations, Mr. Li Xian. Your employee level has now ascended from M1D3 Mech Master to M1D5 Mech Support Team Leader. May you continue to excel in your new position and contribute even greater to the organization. Blueprint Biotechnology Group Defense Department, September 5, 6123. After joining the company for just over 2 months, Li Xian achieved a remarkable leap of 5 levels, a testament to his innate talent and hard work. Of course, a sprinkle of luck also played a minor role. Now, Li Xian's salary structure had undergone another transformation. Initially, his base salary as a D3 level employee was 40 energy coins per month. Upon reaching D5, each level increased the salary by 5 coins, bringing his new salary to 50 coins a month. The organization remained as frugal as ever. The base salary of 50 D-level mech driver subsidy of 20, mech support team leader subsidy of 20, combat zone allowance X1, combat allowance X1, 270 energy coins per month. Previously, Li Xian received 180 coins a month, but now it had risen to 270, significantly boosting his income. Looking at this figure, Li Xian felt as though his money was inexhaustible. Indeed, it was. His living expenses were all covered by the organization, and the weapons he wielded were mechs, allowing him to operate and engage without restraint in his daily life. Li Xian hardly had any expenses. The only occasional purchase was for the number 3 psychic compound, used to enhance his psychic energy. However, even the number 3 compound was not something he could use indiscriminately. He could only afford 2 tubes a month. Currently, he had yet to exhaust the 400 contribution points awarded by the medal from slaying 2 night attendants. Nonetheless, having money was certainly preferable to being without it. Although his monthly salary was just over 200, it did not hinder him from operating a mech worth over 10,000 energy coins while engaging in battle. After reviewing the notification and calculating the salary benefits, Li Xian officially followed the guidance of the chip to lead his team members. Several notifications had already appeared on the navigation screen. The first was concerning the 3 new recruits under Li Xian's command, detailing their training base, performance records, and the current levels of their combat skills. The second notification provided information about the hangars utilized by Li Xian's combat unit. Although these hangars were somewhat rudimentary, they contained all the necessary provisions. Li Xian considered himself fortunate, for within this base, there were only 40 hangars, sufficient to accommodate a squadron. His hangar was situated within this base, while others might have to proceed to adjacent facilities for theirs. The third notification pertained to the support soldiers assigned to this mecha unit, a group of mechanics, 3 auxiliary squads, and their respective equipment, along with details on additional geared. Li Xian first opened the information regarding the 3 mecha pilots under his command. Wei Qian, Gan Hongkai, and Ling Yangping. At present, all 3 held the rank of M1D3 trainee mecha pilots, identical to Li Xian's status over 2 months ago. Unless they achieved notable accomplishments, they would not have the opportunity for formal recognition for at least another 6 months. Li Xian meticulously examined their profiles to gauge their training progress, and while he sighed in relief, he also drew a breath of concern. These 3 were standard graduates, with respectable, albeit not exceptional, levels of skill. Their profiles indicated that both their ranged and close combat abilities were rated at D3. For Li Xian, while these trainees possessed a certain degree of combat capability, they were not particularly formidable. This situation bore both advantages and disadvantages, the benefit being that, under Li Xian's guidance, these trainees would likely come to respect his authority and follow orders diligently. Conversely, the downside was evident. They would soon find themselves on the battlefield, and having insufficiently skilled teammates could spell trouble. The graduation evaluations of the 3 bore striking similarities, leading Li Xian to speculate that they had likely been written en masse, thus holding little reference value. To truly understand the personalities of these trainees, it would likely take a period of training and first-hand experience in combat to glean deeper insights. Within the base, 3 mechas stood in formation. These 3 short sword sentinels were now equipped with basic weaponry, appearing ready for deployment. Several dozen meters away on either side were other short sword sentinels, most of whom were their classmates from the same Mecha Pilot Academy for Psychics. Within the team's communication channel, the 3 members of this ad hoc unit engaged in hushed conversation. We are quite fortunate to be dispatched to Hung in defense for combat. I've heard that the intensity of warfare here is considerably lower than on other fronts. Wei Qian's voice chimed in, laced with enthusiasm. Indeed, if we had been sent to Fort B12, that would have been disastrous. Gan Hongkai quickly followed suit, echoing the sentiment. I have a classmate who has been assigned to Fort B12, and I heard that he would be heading straight to the battlefield the next day. After that, we lost all contact with him, and I can only imagine it must be quite grim. Gan Hongkai remarked with a somewhat somber tone. One expected that the region, which was among the first to enter a state of combat, would now, at Hung in defense, become the area with the lowest intensity of warfare. Wei Qian also expressed his sentiments. We are still uncertain about the combat prowess of the veteran squad leader assigned to the three of us. Although the intensity of the conflict here is somewhat reduced, the enemy consists of knightly retainers adept in close-quarters combat, which is not something mere recruits like us can handle. Ling Yangping spoke in a rather composed manner. I hope we get a strong veteran. If we are assigned a lackluster one, we will undoubtedly suffer alongside him on the battlefield. Wei Qian expressed his anticipation. They are coming, they are coming. I see the veterans approaching us. Gan Hongkai instinctively lowered his voice, simultaneously using his psychic ability and radar to observe Li Xian and the others marching in formation toward them. Just look at their mechas. TSK. These battle-hardened mechas exude a menacing aura far beyond our pristine models. Wei Qian exclaimed in awe. His gaze fell upon the screen in front of the mecha cockpit, taking in the myriad of armor scratches on the mecha. Our squad leader has arrived. Oh, 2 silver kill stars. He has already taken down 2 mechas of the same class, 2 knightly retainers. The previously composed Ling Yangping could hardly contain his excitement at this moment, shouting jubilantly over the communication channel. The kill star, a mark of honor, is categorized into 3 types: black, silver, and gold. A black kill star signifies the defeat of a lower-tier opponent or an assisted killed. A silver kill star represents the defeat of an opponent of the same tier. Meanwhile, a gold kill star denotes the defeat of a higher-tier adversary. These opponents must at least be mechas. Other armored vehicles clearly do not qualify for a kill star. It seems our veteran is quite formidable. I just observed 2 passing veterans. Only one bore a kill star, while the other had none. What a win! Ling Yangping exclaimed with barely contained excitement. Really? That's wonderful. Even though I didn't take my studies seriously, being assigned a remarkable veteran is something I truly deserve. Haha. Wei Qian's voice also resonated with excitement. Finally, Li Xian's short sword retainer arrived in front of the 3 mechas. The trio gazed at the short sword retainer, noting the battle scars etched upon him, remnants of cannon and energy weapon assaults. Each felt a palpable sense of Li Xian's intimidating presence, their voices involuntarily quieting. Yet, in reality, Li Xian bore no such menacing aura. Even if he did, it would not be perceptible through the mecha. It can only be said that the current atmosphere was a product of their imaginations sparked by the sight of Li Xian's silver kill star. Wei Qian, Gan Hongkai, Ling Yangping, open the cockpit. Li Xian's calm voice emanated from the mech, his tone devoid of any fluctuations. Yes, Commander, responded Wei Qian and the 2 others promptly, as they hastily opened the cockpit. 3 young individuals clad in identical mech suits settled within Li Xian also unlatched his own cockpit, refraining from speaking immediately. Instead, he surveyed the trio with a composed gaze. Within the data provided by the chip, Li Xian was already familiar with their appearances. After a moment, he spoke slowly. From this day forth, you shall be members of the 2nd Squad, 7th Mech Support Group, and I am your leader. Li Xian, let us begin with you. Introduce yourself. You have 30 seconds. Yes, Commander, the 3 responded in unison. Wei Qian commenced his introduction. Report, Commander, I am Wei Qian, hailing from Blueprint Biotechnology Group. My father is Wei Dong, a quality trainer in the M2D9 Quality Control Department. I graduated from the Right Mountain Military Academy, specializing in mech piloting, proficient in both long-range and close-quarters combat. Upon concluding his enthusiastic self-introduction, he eagerly awaited Li Xian's response. Li Xian narrowed his eyes slightly, perceiving Wei Qian as a mere low-ranking 2nd-generation official from Blueprint Biotechnology Group. Chapter 68. A taste of power within Li Xian's chip. Information on Wei Dong began to automatically retrieve. However, as anticipated, no data on Wei Dong was found. Nevertheless, details regarding the M2 level quality trainer position emerged. Fortunately, Li Xian's current authority had increased slightly, or accessing this information might have proven challenging. A quality trainer is an assistant supervisor level within Blueprint Biotechnology. Yet it is not a managerial role but rather a technical one. From the basic data, it appeared to be a position of minimal influence. If calculated using the authority content formula, this role bore a significantly low weight of power. Although classified as M2, compared to other positions, the authority of this post was rather limited, rendering its occupants marginal figures. Li Xian regarded Wei Qian and said slowly, Wei Qian, your self-introduction was commendable. From this moment, I shall train you to become a competent vanguard. When faced with the enemy's nightly attendants, you shall boldly proclaim that your father is an M2 quality trainer. Do you understand? Wei Qian stammered, Momentarily at a loss for words, "Do you comprehend?" Li Xian's voice rose sharply, his eyes fixed intently on Wei Qian. Whether there was an edge of menace in his demeanor, Li Xian himself was unaware. Nevertheless, as a superior and direct leader addressing him in an almost roaring tone, combined with Wei Qian's prior assumptions, the latter swiftly complied. He straightened his posture and shouted, "Understood." Next, he began to say something further, but Li Xian had already turned his attention to the next individual, stating, "Next, I expect you to introduce yourself earnestly." "Yes, Commander," came the reply. "Report, I am Gon Honkai.im. Ling Yangping." After witnessing Wei Qian's reprimand, the other two recruits promptly adopted a more subdued demeanor. Li Xian held little concern regarding Wei Qian's background. After all, he was merely the offspring of an M2 level individual, which hardly posed a significant threat. Should his father attain the rank of M3 or M4, Li Xian might consider extending him a modicum of courtesy. An M2 rank is only marginally superior to Li Xian's own, and they do not even belong to the same department. Li Xian's formal designation lies within the Defense Department of the Blueprint Group, which bears no relevance to the Quality Control Department. Should Wei Qian dare to provoke him, Li Xian would not hesitate to deal with him severely. "Now, proceed with your mechas and follow me." After listening to the introductions of the three individuals, Li Xian maneuvered his mecha, turning to lead them toward their designated hangar. The journey was marked by silence. Li Xian remained taciturn, while the recently chastised Wei Qian dared not utter a word. The other two, sensing the prevailing tension, also refrained from speaking. Thus, the quartet of mechas arrived at their assigned hangar. Inside the hangar, 10 armored vehicles were already stationed, 8 of which were auxiliary units designed to carry munitions for the mechas during combat, each equipped with a rapid-fire cannon. The remaining 2 vehicles belonged to the maintenance team and typically remained within the hangar, only accompanying the mechas during long-range operations. Before these vehicles stood Li Xian's auxiliary troops and mechanics, a total of 50 personnel, comprising 40 auxiliaries and 10 mechanics. The auxiliaries were set to accompany Li Xian into battle, while the mechanics generally did not require deployment. Their role was primarily limited to basic repairs and maintenance of the mechas. Should the mechas sustain combat damage, additional mechanics would need to be coordinated for repairs. As the mechas entered the hangar, everyone immediately saluted. Within the cockpit, Li Xian had already perused the profiles of the auxiliary personnel and mechanics. Much like the mecha troops, at least half of these auxiliaries and mechanics were newcomers, while the other half were veterans, albeit without combat experience, merely individuals who had served a slightly longer tenure in the military. Li Xian opened the cockpit and gracefully descended from the mecha. This was his moment to showcase his prowess in psionic abilities, one of the skills he could wield since attaining D3 level. Nevertheless, his current psionics could only sustain his ascent and descent from the mecha, rendering him incapable of flying any significant distance. However, at this moment, the display was sufficiently impressive in contrast to Li Xian's fluid dismount. The other 3 individuals clumsily climbed down from their mechas. "Salute." The squad leader of the auxiliaries, along with the team leader of the mechanics and all subordinate personnel, saluted in unison. Li Xian reciprocated the gesture with the other 3. "From this moment forth, you shall officially join the 2nd squad under the jurisdiction of the 7th Mecha Support Team, serving as auxiliary personnel and mechanics. Please proceed with brief self-introductions." "Yes, Commander." "Report, I am Peng Hongwei, currently serving as the squad leader of the 7th Mecha Support Team." "Report, I am Feng Jing." "Report, I am Li Junfa." "Report, I am Zhuang Hu." "Reporting in, I am Li Shuewen, the leader of the mechanics team." By now, Li Xian has thoroughly reviewed the information regarding these auxiliary soldiers and mecha technicians, and has gained a certain level of understanding. From this moment forth, these individuals shall heed Li Xian's command. On the surface, it may appear that Li Xian is merely directing 3 rookie mecha technicians. However, he is actually overseeing a total of 50 personnel. Among these auxiliary soldiers and mechanics, the squad leaders and team leaders are seasoned veterans, well-versed in the standard operational procedures. Auxiliary soldiers, commence your regular training routines. Mechanics, begin practicing the maintenance and repair of the mechas. You 3, secure the mechas and hand them over to the mechanics for inspection. "Aye, sir." "Aye, team leader." Everyone responded in unison, and at that moment, Li Xian felt an overwhelming sense of satisfaction within. It is no wonder that some individuals relish management while others covet power. The sensation of issuing commands and having everyone comply is undeniably exhilarating. Furthermore, these are soldiers. When they follow Li Xian's orders on the battlefield, it is the same. Upon his command, all present are obliged to act. With deep-set eyes, Li Xian, in this moment, finally savored the taste of power after 2 lifetimes. He had now set his sights on new ambitions. I shall ascend step by step. I aspire to be a squadron leader, and I aim to become the head of defense. I also wish to be the defense manager. My ultimate goal is to become a top decision-maker within the Blueprint Biotech Group. Chapter 69. Duration. The taste of power is delectable, leaving most who have savored it unable to forget its allure. Naturally, with power comes the obligation to fulfill the duties that accompany such rights. Li Xian, at present, is merely a humble leader of an M1D5 level mecha support team, with countless ranks above him yet to be attained. His authority can only be exercised over this small group of individuals. A command from above necessitates immediate execution on his part. Simultaneously, he must ensure that his 54 personnel secure victories on the battlefield. Sustaining minimal losses. The specific tasks of the auxiliary soldiers and mechanics do not require Li Xian's direct supervision. He need only delegate accordingly. The only individuals he must remain vigilant about are Wei Qian, Gan Hongtai, and Ling Yangping. After temporarily entrusting the mechas to the mechanics for repairs, Li Xian led them to a small conference room within the hangar. Once everyone was seated, Li Xian commenced his inquiries. Wei Qian, what is your level of piloting skill and combat proficiency? Following a brief admonition from Li Xian, Wei Qian became notably subdued, a reaction not uncommon, as some individuals exhibit arrogance within their comfort zones. However, stepping beyond that sphere and confronting formidable pressure can swiftly temper one's demeanor. Wei Qian answered earnestly, reporting, Sir, my psychic ability is rated at D3, and I have achieved the graduation standards set by the Yushan Military Academy in mech piloting skills, long-range attack techniques, as well as close-quarters combat with mechs, all at the D3 level. Li Xian nodded slightly, refraining from speaking immediately. He turned his gaze to the second individual, Gan Hongkai. Quick-witted and perceptive, Gan Hongkai did not wait for Li Xian to initiate the conversation, instead declaring proactively, report, Sir, I too have reached D3 in all categories. Ling Yangping added, I am the same. Li Xian's eyes swept across the faces of the three, exuding a subtle sense of pressure as he employed a hint of psychic energy. During the eye contact with the trio, Wei Qian appeared to be more candid, while the other two exchanged a fleeting glance, their eyes darting anxiously. Upon witnessing this scene, Li Xian's heart sank. This could not bode well. Could these three's graduation credentials truly be legitimate? As a quintessential example of someone who slacked off in school, Li Xian reflected on his past experiences. In this lifetime, he had at least put forth effort at the Military Training Academy, distinguishing himself as an exemplary graduate. In his previous life, however, he was oblivious, indulging in games during his youth, neglecting his studies, and barely managing to graduate due to the leniency of his instructors. Observing the trio, he felt a sense of nostalgia for his own past. With this thought in mind, Li Xian narrowed his eyes slightly, tapping his fingers on the table and stated, Now that you have joined the military, it is imperative to be forthright. I can overlook your earlier fabrications, but you must now earnestly disclose your actual levels in long-range and close-quarters combat. If you answer truthfully, I shall not pursue the matter further. However, I intend to have you pilot mechs for training tomorrow, which will involve not only long-range practice, but also close combat drills with me. Deceiving me now will not suffice for concealment tomorrow. Wei Qian, Gan Hongkai, and Ling Yangping exchanged uneasy glances, their faces betraying a sense of awkwardness. This is bad. I am truly the scapegoat here. Li Xian felt a chill wash over him at the sight. Although he desired obedient subordinates, they could not be inept. Otherwise, in the heat of battle, would it be him against three, or them against one? His fists clenched tightly beneath the table. Wei Qian was the first to speak up. Report, Sir. I confess, my close combat skills are indeed not at D3. Li Xian inhaled deeply and replied sternly, What level are they? Wei Qian hesitantly responded, I only have D2 at 76, so only close combat is lacking? This is somewhat acceptable. Li Xian then turned his attention to the other two, inquiring, What about the two of you? Gan Hongkai nervously swallowed, stating, I am similar. My long range is only D2 at 85, and my close combat is D2 at 67. Ling Yangping, seemingly resigned to his fate, remarked, My long range is D2 at 95, and close combat is D2 at 79. Upon hearing this, Li Xian felt as though darkness had enveloped him. The throbbing veins at his temples, suppressed by his inquiry, asked, "How did you manage to graduate at your level? Moreover, does your diploma and documentation not indicate D3? Wei Qian, observing the furious expression on Li Xian's face, responded in a hushed tone. "Strictly speaking, we are not yet considered graduates. We have only completed 2 years. The usual duration is 4 years." Upon hearing this, Li Xian's anger subsided slightly, yet his confusion deepened as he asked, "What is going on? How come you are graduating early?" Gan Hongkai, noticing the slight temperamental shift in Li Xian, explained, "We graduated from the Yushan Military Academy, which is regarded as a second-rate institution within the blueprint system. However, we have heard that there is a surging demand for mecha pilots in the military, hence we were expedited in our graduation." Li Xian, perplexed, inquired, "Is the conglomerate not concerned about overexploiting you non-graduates? After all, piloting a mecha is not something that can be mastered effortlessly, especially within an academic setting." Li Xian's rapid progress stemmed from possessing 2 chips and dedicating all his time to mecha practice. Unlike the school, which primarily focused on training modules, if the Yushan Military Academy is already deploying future students before their graduation, what resources will they rely on afterward? In response to Li Xian's questions, Wei Qian replied, "Not quite. Although we were hastily dispatched, the conglomerate continues to cultivate other schools. For instance, the Qingmu Military Academy serves as the elite institution of the Blueprint Group, and its students have not yet felt the impact of the war. We may be viewed as cannon fodder utilized in the heat of battle." After hearing this, Li Xian could only shake his head and finally asked, "So, what is your total mecha piloting time?" Wei Qian replied, "My mecha piloting time amounts to 126 hours. Upon hearing this, Li Xian had a rough estimate in mind that "I have 135 hours. I have 113 hours. Li Xian fell silent. Although he had not formally attended a mecha military academy, he had spent nearly all his time over the past 2 months immersed in mecha practice. Excluding rest and vigilance periods, the time spent operating mechas in combat, patrolling, and training over these 2 months certainly amounted to around 300 to 400 hours. Chapter 70, Training. Li Xian slowly exhaled. "So, your studies at the academy primarily focus on simulation chambers?" Wei Qian responded, "Not exactly, sir. The emphasis is mainly on theoretical knowledge. Simulation chambers are energy-intensive, and we rarely get the opportunity to use them." Upon hearing this, Li Xian could only sigh, and no wonder he was able to catch up with their learning and training progress within just 2 months. Theoretical education and simulation chamber training. Aren't these beneficial? Indeed, they facilitate a quicker learning curve for pilots, enabling them to adapt more swiftly and minimize losses. Li Xian lacked experience in this regard and had faced numerous challenges during practical applications. It was only due to Zhang Lu's sense of responsibility that Li Xian received proper training. Additionally, the 3 psychic signals he downloaded had significantly accelerated his progress. Although the downloaded materials primarily focus on close-quarters combat techniques, they have also contributed to enhancing the skills required for piloting mechs. In this light, it seems that Li Xian's presence with these 3 recruits is more than sufficient. The only concern is how they will fare once they step onto the battlefield. This is not a conventional training base for novices, it is a war zone. Beneath the Beishimo steel factory lie the mechs and troops of the Milda retinue, and after 2 weeks of training, they will be thrust into battle. Moreover, it is possible that the training may not even last 2 weeks. Who can predict when the Milda retinue will launch their assault? Time is exceedingly pressing, and with over 100 hours of piloting experience among these recruits, Li Xian must expedite their training. Thus, Li Xian declared, "I have gathered sufficient information regarding your situation. The original training plan is no longer applicable. Starting this afternoon, I will implement a new training regimen for you." Wei Qian paused momentarily and inquired, "Commander, shouldn't we take a day to rest first? Aren't the mechs currently undergoing maintenance by the mechanics?" Li Xian raised his voice, "Rest? At your age and at this critical juncture, you still wish to rest? Combat could erupt at any moment. In the very next second, a shell could send you into eternal slumber. Do you still desire to rest? Enough of that. We shall commence training this afternoon." The 3 recruits shook their heads in unison. "Commander, what shall we begin practicing first?" Ling Yangping asked. Li Xian glanced at the trio and responded, "From now on, do not refer to me as commander. You may call me squad leader or chief." "Understood. Squad leader. Yes, chief." Li Xian stood and proclaimed, "Your close combat abilities are woefully inadequate, and our adversaries, the knights of the Milda retinue, specialize in close-quarters combat. Therefore, your training will primarily focus on melee combat. Unless there are pressing matters, aside from nighttime maintenance for the mechanics, you will remain in your mechs throughout the day. Wei Qian grimaced and asked, "What about meals?" "Meals are included," Li Xian replied sternly. Training commenced swiftly. For these three recruits, Li Xian directly replicated the teaching methods he had learned from Zhang Lu. They would first follow the established procedures. Fortunately, Li Xian's close combat proficiency had reached 84 level. Had it remained at D2, he would have truly been at a disadvantage. Now, he was nearly 2 levels above them, and with the urgency of the battlefield, educating these recruits would be a relatively swift endeavor. Within the mech, Li Xian crossed his arms and observed the trio practicing close-quarters combat maneuvers. This was the very combat technique he had learned from Zhang Lu, which, although rooted in hand-to-hand combat, could be adapted to all weaponry. Whether wielding a power sword, a power axe, or a power spear and halberd, these techniques are essentially a series of combos. While not all may be applicable on the battlefield, employing even a fraction of them is far superior to aimlessly flailing one's weapon. What a lackluster display that would be! Hasten your pace. On the training grounds, Li Xian's short sword attendant faced off against Wei Qian and his comrades in their mechs. Both sides executing the same set of mech combat techniques simultaneously. It was evident to the naked eye that Li Xian's training speed and intensity surpassed theirs, rendering the movements of the three new recruits markedly sluggish in comparison. The operation of mechs is inherently distinct from human training. Even with psychic control, a mech operator cannot maneuver their machine with the same finesse as their own body. Move slowly, and when you step onto the battlefield, will you merely become fodder for the enemy's kill count? After completing a set of punches, Li Xian maneuvered his mech to the side of the three recruits, continuously correcting their mistakes. "Commander, we are already training much faster than we did at school. Dare to utter more? You shall train an additional hour today." "Yes, Commander." In the Right Mountain Military Academy, mech training is the most anticipated segment for Wei Qian and his companions. With merely over 100 hours of actual training over the past 2 years at the academy, one can imagine their eagerness to pilot mechs. However, despite their enthusiasm, they are required to train relentlessly, dedicating every moment outside of meals and sleep to their regiment in the 4-star sphere, where the day lasts 25 hours. They currently manage only 4 hours of sleep. Their meals and personal time are confined to a single hour. Beyond these 5 hours, they are subjected to relentless training under Li Xian, whose intensity is overwhelming. The frequent training has left the three of them somewhat disoriented. 4 hours might induce fatigue in an ordinary person, but for psychics, it is merely a standard performance. Their current state reflects an overabundance of practice. Nonetheless, this rigorous training has its advantages, as their rate of progress is remarkably swift. The theoretical knowledge they had previously acquired, along with insights gleaned from simulation pods, is rapidly validated during Li Xian's practical training sessions. This has significantly accelerated their skill level advancement. Each day, Li Xian trains alongside them, initially focusing on the fundamentals. Operating mechs for combat, physical conditioning, and ranged shooting. By the third day, they began engaging in paired combat with their mechs. As long as the power weapons remained deactivated, no damage would befall the machines, allowing both sides to practice with confidence. Should any minor damages occur to the mechs, the mechanics would diligently work during their sleep, managing to rectify these issues within the 4-hour window. In contrast to close combat training, there is little Li Xian can impart regarding long-range attacks. After all, his own mech's ranged attack skills are only at the D2 level, inferior to those of the three new recruits. Should he attempt to teach them, it is likely his limitations would be exposed. Chapter 71. Training, Part 2. If you dare to be distracted on the battlefield, I would have pierced your cockpit by now. Early in the morning, Li Xian's roar echoed through the training grounds. Engaged in mech combat training with him was Wei Qian. The past few days of training had truly pushed Wei Qian to the brink of exhaustion. However, the results were evidently significant. The practice over these few days equated to more than a month of learning at their school. The interplay of theory and practice is indeed the fastest route to mastery. Li Xian recalled the time he first began his studies under Zhang Lu, and at this moment, he finally grasped the difficulties Zhang Lu faced back then. After all, Li Xian was utterly clueless at the time, merely a blank slate of a psychic. Wei Qian, Gan Hongkai, and Ling Yangping, though also novices, at least possessed a foundational understanding, enabling them to comprehend commands. Li Xian, however, lacked even theoretical knowledge and had to learn everything from the ground up. Now, he could truly appreciate why Zhang Lu wore a perpetual frown throughout those days. It was undeniably frustrating. While the three newcomers understood piloting, there were times when Li Exine felt an urge to explode with anger. Despite his ignorance, Zhang Lu, aside from his grim demeanor, rarely lost his temper or resorted to harsh words. At this moment, Li Exine finally recognized how exceptional Zhang Lu was as a mentor. Head, I assure you, I am not distracted. Your skills are simply too advanced for me to counter. Perhaps we should let Gon Honkai practice now. I believe he also requires additional training. Wei Qian spat out in exasperation. There was no remedy. He had already been coerced by Li Exine into dedicating several extra hours daily to practicing mech combat. Wei Qian had the strongest foundation among them, with the most promise to rapidly advance to D3 level melee skills. For Li Exine, the onset of battle could occur at any moment, and if Wei Qian could achieve D3, he might alleviate some of the pressure on Li Exine once conflict erupted. ATD2 level melee proficiency. Li Exine was acutely aware that, aside from buying time with his injuries, he was incapable of accomplishing anything in his first battle. After downloading the initial psychic signal, he too was at D2, facing an injured knight retainer who could easily overpower him with a single arm. Had it not been for Zhang Lu's intervention to dispatch the enemy, Li Exine likely would not have lasted long. Presently, Gon Honkai and Ling Yangping were at a similar level. The two of them might be able to entangle a knight retainer, but if they encountered a squad of knight retainers in battle, Li Exine could prepare to surrender, bracing himself for others to collect his remains. After all, his current strength was roughly equivalent to that of an ordinary knight retainer. He certainly did not possess the prowess Zhang Lu had previously demonstrated. In comparison, he was still significantly lacking. Li Exine speculated that Zhang Lu's melee combat skills might have been constrained by his psychic level not yet reaching C rank. Otherwise, he would have undoubtedly achieved C rank in melee combat by now. Just as Li Exine pondered Zhang Lu, he spotted a familiar figure outside the training grounds. It was Zhang Lu. Li Exine quickly halted his mech combat and called out to the three newcomers. You three practice on your own. Do not be lazy. I will return to check your progress. Yes, head. The trio replied loudly. Li Exine then parked his mech back in the hangar and hurried to the training grounds entrance. Zhang Lu stood outside, observing the three mechs still engaged in practice. Master, have you broken through? Li Exine jogged over, his voice reaching before he did. Zhang Lu's complexion was unusually flushed, his hair standing on end. A stately Exine recognized all too well. After consuming the third-grade psychic compound, one invariably exhibited such symptoms. Zhang Lu nodded and stated, Indeed, I have successfully advanced to C rank. After completing my breakthrough, I came to check on you and Feng Dai. Master, may I ask which breakthrough you are? Can you choose the squad leader? Li Exine hurriedly inquired. A hint of a smile appeared on Zhang Lu's serious face as he replied. I have been fortunate. My strength is satisfactory, and I am the third to break through. Thus I have chosen to become the squad leader. Upon hearing this, Li Exine was instantly overjoyed. That's wonderful. Now there's someone to look out for me. This is indeed splendid news. Master, can I remain in your squad? Zhang Lu chuckled. Rest assured. I have already spoken with Captain Lu about transferring both you and Feng Dai to my squad. Li Exine sighed in relief. So, how do you find these three new recruits? Is there any difficulty in training them? Zhang Lu asked. Li Exine exhaled a breath of frustration, saying, Master, you must come to my rescue when the time comes. These three recruits' close combat and range skills are only at D2, and they still fall short of D3. I have been training with them daily, and they have improved somewhat. However, at this level on the battlefield, I fear it will be no different from when I was battling in the warehouse. Their skills are indeed lacking. I have heard about the specifics. Zhang Lu nodded. Let us go see Feng Dai. I just came from Captain Lu and headed straight here. If we delay any longer, that fellow may grow disgruntled. The two made their way to Feng Dai's hangar. From a distance, they could hear Feng Dai's voice filled with expletives. Li Exine glanced into the training area, observing the subjects being practiced. Like Li Exine, Feng Dai was focusing on training the recruits in close combat. Compared to ranged attacks, close combat poses a greater risk for mechs. If ranged attacks are inaccurate, chips can assist, and mechs do not operate alone. They are supported by infantry and auxiliary troops. Given that the knights and their retainers are not particularly adept at ranged attacks, it is reasonable to temporarily set aside the practice of ranged skills for the recruits. Feng Dai soon spotted Li Exine and Zhang Lu, allowing the recruits to train independently before stepping out of the training area. He jumped down from the mech cockpit, his face alight with joy as he exclaimed, Captain, you've broken through. Indeed, I am now your squad leader. Zhang Lu affirmed with a nod. Excellent. Now we have a strong backing. Feng Dai winked at Li Xian. You little rascal, always thinking about that, Jiang Lu teased with a laugh. Relying on a strong backing is foolish. Wouldn't you agree, Li Xian? Feng Dai remarked. Li Xian nodded vigorously, responding, yes, yes, I arrived to hear you cursing. What is going on? Jiang Lu inquired. Upon hearing this, Feng Dai's expression soured as he lamented, don't mention it. I'm filled with frustration. These 3 veterans called back from retirement have minds as wooden as logs, dull and clumsy. Their skills were never that great to begin with, and they seem to have forgotten nearly everything. They raise a multitude of questions during training. If only I had recruits like Li Xian, I could handle 10 like him, but with these new recruits, managing 3 is nearly driving me to a stroke. Chapter 72. A new mission. Enough of the chatter and the scolding. After all, we are in a combat zone, and one can never tell when the fighting might resume. Temper your demeanor a bit while training them, Jiang Lu calmly remarked after listening to Feng Dai's venting. Feng Dai let out a long sigh and said, it's not easy. Sometimes I find myself reminiscing about our days in the 5th Squad. His expression suddenly shifted, and he hurriedly added, nonsense. We shouldn't long for the past. We've finally been promoted and given raises. There's no room for nostalgia. Ha ha ha. Upon hearing this, Li Xian and Jiang Lu erupted into laughter as well. Starting tomorrow, I will allocate some time to visit your squad and address any issues with the new recruits early on, Jiang Lu stated after their laughter subsided. Thank you, Master. You must teach us for a few more days, Feng Dai replied, his face beaming with joy. Jiang Lu shook his head, saying, I'm afraid it's unlikely that I can extend my teaching. I have just taken command of this squadron, and there is much to be done at the very least. I need to ensure that everything is balanced on the surface. Feng Dai and Li Xian, you two should communicate more frequently, he added. Yes, Master. Whenever I encounter issues during my training, I always consult Brother Feng, Li Xian assured. Rest assured, while you're away, we maintain close contact, Feng Dai chimed in with a grin. Indeed, since this was Li Xian's first time leading troops, although he was sufficiently mature, he still lacked certain experiences. He often sought advice from Feng Dai in the days that followed. Jiang Lu would periodically visit Li Xian's training grounds. It must be said that with Jiang Lu's formidable skills, his guidance proved to be remarkably effective. Not only did the 3 new recruits benefit, but even Li Xian himself gained considerable insights. After another round of instruction from Jiang Lu, Wei Qian's face radiated with delight. Captain, my close combat level has risen to D3. Excellent, excellent, Li Xian echoed, equally elated. Finally, he had a mech warrior capable of contributing, and he no longer had to carry 3 novices. Li Xian then turned to Gan Hongkai and Ling Yangping, encouraging them, you both need to accelerate your training in the coming days. I will focus my efforts on you. Yes, boss, Gan Hongkai and Ling Yangping replied, their expressions tinged with weariness. They were already exhausted, and witnessing Wei Qian's even grueling efforts was wearing them down further. Although they understood they were in a combat zone where battles could erupt at any moment, the inherent lethargy in humanity is not something everyone can easily rectify. Now that Wei Qian had managed to endure, the challenging days ahead seemed to befall Gan Hongkai and Ling Yangping. Time passed in this manner, day by day, filled with relentless training. Each morning, Li Xian would spar with Gan Hongkai, while Wei Qian trained against Ling Yangping. In the afternoons, they would simply swap partners. The unfortunate Gan Hongkai and Ling Yangping had almost no time to rest, training even more than Li Xian had previously. They would exhaust their spiritual energy nearly every day before being able to rest. At that time, Li Xian had to balance theoretical knowledge while later engaging in combat and patrols at the Biximo steel plant. In terms of training intensity, it paled in comparison to that of the 3 others. Once Li Xian's melee skills reached a higher level, further practice with them would serve to reinforce his foundational skills, yielding significant gains for him. 2 weeks swiftly passed. This period not only involved training the 3 new recruits, but also represented a process of troop mobilization for Hungan defense. Beyond the Blueprint Dispatch Army's efforts in training and integrating new soldiers, Hungan Defense was similarly engaged in training a large number of adult males recruited from the mining area, who would subsequently be incorporated into the military. This was to replenish previous combat losses while also providing support to the Biximo steel plant. The conflict zone had since been escalated, especially considering the presence of 5 squadrons of mechs. The auxiliary troops and mechanics supporting the mech units alone numbered around 2,500. When accounting for the infantry and armored troops from the dispatch army, the blueprint forces here totaled over 10,000. The Blueprint Dispatch Army had directly reinforced the local contingent to form an entire division, along with an additional tank regiment. This combat division comprised 3 infantry regiments, 1 artillery regiment, and 1 armored regiment. The combat strength and weaponry of these soldiers far exceeded that of Hung and defense troops. The training intensity for the soldiers was relatively high. Although the Blueprint Mech Division had numerous new recruits, there remained a substantial number of regular infantry. The operational costs for regular infantry were comparatively low, and as soon as combat commenced, the Blueprint Group promptly re-enlisted retired infantrymen. These soldiers and armored troops possessed considerable training experience, though not all had seen actual combat. However, this was not a significant issue, as their experience remained intact, and given the current advantage held by their side in modern warfare, ample time was available for them to adapt. In a conference room designated for the 2nd Squadron, the 10 team leaders of the squadron convened alongside Squadron Leader Jiang Lu on the front 3D projection. A military terrain map materialized. Jiang Lu stood beside the map, wielding a slender command baton. The 2-week adjustment period had concluded, and it was now time to demonstrate their true capabilities. The combat mission for our squadron has been issued by the Dispatch Army Command. It is time to evaluate the results of your training, new recruits. Do you all possess confidence? As Jiang Lu's words echoed, a resounding affirmation filled the conference room. Yes, yet, despite the enthusiasm, the expressions on everyone's faces were tinged with concern. What was the matter? Why the grim countenances? Jiang Lu's expression darkened. One team leader sighed, saying, Squadron Leader, the training and adjustment period has been too brief, and the quality of this batch of new recruits is quite varied. Entering the battlefield in this condition may lead to losses. Indeed, Captain, the recruits in my squad are behaving like utter fools, leaving me utterly speechless. Jiang Lu's expression darkened as he remarked, I did not come here to listen to your grievances. The recruits assigned to you are all fairly similar. The military mission has been issued, and regardless of whether you are given 3 pigs, you must lead them into battle. He then shifted his demeanor, adding, however, this time fortune smiles upon us. I drew well in the lottery. Our assignment is, without a doubt, one of the more favorable tasks among the 5 squads. So allow yourselves a moment of quiet delight. Chapter 73. Task Allocation. Captain Jiang, do you mean to imply? Spoke Zhongquan, the leader of the 10th group from the 2nd squad, an experienced soldier who had joined alongside the new recruits. In Jiang Lu's 2nd squad, among the 10 members, only Li Xin and Feng Dai were his former subordinates. The rest were fresh additions. Feng Dai led the 6th group, while Li Xin commanded the 7th. Jiang Lu unfurled a large map before him, stating, in this round of the lottery, our squad has been tasked with initiating the 3rd wave of the offensive. The 1st and 5th squads are responsible for the 1st and 2nd waves, respectively. As for the 3rd and 4th squads, their mission is to conduct peripheral assault operations. Upon hearing this, Feng Dai commented, from this perspective, it seems the tasks of the 3rd and 4th squads are indeed more advantageous. Jiang Lu nodded in agreement, saying, their assignments may appear favorable, yet they are not as advantageous as one might think. Intelligence reports have identified 5 entrances from the outside leading to the Biximo steel plant. These 2 squads must first mount an assault to seize the enemy's outer positions, and then hold their ground as we secure the interior of the Biximo steel plant. The enemy, intent on retaining control of the Biximo steel plant, will undoubtedly spare no effort in dispatching reinforcements, ensuring that the combat will be fiercely contested. Looking at it this way, we are indeed fortunate. Launching the 3rd wave allows these recruits ample time to acclimate to the battlefield environment, remarked Nong Shuang, the leader of the 1st group. The others nodded in silent agreement. At this juncture, every moment gained is beneficial for the new recruits, providing them an opportunity to experience the atmosphere and alleviate their mounting pressure before engaging in combat. Jiang Lu tapped the projection before him and continued, now, let us commence the official operational briefing. Yes, Captain. The group leaders responded in unison to Jiang Lu's signal. The 3D map of the Biximo steel plant began to stretch and unfold before them, the surface structures gradually vanishing, revealing only the schematics of several entrances leading underground. The entire Biximo steel plant appeared as though it had been meticulously dissected. Jiang Lu pointed at the map, explaining, beneath the Biximo steel plant, it is divided into 4 major zones, A, B, C, and D, with each zone further subdivided, for instance, from A1 to A4. Consequently, there are a total of 16 subterranean areas within the steel plant. Each area encompasses a vast underground space, approximately 40 meters in height, providing ample capacity for our mechs to unleash their combat capabilities. Between these subterranean spaces, each is connected by numerous expansive corridors, creating a labyrinthine network that is undoubtedly a heavily fortified sector of the enemy. Among these conduits, the broadest spans over 100 meters, while the narrowest measures 35 meters, a passage that is certainly traversable for our mechs. Our immediate adversary lies within the underground Zone C, where the preceding two squadrons are tasked with capturing C1 and C2 respectively, while our mission is to seize C3. Naturally, this constitutes only the initial wave of our assignment. Subsequent developments will depend on the evolution of the battle. Now, let us unveil the map of Zone C3. I implore you all to study it meticulously. The 3D schematic of the Beishimo Steel Factory's subterranean structure expands instantaneously. Zone C3 is quite expansive, signifying that it can accommodate a substantial number of foes. Originally, Zone C3 was a large-scale foundry, with its metallic apparatus being both immense and robust, capable of serving as formidable defensive structures. However, the very presence of such colossal casting equipment provides an advantage, for the corridors between them are sufficiently wide to facilitate the transportation of raw materials and finished products. Many of the low-lying devices, such as conveyor belts, have been utterly obliterated in the preceding skirmishes, leaving behind only a desolate wreckage. Zone C3 features a total of 4 corridors, 2 at the front and 2 at the back, each boasting a width of 50 meters and a height exceeding 30 meters. These dimensions render the passageways easily navigable for our mechs. Zhang Lu gestured towards the forward corridors of Zone C3, stating, "Our offensive should commence through these 2 frontal passages, designated as Corridor 24 and Corridor 25. Behind Zone C3 lie Corridors 26 and 27, which the enemy can utilize for reinforcements and retreat. To initiate combat within Zone C3, we must remain vigilant regarding these 2 forward corridors. If the enemy commander is not a fool, he will undoubtedly station heavy troops here to guard against our advance." "Which forces will be cooperating with us?" Han Zhong inquired, addressing the leader of the 8th Squad. "We will be supported by an infantry battalion from Hungan Defense, along with a company of stalkers," came the reply. "Hasn't the group dispatched infantry and armored units for support? Why have we not received a portion of their forces?" Feng Dai sighed. "Engaging in combat underground is merely a chaotic affair. The infantry dispatched by the group will fare no differently than Hungan Defense's troops. Conversely, their efforts in the perimeter's ambush operations can yield more significant results," Zhang Lu elucidated briefly. "Now, let us proceed to allocate our combat assignments," Zhang Lu stated earnestly. The other squad leaders sat up straight, awaiting the orders. "Squads 1 through 4, your mission is to launch in advance, breaching the enemy's corridors 23 and 24 to facilitate our forces' direct entry into Zone C3. "Understood, Squadron Leader," came the unified response from Nong Shuang, Yang Haoquang, Yu Mingjun, and Ho Jingwei, the leaders of Squads 1 through 4 respectively. 5th, 6th, 9th, and 10th Squads, your mission is to swiftly seize suitable defensive strongholds upon entering the C3 zone and establish a fortified position here. "We must solidify our foothold. I, Commander." Qian Su, Feng Dai, Tong Yu, and Zhong Quan responded in unison, each representing the leaders of the 5th, 6th, 9th, and 10th Squads respectively. "Lastly, 7th and 8th Squads, you shall follow me as the reserve force." Remaining ever ready for combat, Zhang Lu's gaze finally settled on Li Xian. "I, Commander." Li Xian and Han Zhong replied emphatically. Li Xian is the leader of the 7th Squad, while Han Zhong heads the 8th Squad. Now, as for the situation in the C3 zone, it has undoubtedly changed significantly from before. The information regarding the underground structure of the area has been disseminated to your chips. Commence a thorough study of this data immediately. In half an hour, we shall engage in a tactical simulation. I do not wish to see anyone unfamiliar with the layout of this area later on. Chapter 74. Coordination. After an entire afternoon of simulations and familiarization, each combat squad of the 2nd Battalion has gained a deeper understanding of the underground C3 zone. This place can undoubtedly be deemed as a stronghold of formidable enemy defenses, or rather, the entire C-zone stands as a frontline poised for intense conflict. Although the Beishimo Steelworks boasts numerous underground entrances, only the C-zone offers the most suitable access points for mech operations. Both the Blueprints and Hungan Defense are aware of this, as are the enemies from the Malevolent Order below, AS for the B and A zones. They too possess passageways, yet they shall not serve as the primary assault direction this time. During the onset of battle, only small units will conduct feigned assaults to divert the enemy's attention. Li Xian returned to the hangar, where 3 new recruits gazed at him eagerly. "What are you staring at?" Li Xian inquired, his eyes widening. Wei Qian promptly asked, "Boss, are we about to commence our offensive?" The other two also fixated their gazes on Li Xian intently. Li Xian nodded affirmatively. "Indeed. Starting tomorrow, the offensive will officially commence." "Really?" Gan Honkai instinctively rubbed his hands together. "Are we truly not just putting on a show?" Li Xian patted Gan Hongcai's shoulder and replied, "You're in luck. We are the third wave to initiate the offensive, and our squad is the reserve team. You will have ample time to acclimate to the battlefield environment. Enjoy the moment." "Truly," Ling Yang exclaimed with delight. "As the reserve team, might we not even see combat at all? While the other squads handle the enemy?" Li Xian, observing his team members' blend of optimism and apprehension regarding combat, chose not to chastise them but instead smiled and said, "What you propose is not entirely improbable. Although we cannot ascertain the exact strength of the enemy underground, we can be certain that their numbers will not surpass ours. Rest assured, this time it is safe. Now we shall commence the equipping of our personal weapons. Tonight we will familiarize ourselves a bit more and retire early to rejuvenate our spirits." "Yes, boss." The three new recruits responded in unison. Next, it was time for Li Xian to assign weapons for himself and the trio of new soldiers. As they were to engage in combat underground, the power halberd previously wielded by Li Xian was deemed less effective and impractical for such an environment. Therefore, he opted for a power sword, an impressive weapon measuring 5 meters in length, with the blade itself extending 4 meters. For his secondary weapon, given the certainty of close combat, Li Xian refrained from selecting the 6-barreled electromagnetic cannon. While useful for eliminating lesser foes, its efficacy in mechanized warfare was minimal. Thus, Li Xian's primary weapon remained the plasma cannon, while his secondary armament was upgraded to a 55mm laser cannon. Essentially, Li Xian's mech was now equipped with 2 main cannons. The consequence of this configuration was a formidable burst of firepower over a short duration, albeit with extended charging times. However, Li Xian perceived this as a minor inconvenience, as in the subterranean realm. Achieving a concentrated fire strike was already a considerable feat. Additionally, Li Xian's left arm was equipped with an armored shield. In offensive operations within such underground locales, ample defense was never excessive. For added protection, he donned external armor, transforming into a heavily armored warrior. Lacking sufficient technical prowess, he compensated with equipment. Regrettably, he had to forego his beloved serrated Ant 12-tube rocket launcher this time, as his short sword attendant was already quite burdensome. Adding the rocket launcher would hinder his close combat capabilities. Once fully equipped, Li Xian surveyed his mech, nodding in satisfaction after a brief assessment. This configuration represented the best possible arrangement he could achieve under the circumstances. The absence of the 6-barreled electromagnetic cannon negated the need to carry heavy ammunition, allowing for potentially greater agility in close combat than before. As for the other 3 recruits, their weapon configurations were decidedly more extravagant, resembling a replica of Li Xian's previous battlefield arsenal. Armored shields, plasma cannons as primary weapons, 6-barreled electromagnetic cannons as secondary weapons, and 2 serrated Ant rocket launchers mounted on their shoulders. Their right arms bore the same power swords, encased in robust external armor. Each appeared as a cumbersome heavy infantryman, maximizing their firepower to an extreme degree. This array of weaponry, if wielded effectively, could certainly overload the void shields of at least 2 knightly retainers. Of course, precision was essential. Nevertheless, Li Xian felt confident, as the battleground ahead was not an open expanse. What Li Xian had previously accomplished, these new recruits were surely capable of as well. Within the forward operating base, mechs and armored vehicles for auxiliary troops began to emerge from the confines of the base. These forces departed gradually, some making their way across the steelworks to more peripheral regions, where the enemy had established their entry points and defensive positions. Others were already making their slow passage through the large entrance, descending into the underground realm. By the time it was Li Xian's turn to set forth, the afternoon had already arrived. Li Xian gazed at the 3 new recruits before him. Although they had trained longer than he had in the art of mecha combat, they had yet to set foot on the battlefield. That moment, their expressions were a mixture of pallor and exuberance, reminiscent of his own earlier experiences, sometimes gripped by the terror of impending battle, at other times envisioning the glorious triumphs that would follow a fierce onslaught. Such a mindset, it seemed, was common among them all. Li Xian approached the trio, meticulously adjusting their gear and offering words of reassurance to calm their nerves. Then, he produced his medals, 2 silver medals of valor gleaming on his chest. You have often inquired about the battles that earned me these honors. Yet I have remained silent until now. Allow me to share my tale. Upon hearing Li Xian's words, Wei Qian, Gan Hongkai, and Ling Yangping's eyes sparkled with anticipation. It may be hard to believe, but I joined this unit merely 2 months ago, fortuitously becoming a mecha pilot. After a mere 20 days of training under our squad leader, I was thrust into combat. Imagine the inadequacy of my skills after such a brief period. In just a few days of fighting, alongside our squad leader and the leader of the 6th group, we confronted an onslaught of 5 enemy knights and their retinue. How do you suppose that would feel? That sounds exceedingly perilous. Wei Qian exclaimed, astonished. Indeed, it was perilous. We felt certain we were doomed. Li Xian replied solemnly. At that moment, the squad leader resolved to cover our retreat, allowing us to escape and see if we could survive. Do you see this medal? It is a testament to the valor I displayed in that very battle. Li Xian caressed his first medal, drawing the recruit's eyes to the shimmering silver emblem. Though the squad leader urged me to flee, I recalled his teachings and the camaraderie we shared. In that fervent moment, the thought of abandoning my comrades was inconceivable. I unleashed a relentless barrage. Rockets, main cannon, and electromagnetic artillery all fired in unison. In an instant, I obliterated one of the enemy knights, and thus, this medal came into my possession. In that battle, I, a mere recruit, achieved results even more remarkable than you might expect, taking down an enemy knight. Despite facing 5 knights, our trio managed to eliminate 2 of them in return. Hence, the enemy's knights are not as formidable as you might presume. Wield your firepower effectively, and you too can claim victories. Envision your mechs adorned with kill marks, picture the accolades you will receive upon earning your medals, and the rewards from the Ministry of Defense. In that moment, Li Xian resembled a charismatic leader, fervently painting a vivid picture to inspire the spirits of the 3 new recruits. Li Xian turned to the auxiliary soldiers beside him, stating that his words were not solely directed at the 3 new recruits, but also intended for these auxiliary comrades. You are equally significant. My 2 medals were earned with the assistance of my fellow auxiliary soldiers. As I received my medals, they too were rewarded. A few brothers have even transitioned into the formal ranks of the group. When we meet again, I shall introduce you. At that moment, it was not just Wei Qian, Gan Hongkai, and Ling Yangping who felt a promising future beckoning them. Even the 40 auxiliary soldiers were stirred by the prospect. Ling Yangping's face flushed, a manifestation of his ardor, as he excitedly inquired, Boss, is all that you say true? When have I ever deceived you? Li Xian replied with a slight smile, continuing, Feel free to ask around this base. Inquire whether my words hold any truth. In my view, you are fortunate, indeed, exceedingly fortunate, to serve under my command. With my arrival, our original squad leader, who had remained at the M1D5 level for years, has finally ascended to the position of M2 squadron leader. Feng Dai, the leader of the 6th group, a seasoned veteran, has also taken on the mantle of leadership. Each of you bears your own silver sword medal, all awarded after my arrival. I myself transitioned from a mere intern to the leader of the M1D5 mech support group within just over 2 months. Is that not luck? What is paramount on the battlefield? Luck. With my presence, bullets and shells will steer clear of you. Military honors and spoils of war will come rushing towards you. Li Xian looked at Wei Qian and the others, urging them to envision their success in becoming formal members of the group, adorned with medals as they returned to the blueprint. Charming the ladies, he encouraged them to imagine the privileges and promotions that awaited them as a result of their achievements. Under my leadership, these are not mere dreams. They are the tangible realities of the future. Do you desire such a future? Li Xian's voice rang out. Yes. Everyone shouted in unison. Your voices are too faint. I cannot hear you. Yes, came the response, still lacking in volume. Yes. The sounds in the hangar nearly pierced the heavens, as if everyone had expelled half the air from their lungs in a fervent outcry. Li Xian regarded the young faces before him, flushed with excitement. Not only the fresh recruits, but even the seasoned veterans who had been re-enlisted were now red-faced, breathing heavily, their minds filled with the enchanting future Li Xian had painted. This was the power of collective spirit. Had Li Xian addressed only 1 or 2 individuals, even his most fervent appeals might not have swayed them. However, within the collective environment of camaraderie fostered by military bonds, emotions were magnified and spirits soared. I pilot a mech, you operate an auxiliary armored vehicle. Together, we all have a bright future ahead. Now, Everyone has gathered their equipment, conducting a final inspection of the vehicles. Prepare for departure. Indeed. All are bustling about, fervently checking their weaponry with utmost enthusiasm. Lixine observed this scene with satisfaction, but suddenly felt something amiss. Upon turning around, he found Jiang Lu and Feng Dai staring at him in wide-eyed astonishment. At the sight of their expressions, Lixine realized they must have overheard his earlier motivational speech to the team and support troops. A sense of awkwardness washed over him, and he couldn't help but chuckle sheepishly. This was undeniably embarrassing. He swiftly approached Jiang Lu and Feng Dai. As he neared, they continued to regard him as if he were some sort of spectacle. Lixin, do you have any other side hustles we should know about? You shouted so passionately that even I felt my blood boiling. You must have something special about you, Feng Dai exclaimed, throwing an arm around Lixin's shoulder, nearly choking him in the process. Jiang Lu, equally amazed, remarked, Lixin, I never realized you possess such talent. You ought to be the squad leader. I dare say, after you speak, the combat effectiveness of the entire squad would increase by 30%. Lixin chuckled and replied, Master, Brother Feng, you are being too flattering. I am not that remarkable. Feng Dai tentatively suggested, how about you give a talk to my group as well? Lixin shook his head vigorously, saying, Brother Feng, please don't put me in a difficult position. I could manage speaking to my own group, but it wouldn't feel right in yours. All right, old Feng, if you wish to speak, just jot down what Lixin just said. It would suffice, Jiang Lu added, giving Feng Dai a reassuring pat on the shoulder. Feng Dai nodded eagerly, then turned on his heel, making his way back to his hangar, exclaiming, You make a valid point. I must get started quickly, or I'll fall behind. After Feng Dai left, Jiang Lu also patted Lixin on the shoulder, gazing intently at him as he said, You are indeed correct. Your presence has brought luck to both me and old Feng. Lixin, this time I hope you can be even luckier. Lixin took a deep breath and responded, Yes, master. Who says Jiang Lu cannot inspire? Clearly, he excels at it. Chapter 76, Adaptation. Lixin led the 7th Squad out of the hangar. The troops swiftly traversed the open terrain outside the Bikesimo steel plant, arriving at an entrance. Once inside the Bikesimo steel plant, even on the surface, the sounds of gunfire from below were audible. Within the cockpit of the mech, Lixin heard Jiang Lu's voice. No need for excessive words. Everyone, take the new recruits underground, remain vigilant, and pay attention to their mental state. This is an excellent adaptation phase, and I hope each squad can make the most of this time before officially entering the battlefield. Yes, squad leader. One by one, the squads, accompanied by their support troops, passed through the underground entrance, embarking on their journey into the subterranean world of the Bikesimo steel plant. The entrance to the underground passage, measuring a staggering 80 meters in width and 40 meters in height, resembles a gaping maw, mercilessly devouring entire battalions of mechanized troops. It is not solely the mechanized units and their auxiliary soldiers that are being consumed. There are also infantry and armored personnel from Hung and Defense, who gradually make their descent into the subterranean depths in small contingents. Each combat team of the 2nd Squad descends 3 minutes apart. From this moment forth, it is imperative for the recruits to immerse themselves in the atmosphere of the battlefield. Their adaptation time is limited, and thus they hasten their arrival as swiftly as possible. The fewer comrades they have by their side, the greater the intensity and thrill they experience, thereby enhancing their adaptability. Lixin leads his team of 3 mechs and 8 tracked armored vehicles into the depths below. The illumination of the surface world is momentarily severed from them. The heavy footsteps of the mechs and the rumbling of the armored vehicles echo throughout the passage. Inside the tunnel, there is a complete absence of light. For infantry, the visibility is dire. The mechs fare somewhat better. Although they cannot compare to daylight conditions, they still possess the ability to see clearly. With the aid of psychic energy and radar, their vision remains adequate. Form a defensive formation and advance. Lixin's voice resonates within the team channel, I to boss. The 3 recruits respond promptly. The 4 mechs align into a diamond-shaped defensive formation, with Wei Qian piloting the lead mech at the forefront. Flanked by Ling Yangping and Gan Hongkai on either side, while Lixin brings up the rear. This is the standard formation for team movement and combat. Given Wei Qian's close combat proficiency at D3, he assumes the role of the vanguard, as the squad commander. Lixin's position is typically at the back unless circumstances necessitate otherwise. Lixin embodies the spirit of this squad in the theater of war. Anyone can perish, including the commander. However, if there is a hierarchy in death, a properly functioning military should ensure that the commander is the last to fall. For when a soldier dies, it is merely one individual lost. But when a commander falls, it signifies the potential collapse of command for nearly the entire unit. Even if a new commander steps in, their effectiveness cannot rival that of their predecessor. The loss of a soldier affects only one, whereas the loss of a commander could spell doom for an entire battalion. For instance, if Wei Qian, the vanguard of Li Xian's squad, were to perish, Li Xian could still lead the remaining 2 recruits into battle. Even after the conflict, replenishing their ranks with a new recruit would restore their combat capability. However, should Li Xian meet his demise, the squad would be doomed. Indeed, the survival of the 3 individuals on the battlefield would be in jeopardy. Of course, Wei Qian is not alone at the forefront. Ahead of him are 2 tracked armored vehicles, manned by auxiliary soldiers who truly lead the charge. Exercise caution. Though the danger here is minimal, all actions must adhere strictly to our training protocols. Li Xian continues to issue commands. A boss. The mechanized forces advanced slowly, as if an enemy truly lay in wait ahead, steadfastly defending their position. Each tactical maneuver, each reconnaissance and preparation was executed meticulously. One after another, Li Xian and his comrades were training here, while genuine gunfire erupted in the distance. Boom, rat-a-tat-tat. The cacophony of various weapons discharging and the thunderous explosions echoed incessantly through the underground. Originally, the soundproofing within the subterranean space of the Biximo steel factory was quite commendable, as it was essential for a foundry and forge. Without adequate sound insulation, the employees would be driven to the brink of neurosis by the clamor. However, after several grueling skirmishes, the area had been reduced to chaos. The soundproofing had been rendered utterly ineffective amidst the clamor of battle. The din of fierce combat resonated throughout the entire underground realm. Boom, 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 rumble. The violent explosions sent cascades of fine sand and dust tumbling down the passages. After advancing a certain distance, the mechs came to a halt. Any further progress would lead them directly into the fray. Engaged in combat ahead were 40 mechs from the 1st Squadron. Of course, they did not all engage simultaneously, for there was insufficient space for such a multitude in the combat zone in Zone C1. The enemy's resistance was tenacious, with the air filled with the deafening sounds of gunfire and explosions. Even with the fierce fighting already underway, it was estimated that it would take the troops 2 or 3 days to seize control of this area. The enemy's will to resist was remarkably robust, with concentrated firepower emanating from numerous infantry positions, attacking vehicles, and even mechs. While Blueprint and Hungan Defense were augmenting their forces above, the adversaries of the Mierda retinue below were equally industrious. Under the watchful eye of intelligence operatives, they too reinforced their numbers, constructing numerous defensive fortifications utilizing the existing equipment and rubble. Admittedly, these fortifications might not indefinitely keep the enemy at bay, but they would ensure that every step taken by the attackers incurred casualties. With the aid of more formidable defenses, even with mech support, the infantry of Hungan Defense could not hope to advance rapidly. On the 2nd day of the battle, Li Xian, accompanied by his 3 new recruits, departed from the rear passages, moving towards a position slightly closer to the front lines. By this point, the battle had entered its 2nd day, and compared to the fervor of the first, Wei Qian, Gan Hongkai, and Ling Yongping had calmed considerably. Nevertheless, after a day of acclimatization, they no longer exhibited the same excitement or anxiety as on the initial day. At the very least, their faces were no longer pale, and their hands and feet no longer trembled. Aside from a few battle enthusiasts, it was rare for anyone to step onto the battlefield for the first time without experiencing a trace of nervousness. Chapter 77. The underground offensive commences upon reaching a slightly more advanced position. They could clearly observe the dense web of fire exchanged by both sides in combat. Within the subterranean expanse, the projectiles were fired, many of which were tracer rounds, creating a luminous line in the dim environment. Even an intricate web of various projectiles, artillery, missiles, and plasma cannons emerged continuously in this place. The mechs were formidable, yet they were not invincible. Even with the void shields, they could not withstand the concentrated fire of infantry for long. Moreover, the critical issue was that within this corridor, only a limited number of mechs could be deployed at once. A single mech would have to withdraw within a minute or 2. Although the mechs possessed void shields, their instantaneous firepower was not significantly more ferocious than that of 200 or 300 tanks. Additionally, due to their massive size, they posed a great threat, prompting the enemy to specifically target these mechs. The void shields would not hold for long. If they wished to avoid overloading the shields, Retreat was the only option. Lixian observed the unfolding battle from a distance, alongside his comrades. Not only were they waiting in line at the back, but even the mech soldiers from the first squad, engaged in combat up front, were queuing not far away. It was impractical for all of them to crowd the corridor. If a situation arose, escape would be impossible. 3 New recruits activated their void shields. Immersing themselves in the atmosphere of the battlefield, Lixian sensed that they had acclimatized enough before he spoke. "What do you think of such a battlefield?" Ganhong replied. "It's more intense than I imagined." "Ugh," the sound of retching came from Wei Qian. "Boss, I've already vomited several times." "Ugh, shut the mic when you're throwing up." This time, not only did Wei Qian vomit, but Ling Yongping was also affected by his antics. Listening to the retching sounds over the comms, Lixian couldn't help but shake his head. The trio's tolerance was even lower than his. During his first battlefield experience, he had at least managed to refrain from vomiting. Though his face had turned pale and his hands had trembled, Lixian chuckled. "It seems I was right to bring you here for a first-hand look. Otherwise, what would happen if you started throwing up when it was your turn to fight? Boss, can we step back for a bit and rest?" Wei Qian's feeble voice came through. "Rest? And you're thinking about resting at this time? Show me. You want to stop until you can't vomit anymore." Lixian replied loudly, "Boss, I'm going to puke myself to death." Wei Qian lamented. Lixian reassured him. "Don't worry, the mechs are equipped with life support systems. You won't encounter any issues. Besides, you're all psychics. It won't be so easy for you to falter. Look, acclimatizing in advance is better than throwing up in the heat of battle." He unrelentingly dismissed the trio's pleas. The following day, the intensity of the battle escalated dramatically. With fallen infantry and shattered armored vehicles scattered across the battlefield, in the face of such heavy firepower, those unfortunate enough to be caught in the onslaught were vaporized. Some even became mere splatters of what resembled tomato ketchup. It was precisely this gruesome sight that overwhelmed the trained Wei Qian and Ling Yongping. In contrast, Ganhong surprisingly exhibited the highest level of composure, which earned him a newfound respect from Lixian. On the third day, Lixian continued to lead them to observe the battle, encouraging each to contemplate how they would execute their own combat strategies based on the ongoing conflicts. The battles on the front lines have been exceedingly fierce. With such an intensity persisting for 5 days, it was only on the 5th day that the first squadron's mechs and Hungan's infantry finally secured the C1 sector. Throughout this period, the casualties among both infantry and armored units have been significant. Not only the infantry, but even the mechs suffered losses. The first squadron lost 2 mechs, both manned by new recruits. The reason for these losses is quite straightforward. Under concentrated enemy fire, the mech's void shields were utterly obliterated. The new recruits, perhaps due to their overwhelming anxiety or other factors, failed to evacuate in time, resulting in the destruction of their cockpits. In such a state of aggressive assault, losses are inevitable, casting a shadow of gloom over the hearts of the mech pilots in the first squadron. It is worth noting that in this battle, the enemy did not even deploy their mech units for close combat, opting instead for long-range attacks from the rear. One can only speculate what might transpire should the enemy launch a close-quarter assault. On the day following the capture of C1, the C2 sector also fell, and it was soon the turn of Jiang Lu's 2nd Squadron to mobilize. "All units, conduct another scan of your mechs. Prepare for combat." Lixian's voice resonated in the ears of the new recruits of the 7th Group. After several days of acclimatization, the recruits had significantly improved their readiness. 02 ready, 03 ready, 04 ready. Move out. Inside the cockpit, Lixian's psychic energy was already activated as the mech began to advance slowly. As a reserve unit, their combat sequence was positioned towards the rear. In front of them stood 4 operational teams. A total of 16 mechs engaged in pre-battle preparations. Previously, they could only watch others fight. Now, it was finally their turn to enter the fray. The passageways 23 and 24 loomed before them like gaping maws, eager to consume the infantry and mech units of Hungan defense. As the defenders, the enemy forces of the Mierda retinue had long since rendered the passageways spotless. Stretching 200 meters, the passage offered no cover whatsoever. Not even a speck of dust remained from the battles of the previous days. Such a corridor could almost be deemed a death trap. In light of this daunting environment, Hungan defense had meticulously prepared for their offensive. They had modified the stalker tanks, reinforcing them with heavy armor. The armor, akin to solid steel walls, was driven forward by the stalker tanks, revealing only a narrow gun port capable of a 30-degree pivot. The rest of the vehicle was shielded by armor. The infantry would advance alongside the armored units, with only a small contingent pushing forward at a time, simultaneously advancing while countering enemy fire. This armor, impervious to infantry bullets, rapid-fire cannons, and even plasma and laser weaponry, proved effective against the mech's kinetic arms. This strategy was refined from lessons learned in previous battles, primarily targeting vehicles and the mech units following closely behind. As for the infantry, at this moment, they could only be considered an auxiliary force. Open fire. Obliterate them. Within the confines of the hunter tank, the commander roared, unleashing his pent-up fury and underlying fear. Boom. Chapter 78. Military Drills. Across the battlefield, the Milda retinue stood in stunned silence, gazing at the advancing armored wall as if it were an immovable fortress. Behind it, the hunters and mech units followed suit. The situation was bewildering. Aside from their slower pace, there seemed to be no significant drawbacks to this method of advance. The armored wall stood a towering 3 meters high, effectively shielding the tanks behind it. Furthermore, the thickness of the armor rendered attacks from the defensive line as ineffective as mere tickling. Aside from the fact that the hunters moved at a pace akin to that of a tortoise, everything appeared flawless. The commanding officer of the Milda retinue slammed his fist onto the table, indignantly exclaiming, "Do these corporate dogs possess no sense of honor? How can they employ such a repugnant method of assault? Sir, our direct fire weapons have nearly lost their efficacy. Even plasma and laser weapons cannot breach this layer of armor in the short term." A staff officer sighed, adding, "As for projectile weapons, our heavy artillery cannot be utilized in such a confined passage. Weapons like anti-tank guns are equally unable to penetrate the armor. What weapon do we possess that can strike the enemy behind this armor?" The commander wearily pinched the bridge of his nose. The staff officer replied, "It seems only grenade launchers may temporarily reach the adversaries behind the armor. Then let us commence fire. We cannot allow the enemy to advance so effortlessly." Understood. Soon, the Milda retinue's position erupted with a fierce barrage of gunfire. Grenade rounds and grenade launchers unleashed a relentless onslaught. Yet, such firepower posed little threat to the armored vehicles, primarily inflicting casualties upon the infantry. The hunters steadily advanced their artificial defense line, while a contingent of mechs, similarly bearing shields, unleashed their firepower upon the enemy's defenses. Witnessing this momentum, Zhang Lu promptly decided to rotate all squads, allowing them to immerse themselves in the battlefield atmosphere and experience the thrill of engaging in combat firsthand. A mech squad could hold the front line for approximately 1 to 2 minutes before needing to retreat and recharge their void shields. Originally, the operational plan had designated only 4 assault squads for 2 passages. Now, 10 squads would take turns in the fray. Before the battle commenced, sensing his team members' anxiety, Li Xian jested, "There's no need to be nervous. Our task is straightforward. We will take a few seconds to dash alongside the hunter tank, raise our shields with our right arms, and unleash all our firepower upon the enemy's position. After 2 minutes, when our void shields near their limit, we will take a few seconds to return. Consider this a game in the simulation chamber. Do you all understand?" "Understood," came the resounding response from Wei Qian and the other 2 commence. This time, Li Xian took the lead without waiting for Wei Qian to act as the vanguard. The 3 new recruits were somewhat anxious. At this moment, it was essential for Li Xian to play a guiding role and inspire them. The mecha charged forward, and from behind, Wei Qian, Gan Hongkai, and Ling Yamping shouted in unison. Following Li Xian into the fray, as Li Xian surged ahead, he kept a watchful eye on the 3 new soldiers. Whether he engaged in combat himself was secondary. His primary concern was to ensure the well-being of the recruits. "Hold your armored shields high. This will enable us to endure the enemy's firepower for as long as possible." "Yes, boss." Sometimes, tension only manifests before the action unfolds. Once the new soldiers stepped onto the battlefield and charged forward, they would realize that everything was rather straightforward. Their energy weapons were temporarily suspended at the sides of the mecha, with the mechanical right arm raised to shield against enemy fire. Even when the enemy knights and their retainers emerged under heavy fire, they had ample time to switch the shield to their left arm and retrieve their energy weapons with their right. Upon reaching the rear of the hunter tank, Li Xian immediately raised his shield, while the plasma cannon on his left arm swiftly located the enemy with the assistance of the chip and opened fire. See, boom! In the next instant, a massive fireball erupted from the targeted enemy position, accompanied by arcs of pale blue electricity. Do not lose focus. Fire rapidly with the help of the chip. While firing, Li Xian continued to direct the new recruits. Wei Qian had just raised his shield. Adjusting his stance to deflect the torrent of bullets and various shells to the side, halted by the hunter's armored wall, he roared, lifting the six-barreled electromagnetic cannon, and under the impetus of psychic energy, a dense barrage, along with tracer rounds, formed a long whip aimed at the enemy's position. Ling Yangping remained silent, yet his speed of attack surpassed even the boisterous Wei Qian. The three new recruits unleashed a relentless barrage from their plasma cannons and six-barreled machine guns, igniting the enemy's defensive line into a frenzy of fire and electricity. Do not hold back your rockets. Are you planning to take some back with you? Aim and fire everything at once. Li Xian bellowed through the team communications, his voice nearly piercing the eardrums of the three new soldiers. Yes, yes, yes. Rockets, rockets. Wei Qian echoed like a recording. Bang, bang, bangs. Soon, as the saw-toothed ant rocket nest was activated, rocket after rocket, trailing white smoke, surged toward the enemy's stronghold. Boom! In an instant, the defensive position at the end of the enemy's corridor was enveloped in a series of explosive flames. That moment, it felt as though a pot of meat soup was boiling within this corridor of steel. The several dozen meters of corridor, along with the defenses beyond, were nearly all bombarded by rockets. However, the enemy had semi-permanent fortifications, so the losses sustained were not substantial. Flames surged through the firing holes into the fortresses and defensive structures, igniting the air and consuming oxygen at an alarming rate. Buzzing. The electromagnetic artillery ammunition for the recruits has been entirely expended, and all rockets have been launched. The instantaneous firepower from the mechs has proven overwhelmingly fierce. In total, they unleashed a staggering 18,000 rounds of 20mm electromagnetic shells towards the enemy's defensive positions, complemented by 72 serrated ant rockets. If converted into shrapnel, it could blanket the entire battlefield. Was that exhilarating, or what? Li Xian inquired. Exhilarating, Ling Yangping bellowed, and Li Xian could almost envision the flush on his face within the cockpit. Exhilarating, exhilarating. Wei Qian and Gan Hongkai echoed fervently. If it was exhilarating, let's withdraw and allow the next team to experience the thrill. Li Xian laughed, then maneuvered the mech to retrieve the shield and began to retreat. Chapter 79. Approaching the four mechs swiftly retreated to the rear of the passage, covering a distance of 200 meters in mere seconds. Even as they exposed their backs, it had no detrimental effect, for the enemy's fire points remained incapacitated under the bombardment of rockets. Upon returning to the rear of the passage, Li Xian quickly instructed, rapidly replenish ammunition and prepare for battle. Yes, boss. Ling Yangping responded promptly, proceeding to swap out the auxiliary troops and replace the ammunition for his electromagnetic cannon, while simultaneously loading two new serrated ant rocket nests. Boss, when will it be our turn to go up and fire again? Ling Yangping's voice was tinged with unmistakable excitement over the squad's comms. Li Xian chuckled. What is this? Not nervous anymore? Still eager for another round? Ling Yangping replied. Not nervous at all. All I desire now is to unleash a torrent of fire. And you too? Li Xian inquired of the other two. Wei Qian and Gan Hongcai's voices sounded somewhat subdued, yet they lacked the earlier tension. I too wish to fire again. Li Xian nodded silently. Morale was indeed high. He recalled his own debut on the battlefield, feeling much the same. A thrill that was nearly uncontrollable, with his heart pounding like a drum, unable to sleep that night. Such opportunities for long-range fire were truly invaluable for training. In warfare, close combat and ranged engagements offer entirely distinct experiences. Ranged combat might lack the visceral brutality, as the distance obscures the clarity of carnage. However, close combat is an altogether different narrative. The power sword slicing through flesh, the mech's foot crushing the enemy. Such visceral bloodshed is unimaginable in distant warfare. Li Xian observed the three new recruits loading ammunition and turned to communicate with squadron leader Zhang Lu. Master, when can we arrange for another round of firing? So, you've come to appreciate this training method? Zhang Lu chuckled. Li Xian candidly replied. Indeed, this is quite effective for honing the recruits. Just wait. It's not only your team that requires practice, but others do as well. I've already instructed the frontline stag hunter tanks to slow their pace to afford you more training time, Zhang Lu stated. But this won't disrupt the offensive plan, will it? Li Xian asked with slight concern. Zhang Lu paused momentarily and remarked, there will undoubtedly be consequences, yet it is a worthy endeavor. Moreover, our offensive pace has already surpassed the original plan, and we still possess ample time. Understood, Master. Li Xian did not receive any privileges from Zhang Lu, but he was mentally prepared for this. Zhang Lu had now ascended to the rank of squad leader and could afford to look after Li Xian a bit more, though it must not be overtly obvious. Currently, within the squad, aside from Li Xian and Feng Dai, the rest were newcomers, making this a critical period for Zhang Lu to consolidate their loyalty in private. Zhang Lu had already arranged for Li Xian to be placed in the reserve team. However, any overt favoritism must be avoided. On the front lines, a relentless barrage of mech assaults left the enemies within the Meerta defense line in utter despair. The commander of Meerta, his eyes bloodshot, bellowed, "Use explosives. Blow them to smithereens as their tanks advance." Yes. Presently, the direct firepower from Meerta, even standard heavy artillery, was incapable of reaching the stalker tanks behind the armored wall. Despite the rather unappealing modifications, the effectiveness was undeniably commendable. The armor wall in front of the tanks had become pockmarked and riddled with breaches, yet the stalkers remained unscathed. It must be said that, at times, heavy armor can be even more advantageous than a void shield, particularly since the enemy lacked the time to regroup specialized equipment to counter this tactic. Laying explosives in front of the defense line proved to be a sound strategy, as the armor certainly obstructed the stalker tank's line of sight. Boom! Deafening explosion reverberated, engulfing the entire corridor in a blaze and searing heat. The first stalker tank inadvertently entered the explosive zone and was hurled into the air by the blast. The ammunition within the tank ignited in a chain reaction, further amplifying the explosion's ferocity. Watching this scene from the vanguard mech, Zhang Lu maintained a calm demeanor. Warfare is no child's play. For those who step onto the battlefield, death is an all too common occurrence. Countless infantry and armored personnel have perished while advancing into the C1 and C2 zones, and even 2 mechs have been destroyed. Now, having employed a new tactic, losing only a single stalker and a few infantry while pushing the front line to this position is already a commendable achievement. Beside the vanguard mech sat a command-type armored vehicle. The commander of Hungan Defense stated, "The enemy has discovered a countermeasure. It may be quite challenging to employ this tactic again. From here on, let us entrust the assault to the mech units. Prepare for coordinated operations." Zhang Lu responded with composure, his voice steady. "Absolutely. Once the mech units break through, we shall surely follow closely behind," the commander assured, thumping his chest. As the battle reached this juncture, it was indeed time for the mechs to deliver the decisive blow. Within the command channel, Zhang Lu's voice resonated. "Following reconnaissance, we have discerned the enemy's defensive points along the corridor. The number of mechs in the rear remains uncertain, but it should not be particularly substantial. Therefore, the next phase of our operational plan is in the 1st to 4th groups. All personnel are to prepare for a sudden assault, readying themselves for the initial wave of attack. The 5th to 10th groups stand by for the second wave of offensive. Everyone, give your utmost effort to decisively breach the enemy's defenses in one fell swoop. Upon entering the C3 zone, units must refrain from advancing recklessly. Instead, establish a defensive posture to facilitate the arrival of subsequent combat units. Is that understood, everyone?" At last, Zhang Lu inquired with an intensified tone. "Understood. Commence pre-battle preparations." Soon, mechs were diligently reloading their ammunition, in the front passage. The explosives previously set by the Milda's attendant army had been entirely detonated by the hunter tanks and infantry. This cleared the path for the mech's assault, rendering the entire corridor unobstructed. The only concern remained. What kind of defensive preparations would the enemy have in place after the charge, and would there be formidable foes awaiting in front? However, the assault by the mechs was an imperative step. Otherwise, capturing this line with the lives of infantry would result in an unspeakable toll. Chapter 80. Breakthrough. The mechs at the forefront stood ready for the assault, their heavy armored shields raised before them. A single line constituted an entire combat squad, and 4 mechs were the maximum that could traverse this passage. Observing the cleared corridor ahead, Zhang Lu commanded, "Charge, kill, crush them." The commanders of the 1st and 2nd groups, gritting their teeth, roared in unison, leading their squads of new recruits into the enemy's defenses, like an indomitable wall of steel. The sound of the mechs charging through the corridor resembled the cataclysmic collapse of mountains. On the opposing Milda defensive line, soldiers gazed in dread at the mechs advancing with shields raised, chills running down their spines. "Mechs! Mechs! The enemy's mechs are launching an assault!" The infantry shouted frantically, desperately attempting to alert their comrades nearby and the commanders in the rear. In an instant, all fire points unleashed their full might. Rifles, machine guns, rapid-fire cannons, electromagnetic guns, anti-tank artillery, and more. Some audacious infantry even hurled explosives directly into the corridor outside. The dazzling effects of tracer rounds, combined with those of electromagnetic and plasma weapons, illuminated the entire passage brilliantly. Yet, these assaults posed little immediate threat to the mechs. Their armored shields, augmented by deflection fields and void shields, effectively repelled all incoming fire. As the four mechs charged together, they could distribute the enemy's firepower, prolonging the endurance of their void shields. This defensive line within the corridor was not an insurmountable barrier for the mech units. Their hesitation to break through stemmed from uncertainty regarding the number of enemy mechs that might be lying in wait behind. Charge. Following suit, the second line of mechs initiated their charge. Given that the mechs had begun their advance, it was crucial to reinforce the front lines with ample personnel. Otherwise, should the leading mechs find themselves besieged, losses would inevitably ensue. Pairs of mechs surged into the corridor, braving the enemy's fire as they commenced their assault. "Open fire with all your strength," the leader of the first squad bellowed fiercely. The mechs in the front row instantly deployed all the rocket launchers mounted on their shoulders, unleashing a barrage of fire. Boom! The enemy's defensive line within their passage was engulfed in a raging inferno, as explosions and shrapnel effectively suppressed their firepower. Charge! In the blink of an eye, the mechs breached the narrow corridor. Their primary target, now the fortress ahead. .1 mech thrust the barrel of its plasma cannon directly into the firing aperture of the stronghold. The infantry operating the rapid-fire cannons within the fortress were met with a blinding flash of azure electricity. No, 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 please, no, zing! The azure plasma erupted from the cannon's mouth, penetrating the interior of the fortress. Boom! The plasma surged forth, igniting the ammunition depot within the stronghold, setting it ablaze with fire and arcs of electricity. The immense explosion, though it did not obliterate the fortress, sent forth a torrent of blue flames erupting from the firing aperture, reminiscent of the exhaust from a fighter jet's engine. Die! The leader of the first squad, Nongxuang, roared, plunging his power sword into one of the bunkers below. The thick steel-reinforced concrete crumbled before the weapon's disintegrating force as if it were utterly defenseless. The 4-meter-long blade pierced deep into the bunker, and with a powerful sweep, the mech cleaved through the soldiers inside, annihilating them. Advance. Do not linger. Leave the line soldiers to your comrades behind. In the command channel, Zhang Lu's voice thundered, issuing orders to Nongxuang and his first batch of mechs. Upon receiving the command, Nongxuang led 3 mechs onward in a relentless charge. Behind the defensive line, several knightly retainers emerged. One of the retainers shouted, "You shall not pass here." In an instant, a heavy power axe swung down towards the charging sword-wielding retainers. "Ignore them. Raise your shields and push forward." Nongxuang roared, "Forward." Within the cockpit, the new recruits echoed his fervor, raising their shields and charging heedlessly. Boom! The mechs collided with a thunderous crash, the massive mechanical constructs producing a cacophony of sound upon impact. The passive defensive knights were staggered by the collision. A few sword-wielding retainers found themselves being overwhelmed, their inexperience evident in the chaos, leaving the knights momentarily bewildered. The second batch of mechs arrived swiftly, followed by the third and fourth. Lixion's squad was part of this fourth wave of assault troops. Charge forth, do not be anxious, ignore the infantry within the defensive line. Our foes are the enemy's knightly retainers. Eliminate them all. If we cannot overpower them, raise your shields to block their attacks. We outnumber them. Victory shall be ours, victory. The new recruits echoed the battle cry in the squad channel. Lixion's voice resonated with authority. In this critical moment, he was the one to rally the troops. His commanding shout reverberated in the ears of the 3 recruits, leaving them no time to ponder or feel anxious. In such a fierce battlefield, sometimes, the recruits need not think at all. They were able to reach the battlefield and share the burden of the enemy's assault, affording the veterans greater opportunities for inflicting casualties. Subsequently, he charged towards the corridor accompanied by 3 new recruits. As they passed through the enemy's defensive line, Lixion paid no heed to the adversaries and pressed forward with determination. Upon arriving in the C3 zone, everything became remarkably clear. Within the C3 area, combat mechs were scattered everywhere. In fact, within a small section, The enemy's knight retainers were not fewer in number than those of the second squadron. At least, that was the case for now. Behind the defensive line, there were more than 20 knight retainers. The short sword retainers that had rushed in were now embroiled in chaotic melee, each new recruit brandishing armored shields, bravely enduring the onslaught of the knight retainers. Powerful weapons grazed the armored shields, sometimes leaving deep gashes, and at times even penetrating the shields entirely. With the arrival of Exion's fourth batch, the disparity in numbers further widened, as 8 groups had now surged in, 32 mechs against the enemy's mere 20-odd knight retainers. Although the close-quarters combat capabilities of these knight retainers were superior, their numbers were far too few. Once Exion and his team entered, they found themselves in a situation of overwhelming force against a smaller contingent. However, this did not imply that the knight retainers were at a disadvantage. Almost every knight retainer boasted a melee combat level of around D4. In confronting these new recruits, whose melee proficiency might only reach D3, the knight retainers faced no significant issue in their numerical inferiority. Chapter 81. Fierce Battle. Exion's earpiece was filled with the shouts of the 3 new recruits, their emotions indistinguishable between anxiety and exhilaration. Boom! A missile struck Exion squarely, yet was thwarted by his void shield. Amidst the tumultuous battlefield, Exion swiftly scanned for enemy fire points within the C3 zone. This moment, not only were the knight retainers fiercely engaged in combat with the short sword retainers, but the enemy fire points within the C3 zone were also relentlessly targeting the short sword retainers. This style of assault warfare bore such drawbacks. Even with the second squadron's greater mech numbers, the situation remained unchanged. Cease the howling. Open fire swiftly and strike at the enemy's fire points. Exion commanded the 3 new recruits without hesitation. Yes, boss. Ling Yongping promptly responded, and the next moment, he began firing. Following suit, the other 2 new recruits also commenced their assault on the enemy. As for Exion, he refrained from opening fire immediately. Instead, he sought a way to swiftly break the stalemate amidst the chaos of battle. Although the number of short sword retainers was substantial, they remained in a passive defensive posture, and a single misstep from the new recruits could lead to losses. The 3 new recruits from the 7th group continued to fire indiscriminately, and Exion could not afford to stray too far from them. Should he do so, the trio might find themselves overwhelmed by the enemy. Not to mention, even Exion's own capabilities in such a battlefield amounted to that of an ordinary soldier. However, before Exion could seek assistance, 2 knight retainers charged toward his group. Pin down the enemy's fire. Do not allow that bunch of rookies an opportunity to be targeted. The voice of the commander echoed through the knight retainers' earpieces. Understood. 2 knightly retainers charged towards Exion's group. Observing the battlefield, Exion was suddenly taken aback by this sight. 4 against 2. Could they possibly win? This thought lingered in Exion's mind as a conundrum. Yet, he had no choice but to stand his ground. He realized that he could not do it alone and needed the support of the new recruits. The enemy knights are approaching, Wei Qian. Raise your shield. Exion struggled to suppress his anxious emotions, striving to keep his voice calm. Yes, boss. Wei Qian's voice trembled slightly. Exion bellowed. Do not be nervous. Treat them as mere turnips. Trust in your abilities and hold your shield steady. Look at the others. Even the less experienced recruits can withstand the enemy's attacks, and so can you. Yes, boss. Wei Qian shouted back. Exion quickly directed the other 2 recruits. Provide fire support. Once you exhaust your ammunition, rush in for close combat. Yes, boss. Exion spoke rapidly, ensuring all orders were given before the enemy arrived. He raised his left arm, aiming a plasma cannon and a laser cannon at one of the knightly retainers. Boom! Inside the knightly retainer, the pilot sneered, "This rookie is mine to handle." Exion discarded his armor shield with his right arm and swiftly drew his power sword, charging towards the enemy. Wei Qian, guard my flank. Exion gripped his sword with both hands, prepared to engage the enemy without regard for defense. Wei Qian complied, raising his shield to protect Exion's side, a tactic Exion had taught him during training. Relying on the recruits to independently confront the knightly retainers was unwise. Even with shields, it would be akin to sending them to their doom. However, fighting alongside a seasoned veteran made all the difference. Clang! Exion's power sword collided with the knightly retainer's energy weapon, and in that instant, arcs of electricity crackled around them, a result of the repelling force fields colliding. The mechs, controlled by psionic energy, exhibited remarkable agility. Exion's D4. Level melee skills were not inferior to those of the opposing knightly retainer. Aya. In the rear, Ling Yongping and Gan Hong quickly exhausted all their rockets and electromagnetic shells, shouting as they rushed to provide support. Both raised their shields, and the situation became significantly clearer. What had been a defensive 2-on-2 turned into a 4-on-2. In battle, 1-on-1 combat differed vastly from 2-on-1 and 2-on-4 scenarios. Even with psionic energy involved, the disparity lay not in the mechs or the short sword retainers, but in the drivers. Although Wei Qian, Ling Yongping, and Gan Hong were all recruits, their raised shields made the knightly retainers wary. It would require sustained attacks to pierce through the armored shields. While the recruits were somewhat inexperienced, even a fierce tiger could not withstand a pack of wolves in the short term. The soldiers of the 7th Squad faced no significant issues against close combat assaults. However, such a state cannot be sustained for long. The primary reason they are holding up now is the armored shields in the hands of the new recruits. These shields possess commendable defensive capabilities, providing substantial protection even against kinetic weapons. Yet, the true strength of kinetic weapons lies in their ability to disrupt force fields. A series of strikes can inevitably damage portions of the shields. As the frequency of attacks increases over time, it is certain that the shields wielded by the new recruits will eventually falter. What will happen then? Will they rely on the combat skills of the recruits to fend off these seasoned knights and their loyal retainers? Once your shield is shattered, let us see how you withstand the onslaught. The knight's retainer taunted mercilessly, his kinetic sword slashing through the air with abandon, leaving Wei Qian's shield in tatters. As the battle progressed to this point, Wei Qian discarded the battered shield and resorted to blocking with his kinetic sword. However, the disparity in skill rendered his defenses increasingly difficult. Were it not for Ling Yongping using his shield to protect from the side, Wei Qian might have been slain outright. The new recruits, trembling in their defensive stance, found themselves under the relentless assault of Li Xian. The knight retainers, all seasoned veterans, understood clearly that the core of this combat unit was Li Xian. If they could eliminate Li Xian first, the remaining 3 recruits would be easily swept away, their morale collapsing with Li Xian's demise. At that juncture, would the recruits still be able to block? Block what? They might just flee in terror. A novice leading 3 novices? Die for me. The knight retainer roared, his kinetic sword accelerating in its strikes, the surrounding mech exuding waves of unleashed psychic energy. The hum of disintegration fields, combined with the sounds of clashing blades and parries, rendered the battlefield increasingly cacophonous. Chapter 82. Overclocking. Within the cockpit, Li Xian's eyes burned crimson as he too activated his psychic energy to the fullest. Now, Wei Qian had been battered by the enemy's mech, his body damaged and forced to retreat, leaving his position to be taken by Ling Yongping. Li Xian found himself confronting the equivalent of 1.5 knight retainers. One engaged him directly, while the other kept the new recruits at bay, occasionally delivering fierce strikes towards Li Xian. Inside the cockpit, wisps of smoke began to rise from Li Xian's forehead, a testament to the rapid processing of his mind and the surge of vitality within him. Thankfully, he possessed 2 chips, which assisted him in barely holding his ground. His close combat techniques were being executed to their utmost potential, aided by the chips. Each movement of the enemy was recognized by the chips, automatically forming corresponding defensive and offensive strategies in his mind. Yet, what Li Xian had, the enemy possessed as well. From the perspective of the chips, the knight retainers also wielded biological intelligence chips. However, their intelligent chips were not specialized like those designed by the Blueprint Group, making them inherently stronger. The conflict between the 2 sides was not merely a battle of mechs, but also a confrontation of chips. Li Xian swung his sword once more, delivering a horizontal slash towards the knight retainer, the mechanical muscles within his arm unleashing tremendous force. Bang! The enemy, wielding the kinetic sword, successfully blocked the attack. Simultaneously launching a swift counterattack, the power sword, enveloped in a pale blue field of disintegration, lunged towards Li Xian. With only a sidestep to evade, Li Xian adeptly maneuvered the mech using his psychic control. Having downloaded numerous close combat techniques from various knightly mech retainers, Li Xian possessed a considerable understanding of their combat skills and habits. At times, the 2 knight retainers even felt as though they were sparring in a training arena. Before the initial assault could be dodged, the other knight retainer swung its power sword, aiming a strike at him. Ha! Perish! The knight retainer roared, this attack representing the culmination of their years of synergy. In that fleeting moment, Li Xian's chip operated at high speed. his mind racing alongside it as he endeavored to compute a means to evade both assaults. Within such a brief span, how could he possibly devise an appropriate strategy? Li Xian raised his power sword, straining to block the oncoming strike from the second mech. Yet, at that very instant, the first mech transitioned from thrust to slash, delivering a horizontal cut. Clang! Ling Yang arrived just in time, using his power sword to shield Li Xian from this imminent peril. Exhaling a long breath of relief, Li Xian, still on edge, realized how perilously close death had felt moments before. In that instant, he had no choice but to empty his mind, channeling all his focus into the duel with the Knight Retainers. Beep, beep, beep. The D4 military-grade intelligence chip alerted him of excessive utilization, requesting to unlock and enter overclock mode. Overclock? Enter overclock, Li Xian bellowed, unconsciously roaring in response. In the next moment, the military-grade intelligence chip implanted in his mind officially transitioned into overclock mode. In this state, due to material limitations, the chip's overall performance was enhanced by at least 20 to, whether in computational power or the stability of operational threads, the improvements were substantial. This was crucial in close-quarters combat, where every second required analysis of the enemy's movements, weapon trajectories, speeds, and strengths. Once in overclock mode, Li Xian's reactions accelerated, and with the chip's computational prowess, he was able to draw conclusions and make optimal choices with greater swiftness for each of the enemy's actions. Furthermore, he allocated nearly all the chip's computational power to close combat. Damn it! This kid's overclocked? The Knight Retainer's pilot roared, a mix of anger, envy, and fear evident in his voice. For mech pilots, the overclock state is something everyone aspires to possess. Its effects are formidable, rivaling that of a powerful trump card. Yet, the overclock state is not attainable by everyone. It necessitates a high degree of integration with the chip, alongside complete psychic control over it. Moreover, the chip's involvement in a mech pilot's long-range or close-quarters combat is not particularly high, as its computational power is allocated across numerous applications. However, upon entering a state of overclocking, the owner can allocate the vast majority of computational power towards a specific combat direction, thereby compressing the computational requirements for other functions. At first glance, it may seem that the chip only enhances performance by 20, but in reality, when all computational power is dedicated to close combat, the enhancement in that area could be as much as 50 to 60%. This improvement is remarkably significant. Nevertheless, mastering overclocking is no simple feat. Out of 100 individuals, there may not even be one capable of harnessing this mode. This state is derived from psychic energy, with the chip serving merely as the medium. To unlock overclocking, one must possess at least a modicum of psychic aptitude. Kill him. He must not be allowed to live, roared the Knight's Retainer, heedless of the recruits flanking him attempting to block his path, as he sought to eliminate Li Xian. Following the activation of overclocking, Li Xian's combat capabilities saw considerable enhancement, allowing him to suppress a Knight's Retainer. This chapter is not yet concluded. Please click to the next page to continue enjoying the riveting narrative. This is not surprising. Although the human brain possesses immense computational potential, it pales in comparison to the vast processing power of a chip. In close combat, the personal skill of a mecha pilot is crucial, yet the computational support provided by the chip is even more critical. The chip's processing power and data analysis enable the mecha pilot to identify optimal attack and response strategies. However, these strategies must be executed by the mecha pilot. If their skill is lacking, they will be unable to implement the plans, rendering even the most sophisticated suggestions from the chip feudal. Li Xian, however, is different. His close combat skills are at a D4 level, allowing him to effectively utilize these strategies and techniques. Li Xian is currently in excellent form, with the potential for further improvement. This is because he possesses two chips. In addition to the implanted biological intelligence chip, he has another chip that replicates psychic energy. Once the first chip entered overclocking mode, the second chip promptly began its alerts and inquiries. The psychic chip unlocked and entered the overclocking mode. Remarkably, this psychic chip bypassed the inquiry step entirely, directly selecting the optimal strategy for Li Xian. Delightful. Li Xian growled. In that moment, he felt a clarity of mind. The effects brought about by the two chips allowed him to anticipate the movements and attacks of his enemies with remarkable precision. The enemy's movements, analyzed by the chip's computational power, revealed their forthcoming trajectories. The same applied to their attacks. As the Knight's Retainer raised his mechanical arm, the psychic scan and chip calculations indicated Li Xian's next steps. At this juncture, empowered by the chip, Li Xian was already aware of what his adversary intended to do next. He could predict where the enemy's power sword would strike, as well as the efficiency of their speed and force utilization. In this moment, everything about the enemy was laid bare before Li Xian, transformed into quantifiable data. Each movement of the adversary was accompanied by a plethora of mathematical equations, the answers of which were directly fed into Li Xian's brain by the chip. At this point, Li Xian was akin to a master of weaponry. The enhancements brought by the psychic chip upon entering overclocking mode were even more pronounced. The D4 biological intelligence chip, in its overclocking mode, only offers a 20 overall performance increase. However, the overclocking mode of the psychic chip can enhance overall performance by an impressive 30. Moreover, after entering this mode, Li Xian can allocate computational power more effectively. The augmentation in close combat capabilities provided by the chips, when combined, nearly reaches an astonishing 100. Such a figure is indeed remarkable. This advantage becomes exceedingly apparent in battle. Seated within the cockpit, Li Xian's eyes are consumed by a silvery psychic radiance. Threads of electric light cascade from the corners of his eyes, reminiscent of flowing tassels. Not only is he affected, but even the short sword attendant's mech exhibits small arcs of electricity dancing around it. The current state of the mech is anything but unassuming. Dio, you wish to kill me. Allow me to be the one to eliminate you first. Li Xian roars, his voice resonating through the mech's loudspeakers. Upon entering overclocking mode, not only does he analyze the enemy's movements with remarkable precision, but his own mech's actions, its direction, angle, and mode of movement, are also optimized by the chip's operations. Strike. All at once. I refuse to believe he can dispatch both of us in such a short time. A knight attendant bellows, casting aside a nearby rookie and disregarding their entanglements to engage Li Xian in combat. Li Xian's blade moves with increased swiftness and heightened strength. The colossal power of the short sword attendant's mechanical arm, coupled with the perfect angle, augmented by Li Xian's psychic assistance, manifests a force akin to an avalanche. Clash! The power swords collide, and with a well-judged angle, Li Xian sends the enemy's power sword soaring into the air. Die! The power sword, propelled by tremendous force, plunges into the enemy's mech, even as the adversary desperately twists their body in a last-ditch effort. Evading this strike proves nearly impossible. Within the cockpit, Li Xian's gaze remains unyielding, despite a tinge of disappointment regarding his previous maneuver. According to the chip's original plan, this strike was meant to pierce directly into the enemy's cockpit. The enemy's instantaneous reaction, combined with Li Xian's own technical inadequacies, prevented the blow from achieving its optimal effect. Nevertheless, even so, the power sword embedded within the mech, along with the disruption of the force field, inflicted damage upon the knight attendant's equipment. The exterior armor of the mech was compromised, the circuits within were severed, and sparks erupted chaotically. Help me! The pilot of this mech cries out in terror. At that moment, he is genuinely panicked. Initially, he believed his skills were on par with Li Xian's, perhaps even slightly superior. Yet now, he finds himself utterly overwhelmed. In this state, the pilot envisions his instructor, a C-class mech master. The pressure Li Xian exudes upon this pilot rivals that of a C-class instructor. Bang! Li Xian first withdraws the power sword embedded in the enemy's mech, then blocks another mech's attack, swiftly delivering a kick that temporarily repels it. Each of these actions unfolds in a flash. The retreating knight attendant requires no further attention from Li Xian. For though the three rookies may lack experience, they are still soldiers. Witnessing Li Xian's overwhelming advantage instantly boosts their morale. 1 against 1, the veteran could not overpower his adversary. With 3 against 1, could they truly be at a disadvantage? Charge forth. Eliminate him. Wei Qian bellowed. Damn it. Gon Honkai also expressed his frustrations eloquently. He had been thoroughly suppressed throughout the battle, constantly sensing the looming threat of death at last. He was granted an opportunity to vent his pent-up fury. Ling Yongbing emitted an instinctive roar. 3 short sword attendants besieged a knightly retainer, and under the condition that the performance of the mechs bore no significant disparity, the knightly retainer found it exceedingly difficult to extricate himself in a 1-on-1 scenario. However, the knightly retainer piloted by Li Xian would truly suffer. I cannot perish here. The knightly retainer roared. Ha ha ha. This time, your words bear no weight. Li Xian roared, his movements unwavering. The speed of his power sword swings intensified, and despite the knightly retainer's relentless blocks, An increasing number of scars marred his mech's surface. "Kill!" Li Xian roared once more, bringing his power sword down with ferocity. The pilot of the knightly retainer felt waves of despair. At this moment, he truly could not withstand the enemy's strike, finding no means of defense against this lethal blow. Ultimately, he was left with no choice but to sacrifice his left arm in a desperate bid for survival, laboriously raising the mech's left arm to procure a fleeting moment of existence. Boom! Li Xian's power sword cleaved downward. The immense and broad blade, coupled with the disintegration field above, severed the knightly retainer's left arm. Deprived of his left arm, the knightly retainer's strength waned, and the loss of balance necessitated a greater exertion of force to maintain equilibrium. Ah! The pilot within the cockpit shrieked in terror, relying on muscle memory to continue maneuvering the knightly retainer in a counterattack. Yet in this state, with the mech damaged and his spirit shattered by Li Xian, achieving even 60 to 70% of his full power was a commendable feat. In such a condition, even encountering Li Xian pre-overclocking would be a challenge, let alone facing the stronger, overclocked Li Xian now. The knightly retainer was thoroughly overwhelmed. Li Xian roared incessantly, channeling his psychic energy as the chip analyzed the enemy's offensive and defensive strategies. Mathematical and physical formulas flickered within the chip, guiding Li Xian toward the most impeccable trajectory of attack in this reality. "Let me kill you!" Li Xian's power sword deflected the enemy's weapon, and before the knightly retainer could react, the sword, bolstered by immense force and the disintegration field, pierced through the enemy's cockpit. Outside the cockpit, Li Xian had already delivered several strikes. Following the previous wounds, this blow met with no resistance whatsoever. Chapter 84. Overclocking, Part 3, Capturing Unknown Psychic Energy Signals. Transcoding psychic energy signals. The knightly retainer has perished. Li Xian withdrew the power sword from the enemy's cockpit, its blade remaining pristine as a result of the disintegration field. The knight attendant, already covered in scratches and emitting plumes of black smoke, collapsed to the ground with a thunderous crash, akin to the overwhelming fall of a mountain of gold and a pillar of jade. Boom! In the distance, a shot from an electromagnetic cannon struck one of Li Xian's short sword attendants. Yet, this projectile was flawlessly deflected by Li Xian's void shield. Ignoring the distant foes, Li Xian deemed these adversaries mere trifles once the knight attendants on the battlefield had been dealt with. On another front, the knight attendant, besieged by 3 short sword attendants, appeared increasingly beleaguered. Although the recruits were not particularly formidable, facing 3 at once posed a significant challenge. This was not a mere skirmish between infantry. Had it been a close-quarters brawl among foot soldiers, the disparity in individual strength might have allowed seasoned veterans to best several recruits. However, the mechanics of the mechs operated differently. When the performance of the mech bodies was comparable, victory hinged solely upon the pilot's skillful adjustments. In a one-on-one encounter, a knight attendant could easily overpower a recruit, and even in a one-on-two scenario, they might maintain an advantage, skillfully choosing their target and maneuvering fluidly to either strike or retreat. Yet, in a 3-on-1 situation, the odds shifted drastically. The trio of Wei Qian, Ling Yongping, and Gan Hongkai each selected a direction to launch their assault on the knight attendant. While they were not particularly skilled, their years of training ensured they possessed the fundamental combat acumen, even when nerves settled. Though all 3 short sword attendants bore injuries, the knight attendant was also in a less than optimal state. Observing the battlefield, Li Xian decided against allowing the 3 recruits to continue their relentless assault. Instead, he entered the fray himself. While it was conceivable that the recruits could ultimately slay the knight attendant, there was also the risk of suffering a debilitating counterattack or losing one of their own. Although the experience gained from such a prolonged engagement would be invaluable, the safest strategy on the battlefield was to eliminate the enemy swiftly. There would always be opportunities for training later. In a perilous combat environment, this was not the ideal time or place for drills. At present, the battlefield maintained a precarious balance, with a multitude of enemy soldiers still present in the C3 sector. Utilizing various heavy firepower, they could support the knight attendant in restraining the short sword attendant's assaults. Just a glance from Li Xian revealed that several mech void shields had already been breached. The short sword attendants, stripped of their protective shells, resembled fruit flesh exposed to the elements, drawing enemy fire. Under such circumstances, Li Xian could not afford to engage in training. His priority was to swiftly eliminate the enemy and assist the others. Wei Qian, shift to the side. Li Xian's voice resonated through the team channel. Startled from his fervent engagement, Wei Qian instinctively vacated his position, his mind momentarily lagging behind his body's compliance. Upon witnessing Li Xian join the battle, Wei Qian finally grasped the situation. He shouted exuberantly, "Boss, have you already killed that one? Holy cow, impressive." The recruits erupted into cheers. "Kill it!" Li Xian calmly uttered these two words, thereafter disregarding the astonished cries of the new recruits. The power sword swiftly cleaved through the back armor of the knight's attendant, who had not even had time to react. "Impossible! How could you kill him so swiftly?" The pilot of the knight's attendant screamed, his tone rife with disbelief. However, he soon found that disbelief was no longer necessary. Much like the short sword attendants, the energy and propulsion systems of the knight's attendant were located in its back. Wei Qian and his short sword attendants carried a backpack filled with electromagnetic cannon rounds, rendering their backs rather broad. Conversely, knight attendants seldom equipped themselves with long-range weaponry, and even when they did, it was typically energy-based. This resulted in Li Xian's attack being capable of directly incapacitating the rear armor. With just a single strike, the defensive armor at the enemy's back was torn asunder, and the energy system was ripped open by Li Xian. A torrent of immense energy surged forth from the wound, accompanied by plasma and sparks. At that moment, the knight's attendant hastily turned to confront Li Xian. While the energy system being attacked would not result in an immediate explosion, it would certainly be affected. The most benign consequence was an accelerated depletion of energy, alongside a plethora of other adverse effects. For instance, it could lead to a catastrophic mecha detonation or high-temperature combustion, obliterating other sections of armor and equipment. Regardless of the specifics, it signified that the life of this knight's attendant was drawing to a close. The destruction of the energy system caused the temperature within the cockpit to soar dramatically, with red warning lights incessantly flashing. The mecha pilot was now drenched in sweat, his expression suffused with despair. He had never anticipated that the tide of battle would shift so rapidly. Merely moments ago, they had held the upper hand, able to crush these four novices with ease. Yet the next instant, one novice had erupted with power and even overclocked. "How could such a calamity befall me?" The mecha master howled, pivoting to engage Li Xian in combat. However, in his current state, Li Xian was akin to an all-seeing eye, discerning every motion of his adversary with clarity. Each step, every counter and block executed by the knight's attendant was easily predictable within his gaze. The anguished cries of the knight's attendant resonated, striking fear and sorrow into the hearts of listeners. Yet, Li Xian remained undeterred, his power sword tracing swift arcs as he relentlessly provoked the enemy's weapon, simultaneously inflicting wounds upon the knight's attendant. The three new recruits were not idle either, launching attacks from the flanks and rear. The power swords wielded by the novices bore no difference from those of seasoned warriors. When used adeptly, they could indeed be lethal. The armor of the knight's attendant was methodically torn apart by successive strikes. Ultimately, amidst the harrowing cries of the knight's attendant's pilot, the mecha met its catastrophic end in a violent explosion. The searing heat and flames from the energy leak engulfed the entire machine, erupting in a conflagration of blue electronic flames. The fire surged heavenward, reminiscent of the fiery jet from the rear of a fighter jet. Capturing unknown psychic energy signals, transcoding psychic signals. Chapter 85. Imperfection. Huff. Within the cockpit, Li Xian gasped for breath, turning to survey the other battlegrounds. At this moment, Jiang Lu's C-class Vanguard model mech had also entered the fray. In contrast to the short sword knights, the Vanguard mech was significantly larger. Typically, in the realm of mechs, a greater size equated to enhanced speed, greater strength, and more formidable power. As a C-class psychic, Jiang Lu's entry into the battlefield was akin to slicing through vegetables with ease. The knight attendants stood no chance against the Vanguard, which dispatched foes with a swiftness that far surpassed even Li Xian in his hyperspeed state. In the corridors, subsequent reinforcements of tanks and armored infantry continued to emerge. They efficiently cleared the remnants of enemies at the end of the passage and swiftly advanced into the C3 zone, commencing a barrage against distant adversaries. The tide of battle had turned. After eliminating the second knight attendant, a singular thought surged into Li Xian's mind. Immediately, he commanded the chips in his mind, "Exit hyperspeed mode." Receiving the command, the two chips simultaneously exited hyperspeed mode. Instantly, Li Xian's state within the cockpit deteriorated. His gaze returned to normal, even appearing somewhat bewildered. Devoid of the enhancements granted by the chip's hyperspeed, Li Xian reverted to being an ordinary short sword mech pilot. The once keen awareness of his enemies faded, leaving him with a sense of loss. Huff. He exhaled a deep breath and ordered the 3 new recruits. Target the enemy's long-range fire points. Alleviate the firepower pressure on our comrades. Understood, boss. Wei Qian and the others responded loudly. This time, they coordinated to eliminate a night attendant, instantly feeling a reduction in tension since entering the battlefield. Wei Qian, Gan Hongkai, and Ling Yangping maneuvered their mechs to deliver precise strikes against the enemy's long-range firepower. As for the enemy mechs, their support was no longer necessary. With the advantage of numbers and the presence of Jiang Lu's vanguard in battle, the situation became exceptionally clear, significantly enhancing the mech superiority for the Blueprints faction. As Li Xian engaged the enemy's long-range attacks, he calculated his gains and losses from this encounter. Firstly, the greatest reward was mastering the entry into hyperspeed mode. For others, achieving hyperspeed was a formidable challenge, but for him, with the aid of the psychic chip, he could restart and enter hyperspeed mode at any moment. Compared to standard combat mode, hyperspeed was undoubtedly powerful. It was akin to doubling the effectiveness of conventional combat. Under such circumstances, even 1 against 2 or 3 foes did not seem insurmountable. However, after scanning his residual psychic energy, Li Xian added in his mind. Yet, generally speaking, if one can resolve an enemy using standard mode, it is preferable not to engage hyperspeed mode. This mode consumes psychic energy too rapidly, had it not been for the reduced number of adversaries this time. It is likely that not all foes would have been vanquished, and his spiritual energy would have been entirely depleted. However, upon further reflection, if even in overclock mode, the enemies could not be resolved despite exhausting spiritual energy, then in a conventional state, the chances of overcoming them would be even slimmer, potentially leading to his own downfall. Overall, the overclock mode undeniably serves as a coveted trump card for all mech masters. Once this card is revealed, previously formidable foes are rendered as mere trifles. Furthermore, this time there are additional rewards, 2 more spiritual energy signals. The bounty from this encounter is certainly substantial. Speaking of spiritual energy signals, the first signal has been fully decoded. Unknown spiritual energy signal decoding complete. Please select the desired information for download from the options below. 1.D2 level mech long-range shooting techniques 89.2.D 4 level universal mech piloting skills 68.3. D3 level Murda general knowledge 46 Ford. D4 level universal mech close combat techniques 76. In such a battlefield, Li Xian hesitated not a moment, promptly selecting the 4th option, fortifying his strengths, as this is the true path to survival in combat. The spiritual energy signal commenced downloading, and Li Xian's south proficiency in close combat was rapidly ascending. D4 level universal mech close combat techniques 11-15. Various close combat techniques and the imagery of practice and battle flashed incessantly through Li Xian's mind. All of this raced through his consciousness, and once it subsided, Li Xian shook his head, dispelling the chaotic sensations. He gazed at the rewards accrued upon fully absorbing this spiritual energy signal. Firstly, his close combat proficiency elevated to D4 level 57. Subsequently, his spiritual energy level also rose to D4 level 23 after absorbing the signal. A mutually beneficial scenario emerged, and remarkably, after absorbing this signal, his previously nearly exhausted spiritual energy was replenished to full capacity. A smile graced Li Xian's face. Even should 2 more nightly adversaries appear, they would pose no challenge. Rather, they would serve as sustenance for his continued growth. Soon, the second spiritual energy signal was decoded. Li Xian's gaze swiftly bypassed the other options, landing on his preferred choice point Ford. D4 level universal mech close combat techniques 45 download. A new round of downloading commenced, yet once all settled, Li Xian furrowed his brow. Upon fully absorbing this spiritual energy signal, his close combat proficiency reached 65, and his spiritual energy level ascended to D4 level 42. After reviewing the data from this encounter, Li Xian pondered. Thus, if the opponent's skill level is inferior to his own, would the absorption effect diminish? Although this was also D4 level, the lower percentage resulted in merely an 8 increase upon absorption. If the adversary's skill level were even lower, would the outcome be even less favorable? However, the enhancement of spiritual energy continued unabated. It appears that this aspect remains unaffected by skill levels, maintaining its intrinsic value. However, this also subtly indicates that as my psychic energy level increases, the absorption of psychic signals from those with lower energy and skill levels yields significantly diminished rewards. Li Xian let out a faint sigh, yet quickly consoled himself. In this world, is there truly such a thing as perfection? I possess this psychic energy chip, which allows me to absorb the psychic signals of slain foes. I am indeed fortunate. Even if it cannot be entirely flawless, it is still a stroke of immense luck. One should not harbor excessive desires. Chapter 86. Clean up. Having tidied his emotions and feeling himself grow just a bit stronger, Li Xian turned his gaze towards the remaining enemies. The enemy mechs were either fleeing or surrounded by a throng of sword-wielding attendants. At this juncture, Li Xian could not afford to claim any more kills for himself. He had already dispatched 2 enemy mechs in this battle. Should he forcefully intervene for others now, they might not be grateful for his assistance. Thus, Li Xian chose to eliminate the distant infantry and armored soldiers who were relentlessly attacking from afar. As the battle raged on, his void shield retained at least half of its defensive value and was gradually regenerating. This was far from encouraging news for the enemy's non-mech forces. Boom! The mechs charged forward with great haste, their massive forms and heavy footsteps drowned out by the cacophony of gunfire. Zing! After a brief charge, the plasma cannon on Li Xian's left arm locked onto a continually firing bunker and unleashed a shot. Boom! In the next instant, the bunker was engulfed in crackling arcs of electricity, searing heat and flames. The soldiers within, belonging to the militas, were instantly reduced to charred remains. The enemy's mechs are advancing. Concentrate all firepower on the enemy mechs. The squad commander bellowed in terror. If the approaching forces were merely infantry or armored troops, he would not have been so apprehensive. However, they were mechs. Who could withstand such an onslaught? In an instant, a barrage of firepower rained down upon Li Xian. Electromagnetic rifles, rapid-fire cannons, electromagnetic artillery, anti-tank missiles, and rocket launchers all converged on him. All units, provide fire support. Li Xian issued his command with calm authority over the squad channel. Yes, boss. Wei Qian, Gan Hongkai, and Ling Yangping immediately maneuvered their mechs to charge forward, simultaneously unleashing their plasma cannons and the remaining electromagnetic artillery. After giving his orders, Li Xian directed the sword-wielding attendants to accelerate towards the enemy's defensive positions. Boom! The mech executed a short leap, sweeping its power sword through the air to obliterate a series of anti-tank missiles. Rumble! The explosions of these anti-tank missiles failed to inflict any harm against the power sword, which was equipped with a disintegration field. While the C3 area was not insignificant, it was merely a minor expanse for mechs. Li Xian's charge and leap brought him directly into the heart of the enemy's defensive line. Die for me! A golden-haired, blue-eyed soldier roared as he emerged from behind the barricade, shouting fiercely, with an anti-tank missile perched upon his shoulder. Unperturbed by the provocations of mere ants beneath him, Li Xian lowered the main cannon of his left arm, a 55mm laser cannon. Whoosh, boom! A crimson beam of laser sliced through the air, creating a substantial crater in the ground below. As for the soldier from Milda, who had once wielded the anti-tank missile, he was likely reduced to mere remnants now. Each discharge from Li Xian's 2 primary weapons required a recharging phase before they could be fired again. While this may have seemed slow, as long as the mech's energy supply remained unimpeded, there was no need to fret about firepower. However, within this defensive position, Li Xian felt no compulsion to continue firing. The power sword in his hand served as the most effective weapon. All defensive structures crumbled before the might of his power weapon, as if they were mere paper, effortlessly cleaved apart. The reinforced concrete bunker, which would pose a challenge even for heavy artillery, was easily breached by the 4-meter-long power sword, leaving the enemy soldiers inside reduced from 1 or 2 to mere fragments. Some defenders, upon catching sight of Li Xian, turned tail and fled. Those fortunate enough to have access to underground passages might escape, but those attempting to flee above ground faced a grim fate. Such ordinary defensive positions held no real deterrent against a mech. In no time, one defensive position was thoroughly obliterated by Li Xian and his squad. Charge forth. Swiftly seize the enemy's stronghold. Eliminate the foes lurking in the shadows. The commander of Hungan Defense bellowed, issuing commands to his troops. This battle was exhilarating, having incurred minimal casualties while utterly shattering the enemy's defenses. Several infantry fighting vehicles swiftly emerged from the passage, racing towards the positions recently secured by Li Xian and his comrades. Bang! The doors of the infantry fighting vehicles swung open, and a throng of soldiers poured out. Crammed inside like sardines in a can as the doors opened, the soldiers surged forth eagerly on the battlefield. The defensive capabilities of armored infantry fighting vehicles were rather lackluster. A few bursts from a machine gun, a single shot from a tank cannon, or even a round from an infantry electromagnetic cannon could send them flying. However, it was undeniable that infantry fighting vehicles excelled in troop deployment, boasting both carrying capacity and defensive capabilities. While riding in an infantry fighting vehicle might not be entirely safe, given the choice between boarding such a vehicle or charging across the battlefield on foot, nearly all infantry would opt for the former. Indeed, although the defensive prowess of infantry fighting vehicles was subpar, it paled in comparison to that of foot soldiers. Unless the battlefield rendered infantry fighting vehicles utterly obsolete, the vast majority of soldiers would still prefer to board them. The infantry swiftly infiltrated the bunker, engaging fiercely with the remaining enemies within. In a matter of moments, they had completely secured the position. Meanwhile, Lixian and his team retreated to the mouth of the passage. Auxiliary troops advanced swiftly and replenished the ammunition. Lixian commanded through the command channel to the auxiliary soldiers stationed at the rear. The auxiliary troops promptly mobilized their armored vehicles, surging forth from the passage. The fierce battle ahead left them with no opportunity to engage. Indeed, they were equipped with tracked armored vehicles, yet the thickness of their armor rendered them as vulnerable as mere cardboard in the intensity of such a battlefield. A single misstep could result in being obliterated by the enemy's firepower. While the destruction of an armored vehicle was regrettable, the catastrophic explosion of the munitions carried within would pose a far graver threat. In the midst of such a densely packed front line, any ammunition detonation could have repercussions far beyond the immediate vicinity, potentially impacting surrounding vehicles. It was only due to the current tilt of the battlefield scales in favor of the blueprint forces that Lixian dared to call for the auxiliary troop support. On the armored vehicle, the auxiliary soldiers deftly maneuvered mechanical arms to transfer the backup ammunition packs for the electromagnetic cannons onto the mechas piloted by Wei Qian and his companions. Chapter 87. Cleansing, Part 2. Do you see those two mechas over there? Wei Qian's mecha raised its right arm, pointing towards the battlefield not far away, where the remnants of two knight-like mechas lay in ruins. This time, we can say we have accomplished something. It's a pity you didn't get to join the fray. His words brimmed with regret yet were also infused with pride. It was their first time on the battlefield, and they had managed to secure a victory. Though this triumph came from a 3-on-1 and ultimately a 4-on-1 engagement, the manner of their success mattered little. The destruction of a single mecha was a commendable achievement. 2. You all are truly remarkable. An auxiliary soldier, a fresh recruit, poked his head out from the armored vehicle, his face alight with envy as he gazed at the mecha wreckage ahead. Team Leader Li is incredible. The veteran vehicle commander exclaimed in admiration. Unlike the fresh recruit, the seasoned veteran pondered deeper implications. With a keen eye, they could discern the battlefield's chaotic landscape, having just been connected to Lixian's command channel. Although they could not speak, they had heard Lixian's strategic directives. If only we had been there, perhaps we could have shared in the glory, the recruit murmured softly. The veteran vehicle commander cast him a sideways glance, patting his shoulder while gesturing towards the still-burning short-tailed mouse-armored vehicles nearby. Oh, you see that? If we had emerged earlier, we would have met a similar fate. Team Leader Li is a good person. He waited until the battle was nearly over before allowing us to join. Had we come out sooner, we might not have secured any accolades, but the danger would have been undeniable. The recruit gazed at the several short-tailed mice ablaze not far away. Remnants of Hungan Defense's armored infantry fighting vehicles. In the recent fierce conflict, they had surged forth alongside the Stag Hunter tanks. Those fortunate enough to survive remained intact, while the unfortunate had been reduced to debris. One short-tailed mouse blazed fiercely, its turret and doors blown off by a violent explosion. At the rear, a charred body lay face down, clad in the now tattered uniform of Hungan Defense, with the remnants of a helmet and weapon fused almost inseparably to the corpse. Not far away on the ground, several heaps of minced flesh lay scattered, remnants of fallen infantry, on the battlefield. Not everyone is afforded the grim sight of corpses. At times, in the confines of such a narrow terrain, evasion is impossible. The bodies, crushed beneath the weight of vehicles and mechs, are reduced to mere pulp. Blood saturates the earth, and dismembered limbs are strewn about, a haunting tableau. Witnessing this scene, the new recruits feel a wave of nausea wash over them. Ugh! Within the armored vehicle's cabin, an experienced soldier lights a cigarette, his gaze fixed upon the hellscape before him. He takes a deep drag, then allows the cigarette to rest in the observation port, letting it smolder slowly. Wisps of smoke curl upward, drifting gently out of the vehicle. Once the three mechs have replenished their ammunition, Lexian, standing guard nearby, speaks into the command channel. All right, auxiliary troops, do not withdraw. Accompany the mechs into battle. The fight is winding down. The danger is minimal. It's time for the auxiliary troops to familiarize themselves with combat. Understood, boss. The squad leaders of the auxiliary troops respond hastily. Following this, several auxiliary armored vehicles waiting in the rear begin to advance through the corridor. Rat-a-tat-tat. The rapid-fire cannons mounted on the armored vehicles commence a relentless barrage, unleashing a hail of bullets upon the enemy positions still returning fire. Meanwhile, Lexian has retrieved his armored shield, raising it before him to deflect incoming attacks from the adversaries. You three, maintain an assault formation and press forward. Lexian commands the three new recruits. Spare no enemy you can eliminate. Yes, leader. Lexian himself does not engage directly in combat. Instead, he trails behind with the 8 auxiliary armored vehicles, akin to how Zhang once trained him. He encourages these less intense skirmishes, which pose little threat to the mechs, to involve the new recruits, by remaining in the rear. He ensures he can provide support at a moment's notice, while also granting the auxiliary troops a modicum of safety. The auxiliary troops' defenses are lacking. Should an unwary foe launch an anti-tank missile, it would undoubtedly spell disaster. Lexian aims to train soldiers, not to see them perish. He seeks seasoned veterans, not lifeless corpses. Rat-a-tat-tat. The 8 armored vehicles continue their barrage, suppressing the enemy's fire points ahead. Wei Qian and his comrades and their mechs charge forward with great speed, executing their training formation to commence their assault on the enemy's stronghold. How could the enemy positions, dominated by infantry and armored troops, withstand the onslaught of the mechs? As the auxiliary troops reach the stronghold, the enemy's primary defensive points have already been neutralized. Charge. Sweep away the remaining foes. If you encounter formidable resistance, call for support immediately. The auxiliary squads swiftly disembark, rushing into the defensive stronghold. Except for the vehicle commanders and gunners, everyone else has plunged into the fray below. This chapter has not concluded. Please click the next page to continue reading. The armored vehicle patrolled the position back and forth, swiftly opening fire upon encountering the enemy. At this moment, the remaining adversaries were primarily infantrymen, who stubbornly resisted but posed little threat to the armored vehicles. Within a small pit, 2 soldiers of the Milda retinue lay hidden. This pit had a corner, making it difficult for the supporting troops outside to deal with the 2 Milda soldiers, even if they were discovered. Throw grenades. Cover me, one of the supporting soldiers shouted, calling for his comrades while simultaneously tossing several grenades into the sloped and uneven pit. Boom. 2 grenades exploded, releasing a cloud of smoke and debris from the pit. Are they dead? One supporting soldier inquired of his companion. I don't know. Shall we go check? Replied another supporting soldier, cautiously peering in and slowly moving forward, his movements stealthy and his ears perked up. Bang, bang, bang. Suddenly, he fired wildly, scrambling out of the pit in a frantic crawl. They're not dead. Not yet. Call for support. Summon an infantry flamethrower. He roared as he emerged, his body collapsing onto the ground from the tension. Soon, an infantry flamethrower was summoned. Boom. A searing jet of flame erupted from the launcher, engulfing the pit. The air was filled with horrific screams. Chapter 88. Spoils of War. The C3 area was swiftly captured. The Milda retinue defending this zone either perished in battle or surrendered their weapons. However, the number of surrendering soldiers was quite small. The brainwashing techniques employed by the Milda retinue were remarkably sophisticated, likely compounded by the fact that many of these soldiers had family members still in the rear, effectively held hostage by the Milda knights. Only a minuscule fraction of the soldiers surrendered, and most bore injuries. Following the capture of C3, the 2nd Squadron enjoyed a few days of respite. The infantry of Hungan Defense first established a defensive line in the C3 area to prevent a counterattack from the enemy and to reclaim this territory. The acrid scent of gunpowder and the lingering heat of flames had yet to dissipate, and the soldiers soon busied themselves once more. During a lull, Lexian approached the deceased knight's retinue member whose cockpit he had pierced and slain. This time, he intended to scavenge for spoils. On such a battlefield, acquiring spoils was a challenging endeavor. Even the knight's retinue member that Lexian had slain, should anything remain usable, would belong to the group's treasury. What he could salvage were merely the personal belongings of the knight's retinue driver. Employing his mechanical arm, he pried open the cockpit cover with a metallic creak. The cockpit, pierced by the power sword, was fully opened, revealing the gruesome scene within. The driver had been impaled in half by the power sword, his body grotesquely divided, with a small portion of the upper body completely disintegrated. The remaining 2 pieces of the corpse appeared charred, with blood long since dried in the cockpit. With a sigh, Lexian shook his head as he gazed upon the lifeless body. The face had been utterly obliterated by the decomposition field, rendering it impossible to discern what the enemy had looked like. Reflecting on his own experience, he realized that before heading into battle, he carried nothing but his supplies on the mech, primarily relying on energy paste and the No. 5 spiritual energy compound to replenish his own reserves. Utilizing his spiritual energy, he promptly relocated the enemy's corpse to the ground. He was not devoid of decency and bore no significant animosity towards the Milda Knights at that moment, as both sides were merely serving their respective masters. After disposing of the body, Lexian commenced his search of the enemy's cockpit. The structure of the knightly retainer's cockpit bore a close resemblance to that of the short sword attendants. It seemed that all the weaponry and vehicles on the entire Guansua 4 planet followed a similar design philosophy. Soon, Lexian discovered a compartment on one side of the cockpit. Using his spiritual energy to unlock it, he extracted a small drawer. Inside, he found 3 vials of the number 5 spiritual energy compound, which bore an uncanny resemblance to the ones he utilized. Letting out a cheerful whistle, he mused that these vials might very well be the same ones sold to the Milda Knights from the previous blueprints. Of course, it was also possible that trade relations still existed between the 2 factions, whether overtly acknowledged or conducted in secrecy. Lexian carefully stowed away the 3 vials, claiming this loot as his own. However, he refrained from using them immediately, recognizing the need for testing to avoid meeting an untimely end on the battlefield, only to falter in the shadows. Among the other items in the compartment were trivial possessions of little value. Ultimately, a photograph caught his eye. Depicted a European man with golden hair and blue eyes, characteristic of the Milda Knights' predominant demographic. During the colonial era, the population had long been a mixture of different races. Yet distinctions remained. The human populace within the blueprint group was predominantly of Eastern descent, while the Milda Knights were chiefly composed of Caucasians and Africans. The man in the photograph appeared to be in his 30s. Standing alongside a similarly aged, beautiful woman, in her arms rested a baby, while a young boy stood before the man. A quintessential picture of a happy family. Upon witnessing this scene, Lexian couldn't help but let out a wistful sigh, then glanced down at the nearly unrecognizable corpse on the ground. Pressing down on his earpiece, he addressed the auxiliary soldier, saying, "Oldly, arrange for 2 individuals to come over to the knightly retainer's side and collect the bodies." "Understood, Captain." Soon after, an auxiliary squad leader arrived with 2 others beside the knightly retainer. Lexian gestured towards the mech pilot's corpse on the ground, instructing, "Take him out for burial." Squad leader Lee, observing the body, promptly signaled for the auxiliary soldiers to retrieve a body bag and proceeded to place the corpse inside. In the end, Lexian gathered the inconsequential items from the drawer and placed them in the body bag, solemnly placing the photograph in the deceased's hand. Subsequently, he handed some of the less significant yet somewhat valuable items from the collection to squad leader Lee. "This item, why don't you all take it back and divide it among yourselves?" Despite Lee's squad leader's repeated refusals, he ultimately accepted it upon seeing Lexian's serious expression. He then placed the body onto an armored jeep and drove through the passageway. Once they left the combat zone and reached the surface, Lee's squad leader's demeanor transformed. Radiating joy as the soldiers maneuvered the vehicle, he sat in the passenger seat, pulling out the items that Lexian had given him. Among them were several pins, trinkets, and a few small knickknacks, collectively valued at around a dozen energy coins, trivial for Lexian, but a delightful windfall for the support soldiers. "This one's for you. This is yours, and this last bit is mine. Is everyone in agreement?" Lee's squad leader divided the small pile into 3 portions, ensuring that each of the 3 men received an equal share, though the exact value of each may vary slightly. Li's squad leader is truly remarkable. Not only is he fierce in battle, but he is also generous and magnanimous, exclaimed Lee's squad leader as he donned a mechanical watch, marveling at it. "Indeed. I never anticipated that in collecting a corpse, Lee's squad leader would also share some items with us," chimed in a support soldier with a smile. "Not bad at all," following Li squad leader has certainly proven lucrative for us, when all is said and done. We VE also earned some military merit this time, truly exhilarating. The soldiers' faces beamed with delight. The vehicle came to a halt in a desolate area outside the Behemoth Steelworks. Li squad leader disembarked, stating, "All right, brothers, let's bury him here." The three men busied themselves for a while, and soon a shallow grave appeared before them. Glancing at the mechanical watch on his wrist, Li squad leader sighed and addressed the body in the shroud. "In honor of your watch, brother, I'll make sure to bury you a bit deeper." Chapter 90. Revelry. This time, Li Xian had taken down 2 knight retainers, but only one yielded any spoils. The other knight retainer had its energy system breached, and with the equipment destroyed, it was almost entirely incinerated. Even if there were valuables inside, they were likely reduced to ash. Once Li Xian finished surveying the battlefield, Zhang Lu approached, accompanied by Feng Dai and a few other squad leaders. "Master!" Li Xian exclaimed upon seeing Zhang Lu, hurrying to greet him. Zhang Lu's face was adorned with a broad smile, his eyes sparkling with pride. By contrast, the expressions of the others were much more varied, predominantly reflecting envy. Zhang Lu remarked, "So you took down 2 knight retainers this time?" Li Xian nodded, then shook his head, clarifying, "Not quite 2. I killed one, while the other was brought down in collaboration with my team." "Very impressive, 2 in total," Zhang Lu praised with a grin. Feng Dai, standing nearby, enviously interjected, "Little Li, have you truly entered the overclocked state?" At this moment, not only Zhang Lu was fixated on Li Xian. The others wore similar expressions of intrigue. Li Xian surveyed the eyes of everyone present, smiled gently, and affirmed, "That's right, brother Feng. I have indeed been fortunate enough to enter overclocked mode." Fortunately, he entered the overclocking state. Otherwise, our team might have faced attrition. "Overclocking, overclocking," Feng Dai murmured after hearing this. "You rascal, do you have some secret? How did you manage to suddenly overclock? Quickly share your wisdom with me, old brother. I am utterly envious. I wanted you to thrive, to truly live. How is it that you improved so dramatically and even overclocked?" Feng Dai rushed over, slinging his arm around Li Xian's shoulder and shaking him enthusiastically. The other team leaders, overhearing Feng Dai's words, could not help but burst into laughter. Li Xian reciprocated by placing his arm around Feng Dai's shoulder and earnestly replied, "Brother Feng, it's all thanks to your excellent teachings. In the heat of battle, your guidance came to mind, and I was able to overclock in an instant. You rascal. All right, old Feng, enough of the antics," Zhang Lu chuckled. Achieving overclocking is not an easy feat to replicate. However, Li Xian's ability to enter this state is certainly a boon for our entire squad. He then turned to Li Xian and said, "When you have the time, I will gather everyone together for you to hold a sharing session. Share your insights and experiences. It may prove beneficial to everyone." Li Xian nodded and promptly agreed. "No problem, master. I am always available." "All right, I will coordinate a time," Zhang Lu replied with a smile. Following this, Li Xian engaged in lighthearted banter with the other team leaders for a while. At that moment, the once lucky rookie in the eyes of the other leaders, Li Xian, had officially integrated into the ranks of seasoned veterans within this squad. Previously, others had referred to him as the fortunate rookie, but that had changed. Li Xian had now demonstrated his prowess in this recent battle. Not every veteran had the opportunity to slay enemy knights. Over the course of the battle, only 13 knights were defeated, of which Li Xian's team accounted for 2. After Zhang Lu entered the fray, he swiftly dispatched 4 more knights in total. Only 7 knights were eliminated by the other teams. The remaining knights, sensing the tide turning against them, managed to retreat in time. Despite the overwhelming numerical advantage, nearly double the forces were unable to take down all 20 knights. This disparity further highlighted the gap between rookie and seasoned mecha pilots. Li Xian's capabilities had earned him the recognition of his peers. In the overclocked state, the knights were utterly defenseless against him. Was his strength still insufficient? Previously, when others referred to Li Xian as the lucky rookie, it carried a hint of derision, mocking his rapid rise to a leadership position within just 2 months of joining. Some speculated whether Li Xian would quickly reveal his inadequacies on the battlefield, resulting in losses for his entire squad. Unexpectedly, Li Xian rebounded spectacularly, and it seemed that among the entire second squad, his combat prowess, second only to Zhang Lu, was formidable. Although Li Xian's overclocking did not last long, during that brief period, he could effortlessly eliminate any adversary. Now, To label him merely as a lucky rookie would evoke nothing but envy. Who could not be envious? It was enough to incite profound admiration. In the first group, Nong Shuang gazed enviously at the silhouette of Li Xian being taken away by Jiang Lu, exclaiming, "Overclocking! If only I could enter that realm, it would mean a promotion, a salary increase, and a plethora of medals. I would gladly accept." Beside him, Han Zhong, the leader of the 8th group, looked on in astonishment and retorted, "You rascal! Why are you so greedy? Wanting to have it all?" With a sidelong glance, Nong Shuang replied, "I've already begun to fantasize. Why shouldn't I dream a little bigger?" Shortly after Li Xian followed Jiang Lu, Feng Dai stealthily trailed behind. "Li Xian, you rascal! I truly cannot bear this. How did you suddenly achieve overclocking?" Feng Dai exclaimed as he rushed up, embracing Li Xian in a fit of enthusiasm. "Brother Feng, allow me to share my secret," Li Xian whispered conspiratorially. "Really?" Feng Dai's eyes sparkled with curiosity as he eagerly inquired. Jiang Lu patted Li Xian on the shoulder, chuckling, "Look at this mischievous fellow. How could he possibly have a secret? Moreover, entering the overclocking mode is subjective. What he utters may not align with the actual operation." He then added, "All right, Li Xian, stop teasing Feng Dai. He is not particularly clever, so don't bewilder him further." "Yes, master," Li Xian responded with a grin. "Ah, you truly have learned to be mischievous." Feng Dai laughed heartily. "Next time we return to base, you must treat us to a lavish feast." Li Xian nodded with a smile. "No problem, a grand banquet, the finest cuisine." In essence, Jiang Lu, Feng Dai, and Li Xian formed the most harmonious trio within the entire second squad. Jiang Lu and Feng Dai had been comrades in arms for an extended period. Though Li Xian had only recently joined, his remarkable skills were honed under the guidance of Jiang Lu and Feng Dai. They had fought side by side, weathering the perilous encounter with the 5 knights together, which deepened their bond. The camaraderie and relationship among these three surpassed that of other leaders and recruits within the group.